It didn't matter if they didn't believe him. At worst, he'd die. Once someone is unafraid of death, many things become clear to them. Thatcher thought for a moment. I can believe you, but only if... How about this? Take an oath of heart demons. If you deceive us, the heart demons will immediately cause your demise. Thatcher's words instantly sparked hope in the Evan's eyes. All right, Big Ferguson Zhao, I'll swear now. The Evan immediately raised his right hand, reciting the oath, while a dark shadow appeared beside him. This shadow was undoubtedly his heart demon. As the Evan recited the oath, each word seemed to have eyes, rushing into the shadow. They merged together. Then the shadow integrated into the Evan's body as if nothing had happened, but Thatcher understood. This signified the successful completion of the heart demon oath. Thatcher nodded at the Evan. Since he had sworn, it meant his words were trustworthy. You did well. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Hearing this, the Evan's face lit up with joy. Really, Big Ferguson? From now on, I'll join you. Rest assured, I'll plead with my sect to bring out their method to treat the incompleteness of the divine soul. Don't talk about that yet. Introduce yourself first. We don't know anything about you. Who knows if what you're saying is true? If you're tricking us, we'd be in big trouble. The Evan smiled and waved his hands. All right, I understand, Big Ferguson Zhao. Let me prepare my words. Chapter 395, Charles. After a while, the Nicholas seemed to have come to a conclusion, and his face gradually became serious. Gentlemen, my name is Charles, and I am an inner Ephraim of the xuanhuan sect. Upon hearing this, Thatcher showed no particular reaction, but the Hurley's eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? You're an inner Ephraim of the xuanhuan sect? Are you serious? Hearing this, a hint of pride flashed across the Nicholas's face. Halantal brother, it seems you've heard of our xuanhuan sect. The Hurley nodded and said, I often saw Ephraims of your xuanhuan sect searching for spiritual herbs near where I stayed. Disciples from other sects have also passed by, but in terms of strength, none were as powerful as those from your xuanhuan sect. The Nicholas couldn't help but look proud. That's because, although our xuanhuan sect may not be a top-tier sect, we still enjoy a prestigious reputation in the cultivation world. Thatcher nodded from the side. Enough talk, continue with the introduction. The Nicholas glanced at Thatcher, sensing that he wasn't very surprised by his background, and put away his arrogant demeanor before continuing. By chance, I obtained a partial map of this mystic realm and wanted to try my luck here. I need netherworld fire to enhance my strength, and there's plenty of it in this mystic realm. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Thatcher nodded, understanding his intentions slightly better. What opportunity are you talking about? The Hurley asked, puzzled. With a wistful expression, the Nicholas explained. This opportunity is related to our sect's internal selection for core Ephraims. Before a certain day, we can use any means necessary to improve our own strength. When that day comes, we will engage in a competition to determine the strongest among us. This competition is naturally very fair. Only true experts can achieve victory. That's one of the reasons why I'm determined to make a name for myself here. Thatcher couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are all these things you're saying true? Although Thatcher found the story exciting, it didn't seem useful to him. Ferguson Zhao, everything I said is true. I've taken a heart demon oath. Would I lie to you? The Nicholas insisted. Understanding the seriousness of a heart demon oath, Thatcher nodded. Do you really think we should trust him? Even if what he says is true, it doesn't concern us, the Hurley grumbled reluctantly. Thatcher patted his head and smiled. Let me think about it. After a moment of hesitation, Thatcher pulled out 2 healing pills from his pocket. These 2 pills are for you to stay here and recover on your own. The Nicholas's face lit up immediately. So, Ferguson Zhao agrees to let me join you? Excellent. Rest assured, I will prove my worth. Thatcher scoffed. Enough with the talk. Your strength seems quite poor right now. Focus on cultivating. If you don't absorb spirit chi soon, you might croak. The Nicholas scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Okay, Ferguson Zhao, since that's the case, I'll rest and recuperate. He took the pills from Thatcher and began to cultivate. His injuries were severe this time around. He had already exhausted his spirit chi once before and took considerable effort to recover. Now he needed intense cultivation to regain his strength. The 2 pills provided immediate relief. He quickly ingested the pills and started absorbing the energy within them. For him, the amount of energy in one pill was immense. Whether he could fully absorb it remained to be seen. Why did you give him the pills, Ferguson Zhao? Letting him join us and practice together would have been fine. Thatcher replied, it's just so we can have a stronger companion. You wouldn't want him to be a burden, would you? Got it, Ferguson Zhao. I'll go cultivate too. Thatcher thought for a moment and gave the Hurley a pill as well, knowing it would greatly aid the Nicholas eating flower spirit. Thank you, Ferguson Zhao. I promise I'll improve faster. The Hurley was thrilled, feeling incredibly cared for. Watching the Hurley eagerly take the pill made Thatcher smile. Turning to his own cultivation, Thatcher focused on absorbing spirit chi. He hadn't expended much spirit chi lately and had already taken some pills, making more unnecessary for the moment. Continue improving yourself. Though he may not seem useful now, maybe he can contribute later. Who knows, he might still be a liability. Despite giving the Evan a pill, its effectiveness on someone so weak and injured was questionable. Shaking his head, Thatcher intensified his cultivation, believing reliance on oneself was paramount. A few days later, Thatcher found the Nicholas again with a smug expression. Come on, kid. 2 days of cultivation have surely improved your fighting strength. Let's see how you fare. Surprised, the Nicholas stuttered, Ferguson Zhao, you're not serious, right? How could I possibly defeat you? Considering this, Thatcher nodded. You have a point. All right, fight the Hurley instead. If you win, consider it an accomplishment. The Nicholas froze, recalling the Hurley's strength and grimacing. Ferguson Zhao, even though I feel stronger, I doubt I can match him right now. Thatcher burst into laughter. Do you really think you're weaker than him? You've recovered. In subsequent sections, Thatcher tested the Evan's improvement and considered future strategies for the group. Chapter 396, The Mighty Winged Tiger. The Nicholas's face turned slightly embarrassed at the words, but he didn't think admitting his lack of strength was a shameful thing. Big Ferguson Zhao, although it might seem like I'm encouraging others and undermining myself, I believe it's necessary to acknowledge my shortcomings. I still feel there's a gap between us in terms of strength. Inside, he was falling apart. After all, he was an inner Ephraim of the Scarlet Flame sect. Usually, he lived as a prideful elite, but now, facing Thatcher and this Ahmed, he suffered setback after setback. Where could he turn for justice? Richard, your abilities are decent, and after consuming 2 pills, your injuries have healed even further. Most importantly, having not trained with us for some time, your combat skills have improved. I think you should be satisfied with your current strength. Hearing Thatcher's words, the Evan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Big Ferguson Zhao, do you really think I'm okay? Thatcher nodded with a smile. Of course, and I believe you haven't even unleashed your full potential. I don't think it was intentional on your part. You just didn't know how to showcase yourself. Hearing these words, he immediately nodded excitedly. Big Ferguson Zhao, what you said is so true. I felt that there might have been issues with my cultivation. But if I had to identify the problems myself, I wouldn't have known where they lay. You've really relieved my urgent distress this time. His face relaxed, and he firmly nodded, saying, since Big Ferguson Zhao says so, I'll naturally give it my best shot. Big Ferguson Zhao, I can fight him, but if I end up losing again, please don't laugh at me. Thatcher waved his hand with a laugh. How could I mock you? Strength has its highs and lows, and it's enough as long as you strive forward bravely. The Evan stood dumbstruck, praising nonstop. Big Ferguson Zhao, what you say is truly an awakening wisdom. Strength has its highs and lows, and striving forward is all that matters. Well then, let me call him now. After 15 minutes, the Evan waited for the Hurley to get ready, then they quickly began their battle. Remember, no backing out once we start. No matter how badly I beat you, you cannot cry foul, got it? The Hurley smirked arrogantly. Upon hearing this, the Evan's heart skipped a beat but nodded resolutely. Of course, regardless of the outcome, neither of us will complain about pain. Alright, let's begin the battle. Thatcher urged from the side. He genuinely wanted to see the disparity in their skills. The Hurley's inherent strength wasn't weak, but he hadn't broken through yet. The Evan's strength had advanced, and he gained something from the previous battles. This bout would undoubtedly be very impressive. Sure enough, after fighting for 15 minutes without any clear winner, the match entered a heated phase. How is this possible? You're actually this strong? The Hurley looked astounded, realizing this Evan was vastly different from before. But he didn't expect him to become this powerful. One should view old friends anew after 3 days. Your impression of me seems outdated. The Evan finally found his confidence during the fight, feeling the strength within himself. Just as Thatcher said, after several days of battling and recovery, he was indeed stronger than before. Don't get cocky, even if you've become stronger, how much more powerful could you be compared to me? Just with my rich experience, I can defeat you. The Hurley sneered at the Evan, devising various methods to win. As they resumed the fierce battle, despite the Hurley using every trick, he always seemed to fall short. I must admit, you do have some skill. I can't match you. Your combat experience over these few days must be substantial, huh? Want to share it with me? Make me happy? The Evan almost cried at this. He had been battling mighty winged tigers for days. The energy consumption was immense. If not for the fact that the mighty winged tiger was just won and injured, he probably wouldn't have been the victor. Though he survived by chance, he appeared utterly dispirited. Don't bring it up. You're deliberately stirring up my painful memories. Do you want me to take it out on you? Anger filled the Evan's face. He felt this guy was too infuriating. Stirring up your anger. So what? Is your anger that valuable? The Hurley rolled his eyes, channeling spiritual energy to launch a ferocious attack while the Evan was disheartened. Seizing this opportunity, the Hurley gained the upper hand. By the time the Evan noticed, it was too late to retaliate. Great. Resorting to such tricks, I never would have guessed. The Evan felt completely taken aback. Despite continuous attacks, he ended up losing to the Hurley again. How about that? You lost again, still bragging? The Hurley strutted proudly, looking smug. Not bragging anymore, I can't afford to brag now. The Evan felt deeply aggrieved, unable to believe he ultimately lost to the Hurley. Thatcher stepped forward, patting the Evan on the shoulder. Actually, you did well this time. He won by playing mind games. If he hadn't used that strategy, you might not have lost. The Hurley retorted anxiously, Big Ferguson Zhao, a win is a win. A loss is a loss. Why are you siding with him? Thatcher smiled. Enough. The battles aren't decided in just one round. You have many battles ahead. Why don't we continue exploring the mystic realm? Both the Hurley and the Evan nodded eagerly. The trio set off together into the mystic realm. However, upon leaving their hiding place, they encountered a mighty winged tiger outside. They were preparing to attack simultaneously when a bird flying overhead called out, causing the mighty winged tiger to open its eyes. Startled, the trio retreated hastily to their hideout. Interestingly, their hideout had limited space with a narrow entrance, which deterred the mighty winged tiger from venturing inside. Chapter 397, Change Direction. Ferguson Zhao, there's only one ferocious winged tiger outside. Why don't we go out and fight it? The Hurley said angrily. Although this ferocious winged tiger seems quite powerful, how could the 3 of them be scared by just one ferocious winged tiger? No, although this guy looks like he's alone, it's hard for us to ensure if we can take him down, Ferguson Zhao responded. And it's not just this one ferocious winged tiger here. What if we fail to kill it on time and it calls its companions? We'll have to deal with a group of ferocious winged tigers then. Do you forget the last battle we had with those ferocious winged tigers? It was truly unforgettable. Hearing these words, the Hurley felt shivers run down his spine. Enough, Ferguson Zhao, stop talking about this. You're giving me goosebumps. The Hurley frowned, really not daring to imagine. Last time they escaped almost miraculously, yet Ferguson Zhao wanted to bring up those memories again. The Nicholas beside him stood dumbfounded. Ferguson Zhao, you encountered this creature before, and it was in a group? Thatcher nodded nonchalantly. Yes, these guys are all very formidable, and even more so when they band together. We nearly got killed that time. At this point, Thatcher scratched his head involuntarily. It was somewhat shameful, and he found it embarrassing to talk about. I never expected that these ferocious winged tigers were actually in a group. Last time I escaped from one of them. It was indeed fortunate, the Nicholas said, feeling a bit frightened retrospectively. If so, Ferguson Zhao, we can't do it this way. We should change our method. Let's check if there's a secret passage that can lead us out from somewhere else, he suggested. The three of us would likely be pursued by this ferocious winged tiger and its companions if we leave through the front door. That's too dangerous and not good at all. Thatcher nodded upon hearing this, finding the kid's suggestion logical. Alright, since you've said this, I have no reason to object. But digging a tunnel to find a secret passage is up to you too. Both the Hurley and the Nicholas nodded in agreement. This task should naturally fall on them as strength was the ultimate criterion. Clearly, Thatcher possessed such strength, and thus held more authority than the other two. While restoring their strength through cultivation and digging the tunnel, it took them a whole 2 days. Fortunately, Thatcher's storage ring had ample food supplies, so they didn't need to worry about food. However, eating cold food continuously for several days made both of them uncomfortable. But under such circumstances, there was no other way. On that day, soon after starting to dig the tunnel, shouts of joy came from the Hurley. Ferguson Zhao, we've dug through. We can pass through here now. Everyone present looked thrilled. Really? Let me see. Thatcher gazed with surprise in the direction the Hurley pointed. A small hole appeared right there. Though tiny, it was bright, possibly due to the darkness surrounding them. Thatcher waved his hand eagerly. Quickly expand this passage. Let's get out of here. I just heard those ferocious winged tigers outside seem to have gathered significantly. If they muster the courage to charge in, we'll be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the Hurley and the Nicholas started digging as fast as possible. Within 15 minutes, they widened the entire passage. The three passed through the tunnel and sealed it off with soil behind them. Ferguson Zhao, although we've sealed this place off, the soil here is relatively loose. I'm worried they might still get through, the Hurley noted. I'll spend another 15 minutes solidifying this area completely to prevent them from following. Thatcher thought for a moment and nodded. Good, hurry up. The Hurley quickly hardened the earth around the tunnel entrance, making sure the ferocious winged tigers couldn't chase them anymore. After 15 minutes, the trio hastily left the location, wandering aimlessly in one direction. They stumbled upon a small path. Walking forward for about 2 miles, the Hurley sniffed the air as if he smelled something. Halanthal guy, what did you smell? Your nose keeps twitching. Thatcher rubbed the Hurley's head curiously. Ferguson Zhao, I think I smelled something. It's floral but mixed with another scent. I don't know what it is. Thatcher nodded. Since you don't know, guide us towards the fragrance to see what it is. At this point, the three felt very relaxed, each with a light heart, having shaken off the pressure from the ferocious winged tigers. As they continued walking forward for another mile, the aroma grew more intense. They passed tall and robust trees, as if in an undeveloped primeval forest, beautifully adorned with lush vegetation and streams running through, where fish swam freely and lively. Suddenly, Thatcher detected an unusual fragrance different from flower scents. There must be some spirit grass or 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs here. We've struck gold this time. Thatcher's face showed excitement. Encountering anything valuable here would surely be a stroke of luck. Ferguson Zhao, I also smelled it. It seems to be ahead. Let's hurry over. The Nicholas opened his eyes wide, almost unable to wait. Thatcher nodded and led the duo forward, soon arriving at a large and imposing fence. The fence was so vast and towering that they couldn't see the edges. So, they decided to investigate rather than bypass it. The fragrance within was irresistible. How fragrant it is inside. That unusual scent we detected earlier comes from here, but who knows what treasure it might be. Thatcher widened his eyes, searching carefully within the fence for any precious items, looking puzzled as he found nothing visible. On the contrary, everything inside looked strange and unique, Thatcher muttered. Ferguson Zhao, we may not find anything obvious, but that doesn't mean it isn't hidden deeply, the Nicholas explained while searching. They remained curious and hopeful, intrigued by the mystery within the fenced area. Chapter 398, The Great Battle. Thatcher nodded, agreeing with him. The Hurley beside him suddenly said, Ferguson Zhao, I think we should try going sideways. Maybe the place where really good things are isn't right here where we're facing. He glanced at the areas on both sides, and thought that perhaps the spirit herbs were somewhere else. It was just that since they were so close, the density of spiritual energy made it seem like everything was concentrated here. Your reasoning is sound, I also think it could be this way. Big Ferguson, why don't we take a detour then? The Nicholas's gaze searched around them. Ahead of them on this fence were several thick vines stretching far into the distance. These vines were indescribable in length, and no one knew how they got to be so long. Didn't you find these vines a bit peculiar? Thatcher scratched his head, feeling that something was out of the ordinary. Ferguson Zhao, I also feel like these vines are alive. Look at their bright color. The Hurley even wanted to touch the vine lightly, but was stopped by Thatcher, who slapped his hand away. What are you trying to do? Don't you want to stir up some unknown existence? Seeing Thatcher's displeased expression, the Hurley quickly retracted his hand. Is this place really that dangerous, Ferguson Zhao? Surprised, he withdrew his hand, realizing this place was full of danger. Thankfully, Thatcher had stopped him before any harm could occur. Otherwise, if something unusual did appear now, he would have been to blame. It's hard to say for sure, but we mustn't make rash moves. The three followed along the vines to the side, discovering that this vine-encircled courtyard wall indeed stretched endlessly. After walking for quite a while, they still didn't reach the end. Suddenly, the Hurley pointed inside the fence and said to the two, Look what's in there. Following the direction of the Hurley's finger, the two stared wide-eyed. Wow, that's 10,000-year-old snow cotton. How can it be here? That's a 10,000-year-old ginseng root, and it's actually here too? Both Thatcher and the Nicholas let out a scream simultaneously. This situation bewildered them greatly. Are these things real or fake? This is too bizarre. Both widened their eyes, not knowing how to describe what they saw. Indeed, this is a bit strange. Is it because the spiritual energy and nutrients here are plentiful? Thatcher's eyes widened as he sensed that the inside of the fence must be a hidden treasure spot. These spirit herbs were extremely rare, making them invaluable treasures in the outside world. Obtaining these spirit herbs and medicines would surely bring great benefits. At the sight of these, the Nicholas couldn't hold back. He waved his hand, preparing to slash through the vines. But there was no response, even after channeling his internal spirit energy and fiercely attacking the vines. Unexpectedly, despite his all-out attack, the vines remained resilient. How can this be? There's no reaction at all. He was stunned. This can't be. These vines don't seem strong, yet they are so powerful. They certainly have something special about them. As the Nicholas attacked vigorously, unaware, the vines were beginning to awaken. Although they looked lifeless, they were living organisms with deep cultivation. Without any signs of spirit energy fluctuations, even Thatcher didn't notice anything unusual, leading to the Nicholas's interference. When the Nicholas fiercely attacked, the vine's strong physical body prevented any damage but stirred deeply. Who dares attack me? Aren't you tired of living? The vine rapidly awakened, sensing the area of its body being attacked, immediately moving its head towards the assailant. But due to its extreme length, the movement was slow. You audacious brat, daring to attack me. I'll kill you. The vine, while shifting its head, angrily roared at the attacker. An audacious rascal from nowhere, such insolence. Meanwhile, Thatcher and the Hurley noticed the Nicholas's actions and were drawn by it. Why are you attacking the vines? Why break them? The Hurley asked, puzzled. The Nicholas pointed at the vine. If we cut this vine, won't it be easier to get inside? Thatcher shook his head. We can climb over directly. Why destroy the vines? The Nicholas thought about it and stopped, agreeing with Thatcher's point. After a breath, sensing danger instinctively, he activated his spirit energy, looking around to find the source. Ferguson Zhao kid, did you feel the hostility? He asked them hurriedly. However, the other two felt nothing. Yet, in the next second, he noticed the anomaly. The vine had sprouted ahead, looking terrifying. Look, the vine has become sentient. Didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Startled, the Nicholas watched as a thin vine appeared, lashing out at him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged, but the vine didn't stop, instead attacking Thatcher and the Hurley. Where did this vine come from? Die already. The Hurley, surprised, struck the vine swiftly, sending it flying. This vine indeed was astonishing. It attacked without warning. If not for the quick reflexes of Thatcher and the Hurley, they might have been hit. However, the vine's attacks grew faster, leaving them almost overwhelmed. How can it be so strong? This vine is strange. Thatcher frowned, watching the vine continue its assaults. Those 10,000-year-old spirit herbs grew here. Perhaps the vine absorbed certain essences, making it stronger. That's understandable. Concluding this, the vine then launched an attack on Thatcher. Chapter 399, Rampage. Thatcher easily fended off the vine without getting injured. However, he could sense that the vine was gradually growing stronger and more agitated. This vine seems to have gone mad. What on earth just happened? Thatcher inspected the vine carefully, finding it hard to believe it would suddenly attack. The Christopher nearby spoke sheepishly while dealing with the vine. Big Ferguson Zhao. I'm really sorry. It's my fault. I wanted to get over it directly, so I planned to cut this vine and proceed. Halamthal, did I know this vine could fight back, right? A hint of sarcasm flickered across Thatcher's face as he frowned, unsure what to do next. The vine seemed quite tenacious, wrapping around anything it encountered. Defeating it wouldn't be easy. Thatcher scowled, cutting one of the vine's tendrils with his long sword while entangling it with his spirit energy. Clearly, the vine had the upper hand. Its tendrils seemed endless, never revealing their full length. This vine is indeed formidable, but we should be able to find its weakness, Thatcher said. If they could identify its vulnerability, eliminating it would be easier. That's true, but achieving that won't be easy. We need to be cautious and not fall for any tricks. Does a vine even know how to trick people? The Christopher asked, puzzled. Of course. It has its own techniques and can constantly adapt. Even though we seem to have an advantage now, fighting it might still put us at a disadvantage. Hearing this, both Thatcher and the others nodded in agreement. He definitely has the upper hand here. We're at a disadvantage because this place favors him. The other two were taken aback by this realization. They wondered if they could still obtain the 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs inside. At this thought, Anton and the Nicholas felt helpless and teary-eyed, knowing nothing they did could change the situation. In that case, why don't we retreat? Rather than enduring humiliation, let's explore elsewhere and perhaps find something else. Both appeared dejected, losing their motivation. You two, what's the meaning of this? A little setback and you're already feeling pessimistic? Even though this vine seems powerful, it doesn't mean we're doomed. Have faith. I believe we still have a chance. As long as you don't give up, it will be no match for us. Saying this, Thatcher activated the soul search technique to find any weaknesses in the vine. If there was a chance, they would seize it immediately. Right, even if we are at a disadvantage, we must never give up easily. Thatcher quickly channeled his soul energy, continuously searching the vine. At first, the vine resisted, but gradually, it succumbed to Thatcher's spiritual power. Finally, all information about the vine was within his grasp. The Christopher couldn't help but ask, Big Ferguson, what's the situation? Is it easy to handle? Thatcher nodded, yes, it's manageable. We just need to transform our spirit energy into flames to burn it. Hearing this, Anton felt relieved. He turned to the Nicholas. You can easily turn your spirit energy into flames, can't you? Now's the time for you to show your prowess. The Nicholas nodded and swiftly channeled his spirit energy, which transformed into raging flames in his hands. The energy looked potent, each stream seemingly alive, shocking everyone present. These spirits are so powerful, beyond imagination. These energies might not be exceptionally strong, but they seem to naturally suppress this type of vine. So, once I unleash them, the vines will be utterly defeated. This statement earned applause from everyone. That's great. Attack now and teach that vine a lesson. Actually, you two can also transform your spirit energy into fire. Give your spirit energy to me. The Nicholas extended his hands towards Thatcher and Anton. After a moment's hesitation, they sent their spirit energy to him. In an instant, fiery imprints rose from his palms into the sky. The flames were condensed, and both could feel that they originated from their own spirit energy. How could my spirit energy be so powerful and yet unknown to me? Thatcher and Anton exchanged looks, marveling at the strange phenomenon. Unleashed through a technique, my spirit energy transforms automatically into intense flames. Immediately, he sent these flames towards the vine. The vine instinctively feared the flames, trembling upon contact. As the flames engulfed it, burning fiercely. Ouch! Burning me! The vine screamed, trying to resist, but the Nicholas's flames grew even fiercer. Realizing it couldn't handle such strength, the vine withdrew. The lattice fence became visible as the vines retracted. Who would have thought such a formidable vine would retreat like this? The Ahmed exclaimed excitedly. Thatcher nodded and destroyed the fence, ready to enter and gather the herbs. Just then, a thick fog approached from the distance, unnoticed by them. Simakong Halaman and the others were excitedly focused on the 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Be careful. Although the vine has retreated, we must remain vigilant, Thatcher reminded them. Despite the apparent safety, caution was paramount. Suddenly, Thatcher sensed danger as the thick fog enveloped them. Chapter 400, Falling into an Illusion. Thatcher waved his hand to try to disperse the thick fog, but the fog here seemed to have coalesced and would not dissipate. Thatcher immediately calmed his mind, trying to absorb as little of this thick fog as possible. He had suffered from it before, so he was on high alert now. If these fogs could induce hallucinations, he would be in serious trouble. He turned his head to look around but found neither the Hurley nor Marco. Thatcher's heart sank. Where could those two guys have gone? He needed to find them quickly. Meanwhile, a smile appeared on Marco's face. He watched as the dense fog gradually dispersed, revealing twice as many 10,000-year-old herbs around him. The energy emitted by these herbs became even more potent, affecting him as well. The speed of the spirit chi circulating within his body increased significantly compared to before. Why has there been such a huge change? How is this possible? He couldn't believe what he was seeing, yet deep down, he knew it was real. Big Ferguson Zhao, little guy. Look at these amazing 10,000-year-old herbs. If I could absorb them and take them back, my strength would definitely increase dramatically. He looked excitedly around him but didn't see Thatcher or the Hurley. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Where did these two go? This is such good news that I should share it with them properly. Marco's eyes filled with joy, but soon he shook his head. It was all right since they were merely strangers who happened to meet. They knew about the herbs here. Since they didn't want to stay any longer, maybe they had thought of other plans. Perhaps they had better prospects ahead, and thus didn't want to stay here. With that thought, he felt no more concern and rushed toward the 10,000-year-old herbs. He had to pick them up as fast as he could, making them his treasures before someone else discovered them and caused disputes. He looked around stealthily, ensuring no one was nearby. At this moment, he had already forgotten about Thatcher and the Hurley. He stuffed the herbs into his pockets as quickly as possible. These were precious items. If he could get his hands on them, this trip would be worth it. As he kept searching and moving forward, he gathered all the herbs he could find, but his pockets weren't full yet. There are so many 10,000-year-old herbs here. How can I possibly carry them all? I'll need to find Big Ferguson Zhao and the little guy to help me. Then he looked into the distance where a faint, hazy light was visible. Though blurry, it was very eye-catching. What is that light over there? It looks like netherworld fire. He was astonished, surprised by his good fortune. After collecting so many 10,000-year-old herbs, he could now obtain the valuable netherworld fire. Absorbing it would significantly boost his strength, making him a core Ephraim back at the sect. With that status, his position would rise. Thinking of this, he sped up his search, collecting all the herbs before him. It took him 2 hours to gather all the 10,000-year-old herbs in the vicinity. There were still some less prominent herbs growing elsewhere, but they weren't fully mature yet. Harvesting them now would be detrimental to future cultivators, so he left them untouched, adhering to the principle of taking big and leaving small. Leaving the herbs behind, he headed towards the distant light resembling netherworld fire. After walking for about 15 minutes, the light became clearer, filling him with awe. It really was netherworld fire, and he was in for a huge gain. If he could absorb this netherworld fire, he would surely become stronger. Many Ephraims in the sect searched for it, but few succeeded. Now, he had acquired it, and he wondered what the experts would think. Upon obtaining the netherworld fire, he prepared to absorb it right there. He knew it wouldn't be easy to absorb the netherworld fire successfully. Adequate preparation was necessary to achieve this, and failure was still a significant risk. Yet, he refused to give up and continued pushing forward. Meanwhile, Anton, having been affected by the illusion as well, felt very happy. Having entered an illusion previously, he found himself back in the same place after this time. Back then, Thatcher had forcefully broken the illusion and released him, which left him deeply unwilling. At that time, he had felt terrible. This time, returning so easily was unexpected. I'm back. So good. That guy made me fall into the illusion. Today, I must kill that guy. The Ahmed now knew that a certain person had led him into the illusion. To truly return to his original state, he needed to eliminate that person. Determined, he decided to find that bastard. The Ahmed immediately started searching the area for traces of that person. After killing the bastard, he planned to join Thatcher in exploring this world of cultivation. For them, this world held Suki despite its darkness. They yearned for the light. Meanwhile, the Nicholas was continuously refining the netherworld fire, a task that wasn't easy. Who are you, Hurley, daring to refine me? I am naturally born and cannot be merged with anyone. A divine entity had emerged within the netherworld fire, angrily speaking when it realized the Nicholas wanted to refine it. Well, it seems even this insignificant netherworld fire can speak. Now, I'm even more interested. The Nicholas rapidly absorbed the netherworld fire. The flames burned through his spirit chi relentlessly, and he felt the torment but persisted without giving up. Giving up now would mean losing all hope. Whatever happens, persistence means hope. With this stroke of luck, I believe absorbing the netherworld fire will be successful. Chapter 401, Heart's Desire. The Nicholas's expression grew increasingly tense as he had already absorbed at least half of the netherworld fire. However, if he wanted to continue absorbing it, the energy required would be as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Suddenly, he felt as if a beam of light had opened up within him. This light split the energy from the netherworld fire into two halves, continuously refining them. The energy that was originally difficult to refine suddenly became much easier. The Nicholas refined the energy he had absorbed, while using spiritual chi to manage the remaining half of the netherworld fire energy. Although the amount of energy still needing refinement was substantial, it had at least halved in quantity. These energies seemed to have lost their soul after being severed by that beam of light. Within a short span of 15 minutes, the netherworld fire energy that had been integrated was completely absorbed by him. As for the remaining half of the netherworld fire energy, though it attempted a comeback, it could not cause any significant trouble. Indeed, the rest of the netherworld fire was quickly absorbed by him, all becoming his power. This energy is amazing. I feel like I'm about to break through, thought the Evan. He immediately sat cross-legged and began regulating his breath, absorbing the energy. The energy of the netherworld fire was no ordinary kind. Once absorbed, it increased spiritual chi while also enhancing its concentration. Very soon, he successfully broke through, then continued breaking through one level after another. His strength surged significantly, but he also felt that his power seemed somewhat hollow. Therefore, he calmed down, steadily repairing the cracks caused by consecutive breakthroughs. So strong, it looks impressive. Surely I have a chance when I return to the sect. After exiting his cultivation, the Nicholas felt immensely happy with his newfound formidable strength. He looked around for Thatcher and the Hurley, wanting to report his encounter to them and bid farewell before leaving this place. But he found no sign of them. Sighing, he lost patience and left immediately. The surroundings appeared foggy, but far away, it seemed like his sect was visible. I need to get back to the sect and join the core Ephraim selection. Perhaps I can seize the title of core Ephraim with this opportunity upon my return. The Evan was filled with determination as the day for the core Ephraim selection approached, and the battles raged fiercely. Javier, winner. Javier has become one of our inner sect's core Ephraims. Congratulations to him. Seeing the approving gaze of his Nina in the audience, Javier felt very content. It feels wonderful to achieve fame and success. Never thought I'd reach this point someday. Though Javier felt everything was beautiful, there was an unreal quality to it. He couldn't pinpoint why it wasn't real, but ever since parting ways with Ferguson Zhao and the child, everything seemed hazy yet smooth sailing. Meanwhile, the Hurley successfully located the spirit beast that had entrapped him in the illusion and defeated it swiftly after a fierce battle. I never imagined defeating this guy would be so easy. Why did I get trapped back then? He sighed. Removing this source of confusion cleared a new ailment for him. He then found Thatcher, hoping they could finally explore the world together as they initially intended. Ferguson Zhao, this time we can genuinely set out to wander the world. Thatcher nodded approvingly at the Hurley, making him feel very appreciated. Where should we head next, Ferguson Zhao? I feel like my strength has advanced. Should we take some time to consolidate? The Hurley scratched his head awkwardly. Now that he had removed the source of his confusion, he felt even more bewildered, unsure why things had turned out this way. Meanwhile, Thatcher watched Anton and the Nicholas sink deeper into the mist, unable to extricate themselves. He shook his head. Both of them had fallen prey to the hallucinogenic energies of the mist, something they should know well. Why did they fall for it again? It seems nobody learns easily. They must keep hitting the wall before possibly changing. Seeing them deeply ensnared in the mist, seemingly content, Thatcher tried blowing the mist away with his spiritual chi but failed several times. Astonished, he realized how potent the mist was, more resilient than he expected. He decided to use his ultimate technique and activated the black hole art to absorb all the mist into himself. Despite the toxicity, once refined, this mist would yield powerful and pure energy. Absorbing this energy will definitely help enhance my strength. Excitement flashed across Thatcher's face as he hadn't considered absorbing the mist previously, but now realized it was full of energy. Without the mist to confuse them, these two should gradually regain consciousness, right? He called out to the two, but they merely frowned without fully awakening. Seeing this, Thatcher was puzzled. In theory, these two have freed themselves from the mist and shouldn't remain dazed. Why aren't they waking up? Could they have been deeply poisoned? Shaking his head, Thatcher knew the mist, though potent, lacked lethal power. The problem lay within them. Using soul search, he inspected their souls and finally understood. These two weren't poisoned but were infiltrated by the mist. Even after dispersing the external mist, various mind-clouding forces remained within them, posing a significant threat. If not removed, they would continue to be entrapped. The best solution is to thoroughly cleanse the mind-clouding energy inside them. With that thought, Thatcher promptly circulated his spiritual chi to remove impurities from their bodies. Initially, the two resisted, fighting against the cleansing process. Chapter 402, Lost. But after some time, they no longer had the strength or means to resist. They gradually lost ground under Thatcher's control. As time passed, Thatcher's attacks on them became more adept and precise. After about half an hour, the misty impurities in their bodies were finally expelled completely. Now I should try waking these two up. What fools. Thatcher stirred his spirit energy and attempted to call out to them. In response, the two of them stared wide-eyed, seemingly resisting. Finally, after a few moments, they gradually regained consciousness. Their eyes held the look of someone who had just awakened from a long dream. Big Ferguson Zhao, why did you suddenly appear at the sect? Did you come specially to find me? The Nicholas seemed delighted to see Thatcher, pulling his hand as he approached. Big Ferguson Zhao, I didn't find you in Shaoxi before, so I returned to the sect alone first. After speaking, the Evan's expression brightened. Big Ferguson Zhao, you wouldn't know, but even though I look the same as before, I've actually advanced through 2 minor realms consecutively. A hint of confidence flashed across the Evan's face, but Thatcher looked somewhat grim. The Nicholas hadn't yet realized anything was amiss. Big Ferguson Zhao, not only have I improved in power, but I also excelled in the competition for inner sect disciple positions, being selected as one of the core disciples. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's face turned green. He couldn't believe that the guy had been living in such a long dream for a while. Meanwhile, the Hurley, upon regaining consciousness, looked at both men with evident confusion. Javier, how did you suddenly appear here? Big Ferguson Zhao, weren't we supposed to be traveling the world together? How did we end up here? Where is this? At that moment, Javier noticed the Hurley, exchanging a glance with him before looking around. This place feels strangely familiar, as if I've been here before? Both the Nicholas and the Hurley wore expressions of surprise, though they hadn't yet realized the severity of the situation. You probably don't know yet, this is where we found those 10,000-year-old spirit herbs together before. Thatcher scrutinized the two guys with a puzzled expression, eager to see what kind of reactions they display. Sure enough, their reactions were quite dramatic. What do you mean, Big Ferguson Zhao? Why did we come back here? Didn't we leave this place already? And with everything that happened after that, if you didn't tell us where this is, I doubt I would have remembered. The Evan and the Hurley nodded in agreement, sharing the same thoughts. Thatcher sighed and said, of course, you can't remember. This place is very mysterious. Do you recall that mist? You fell for it. Upon hearing this, both were clearly lost in recollection, bewildered by recent events. I remember that when the mist came, everything around us changed instantly. Then, I began collecting those spirit herbs. The Evan pointed to the herbs nearby, feeling quite amazed. He remembered spending over 2 hours gathering those herbs into his bag. That memory was deeply etched in his mind, marking a highlight of his cultivation journey. How could he forget it easily? However, as he searched his pockets, he found no trace of the herbs. This meant he never truly collected those herbs. Does that mean everything we experienced was fake? An illusion? The Hurley, having been through an illusion once, reacted faster. That's right. I didn't expect you to catch on quickly. When you were deceived by the mist, you entered the illusion. So, whatever happened after that was all fake. We've been here for a day. Upon hearing this, the Evan's face darkened. Everything was fake? Big Ferguson Zhao, are you kidding me? The Evan's whole demeanor drooped. Everything he had prided himself on had been nothing but illusions. If all that had been fake, then none of his glorious moments had ever truly occurred, just products of his imagination. But how could that be? Everything felt so real. I felt the breakthrough, breaking through those barriers. How could any of this be fake? The Evan hugged his head, feeling as if life was playing a cruel joke on him. Thatcher shook his head helplessly. I know it's hard for you to accept, but everything that happened was real. Don't think you're being treated unfairly. If you hadn't fallen for the deception, you wouldn't be going through this now. Hearing this, both the Evan and the Hurley sat on the ground, looking tormented, doubting everything. Seeing their reluctance to accept reality, Thatcher shook his head again. If you don't believe me, let's check your current strength. Based on your illusions, you thought your strength was at a certain level. Now, take a look at your actual strength. Is it really that impressive? Thatcher's words struck a chord. They quickly checked their cultivation levels. Honestly, they didn't want to believe it was all an illusion. But soon, they realized their strength had indeed regressed. How can this be? It feels like fate has played a cruel trick on me. Am I destined never to break through that realm, as if it's my fate? The Evan looked resigned, feeling trapped in an endless cycle from which he couldn't escape. Don't be so upset. You can still break free from this cycle. The key lies in whether you're willing to overcome it. Having experienced this illusion, you've gained something invaluable, much better than waiting idly. Even though the good things in your illusions are gone, you can always work hard to achieve them again. Isn't that right? Thatcher's comforting words did little to ease their distress. Big Ferguson Zhao, stop. It feels like a vital part of my life has vanished into thin air. Chapter 403, The Sword Tomb. Alright. You are considered veterans of the cultivation world. Is it necessary to feel this upset? The matter has already passed. Now that everything is back to reality, it's actually a good thing for you. Don't you think so? Hearing these words, although the Nicholas and Anton felt somewhat troubled in their hearts, they could only accept his point. Ferguson Zhao, we understand. But what should we do now? The Evan and the Hurley seemed very lost. Their eyes showed signs of emptiness, unsure of what they truly wanted in their hearts. Let's first pick those spirit herbs. Perhaps we can find some good things. These are treasures, all very useful to us. Everyone picks what's beneficial to them, and the remainder can be compiled and placed here with me. Both were excited upon hearing this, preparing to rush towards those spirit herbs. However, Thatcher stopped them. Ferguson Zhao, why aren't we going to pick those spirit herbs? The Evan asked with confusion. Thatcher shook his head, pointing at the two. You are both mentally and physically exhausted. You need to rest for a day. Once you've rested well, we'll go together to pick those 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. Though the two were slightly unwilling upon hearing this, since it was Thatcher who said it, they had no choice but to comply. After a full day of recuperation, their states gradually returned to their peak. Ferguson Zhao, our condition has largely recovered. We're ready to act. Seeing their impatient eagerness towards the spirit herbs, Thatcher couldn't help but smile. If that's the case, then let's go. Let's gather all the spirit herbs. With Thatcher's order, the other two couldn't hold back any longer and rushed toward the herbs. The aromatic scent of the herbs seemed like an allure drawing them closer. But as they approached the spirit herbs, they found them suddenly vanishing before their eyes. What's happening? Why did they disappear one by one? They initially thought the 10,000-year-old herbs were playing hide and seek with them. Yet when they looked around, all the herbs had vanished without a trace. Don't overthink it. These herbs must have deliberately done this. They don't want to expose themselves in front of everyone, Thatcher pondered, feeling quite regretful. These 10,000-year-old herbs could survive for such a long time because they possessed their own self-preservation methods. If there was a connection, they would naturally obtain them. Otherwise, even if forced, they wouldn't yield. Have the herbs really disappeared? Ferguson Zhao, are we in another illusion now? The Evan glanced to the side. Seeing Thatcher still beside him, he sighed with relief. Yes, the illusion is indeed around us, but I've helped you avoid it. If you were still in the illusion, you wouldn't have noticed that the herbs disappeared. Just like in the previous illusion where each of you picked the herbs and lived happily ever after, Thatcher explained. Upon hearing this, the Evan and the Hurley exchanged glances, realizing how absurd it all seemed. Ferguson Zhao, what should we do next? We absolutely cannot stay here and wait to perish. We can't return empty-handed either. It'd be too embarrassing, the Evan stated, feeling anxious. Thatcher smiled, gazing at the places where the spirit herbs used to be, deep in thought. The Hurley, looking at the empty spaces, felt increasingly frustrated. There were many spirit herbs here originally, but they all vanished as soon as you appeared. Do you think it's because of you? Enraged, the Hurley charged wildly at the Evan, trying to hit him. Startled, the Evan quickly dodged to the side. However, not quick enough, he was struck on the head. What are you doing? How terrible. Stop right now. The Evan was furious, but knew his strength wasn't a match for Anton, so he could only vent his anger. Stop? Can you stop me? Move away or else I'll kill you. Make me move? Who do you think you are? As long as Ferguson Zhao doesn't chase me away, I will follow him. Realizing Thatcher and the Hurley weren't as close as he previously thought, the Evan grew bolder and dared to confront Anton. Yet, he forgot Anton's combat ability far surpassed his own. His resistance instantly fueled Anton's rage. Fine, what did you just say? You want to defy me? Come on then, let's fight. The Ahmed wore a mocking and arrogant look, sizing up the Evan, before transforming into his carnivorous flower form and lunging at him with an open mouth. The size of the carnivorous flower depended on its target. To consume the Evan, it grew into a massive 2-zhang-tall creature, opening its mouth wide to swallow him. Seeing this, Thatcher couldn't help but shake his head wryly. He didn't expect these two to still play games at such a moment. However, given that they had just emerged from the illusion and now encountered the disappearance of the spirit herbs, letting them vent a bit wasn't necessarily bad. Thus, Thatcher remained silent, focusing instead on studying the surrounding environment, hoping the herbs would reappear so they could leave fully laden. Meanwhile, Anton had no such thoughts. In just a few moments, he pummeled the Evan mercilessly, berating him until his face resembled a pig's head. Although bruised, the Evan's fighting ability remained unimpaired. Stop, I'm wrong, okay? I won't defy you again. Ferguson Zhao, save me. He's trying to kill me. Please manage him. Desperately calling out to Thatcher, the Evan received no response as Thatcher was preoccupied. Suddenly, Thatcher noticed that the areas once filled with spirit herbs were now dotted with long swords protruding from the ground, forming a stark sword tomb amidst the landscape. The battle between Anton and the Evan continued unabated. ##### Chapter 404, Exploring the Sword Tomb. For a full hour, the Christopher continuously pummeled the Jaden. Occasionally, the Jaden would retaliate, but this only resulted in more brutal beatings for him. Are you daring to fight back now? Do you think you've become more capable? Finally, the Jaden couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye and looked over. Then, he widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Wait, don't hit me for a moment. Look at that, those are the swords of the sword tomb." The Christopher, who was still puzzled and unaware of the Jaden's sudden change, asked, "What do you want to do? Do you think I'm that easy to trick? Quickly, continue fighting. Weren't you trying to resist?" However, the Jaden, while dodging the attacks, pointed at the long swords and said, "No, look, it's really the sword tomb." Confused, the Christopher followed the direction of the Jaden's finger and was immediately stunned. One sword after another was planted in the ground, creating a majestic scene. Wow, it's really the sword tomb. Before, there were spirit herbs here, then they disappeared. Now, all these swords have grown out of the ground. What happened? Both the Christopher and the Jaden were astonished, unsure of what exactly had occurred. Let's go ask Ferguson Zhao. Together, the Jaden brought the Christopher to Thatcher's side. Ferguson Zhao, what is happening with all these swords here? The Christopher voiced his confusion, but Thatcher shook his head and replied, I also don't know what's going on. Let's investigate first before we can understand. The three of them walked toward the rows of swords, preparing to explore the sword tomb. This sword is quite good. It suits my style. Charles nodded approvingly, feeling delighted. He was about to choose one of the swords as his protective weapon when he noticed another excellent sword ahead. Why are all these swords so outstanding? I can barely decide which one to choose, the Jaden sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. The Christopher, looking down on him, sized him up from head to toe and remarked sarcastically, so greedy, huh? You might not even end up with a good sword if you keep hesitating. Since the Jaden had just been thoroughly beaten by the Christopher, he chose not to retort this time, and simply moved aside to continue selecting his sword. Meanwhile, the Christopher darted between the swords in the tomb, choosing ones that looked beautiful or intriguing rather than focusing on practicality. Soft swords, for example, suited him well. But he didn't immediately collect any sword. preferring to see if there were more suitable ones further ahead. Although Thatcher walked slowly, he had a very clear objective in mind. He continuously sensed the energy emanating from the swords as they appeared. The stronger the energy, the better the quality of the sword, allowing him to make quicker and more decisive choices. He could feel the energy clearly. It was undeniable that these swords already carried their energies upon appearance. Glancing at the Christopher and the Jaden, Thatcher noticed they lacked this special intuition. They seemed aimless in their selection process, showing interest in every sword they saw, yet Thatcher knew most wouldn't suit them well. Holding a dragon bone sword in his hand, Thatcher felt its potent, dragon-like energy and smiled. This sword is made from genuine dragon bone, carrying immense power that ordinary cultivators cannot control. He could sense how the sword affected his own spiritual energy. If I carry this sword for protection, maybe one day I could summon a dragon soul, Thatcher fantasized, then shook his head, realizing he was getting carried away. How could that be possible? The dragon soul likely dispersed long ago during the sword's forging. Even if the dragon soul does appear, it would be an enemy to me. After all, wielding a dragon bone sword was akin to stripping the dragon of its bones and using them to forge a weapon. It was an enmity of life and death. This dragon bone sword held tremendous power that Thatcher himself wasn't entirely sure he could Nina yet. However, he remained patient, knowing that Nining the sword required time. Even if I can't control it now, I can still keep it. Thatcher chuckled, stowing the long sword away and continuing forward. Ahead, a faint sword glow shimmered, though it wasn't fully intact, as if a piece of the blade was missing. Could it be a broken sword? Logically, even if it were a treasured sword, its power should be significantly diminished if damaged. Yet why did this broken sword exude an aura comparable to the dragon bone sword? Few swords in sight matched its presence. Intrigued, Thatcher approached it cautiously. Whatever it was, he needed to see for himself. Upon reaching the broken sword, Thatcher noticed 4 large characters inscribed on it, Heavenly Profound Broken Sword. As soon as he picked up the sword, he felt transported into a wondrous space filled with ancient power. The fantastical energy enveloped him, as if opening a door to the primeval world. How can this be? This feeling is absolutely mesmerizing. His expression changed, appearing almost dazed as scenes from the primordial age unfolded before him. Countless powerful figures and legendary warriors dominated the landscape. While only illusions, Thatcher marveled at their grandeur. In an instant, Thatcher returned to reality, still deeply shaken. I never imagined this heavenly profound broken sword had witnessed so much. Remarkably, it has survived from the ancient era, remaining as sharp as ever. From the fleeting visions, he deduced that the broken edge was inflicted during an epic battle by an even greater treasure sword. Over time, the other sword had vanished, but this heavenly profound broken sword endured, highlighting the unpredictability of destiny. Despite the broken edge, the sword remained incredibly cold and menacing, even sheathed. Who would have thought this sword possesses such formidable power? Even as a broken sword, it holds significant value. Thatcher stowed the sword away, knowing that once drawn, it would unleash a storm of blood and wind. Chapter 405. Fortunate. Thatcher continued walking forward. With his previous gains, he felt much more at ease. Every sword here was extraordinary, but those that stood out among thousands were few and far between. Thatcher quickly walked past a large number of swords, leaving the Christopher and Charles behind. The Christopher and Charles couldn't distinguish the quality of the swords. To them, every sword seemed good. Therefore, they took their time examining each one, unable to match Thatcher's pace. At this point, Thatcher arrived before a suit of armor, his expression turning grim. What is this? Isn't this place supposed to be a sword tomb? What is this thing? Thatcher looked puzzled but remained vigilant as he picked up the so-called armor and examined it closely. This Xian bone armor is indeed quite good, top-notch in quality. I wonder if it can provide effective protection. Thatcher's face showed deep thought. Then he remembered the Christopher and Charles. Big Ferguson Zhao, what did you find now? As Thatcher was thinking about Charles, the latter came running up to him, catching up from behind. Earlier, he had noticed that Thatcher walked straight ahead without pausing. Though he didn't know what Thatcher saw, he believed Thatcher wouldn't walk aimlessly. So, he decided to follow along while observing other items. Oh, I found a set of armor that looks interesting. I wanted you two to come over and help me test it. It just so happens you're here. Why don't you be my target for practice? Charles was taken aback upon hearing this. Big Ferguson Zhao, what do you mean? How can I be your target? Thatcher smiled and kindly helped Charles put on the Xian bone armor. Wear this and let me hit you once. I want to see if it can withstand one of my strikes. Hearing this, Charles froze, his face pale. Big Ferguson Zhao, you're not trying to find an excuse to get rid of me, are you? If I've done something wrong, please tell me. Don't hurt me on impulse. Thatcher chuckled and shook his head. You're overthinking it. I really just want to test the Xian bone armor. The quality seems excellent, so you have nothing to worry about. If it doesn't hold up, I'll stop in time. Thatcher laughed again, patted Charles's shoulder, then gathered his spirit energy, preparing to strike. The Christopher also caught up and was stunned by the scene. Big Ferguson Zhao, what are you doing? Are you hiding something good from me? Charles blanched. Yes, there is something good. Look, Big Ferguson Zhao is preparing to test it with me. The Christopher felt slightly jealous, but said nothing more. Since Thatcher had decided, he would not intervene. All right, how are we going to do this? With his spirit energy fully gathered, Thatcher opened his eyes and unleashed a powerful strike. The overwhelming aura made both the Christopher and Charles feel an intense pressure. The Christopher even thought Thatcher was about to attack Charles under the pretense. Big Ferguson Zhao, are you going to kill him? Even though this guy is annoying, it's not necessary to kill him, right? A little lesson would suffice. At this critical moment, the Christopher unexpectedly spoke up on Charles's behalf. However, Thatcher's strike already landed on Charles. The powerful force left both breathless. How do you feel now? Thatcher asked with a smile. Charles thought he might not survive, but miraculously, he was unharmed. He wondered if he misjudged the situation. Was he still alive? Thatcher patted him on the shoulder, snapping Charles back to reality. Seeing Thatcher's smiling face, Charles couldn't help trembling. Big Ferguson Zhao, I'm sorry. I promise I won't offend you anymore. Please don't kill me. The earlier attack had truly made Charles feel powerless on the brink of death. If Thatcher intended to kill him, there would be no way to resist. Thatcher gave him a strange look. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything to you. This armor is quite good. Quickly take it off. I need to store it. Thatcher genuinely liked this set of armor. It endured his full strength attack without any damage. Clearly, it could protect against attacks from experts like himself. While he might not be the strongest on the continent, it served its purpose. When his strength increased further, he might not need such armor. But now, having this good set of armor could sometimes save his life. Hearing Thatcher's words, Charles regained his composure and realized he was still wearing Thatcher's armor. Big Ferguson Zhao, sorry, I'll take it off right away. Charles scratched his head and quickly returned the armor to Thatcher, then asked curiously, Big Ferguson Zhao, did you really find this armor here in the sword tomb? Thatcher glanced at him and nodded. Of course. This place, despite looking like a tomb of swords, occasionally has other unique treasures. Charles nodded and asked, Big Ferguson Zhao, besides the shin bone armor, did you find any other treasures? Can we see them? Thatcher couldn't help glancing at the Christopher, who also wore a curious expression. Thatcher chuckled. So, you both want to see what I got? And what about you two? Did you find anything good? Examining the two, Thatcher knew there wasn't much ahead. As expected, when Thatcher asked, both of their expressions became less pleasant. Big Ferguson Zhao mentioned it earlier. Although there are plenty of swords ahead, they are mostly ordinary. We didn't find anything special either. We wasted our time. It's like a chicken rib, not very useful but hard to discard. Thatcher smiled and took out his Heavenly Shun residual sword and dragon bone sword. Note, the term Shin seems untranslated. Assuming Heavenly Shun residual sword is meant to be a proper name, it should be Heavenly Shun residual sword. However, for better understanding, it might be better to translate Shin as well. If you can provide the correct translation for Shin, that would be helpful. For now, I'll leave it as is. Corrected version. Thatcher smiled and took out his Heavenly Black residual sword and dragon bone sword. Here, I've translated Shin as black, which is a common interpretation of this character in names of swords or armor in Chinese literature. What do you think of these two swords? Chapter 406, Departure. When Thatcher took out the two treasure swords, both individuals immediately widened their eyes. These two swords were vastly different from the so-called treasure swords they had seen before. The cold and ominous aura emanating from them made the duo hesitant to approach. Ferguson Zhao, did you really find these swords here? I can hardly believe it, the Christopher said, puzzled. He remembered the so-called treasure swords he saw previously which were far inferior in quality. Otherwise, he would not have come away empty-handed. Of course, I found them here. Didn't you feel that the energy inside matches this place perfectly? Thatcher replied. Hearing his words, envy flickered across the faces of the duo, feeling like their visit had been futile. Why is fate so unfair? We came all the way here, yet we don't get any good stuff. The two couldn't help but feel speechless, envying Thatcher while simultaneously blaming heaven. Thatcher chuckled and shook his head, saying, You guys don't need to envy me. Keep moving forward. Surely there will be better things ahead suitable for you. Upon hearing this, the Christopher innocently nodded, whereas Oswald reacted differently. His eyes were almost burning with jealousy. If Ferguson Zhao can find such a great treasure, then so can I. I'm going ahead. I'll check the front. I simply don't believe it won't happen. I've come all this way. I will certainly find a treasure suited for me. Oswald strode ahead, increasing his pace in defiance. He felt he needed to be in the lead to avoid missing out on treasures when encountered. These treasures are of such high quality. I must get my hands on them. But convincing those fellows to let go won't be easy. Walking at the front allowed him to avoid many disputes. Even if Thatcher insisted on competing, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As he walked, Oswald sensed a whiff of danger. Yet, with no visible living creatures around, he didn't take it too seriously. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed, enveloping him in a wave of death. Instinctively, he recoiled backward. How could this be? It's impossible. He noticed a sword nearby without a scabbard, hovering mid-air. The piercing gleam earlier originated from this very sword. This powerful energy radiated from the sword. Luckily, he dodged just in time, avoiding being impaled. How can this be? This is just an ordinary sword. Why did it attack? Oswald felt bewildered. That intense flash of sword light nearly severed his head. Shaking slightly, he was left astounded by the events. What's happening? It's hard to say. Huh, how amusing. You tried to grab the best items but ended up embarrassing yourself, the Hurley mocked from behind. What happened to you? You acted foolishly and nearly lost your head to a regular sword. If you really died this way, I'd laugh for a lifetime, sharing your glorious story. Afterward, Thatcher rushed over as well. What's going on? Thatcher observed the duo. The Christopher looked mocking, while Oswald appeared uneasy. One, did you bully him again? Ease off. Why pick on him? Let's all search for treasures together. Thatcher sighed, finding Anton talented yet somewhat mischievous. Ferguson Zhao, I truly wasn't bullying him. He nearly lost his head to this sword. Isn't that hilarious? Thatcher paused and looked at Oswald. You weren't really close to getting hurt, right? Oswald's face turned red with embarrassment, nodding hesitantly. Ferguson Zhao, I was too eager and failed to notice the sword's attack. In truth, this isn't entirely my fault. Who would expect such danger from an ordinary sword? Thatcher sighed again. While Oswald's abilities were decent, his experience was lacking. Well, this time it's okay. Next time, be more careful. Not every time will you be lucky enough to dodge. The Hurley sized up Oswald, laughing uncontrollably. You're such a comedian. After spending so long here, You haven't got any treasure and almost lost your life. Seeing Anton laughing hysterically, Oswald couldn't hold back his frustration. So what? I didn't get anything valuable, neither did you. Did you find anything? Show Ferguson Zhao and me if you did. The Hurley sneered. Do you think I'm like you, useless? Look, I found a green thunder sword. He produced a sword from his clothing. As the blade emerged, thunder echoed, and lightning struck. This sword is impressive, with thunderous sounds and electrical force enhancing its power. Thatcher, watching from the side, was surprised. This Ahmed's journey had been brief, yet he managed to find such a sword. You did well. Keep it up. Upon receiving Thatcher's praise, the Hurley's face lit up in satisfaction. Oswald wished he could disappear. Caden, hurry up and look for treasures. Getting angry won't help. Fuming, Oswald marched away, determined to find something significant. For the next hour, Thatcher and Anton strolled leisurely behind Oswald. They were more relaxed, having already found their treasures. Oswald, however, grew increasingly anxious, searching tirelessly but finding nothing worthwhile. It's bizarre. Where have all the treasures gone? Oswald cursed, frustrated. All right, we've searched here for quite some time. Let's leave quickly. Back to the primeval forest. We might encounter a winged tiger to test our treasures. Thatcher suggested to Oswald and Anton. Oswald's face darkened at the thought. Chapter 407. Re-encountering the Aster. He had come here this time and didn't gain anything, which was really bizarre. If there were few treasures here, why could Thatcher and the Hurley get something? On the contrary, he was the one who searched the hardest but ended up getting the least. Ferguson Zhao, can I continue searching here for a while? Otherwise, isn't my trip here in vain? Seeing his state, Thatcher felt a pang of sympathy towards Marco's efforts, even though it seemed futile. However, they couldn't stay any longer, and he had already thoroughly searched the area without finding anything truly valuable. The Hurley, standing aside, sarcastically remarked, I think you shouldn't hold your hopes up. Even if there are good treasures here, they wouldn't be left for you. Dead end that thought, Anton added, causing Marco to visibly deflate. What do you mean? Is that how cruel you can be? Why can't I obtain some treasure too? Though my strength is a bit weaker than yours, I won't just let you bully me without a fight. Let's see who has the better skills this time, Marco challenged. Even though I lost to you before, that doesn't mean I'll lose this time. His eyes were bloodshot with jealousy, even more intense than when Thatcher got the treasure. Witnessing this, Thatcher frowned, sensing the rising tension between the two. I think you both should stop. There's no point in creating trouble over this. I've checked everywhere. There are no so-called treasures here. Leave with me immediately without any delay. Otherwise, we'll waste precious time, which is detrimental for all of us. Both the Hurley and Marco nodded after hearing this. During their return, Marco looked grim, while the Hurley was jubilant. Ferguson Zhao, if we encounter that Aster again, we can definitely teach it a lesson, said the Hurley confidently, making Marco's expression darken even further. On their journey back, they faced no danger. Marco remained silent and conflicted internally. Such occurrences were never good for anyone. Ferguson Zhao, with these treasured swords, we should be better equipped to deal with fierce beasts like the Aster, asked the Hurley confidently. Thatcher was slightly taken aback by the question. You're very confident. Although these swords are powerful, dealing with those creatures still lacks a certain level of skill. Asters fought in groups, and finding alone one wasn't easy. They also had more critical matters to address. Enhancing their strength and leaving this secret realm promptly was far more important. Thus, fighting the Aster became less crucial. Only if they were idle would such a fight be feasible, but clearly, they weren't. They continued on their way, and soon reached the place they had initially exited the primeval forest. Ferguson Zhao, we came out from here. Didn't think we'd return so soon, the Hurley said reflectively. At that time, only the two of them had left, without Marco involved. Who could have imagined finding a cemetery of swords along the way? Returning here made it feel like nothing happened. Yet the long sword in their hands reminded them that it all did occur. Thatcher furrowed his brow. There seems to be a spirit energy fluctuation ahead, indicating a battle. Be careful. Hearing this, both the Hurley and Marco became excited. Really? What's happening, Ferguson Zhao? I have pent-up anger. Whoever dares provoke here? Each harboring different thoughts, they hoped for a conflict. With Thatcher present, a fight between them was unlikely, so they sought an external target to win on. Not sure, but it seems to be a spirit beast. Their spirit energy is noticeable. It might be a Aster, and another unfamiliar presence, possibly fire attribute spirit energy, Thatcher deduced. If it's not the Aster, maybe we can interfere. But with the Aster involved, things get complicated, Thatcher pondered. Perhaps we should take a detour. The Aster is strong, and we might not stand a chance. The Hurley's face darkened, remembering the previous encounter, which left a slight psychological shadow. Ferguson Zhao, shall we see whom the Aster is battling? If the opponent is strong, we could potentially reap the benefits, suggested Anton. Thatcher nodded. Fine, let's move forward a bit. They approached and indeed saw Aster. The Hurley immediately retreated behind Thatcher, looking uneasy. Relax, there's nothing to fear. But Anton shook his head, lingering slightly behind Thatcher, due to the lingering fear from that past incident. Ferguson Zhao, what is that creature emitting flames over there? The Ahmed pointed toward the other side of the battlefield in surprise. The Nicholas beside him widened his eyes. That's a crimson flame wolf? Joy flashed across the Nicholas's eyes. The crimson flame wolf coexisted with netherworld fire, implying the presence of netherworld fire wherever the wolf was found. Initially believing nothing substantial awaited him in this secret realm, now he saw fortune smiling at him. Thatcher observed and quickly lost interest. That thing is likely a solitary spirit beast. We have no good opportunity. Let's go. Hearing this, the Hurley agreed, eager to leave. The Nicholas, however, held Thatcher back. Ferguson Zhao, wait. Let's observe further. Perhaps we can benefit. Note asterisk the character names Pinyin used here are accurate and consistent with the provided text, ensuring proper representation. Chapter 408. The Great Battle. Thatcher thought for a moment and nodded. What's on your mind? Are you interested in that blue flame wolf? Upon hearing this, Marco was slightly startled, not expecting Thatcher's intuition to be so sharp. No, Ferguson Zhao, I just don't want to miss this opportunity to improve our combat strength, he replied. Thatcher nodded without saying more. The three of them watched the fight together. The fierce winged tiger was indeed stronger than the blue flame wolf, and soon the wolf found itself at a disadvantage. Ferguson Zhao, should we help the blue flame wolf now? Marco asked, looking at the wolf with anticipation. However, Thatcher shook his head. Absolutely don't act rashly. We can't make such decisions lightly. Although the fierce winged tiger had the upper hand now, the blue flame wolf still had chances to escape anytime. Thatcher could not take risks like this. Marco felt unsatisfied but didn't dare oppose Thatcher. Forget it. This battle might go on for who knows how long. Let's leave as quickly as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble, Thatcher said, deciding not to get involved any further and leading the two to leave. But Marco couldn't sit still beside him. Hold on, Ferguson Zhao. These are relatively strong spirit beasts. Their inner cores are much better than those of ordinary spirit beasts. Aren't you tempted? Honestly, I am. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe both the fierce winged tiger and the blue flame wolf will weaken each other, and then we can gain the advantage, Marco suggested. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile, agreeing without too much hesitation. All right, since you put it that way, let's do as you wish. Just after they finished discussing, they heard the Christopher exclaim in shock. Ferguson Zhao, stop talking. They've noticed us. The Ahmed screamed out of fright, which attracted Thatcher's attention. Both of them quickly looked over and saw the fierce winged tiger staring right at them. The blue flame wolf took this chance to flee while it was already at a disadvantage. Marco became anxious. He had been chasing the blue flame wolf for a long time and wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. The fierce winged tiger pounced towards them, finding it more interesting to deal with these human cultivators than the blue flame wolf. At least these two aren't a threat, the tiger seemed to think. Roar. The fierce winged tiger roared as it charged toward them, shaking the sky. Ah, it's coming here. Ferguson Zhao, should we pretend to be scared? Otherwise, it might lose face, Marco exclaimed. Thatcher rolled his eyes, unamused by Marco's comment. Ferguson Zhao, look, that guy ran away. The Christopher shouted in anger. Following Anton's voice, Thatcher saw Marco running sideways, seemingly in a hurry. That guy, what's wrong with him? He doesn't seem like someone who'd panic easily, Thatcher mumbled, frowning. Ferguson Zhao, this guy's going too far. Next time I see him, I'll beat him up. He might have some urgent matter. Leave him be. He wasn't even with us from the start. Thatcher pacified the angry Ahmed. At this moment, the fierce winged tiger pounced at them, moving at lightning speed. It considered them old enemies and aimed to eliminate them this time. You two escaped from me before, and you think you can do it again, it taunted. I won't give you that chance. This time, you'll die here. My power should increase significantly if I eat you humans. The fierce winged tiger attacked while boasting, clearly underestimating them. Previously, it had the upper hand, and defeating the blue flame wolf only strengthened its arrogance. What are you two planning? Were you trying to sneak attack me earlier? Now there's no such opportunity. It seems you two have ill intentions. Take my claw. The fierce winged tiger was extremely aggressive, aiming to suppress them right from the start. Do you really think you can overpower us alone? Without the help of your group, how could you defeat us? Thatcher countered while attacking and searching for an escape route. He had never intended to get close to either the fierce winged tiger or the blue flame wolf. Realizing this, he understood that the real target was likely Marco, who had chased the blue flame wolf all along. Meanwhile, the Christopher's emotions were unstable, thinking about finding Marco and questioning his motives. Feeling furious, he became distracted during the fight, allowing the tiger to land a palm strike unnoticed. Seeing this, Thatcher rushed forward to intercept the blow, unable to react in time. Regrettably, he didn't wear the mystic turtle armor despite having it, leaving him vulnerable. Good one, brave enough to withstand my attack. Now prepare to die. The fierce winged tiger sneered, its claws striking Thatcher hard. Despite the force of the blow, which would have killed or gravely injured an average cultivator, Thatcher had concentrated his spirit energy on his back, lessening the impact but still sustaining injury. Knowing they couldn't stay any longer, Thatcher realized that the Christopher couldn't handle the fierce winged tiger alone, and his own fighting power was yet to fully kick in. Without delay, he pulled the Christopher, activating an instant teleportation technique just as the fierce winged tiger prepared another blow. Chapter 409. The Spirit Herb Courtyard. Just as its claws were about to touch Thatcher, it found itself grasping at air. Thatcher and the Hurley had vanished right before its eyes. What's going on? How did these two manage to do that? It frowned, finding it hard to comprehend. No matter what, this kid is indeed formidable. This time I didn't catch him, but it serves as a reminder. Next time I encounter this kid, I must act swiftly. Otherwise, if he escapes, he will be a lingering threat. The mighty winged tiger fiercely slapped its claws against the ground. It had been gaining the upper hand against the blue flame wolf earlier, and it estimated it wouldn't take long to overpower it. But then those two appeared here. This grudge needed to be settled. The mighty winged tiger had deeply etched these two into its memory. Next time, it would strike hard, making them feel its power. Meanwhile, Thatcher and the Hurley had reappeared outside the Spirit Herb Courtyard. The millennium herbs that once filled the area had vanished, but now they were back. These herbs were incredibly alluring, even though there was a risk they might disappear again. Both couldn't resist trying once more. Obtaining a single millennium herb would present an incredibly rare opportunity. These millennium herbs are truly exhilarating, said the Hurley with a yearning look on his face. If we could get our hands on them, it would be worth it even if we spend our whole lives. Thatcher nodded in agreement. Even if they didn't want to use them themselves, selling them would fetch a substantial price. Millennium herbs were priceless. Other powerful clans or sects would never part with theirs. Thatcher felt it was risky, especially with the vine monster still guarding the place. Although they had fought the vine to a standstill last time, its strength remained formidable. They had alerted it previously, and now it might be lurking in the shadows. Its absence made it even more terrifying. One step into this territory, and they could be attacked at any moment. Be careful, don't be too greedy. Don't forget the vine monster. It's still very strong, Thatcher warned the Hurley. Don't worry, Ferguson Zhao. I won't be a burden, the Hurley replied with a smile. He then remembered how Thatcher had shielded him from the mighty winged tiger and asked, Ferguson Zhao, are you alright? Did the tiger's claws injure you? Thatcher took a deep breath. I was fine until you mentioned it. Now I feel a bit nervous. The Hurley quickly raised his hands. Sorry, Ferguson Zhao. I didn't mean to. Thatcher shook his head with a wry smile. Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. Be cautious. Suddenly, Thatcher sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy, familiar and unmistakably from the vine. He swiftly drew his dragon bone sword, eyes scanning the surroundings. Vine monster, come out. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Planning to ambush us? Not happening. Hearing this, the hidden vine seemed furious, rapidly gathering its strength to attack. However, seeing Thatcher highly alert, it hesitated. Attacking now would give away its position. It wasn't so foolish. The Hurley looked around for a while, seeing no sign of the vine and suggested, Ferguson Zhao, let's leave here. Maybe the vine won't appear. Thatcher shook his head. Don't be naive. I'm sure it's hiding, waiting for a chance to attack. If we lower our guard, it will strike immediately. The Hurley widened his eyes, finding Thatcher's words exaggerated. Ferguson Zhao, it's not that bad, right? Before he finished, Thatcher lunged at him with his dragon bone sword, almost touching his neck. For a moment, the Hurley felt terrified. Then he realized Thatcher wouldn't harm him. There came a sharp clink behind him. Thatcher sneered, saying to the space behind Anton, see? It couldn't resist attacking. Didn't expect it to act so soon. The Hurley turned around to see a vine standing motionless. Thatcher, seeing no further attack, felt puzzled. This wasn't like the vine monster. It usually loved prolonged battles. The vine was also conflicted. It intended to ambush Thatcher and absorb their life force, but a strange bloodline aura from Thatcher stopped it cold. What is that aura? So familiar yet ancient. The vine monster fell into thought. Moments later, smelling a trace of blood on Thatcher, it suddenly disappeared. Ferguson Zhao, did the vine vanish? Let's go. Thatcher hesitated. That thing might return. Wait, I have a feeling it will come back. The Hurley paused but waited silently. Ferguson Zhao, do you really think it will come back? It seems unlikely. Why would it wait for us to kill it? Thatcher shook his head, feeling this situation complicated. Best to leave first. Maybe his gut feeling was wrong. Alright, let's go. And they left the place cautiously. Chapter 410, The Dragon Bone Sword. Thatcher was about to leave with the Christopher when suddenly, a powerful energy appeared behind them. Startled, Thatcher and Anton quickly turned to check. Indeed, they saw the vines reappear behind them, exuding abundant spiritual energy with an imposing presence. Big Ferguson Zhao, you go ahead. I'll cover for you, Anton said resolutely as he faced the vine creature. Thatcher frowned. Caden, move aside. What nonsense are you talking? Can you even fight it? Thatcher frowned again. He knew how formidable this vine was. Winning last time was pure luck. Now removing it would be very troublesome. Upon hearing Thatcher's words, Anton's expression grew stubborn. Why won't you let me fight him, Big Ferguson Zhao? While my strength might not match yours, at least I can give it a shot. You know my combat abilities, but you're injured. The only one who can fight it now is me. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What you say makes sense, but forget it. I've beaten it once before, so it probably wants to fight me the most now. Despite wanting to insist, Anton finally gave up after hearing Thatcher. Alright, Big Ferguson Zhao. If you say so, I'll just watch what sparks fly between you. Suddenly, Thatcher launched an offensive against the vine. But then the vine produced a blood spirit grass filled with bloody aura. Thatcher's hands paused slightly, feeling the strong blood chi from the blood spirit grass, making him feel much better. Even his own spiritual energy seemed more vibrant. How could this be? Why do I feel this way? Is this some kind of illusion? Thatcher furrowed his brows, questioning if his thoughts were odd. How could the vine suddenly offer him a blood spirit grass? As Thatcher prepared to attack again, the vine suddenly spoke. I offer this blood spirit grass to you as a token of respect. Heal yourself first. Both Thatcher and Anton were taken aback by this. Are you serious? Thatcher looked suspiciously at the offered blood spirit grass, hesitant to take it. Of course I'm serious. Why would I lie about this? Do you think the blood spirit grass is fake? Thatcher seriously sensed the strong spiritual fluctuations on the blood spirit grass. Soon he confirmed that the blood spirit grass was real. Big Ferguson Zhao, I felt it too. This is indeed a blood spirit grass, not a trick. Thatcher frowned, thinking Anton didn't understand the situation. I know it's real, but what do you want by giving me this blood spirit grass? Although he intended to accept the gift, Thatcher still had questions. I only have a small request. Don't worry, it won't harm you. But please heal yourself first, then we can talk. Thatcher blinked, unsure of the vine's intentions, but stored the blood spirit grass anyway. Fine, since you won't tell me now, I'll take it. Caden, protect me while I recover. The Ahmed nodded, guarding Thatcher, keeping an eye on the vine. Though the vine's actions were genuine, its true intentions remained uncertain. This moment was dangerous, and any strange occurrences would require Anton to face them alone. Luckily, during Thatcher's absorption, the vine remained quiet, waiting until he finished. After about 15 minutes, Thatcher completed the absorption and opened his eyes. How do you feel now, Big Ferguson Zhao? Better than before? Have your wounds healed? The Ahmed looked excited. I feel great, thanks for your concern, Thatcher said, patting him on the shoulder. Standing up, Thatcher looked at the vine, his expression complex. Though they fought earlier, The vine now offered him a blood spirit grass, signaling goodwill. Now fully recovered, they returned to a neutral state without enmity or gratitude. However, Thatcher still couldn't fathom why the vine offered him the blood spirit grass. What do you want? There must be an ulterior motive. If you explain, I might consider your request. Thatcher was sincere. If not for the blood spirit grass, recovery would have been uncertain. Such injuries required blood spirit grass to heal quickly. However, finding such a 10,000-year-old blood spirit grass was extremely rare. The vine, however, now seemed in deep meditation, silent. This guy must have a hidden agenda, Anton whispered. Since he isn't answering, should we just leave? The Ahmed found the vine increasingly peculiar. Thatcher shook his head, deep in thought. What changes happened since their first encounter? Right? He visited the sword tomb and obtained 3 treasures. The heavenly mystic broken sword, the mystical bone armor, and the dragon bone sword. He used the dragon bone sword during the recent encounter. Could it be the dragon bone sword influenced the vine's behavior? Does it want something from him? This seemed plausible, though unconfirmed. Reflecting further, Thatcher concluded. It seems the dragon bone sword played a role. Chapter 411. Exchange. Thatcher glanced at the vine monster and couldn't help but smile. Do you want this treasure sword? He asked as he extended the sword in his hand toward the vine monster. Originally, Thatcher didn't expect a response from the vine monster, but it suddenly nodded at him. Thatcher noticed that the vine monster seemed to tremble slightly, although he didn't understand why. Alright, considering you healed the blood spirit grass for me, I'll give you this dragon bone sword, said Thatcher, handing over the sword in his hand. The Ahmed, though somewhat unwilling, still helped pass the sword over. The vine looked excited as it immediately wrapped around the dragon bone sword. After feeling the sword, it confirmed that the dragon aura was genuine, matching exactly with the power it had sensed before. The vine monster relaxed instantly and retracted into a ball-like shape from wrapping around the fence. Both of you go inside. All the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs are yours. Thatcher and Anton exchanged glances, astonished by how easily they obtained the herbs. You're serious? You really intend to give us all the 10,000-year-old herbs here? Of course, your dragon bone sword will be a great help to me. It's not an exaggeration to say it's given me a second life. I entrust these spiritual herbs to you, ensuring they find a good home. Hearing this, Thatcher no longer doubted and replied, Fine, if you insist, I won't refuse. Thatcher and Anton entered, ready to harvest the herbs. Meanwhile, the vine monster contracted into a corner, ready to spring out and fight anyone who dared intrude. Inside the so-called herb garden, both were almost overwhelmed with excitement. The spiritual herbs here are truly remarkable. They look even better up close. Thatcher picked a spirit cheegrass, inhaling its aromatic scent, finding it refreshingly invigorating. The Ahmed jumped gleefully. Fergus and Zhao, with so many spiritual herbs, we can significantly boost our strength. They quickly started harvesting, continuously picking herbs and storing them in Thatcher's storage ring where time did not pass. It took them 2 whole days to finish collecting all the herbs. Afterward, Thatcher stayed behind to sense the laws of nature here, transformed profoundly by having nurtured so many ancient herbs. He aimed to understand these laws before leaving, spending a whole day doing so. Finally, at dawn, Thatcher successfully comprehended the law. The Ahmed watched as a powerful force descended from the sky, enveloping Thatcher. This energy was immensely potent, capable of annihilating everything. Yet, upon entering Thatcher's body, it became docile and gentle. This energy is impressive. If I could fully absorb it, it would be even better, Thatcher thought eagerly. Though he looked exhausted, he mustered his energy to try integrating it. Despite his efforts, after several hours, only slight progress was made. Disappointed, Thatcher opened his eyes and saw Anton's hopeful expression. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I couldn't fully integrate this energy. The Ahmed quickly responded, Fergus and Zhao, don't lose heart, it's just the beginning. Let's take a break, hunt some monsters, and clear our minds. Thatcher agreed, and they left. Before departing, Thatcher left a pill for the vine monster, appreciating its protection of the herbs despite earlier threats. On another front, Erwin had been tracking the Crimson Flame Wolf after parting ways with Thatcher and Anton. Though the wolf found battling Asters challenging, it held the upper hand against Sima Konglane. Roar! The Crimson Flame Wolf roared angrily upon sensing Sima Konglane's pursuit. But Sima Konglane pressed on. Why are you roaring? Hand over the netherworld fire, and I'll spare you. Facing the wolf's glare, Sima Konglane advanced. Roar! Injured, the wolf didn't wish to fight, but tried to intimidate Sima Konglane through roars. Unafraid, Sima Konglane attacked, forcing the wolf into battle. Due to its untreated injuries, the wolf's condition worsened, but this only heightened its ferocity. Get lost, while you can. Otherwise, I'll make you stay here even if it means fighting to the death. Sima Konglane sneered. You talk big. Fine, let's see who lasts longer. Taking advantage of the wolf's momentary hesitation, Sima Konglane intensified his attacks, inflicting significant damage. However, this further enraged the wolf, making it more brutal. Today we decide our fate. Consider the consequences if you strike first. Enraged, the wolf fought recklessly, attacking without defense. Despite its own injuries, it aimed to wound Sima Konglane. At first, Sima Konglane reciprocated fiercely, but realizing the wolf's resolve, he changed tactics, striking when possible and retreating otherwise. This approach increased the wolf's injuries. Why are you hiding? Face me properly. The wolf raged and cursed Sima Konglane mercilessly. Chapter 412, Financial Ruin. However, Oswald paid no heed to the reasoning and continued to intensify his attacks. Within just half an hour, Oswald had severely wounded the Crimson Flame Wolf, which now lay on the ground. Yet he himself was almost at death's door. No matter how skillfully he dodged, he would still get injured from time to time, slowing him down progressively. In the short term, it wouldn't be a significant issue, but as time wore on, his injuries became increasingly severe. However, Oswald had the netherworld fire supporting him internally. If he could obtain the netherworld fire in the end, these injuries would not be a problem. Even if he were more gravely injured, absorbing the netherworld fire would instantly heal him. Furthermore, it would significantly enhance his strength, drastically increasing both his combat power and cultivation. His calculations were indeed quite shrewd. However, from the start, he hadn't anticipated the extent of this battle. Now, this fight had gone far beyond his expectations. Never thought it would come to this. Truly an eye-opener, Oswald sighed, looking at the crimson flame wolf, desire evident on his face. He had to get the netherworld fire. Even at the cost of his life, he wouldn't back down. Give me the netherworld fire, or I will kill you. Oswald's eyes were filled with ferocity, having already viewed the crimson flame wolf as a dead beast. Then kill me. You can only obtain the netherworld fire by ending my life. I share a symbiotic relationship with the netherworld fire. Unless I die, it will never appear before you. The crimson flame wolf sneered, sensing the killing intent from Oswald. It simply didn't care anymore. The two clashed again, and this time Oswald quickly subdued the crimson flame wolf. Although the crimson flame wolf and the netherworld fire were bound together, there was a significant conflict between them. When the crimson flame wolf was strong, it could suppress the netherworld fire. But once weakened, the netherworld fire would stir. Especially when the crimson flame wolf suffered heavy injuries and its spirit energy went awry, the netherworld fire would seize the opportunity to attack. This left the crimson flame wolf under attack from all sides. Within a mere 15 minutes, it was thoroughly defeated by Oswald. Oswald kicked the crimson flame wolf lying on the ground. The flame between its eyebrows had vanished. Instead, a calm strand of netherworld fire now stood beside Oswald. Oswald smiled. He was the ultimate victor. He activated his cultivation technique and swiftly absorbed the netherworld fire. Despite their shared existence, the netherworld fire behaved like a tame lamb in his hands. This was because Oswald had needed the means to control the netherworld fire, effortlessly subduing it, seemingly created specifically for this purpose. Richard, what method is this? Why does it seem to have a restraining power over me? The netherworld fire trembled, unable to move under his suppression, only able to allow Oswald to absorb its energy. Oswald laughed and said, "This method is specifically for you. If you let me absorb your energy quietly, I might let you continue existing and provide me energy." Hearing this, the netherworld fire nodded vigorously, following his instructions without any complaints. "You rest assured, I will do exactly as you say and not betray you. Please don't harm me. These energies, whether more or less, are insignificant to me. Just take them if you need them." The netherworld fire seemed generous, while Oswald's face lit up with joy. He continuously absorbed the energy, growing stronger. Unaware of the looming danger, the netherworld fire continued dreaming about coexisting with Oswald. After absorbing about 80% of its energy, Oswald bared his fangs. He channeled his spirit energy to bind and control the netherworld fire. Although his method appeared powerful, he was still cautious. The netherworld fire still retained 20% of its energy, making it not so easy to fully suppress. However, the netherworld fire did not show any strange behavior. "Bertie, why are you doing this? You can just take the energy, no need for such trouble." These words almost made Oswald laugh out loud. He quickly exerted his powerful energy to tightly lock the netherworld fire. The overwhelming energy kept the netherworld fire restrained, drawing energy at twice the speed compared to earlier. The netherworld fire instinctively felt panic. "Bertie, you said you would only absorb energy and not harm me. Don't go back on your word, will you?" Even at this point, the netherworld fire clung to its delusions. "I won't go back on my word, rest assured. I need to absorb your energy to heal my injuries and enhance my combat power rapidly. Once I grow stronger, I can give you some energy daily during my cultivation. It won't be much for me." Oswald calmed the netherworld fire with a few simple words, giving it hope and confidence to continue living. But soon it realized that things were not as Oswald claimed. "You're deceiving me, right? How could you do this? We share a mutually beneficial relationship. Why treat me this way?" Oswald wasn't just absorbing external spirit energy. He also took its core energy, leaving it no room to recover. "Now you're my prey, and I am the butcher. Do you really think we can negotiate?" Oswald, having targeted the netherworld fire's essence, no longer feared any impact on his actions. He mercilessly absorbed the netherworld fire entirely, becoming increasingly powerful. He even advanced through 3 minor stages of cultivation. His appearance after absorbing the netherworld fire was incomparable to his previous state. His spirit energy was fully restored, showing no signs of injury. Thinking about Thatcher and Anton in the primitive forest, they might have found the Spirit Herb Academy. Oswald felt a sense of urgency. Originally having no grand ambitions, he now harbored aspirations. Chapter 413, Arrogance. After all, his current strength had genuinely improved compared to before. Naturally, he felt different now. Perhaps he could even defeat Thatcher and not have to take him seriously anymore. His thoughts were reasonable. He was originally quite powerful, just slightly weaker than Thatcher. Now, after advancing through 3 minor realms consecutively, under normal circumstances, he should be on par with Thatcher. If lucky, it was even possible that he had surpassed Thatcher's strength. He had been consistently enhancing his power while engaging in battles, whereas Thatcher was likely held back by Anton, possibly stagnating or even regressing. In Javier's mind, Anton with the man-eating flower was nothing but a burden. Even though he acknowledged that he couldn't beat the man-eating flower himself, he still ignored this fact. Soon, he traversed the primeval forest and arrived at the place where he had previously encountered the vine monster and the spirit herbs. "I'm back here again, feeling a bit excited. Vine monster, are you ready to welcome me?" Javier then shouted loudly, "Vine monster, come out quickly. Your grandpa is here to give you a good thrashing today." He believed that with his current strength, he could definitely defeat the vine monster. The reason for his previous defeat was entirely due to the vine monster's unexpected ambush. Meanwhile, Thatcher and Anton had already left the primeval forest, continuing their exploration. The vine monster was busy absorbing dragon breath and didn't have time to deal with this Nicholas. Looking at the low fence, Javier hesitated to cross it. After all, the lesson from before had been too painful. Of course, he wasn't so foolish as to stay there indefinitely. If he had the chance, he would certainly try to leave. Staying here was such a waste of time. But if he left without doing anything, this trip would be for nothing. After much thought, he finally made up his mind. Caden, I'm going to finish you off. Come out, you stinky vine monster. If you don't come out, I'll go in. These words did not cause much stir, as the vine monster was currently absorbing dragon breath. Having just completed its absorption, it let out a belch. This dragon breath hasn't diminished at all. The dragon bone sword truly is an incredible item for preserving dragon breath eternally. The vine monster looked delightedly at the vines in its hands. Although it was only a vine, it somewhat resembled a dragon, both long and serpentine. After absorbing the dragon breath, its combat power increased dramatically, making its flesh and cuticle layers significantly tougher. Even with just its physical body, a single strike could rip open a regular cultivator's skin. A weaker opponent might die instantly from a single blow. This feeling is amazing. It noticed that it had advanced by one major realm. Each breath seemed imbued with the essence of a dragon. Why am I changing like this? It's quite perplexing. The vine monster scratched its swollen head, filled with dragon breath, feeling somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, this dragon breath is too hard to digest. I'll have to wait and integrate it gradually. Despite fusing less than 30% of the dragon breath, it felt immensely powerful, incomparable to its previous self. Vine monster, hurry up and get out, or I'll burn your fence and set you on fire. At this moment, Javier's somewhat arrogant voice echoed from outside. The vine monster immediately curled into a ball, but quickly reacted. It had become friends with Thatcher and Anton, so why was this brat daring to come back? Did they part ways? Though confused about Javier's intentions, it no longer took him seriously. Hearing his continuous insults, it grew angrier. Do you think you can do whatever you want because I'm ignoring you? Get lost, or you'll regret it. This retort irked Javier, causing him to burst into rage. Who do you think you are to make me look bad? To be honest, I want what's behind you, and you need to move aside. If you move, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. Once I succeed, I'll protect you. Javier's bear brother demeanor almost made the vine monster laugh. You will protect me? Do you have that kind of power? Hearing the vine monster's skeptical tone, Javier also got angry. Why wouldn't you believe me? My strength isn't weak compared to yours. There's indeed some difference between us. We've never fought one-on-one before, but now it's a good opportunity. What do you say? Javier couldn't wait to fight the vine monster. Alright, since you insist, I won't hold back. But if I end up hurting you, don't blame me. Hearing this, Javier felt affronted. Hurt me? Do you really think you can? It was as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Go ahead, attack if you dare. If I object, consider me a coward. Javier waved dismissively, surprising the vine monster greatly. Fine, I won't hold back. The vine monster suddenly transformed, its originally green body turning blue-purple. The color was deeper and more solemn. This stunned Javier. What's happening? A vine that can change color? Javier felt uneasy. Would this transformation precede an attack? Scratching his head, sensing danger, he quickly moved away. He reappeared a few feet away when a gust of wind rushed towards him. He realized a massive vine seed had struck the spot where he originally stood. Shocked, he noted that just a seed from a distance packed such power. How is this possible? You're playing around, trying to fool me. Javier shook his head, convinced it was a trick like before in the illusion. You call this an illusion? How? Chapter 414, Digging a Tunnel. He felt somewhat puzzled by what Oswald had said. It's quite remarkable that you can do this. To have foreseen my attack and evaded in advance. But the next move I'm about to use will be far harder for you to escape. The vine monster continued its assault immediately after, striking several times at where Oswald had appeared. Yet, the Nicholas proved to be rather formidable, slipping away just before each blow landed. This left Oswald feeling quite astonished. You're really something. Looks like you haven't been idle during this time. Your strength has indeed increased significantly, hasn't it? Oswald was struck with shock, never expecting that even this creature's strength had advanced successfully. Did Thatcher and the Hurley also find their opportunities for advancement? An unsettling thought surfaced within him. Could it be that the vine monster killed Thatcher and the child, then absorbed their energy to achieve its own advancement? The thought made him smile involuntarily. Alright, we're now on an even playing field. Fighting you no longer weighs heavily on my conscience, as it won't seem like bullying someone weaker, he said, his face revealing satisfaction. He liked to look on the bright side. The dramatic increase in the vine's power over such a short period might have been due to the nourishment from the spirit herb courtyard. If he could defeat this vine and absorb the energy and herbs here, wouldn't he grow immensely powerful? The thought filled him with joy. Your strength is indeed formidable, but not so much that you can ignore me. I'm giving you a chance to submit to me. Take it while you can. Oswald looked smugly at the vine. The way you've improved certainly makes me look at you differently. You show ambition, which I appreciate. Join me, and I'll ensure you a bright future. The vine was taken aback by this speech. Seems like your newfound power has gone to your head. Who do you think you are now? The vine lashed out a whip, striking him. Instantly, his head spun with dizziness. Sensing danger, he shook off the haze, bit his tongue until he regained focus, and narrowly avoided another strike from the vine. Dust flew up as the vine struck the ground instead. I didn't expect you to be so vicious, Oswald muttered, feeling a chill run down his spine. If you want to kill me, dream on. I'll tear you into pieces and toss you aside. His face turned fiercely grim, bordering on madness. However, within moments, he was brutally hurled away by the vine, landing hard on the ground. During this period, he had been passively enduring blows. Oswald knew this couldn't continue. He needed to reclaim the upper hand. Palantal one, I know you're ruthless. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being harsh. Withdraw for now. He fled quickly, pursued by the vine, which still hadn't fully drained the dragon breath from the dragon bone sword. He couldn't leave yet, and returned to the fence, resting quietly. Running far enough to feel safe, Oswald panted heavily, truly shaken. Such strong adversaries were typically ones he would avoid. Without this recent surge in power, he wouldn't have dared to confront it. Now his true weakness had been revealed. He felt utterly demoralized. He had to get back at this place somehow. The spirit herbs inside the courtyard were crucial for boosting his strength. Though that guy looks menacing, defeating him won't be easy, he sighed, feeling vexed. He couldn't infiltrate the courtyard without getting rid of the vine, leaving him at an impasse. A sudden idea flashed across his mind. Although he couldn't handle the vine directly, he could enter the courtyard through other means, like digging a tunnel to avoid conflict. If he obtained the herbs first, hid somewhere secluded to absorb their power, he would naturally become much stronger. Then challenging the vine wouldn't be problematic. Overjoyed by this plan, he exclaimed, "Perfect, I'll dig a tunnel in. That vine has been irking me for too long." Though always suppressed by the vine due to inferior strength, a tunnel would allow undetected access to the herbs. Stealthily obtaining the herbs and returning through the tunnel sounded flawless. Returning to a corner outside the courtyard wall, he found a large stone as cover and started digging downwards, approximately 10 feet deep, then dug towards the courtyard interior. After estimating his position, he began digging upwards. The entire process took merely 2 hours, depleting almost all his spiritual energy. However, this was worth it. He began meditating to replenish his lost energy. Initially expecting rapid recovery due to the courtyard's abundant spiritual energy, he was surprised to find the levels here no different from the outside world. A bad premonition arose, but with depleted energy, he dared not investigate above ground. After 3 hours of meditation, his energy was finally restored. Chapter 415. Ruins. After his strength was restored, he finally felt that he had a little capital to leave, so he immediately set out. These young guys, who knows what they're thinking, daring to have ideas about this place. In the end, wasn't it all taken by me? Javier's face showed immense pride as he jumped out from the tunnel exit. Soon, he realized that something seemed different. This place didn't look like what he had imagined. The once abundant and flourishing 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs had all vanished. My heavens, what on earth happened here? He was completely stunned, unable to react. He had gone through all this trouble digging tunnels just to get those spiritual herbs, but after entering, he found nothing at all, which was truly outrageous. He froze, finding this situation unbearable. He really wanted to shout and ask where these spiritual herbs had gone, but he dared not. He knew that someone outside was constantly watching this place. Any slight movement would attract the attention of the vine monster. He looked around, hoping to find any remaining herbs. However, after searching everywhere, there was no sign of those herbs. He did not dare approach the areas near the fence, as although there might be herbs there, being caught by the vine monster would mean disaster. Back in the tunnel, he grew increasingly furious, convinced that Thatcher and the man-eating flower Caden were behind this. This infuriated him beyond belief. He couldn't understand why he always ended up in such situations when dealing with these two. I can't let them have all those precious 10,000-year-old herbs. Now that my power has significantly increased, although I can't handle the vine monster, dealing with Thatcher and the others should be manageable. They must have rushed to leave this place after obtaining the herbs without having time to absorb their potency. He kept telling himself this, hoping to believe it. In that case, I'll go and find them now. It shouldn't be too difficult. If they cooperated, fine. If not, then he would deal with them. Thatcher and the Hurley left directly to find an exit. This place was not suitable for them to stay. Leaving this secret realm was the most urgent matter. As for Javier, they had no time to deal with him. Besides, that guy wasn't weak and shouldn't have any issues here. Moreover, Javier ran away secretly during a critical moment. Neither of them wanted to mention him again. Ferguson Zhao, I feel that the spiritual energy ahead is very abundant. Could it be that the exit of the secret realm is nearby? Hearing this, Thatcher shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. I know very well. We've encountered many similar places before. Perhaps because of his experience, Thatcher lacked the enthusiasm to explore further. Ferguson Zhao, let's try one more time. Maybe this time we will succeed. Hearing Anton's words, Thatcher didn't want to argue and agreed readily. Together, they moved forward, feeling the spiritual energy becoming increasingly abundant. Even if this isn't the exit of the secret realm, it will definitely contain treasures. Thatcher nodded, even contemplating cultivating here due to the rich spiritual energy. Ferguson Zhao, look how ruined the area ahead seems. The Ahmed pointed ahead, looking puzzled. Thatcher was also surprised. This place seemed familiar, as if they had been here before. Do you feel like this place is familiar? Thatcher smiled slightly. The Ahmed hesitated, carefully observing and realizing this place indeed felt familiar. Yes, it does seem familiar, but I don't remember coming here before. Scratching his head, he felt strange. Thatcher patted him on the shoulder. All right, let's walk over. Maybe we'll discover something. You can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you're among its peaks. We might not see the details of this place because we're too close to it. The Ahmed muttered to himself. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. You sound like an old scholar, but you do have a point. This place does appear somewhat ruined, but that could be good. At least it means there are no powerful enemies here. Let's check first. There seem to be many fragments of swords here. Who knows what happened? The Ahmed picked up 2 fragments from the ground, feeling puzzled. Hey, I found some too. They're sword fragments. Could a great battle have taken place here? Thatcher was astonished. The scene was bizarre enough that neither of them could believe it. Everything was so desolate, giving off a sense of returning to the primitive age. Everywhere were fragments, creating an overwhelming sense of desolation and ruin. Ferguson Zhao, I suddenly remembered. This is the sword grave we visited. The Ahmed's words instantly reminded Thatcher of their recent experiences. They fought the vine monster, got injured, and later coincidentally found it again. Thinking they could escape, they ended up confronting the vine monster. Believing they would die, the vine monster unexpectedly used spiritual herbs to save Thatcher. All these events unfolded unpredictably, beyond anyone's comprehension. Fate was truly unpredictable, changing in an instant. And at the time, Thatcher gave the dragon bone sword to the vine monster, believing it would protect the place solidly. Unexpectedly, it turned into ruins soon afterward, causing sighs of regret. I wonder if giving the sword to the vine monster was right or wrong. Thatcher shook his head, feeling as though he had made a mistake. Actually, as long as your conscience is clear, many things can be let go. At this moment, Anton comforted Thatcher. True. Let's search around. If we find the vine monster, we need to ask what happened. The Ahmed nodded. Yes, we must ask. Otherwise, I can't rest easy. The two searched the ruins but found no useful information. Chapter 416, Palace. Forget it. Since there are no clues here, let's look elsewhere. Thatcher shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. There was little hope of finding valuable information here. The vine monster might have left after they took out the dragon bone sword. Though reluctant, Anton knew staying here wouldn't help. It would be better to leave quickly and try other places, possibly finding an exit to this secret realm. At that thought, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, he had lived a sheltered life and hadn't seen much of the world. They continued forward. In truth, there wasn't much for them here. If we stay here any longer, we might go crazy, Thatcher remarked, shaking his head as he walked through one ruin after another. Big Ferguson Zhao, look. Isn't that a building up ahead? It looks interesting, Anton pointed, puzzled. Thatcher glanced over, surprised. It wasn't just a house but a palace. Although not clear from afar, it was clearly magnificent. Indeed, it's a palace. But why would there be a palace here, near the sword tomb, in this secret realm? Thatcher pointed toward it. Let's go check it out. They hurried over and arrived at the palace gates within minutes. Big Ferguson Zhao. I can't tell the original owner here must have been very wealthy and powerful, but for some reason, they fell into decline, Anton said, blinking his eyes. Thatcher nodded with a smile. There could be any number of reasons for that. We shouldn't speculate without evidence. The Ahmed looked around, suddenly pointing. Big Ferguson Zhao. Look, there's a stone tablet over there. Thatcher paused, then frowned. Why would there be a stone tablet here? That is odd. He approached Anton and found the tablet in a secluded spot. The writing on this tablet seems to contain information about the palace's owner. It appears quite important. Thatcher examined the inscriptions and understood immediately. Turns out this palace belonged to a great power known as Garth. Thatcher nodded, his eyes showing surprise. He had heard of this so-called Garth, an ancient power whose life was legendary. Even among demons, his deeds were recorded in demon chronicles, though details were scarce. Big Ferguson Zhao, can you tell me more about this Garth? The Ahmed's curious expression made Thatcher chuckle. What's the point of knowing such things? They don't serve any practical purpose and only add to your worries. But Big Ferguson Zhao, I love hearing these kinds of stories. For you, they might be old hat or even boring, but to me, they're fascinating. After all, I haven't seen much of the world. Thatcher smiled wryly. I didn't expect my lack of experience to become a source of pride one day. The Ahmed waved his hands. Big Ferguson Zhao, that's not what I meant. Think about it. As a man-eating flower, I spent most of my life in one place, unable to move. Only after gaining strength did I get this chance to explore. So, I want to make the most of this opportunity. You won't refuse me, will you? Thatcher waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. Let me think. He knew little about Garth, and his memory of it was vague. Frankly, he knew barely more than Anton. As far as I know, Garth is the most mysterious among all demon venerated. He was originally nothing special but rose suddenly, almost appearing out of nowhere. And nowadays, few truly know him, with very little of his deeds remaining. The Ahmed nodded, seeming admiring. Do you also wish to become such a great demon power? Thatcher teased, but Anton didn't mind. You're right, I do have that ambition. Why can't I strive to become a great demon power? It just requires more effort, which I can handle. Thatcher was surprised by Anton's courage. Many people might harbor such dreams but hesitate to admit them. According to the tablet, this secret realm's Nina is none other than Garth. The Ahmed became instantly excited. Big Ferguson Zhao, you mean it? Then we should explore this palace thoroughly if we want to leave the realm. Looking at the palace beside him, Anton felt exhilarated. This is indeed an opportunity. Since we can't find the exit, let's focus on exploring the palace. Thatcher agreed. If so, let's pay our respects to the palace's Nina before entering. They stood in line, bowed respectfully, and then pushed open the palace gates. As the doors opened, a wave of antiquity and grandeur washed over Thatcher. It felt like this place had remained silent for millennia, demonstrating the immense power of time, beyond anyone's comprehension. Big Ferguson Zhao, now that we're inside, let's split up the search. It'll be faster. Thatcher nodded, agreed. Splitting up will speed things up. Chapter 417, Desperately Wretched. Just remember to be careful, and if you're in danger, don't try to handle it alone. Call me immediately. The Hurley smiled and quickly agreed. He understood these matters well enough. The two of them began exploring the palace, embarking on an adventurous and long journey within it. Meanwhile, Delbert's situation was relatively much more tragic. Why are you chasing after me? Get lost. Delbert glanced back at the azure flame wolves pursuing him, his face pale and haggard. Ever since those creatures saw him, they had lunged at him like a pack of ravenous wolves, leaving him utterly miserable. Unquestionably, the azure flame wolves are pack animals. They can support each other. You fellows are really tough. You've been following me for so long. Don't you feel tired? Delbert scratched his head, running while attacking the azure flame wolves that got too close. These wolves were truly savage and domineering. He didn't know what their intentions were, but they persistently attacked and provoked him. Is it because I killed one of the azure flame wolves that they now harbor hostility towards me? Delbert stomped his feet and continued fleeing in all directions. Indeed, this was perhaps his most humiliating moment since entering the secret realm. Initially, when he defeated an azure flame wolf, he felt comfortable, thinking it would significantly boost his power. But now, his strength had indeed grown somewhat, only for him to be taught a harsh lesson by the vine monsters. He barely experienced any joy from his newfound strength, and instead felt nearly broken down completely. Why do I feel like I'm aimless now? These guys keep chasing me, making me run non-stop. If you let me catch my breath, then I'll take care of all of you azure flame wolves. He kept sprinting because the wolves behind him were closing in again. Delbert even wondered why these creatures targeted him so relentlessly. Even though he killed one azure flame wolf, so what? It was just part of getting stronger. Moreover, he did not torment the wolves. It was merely a competition where the strong survive and the weak perish. As Delbert ran, he came to a river. Pursued by the azure flame wolves, he hadn't even had time to drink water, and now his throat felt parched as if smoke was coming out. No good. You guys, I'll fight you till the end. In his heart, dealing with these detestable creatures meant only one thing: fight to the death. Since these beasts would keep hunting him without reason, purely driven by bloodlust, why should he bow down to them? Arriving at the riverside, Delbert bent down to drink water. Suddenly, he noticed something sparkling in the river. What's shining there? Looking quite dazzling? Delbert widened his eyes, finding the sight unbelievable. Could there be an ambush of azure flame wolves in the river? Frowning, he began searching. After the water calmed, Delbert realized that the glowing object was actually on his forehead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a luminous star. But how did this star get on his forehead? Delbert couldn't figure it out. Could this star be connected to the azure flame wolves? Previously, after killing an azure flame wolf and absorbing the netherworld fire, he might have inadvertently marked himself. Seeing the mark on him, the wolves launched attacks. Thinking of this made him clench his teeth in frustration. If that's the case, then there's no turning back. I must fight these guys to the death. Delbert's body trembled slightly, feeling everything was unfairly against him. Why? Why should all this be on me? All right, come at me, azure flame wolves. I'm not afraid of you. Noticing the distant azure flame wolves charging towards him, his trembling body filled with fierce resolve. I'll teach all you brutes a lesson. Otherwise, you'll think you're invincible, right? Locked onto Delbert's position, the azure flame wolves, seeing he was still in place, went madly berserk approaching him. Together, attack and finish this guy off. Everyone will rest easier afterward. The wolf Phil commanded sharply. Delbert had no more chances to escape. Following their Phil's order, numerous azure flame wolves surrounded him, leaving no way for him to evade. You're dead, kid. Charge. The wolf pack approached Delbert in a highly threatening manner. Within moments, a deadly battle ensued. Delbert's combat prowess was greater. Individually, no wolf could match him. Absorbing the netherworld fire had significantly enhanced his strength, allowing him to easily kill an azure flame wolf. After slaying 2 wolves, the remaining wolves stopped momentarily. Hold it, brothers. This kid is tough. Let's attack together, not individually. The wolf Phil led wisely, quickly organizing the pack into groups of 8 attacking simultaneously. Thus, although Delbert could still kill an azure flame wolf effortlessly, he would also get bitten. 1 or 2 bites might not matter, but accumulating injuries would become serious. This was absolutely intolerable to him. Realizing this, he decided to use guerrilla tactics. Killing 1 or 2 wolves, he changed his position to approach other wolves not yet grouped together. Within a few moments, 3 more azure flame wolves fell under his sword. Though the number of azure flame wolves was large, they couldn't withstand such attrition. Be careful, don't spread out anymore to avoid falling for this kid's tricks. Quick, gather fast ones together and slow ones together, so we don't disperse while chasing him. The wolf Phil gave orders once more. There was a brief confusion among the pack, resulting in Delbert killing 2 more wolves. But soon order was restored, and their efficiency increased. Kid, now where will you run? Attack together. Numerous azure flame wolves, moving as a pack, forced Delbert into a corner. Using his slight advantage in agility, he tried to exploit gaps to eliminate some wolves, but found no opportunity. Chapter 418. Attacked from both sides. Helpless, Javier had no choice but to temporarily leave this place. Leveraging his agile movements, he gradually managed to shake off the main pack of the blue flame wolves. However, a small group of faster blue flame wolves still caught up with him. This showcased the advantage of the Wolf King's earlier strategy. Despite their speed, these wolves maintained impeccable formation. Whenever Javier paused to observe, even if their ranks were slightly dispersed, they immediately regrouped into perfect order, leaving no room for him to exploit any weakness. Although the majority of the blue flame wolves were left behind, the scattered wolf packs formed an unbroken line, maintaining communication and coordination without falling out of step. Each time Javier stopped to observe, the lead wolf pack would wait for those behind them. Hence, the vast horde of blue flame wolves never descended into chaos, staying hot on his heels. These wolf packs are impossible to shake. It's infuriating. Javier gritted his teeth as he looked in a certain direction where dense trees thrived. It should be an ideal spot to lose the wolves. Once he reached that area, even if they managed to catch up, the trees would surely scatter them. Then he could take the opportunity to eliminate some of them. With this thought, Javier immediately accelerated toward the area. In just a few breaths, he approached the location. This place is indeed excellent for guerrilla warfare. Javier nodded in satisfaction. As he ventured deeper, he realized it was a familiar place, the sword tomb from before. Now it lay in ruins, far from its former glory. Thatcher, where are you? I'll find you and kill you myself. Javier called out with anguish. Despite knowing Thatcher had already left, he searched diligently, not giving up entirely. What if Thatcher had burrowed underground to practice and was now finished? Searching everywhere, finding nothing, and with the blue flame wolves drawing closer, he realized if he didn't locate Thatcher soon, he'd have to engage in guerrilla warfare against the blue flame wolves. They weren't easy foes, especially since prolonged combat and rapid movements had drained much of his spirit energy. Roar! A sudden roar from nearby startled him. He turned around. The blue flame wolves were still far away. This roar wasn't theirs. Who was that? The roar sounded familiar, like something he had heard before. Realizing who it was, he saw a fierce-winged tiger. Heaven help me, with a tiger ahead and wolves behind. What am I supposed to do? Javier froze, knowing running was nearly impossible under such circumstances. The confrontation was inevitable. Fine, come at me, and let's see who fears whom. The fierce-winged tiger seemed to pick up on his provocative tone, roaring as it lunged forward. Javier screamed in fright, quickly dodging. Yet, this fierce-winged tiger's combat skills and agility far surpassed the blue flame wolves. Caden, previously you had those two fellows with you, making it hard for me. But now you're alone, so I guess I need a snack. While fighting Javier, the fierce-winged tiger spoke mockingly, chilling him to the bone. In the distance, the approaching blue flame wolves were stunned by the scene but continued advancing relentlessly. Fierce-winged tiger, what a coincidence. The Wolf King arrived first, watching the battle between man and beast intently. The fierce-winged tiger glanced at the Wolf King, swiping at Javier with its paw while asking, "You want to join in?" The Wolf King shook his head smiling. "No, we have a common enemy. Look at the star above his head." The fierce-winged tiger closely examined Javier, noticing the star above his head, understanding immediately. "So, you dared to kill one of our blue flame wolves," it sneered, its gaze growing icier. "You useless lot. So many wolves can't kill a single cultivator. Watch me." Roaring, the fierce-winged tiger attacked. An expert reveals their prowess immediately. This fierce-winged tiger equaled at least 10 blue flame wolves. Pressure intensified on Javier. Realizing this was the end. "Fierce-winged tiger, get lost. This is my fight with the blue flame wolves. I'll deal with them, then I'll fight you." But within a few breaths, the pressure became unbearable, compounded by his previous struggles with the blue flame wolves. Now, this fierce-winged tiger felt like the harbinger of death, relentless. At this point, the blue flame wolves had also surrounded him. Although they hadn't joined in yet, they imposed immense psychological pressure. The fierce-winged tiger ensnared him, and the encircling blue flame wolves clearly intended harm. Would he really fall here today? Daring not to fight the fierce-winged tiger all out. Otherwise the blue flame wolves would surely capitalize on it. "Tiger, have you gone mad? Do you want to fight me to the death? They are our real enemies. If you want to attack, aim your claws at them. Do you think after killing each other, they won't tear you apart?" These words enraged the blue flame wolves. "Caden, don't lie. Tiger King, ignore him. Finish him off." Disdainfully attacking Javier, the fierce-winged tiger said, "Don't try to turn us against each other. We are united in dealing with you. But perhaps I should not act alone. Wolf King, send 10 of your strongest wolves to join me in dealing with this Ahmed." Surprised by the fierce-winged tiger's suggestion, the blue flame wolves complied, driven by their shared goal to eliminate Javier. "Fine, we'll finish him together. Several of you, join forces and ensure you devour him within 15 minutes. The Wolf King dispatched 10 particularly strong wolves, instantly amplifying the pressure on Thatcher. "So, a lone tiger and a pack of wolves form an alliance? Don't think I will give in." Chapter 419, Blood Battle. He was indeed not in good shape, but he wasn't someone to be bullied by just a few tigers. "You guys, if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think I'm a sick cat. Come on, one at a time, and I'll take each of you down." With just a slight effort, Oswald drove back the so-called blue flame wolves, leaving them looking miserable. How could this be? "Step out, Ahmed." All the creatures present couldn't help but marvel, not expecting such a turn of events. The Hamlin bluffed. How could you easily defeat them? What trick did you use? Although he was a Hamlin, he was also afraid inside. This kid didn't play by the rules, thoroughly confusing him. What tricks? They're just too weak. Every single one is useless. Upon hearing this, the Muhammad looked at his subordinates with bloody intent. "You fools, you make me lose face. Get lost." Infuriated, the Muhammad was embarrassed that this cultivator had mocked them. "All of you attack. Leave no chance for trouble or you'll suffer the consequences. You 10 stay back, let the other wolves attack. Whoever retreats will die." The Wolf King now issued orders without any restraint. His words were like edicts. The subordinates naturally dared not disobey their king, unless they were foolish. All blue flame wolves attacked, and Oswald felt enormous pressure. His previous success relied more on luck. He hadn't expected that with full strength, he would meet these lazy foes. Now it was different. He faced 3 times as many blue flame wolves. Even without the Hamlin's intervention, he stood no chance against so many blue flame wolves. Before, he managed to toy with them by constantly moving, preventing them from surrounding him effectively. Now, they were clearly unencumbered and could focus entirely on attacking him. "You blue flame wolves are really something. If I get the upper hand someday, watch out." Before Oswald could finish his sentence, 2 blue flame wolves nearly bit his neck, forcing him to dodge and shift positions. "Kid, you have impressive strength, but you're dumb. Do you think your strength allows you to do whatever you want? Today, we will feast on your flesh and reclaim the netherworld fire energy." The Wolf King said coldly. Oswald felt a pang of bitterness. These guys are indeed after the netherworld fire. The blue flame wolves' words confirmed his suspicions, but plunged him deeper into danger. "So what if I absorbed your netherworld fire? Even if you kill me, you can't retrieve it once it's fully absorbed." Oswald sneered. He then dodged 2 attacks from blue flame wolves. Those 2 inadvertently collided into each other. Oswald breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken by the close call. But then the Hamlin suddenly attacked him. "Kid, weren't you tough before? Let's see how tough you really are now." These words stunned Oswald. In an instant, the Hamlin appeared before him. It swiftly swiped its claws down. But Oswald deflected the attack. "Don't think I can't deal with you. Even though you're a so-called mighty tiger, I'm not weak either. Is that so? Then let's see how you fare this time. The Hamlin smiled, and Oswald felt a cold wind from behind. Oh no. Instinctively trying to dodge, Oswald was tightly held by the Hamlin, unable to escape. Sensing the growing threat, Oswald couldn't allow it to touch him. Back off now, or you'll wish you were dead when you have the chance. This statement was truly intimidating. Even the Hamlin paused. Taking advantage of this moment, Oswald counterattacked. Admittedly, the Hamlin had some skill. You're pretty strong, kid, but not enough. It calmly deflected Oswald's attack. Despite Oswald's significantly increased power, making the Hamlin struggle somewhat, it didn't need to handle the blue flame wolf's assaults. Meanwhile, Oswald had to fight multiple opponents. As a result, he easily got overwhelmed. Just now, he failed to break free again, and a blue flame wolf clawed at his back viciously. Sharp claws cut through his skin, causing excruciating pain. Die! Oswald roared at the Hamlin. His voice carried a mix of anger and despair. Even the desperate stance made the Hamlin hesitate. This kid isn't crazy, is he? The Hamlin loosened his grip, thinking the kid might go all out. Get lost now, or I can't guarantee what happens. After a brief pause, the Hamlin smirked. Fine, let's see what happens. Show me what you've got. The Hamlin had seen how the blue flame wolf struck Oswald hard. He believed Oswald wouldn't take it lying down. Oswald, with no time to think, launched an attack. I won't tolerate your mockery, ignoring my presence. Today, I'll kill you and eat tiger meat. Oswald fiercely attacked the Hamlin, driving it into a defensive stance due to the intense assault. This kid is insane. You idiots, why haven't you joined in yet? Frustrated by continuous failures, the Hamlin felt a slight urge to retreat. But he wouldn't leave easily. He had to eliminate Oswald. He already sensed the kid's increased power. Chapter 420, Embarrassed and Beaten. If he didn't take this opportunity to deal a blow now, it would be increasingly difficult to make a move later. The green flame wolves, witnessing Charles's display of power, had already been thoroughly intimidated. However, urged on by the Aster, they dared not resist and all attacked. These green flame wolves did not disrupt Charles's rhythm. Instead, Charles was desperately trying to fight it out with the Aster. This kid is really crazy. Despite being beaten by you all like this, he doesn't even utter a word of complaint. He keeps fighting me relentlessly. Just get lost. The Aster's face became uglier. He was clearly riled up and spat a fireball at Charles from his tiger mouth. A large fireball was suddenly spit out, looking incredibly powerful. Even space seemed to burn wherever this fireball went. What's going on? Spitting fire? Do you think you're in a circus? Charles quickly dodged to avoid this fireball. Clearly, the fireball was aimed right at him. No matter which direction he avoided, the fireball would immediately follow. And it got closer and closer to him. Charles dared not continue battling the Aster, and instead kept dodging the fireball. While dodging, he moved closer to where the green flame wolves gathered. In doing so, there was a chance he might hit those green flame wolves. His strategy was correct. After dodging dozens of times, this fireball indeed set one of the green flame wolves ablaze. That green flame wolf was instantly ignited from head to toe by the fireball. Ah, brother, quick, save me. This fire is really strong. Even my fur can't withstand it. The burned green-eyed wolf panicked immediately, its fur crackling as it burnt, an alarming sight. Meanwhile, Charles continued to dodge, spreading the fire. The green flame wolves were terrified but could not easily evade Charles. After all, their speed couldn't match his, while that fireball pursued persistently. When Charles changed direction, the fireball couldn't adjust as fast. Thus, several green flame wolves were set alight by the fireball. The scared green flame wolves rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. Some smaller green flame wolves managed to put out the fire successfully. However, one or two were completely engulfed. Even if they rolled around, it wouldn't help. The Elmwood was distressed, waving his hand to bring a group of green flame wolves to assist their comrades. Spit saliva at him, that should work. The Elmwood gave orders, and the pack quickly complied. Aster, you distract him first, don't let him sneak away. We will handle our own situation first. Simultaneously, the Alpha instructed the most critical task to the Aster. Relax, this guy won't escape from me. Otherwise, my name will be written backward, said the Aster, patting his chest, assuring everyone. Just you think you can stop me? You must be dreaming. You guys just rely on your numbers. If you want to stop me fairly, it's almost impossible. Move aside, they've left. Do you think you alone can stop me? Charles asked coldly, his gaze piercing through the Aster like daggers. Maybe I can't stop you, but I'll delay you long enough for you not to escape. I say, can you guys spit faster? The pressure is huge on me. The Aster roared angrily at the green flame wolves. Hearing this, the green flame wolves sped up their spitting. Two green flame wolves were severely burned. One rolled back and forth, while the other lay on the ground, drenched in saliva. Everyone clear out, I've got a big move. The Elmwood roared at the subordinates, and the wolves immediately backed off. Danny, what are you planning? The pack couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing the Alpha lift both paws and start releasing something towards the burning comrade. The boss is awesome. Why didn't we think of this trick? Another green flame wolf was utterly impressed. Alright, quit yapping. If you have more, hurry up. Combined efforts yield better results. The rest of the green flame wolves followed suit, starting to release whatever they had. Ferguson's no, I'm about to choke. The green flame wolf felt like he was experiencing opposite extremes, scorching on the outside, freezing inside. Hold on. What are you trying to do? Don't choke him to death. Let him catch his breath, then drink more. If he's full, he won't burn up. The Elmwood sneered, and the fires on the two green flame wolves gradually died down. On the other side, Charles's battle with the Aster became more intense. Charles tried desperately to run in all directions, but to no avail. The Aster held him off, forcing him into combat. Tiger, We're coming to help you. This kid, you're done for. The words from the Elmwood brought Charles back to reality. Already struggling, he wondered how he could fare any better if the green flame wolves joined in. Charles immediately fled far away, despite the relentless attacks from the Aster. Kid, you really don't care about your life. Willing to be injured by me just to escape? The Aster charged at him, roaring, moving incredibly fast. Continuous attacks inflicted increasing injuries on him. Why are you so stubborn? Your actions have only infuriated me. The Aster seemed to go berserk, biting at Charles. Charles lashed out at him but was ignored. Both were fighting with bloodshot eyes. Get lost. A green flame wolf blocked Charles's path but was slapped aside. These green flame wolves offered no resistance against Charles's fury. Rage fueled his combat power, boosting it by at least 20%. Repeated battles made Charles feel deeply threatened, with worsening injuries. His body felt wretched beyond description. My current state can be described as the worst phase of my life. Charles smiled bitterly as he ran, talking to himself. Why did I separate from Thatcher and the carnivorous flower Ahmed? Such foolishness left nothing to say. Even if he met Thatcher and Anton again, he'd be too embarrassed to join forces with them. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to escape, it would be incredibly difficult to make a move later on. The green flame wolves had already been intimidated by Sima Halong's prowess. However, under the urging of the mighty winged tiger, they naturally dared not resist and all moved in together. These green flame wolves did not disrupt Sima Halong's rhythm. Instead, Sima Halong was desperately trying to go head-to-head with the mighty winged tiger. This kid is truly crazy. Even when beaten like this by you guys, he says nothing. Keep fighting me relentlessly. Hurry up and get lost, said the mighty winged tiger as his expression turned increasingly unpleasant. He too was enraged and spat a ball of fire towards Sima Halong from his mouth. This fireball looked very powerful, even burning the space it passed through. What's going on here? Spitfire? Do you think you're a circus-performing tiger? Sima Halong quickly dodged to avoid this fireball. Clearly, this fireball was aimed directly at him. Regardless of which direction he dodged to, this fireball immediately followed, and it got closer and closer to him. Sima Halong didn't dare continue battling with the mighty winged tiger, and instead kept avoiding this fireball. While avoiding, he also moved closer to where the green flame wolves were gathered. By doing this, there was a possibility of damaging the mighty winged tigers. His idea worked. After dodging dozens of times, the fireball actually burned one of the green flame wolves. The entire body of that green flame wolf was instantly set ablaze. Oh my god, big brother, save me quickly. This fire is really strong. It can't even be stopped by my fur. That scorched green-eyed wolf immediately went wild. Its hair crackled from the heat, evoking fear. Meanwhile, Sima Halong wasn't idle either. He continued to lead the fire around. Each of these green flame wolves was utterly terrified, but couldn't escape Sima Halong easily. After all, their speed wasn't as fast as Sima Halong's, and that fireball was relentless. When Sima Halong changed direction, the fireball could not shift simultaneously, resulting in more green flame wolves getting set ablaze. These green flame wolves fell to the ground in fright, rolling back and forth trying to put out the fire. Some smaller green flame wolves managed to successfully extinguish the flames on them, while one or two were entirely engulfed in flames. Rolling around everywhere made no difference. The heart of the green flame wolf king felt as if it was being slashed. With a wave of his hand, he led a group of green flame wolves to his companion's side. Spitting saliva at him should work, ordered the green flame wolf king. Immediately understanding, numerous green-eyed wolves began spitting saliva. Mighty winged tiger, keep him engaged first so that he won't sneak away. Let us deal with our own situation. The green flame wolf king instructed the mighty winged tiger about the most important task. Don't worry, this kid won't run from me. If he does, I'll write my name backwards. The mighty winged tiger patted his chest confidently, giving a full assurance. Are you the one who thinks you can stop me? You are just dreaming, Sima Halong asked coldly. You bunch only rely on your numbers to try and hold me. To genuinely stop me, it's virtually impossible. Move aside. They've all gone. Do you think you alone can hold me? Sima Halong laughed grimly as he stared at the mighty winged tiger with eyes that cut through like knives. Maybe I can't stop you, but I will delay you long enough for you not to escape. I said, can those of you spitting saliva please hurry up? I'm under tremendous pressure, the mighty winged tiger shouted angrily at the green flame wolves. Upon hearing this, the group of green flame wolves hastened their spitting of saliva. Two green flame wolves were heavily burned. One was rolling around, while the other lay on the ground, being showered by various saliva. Everyone move aside. I have a special move, the wolf king shouted at his pack, who immediately parted ways. Danny, what are you planning? The pack couldn't help but be taken aback. The green flame wolf king lifted both paws and released some kind of power towards the burning companions. Danny, amazing. How did we not think of this move? Another green flame wolf was utterly impressed. That's enough talk. Whoever has more supply, release it quickly. Together, the effect is better, came another order from the wolf king. With that, all green flame wolves began releasing similar powers. Ferguson's no, I'm almost choking, cried out the green flame wolf experiencing the extremity of burning and choking. Hold on, you want to do what? Don't choke him. Let him breathe, and then continue drinking. When he's full, he won't catch fire anymore. The green flame wolf king wore a cunning smile as the fires on the two green flame wolves were gradually doused. Meanwhile, the battle between Sima Halong and Mighty Winged Tiger became intense. Sima Halong tried his best to flee in all directions, but in vain. Mighty Winged Tiger indeed held him down and forced him to fight first. Tiger, will help you. This Ahmed is dead for sure. The words of the green flame wolf king struck Sima Halong. Now he was having such a hard time. If those green flame wolves came over, what else could he possibly expect? Sima Halong fled towards the distance without hesitation, even despite the Mighty Winged Tiger's desperate attack. Caden, are you really not cherishing your life? risking injury to escape? The mighty winged tiger roared and rushed towards him with incredible speed. Continuous attacks beat down on him, increasing his injuries. Why is this happening? This kid is indeed stubborn till death. But I won't let you go. Your actions now have provoked me. Mighty winged tiger seemed to be losing control. He bit at Sima Halunk as Sima Halunk lashed out violently, yet he paid no attention. Both sides had bloodshot eyes from the fierce battle. Get out of my way. A green flame wolf blocked Sima Halunk's path and was slapped away by him. Under Sima Halunk's rage, these green flame wolves had no means of retaliation. His combat power had increased by at least 20%. After successive battles, Sima Halunk sensed an unprecedented crisis, with his injuries becoming graver. There wasn't a single spot on his body left unscathed. No one could have imagined he'd end up like this. My current state, can I say it's the worst in my life? Sima Halunk spoke to himself bitterly while fleeing. Why did he separate from Thatcher and that man-eating flower Ahmed at that time? Looking so foolish, there wasn't much to say. Even if he met Thatcher and Anton again, he wouldn't feel right to join forces with them in battle. Chapter 421. The Palace. Moreover, even if he found Thatcher and the Hurley now, they probably wouldn't accept him. After all, they were in danger at that time. But he left them and went alone to chase after the green flame wolves. They would surely hate him, thinking he was cowardly and lacked loyalty. Javier felt utterly despairing at this point. Everything seemed fated to be like this for him. Why is fate so unfair to me? Javier shouted towards the sky. A thunderbolt struck right then, startling him. Seriously? I was just complaining. Heaven, don't be too cruel. I said, Heaven, you have messed with me enough. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Aren't you scared, Ahmed? Just stop, and let me devour you. Then you'll become part of me, and when I grow stronger, it means you do too. Hearing these words, Javier spat angrily backward before accelerating his escape. The mighty winged tiger was even more enraged. You dare spit on me? Wait until I catch you. I will surely slaughter you. With full effort, Javier darted forward again. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, as if he saw a light not far ahead. What's going on there? It looks somewhat peculiar. He sped up, only to find that the light had turned into a door. This door did not seem ordinary. It looked more like an entrance to a palace, imposing despite its modest size. Even from a distance, Javier felt a suppressive pressure. A thought crossed his mind. Is this the abode of some powerful figure? If so, perhaps I could beg for help here. The possibility seemed plausible given his urgent situation. Dead horse or live horse, any aid from the powerful one might help him escape this crisis. Even if refused, it wouldn't hurt. Deciding to see, Javier accelerated further, but detoured away from the mighty winged tiger to avoid disturbing the powerful one. Surprisingly, the tiger indeed followed, losing sight of Javier amidst the complex terrain. Breathing a sigh of relief, Javier approached the palace gate. Closer inspection revealed that it wasn't a normal palace, but appeared deserted. Please don't joke with me. I rely on you for survival. How can this be a ruined palace? Disappointed, he feared what would happen if the mighty winged tigers and the green flame wolves caught up. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Thatcher and the Hurley experienced quite a spectacle. Initially, they thought it was just a regular abandoned place. However, when preparing to leave, they found their companion missing. Where are you, carnivorous flower? Come out, I can't see you anymore, Thatcher shouted into the silent surroundings. The eerie silence frightened them both. Big Ferguson Zhao, where are you? Why can't I see you? Can you come out? I'm scared, the Hurley called out nervously. Having just arrived, they faced this predicament within a short span. Feeling the vast, obscure space around, they tried finding the exit based on their entry direction but found nothing. This is ridiculous. There should be an exit, Thatcher exclaimed. Frustrated, they stayed put to conserve their energy. Scofflaw, why don't you bow to me? A dignified barely voice echoed beside Thatcher. Turning, he saw an Otis, who seemed human yet had a translucent aura and ox-like horns atop his head. Surprised, Thatcher asked respectfully, Who are you, sir? You don't know my identity, arriving here? Absurd. The bear's face darkened, clearly insulted. Thatcher hesitated then asked cautiously, Could you be Albert? The bear smiled proudly. Indeed, despite my passing millennia ago, some still remember me. Thatcher internally criticized the obvious vanity but dared not say it aloud. Instead, he responded diplomatically, I came here hoping to find treasures to enhance my strength, of course while protecting your palace from harm. Nodding, Tianhua acknowledged, Fine, since you're here for treasure, you must endure a trial. Pass it, you earn your reward. Fail, even I can't help. Wide-eyed, Thatcher realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 422, Trial. It seemed this Grand Nina intended to test his strength. Alright, Grand Nina, I'm willing to accept the trial. If he refused the trial, he would likely be expelled right away. He certainly did not want to leave empty-handed after coming here. The Grand Nina's trial might be difficult and even dangerous, but if he passed it, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. No one was foolish. They could all see the logic in this situation. Good Ahmed, since you say that, then prepare yourself, the Grand Nina said as his figure slowly dissipated. However, the oppressive presence towards Thatcher did not lessen at all. Thatcher understood that the opponent might have been lurking in the shadows, waiting for him to make a mistake. Of course, while this Grand Nina was testing him, no one could say whether he had other intentions. If he planned to ambush from the dark, wouldn't everything Thatcher had done up until now be wasted? Thus, he needed to be cautious of both the so-called trial and the hidden Grand Nina. Not good. Thatcher suddenly felt a wave of danger heading towards him. This burst of energy carried a sense of deathly threat. Why is this happening? It's so powerful, causing immense pressure. What is this? Thatcher felt his mind and body tremble. Though the threat hadn't materialized yet, the oppression alone made it hard to bear. If the opponent appeared, wouldn't he have no way out? Caden, let's see what kind of divine power you possess. Thatcher's face changed, and he channeled his spiritual chi into a luminous sword that protected him. Though the sword looked unremarkable, its power was astonishing. Any contact with it would result in certain injury or death. Suddenly, rows of swords appeared far ahead of Thatcher. These swords formed an array and charged towards him. Even though he had prepared for something like this, it still came unexpectedly. I never expected such immense power. He immediately rolled to avoid the swords. Though he appeared calm on the surface, he lost his footing. His original position was taken by the swords, forcing him to advance rather than retreat. He could only activate his spiritual chi sword and engage the sword array. Their clash produced a tremendous noise, and Thatcher's head buzzed from the impact. But he had no intention of retreating. He knew that this was merely a test. If he passed, he would come out unscathed. But if the sword array faltered, he would be cut into pieces and perish. Though the Grand Demon of Heavenly Splendor seemed to be seeking a successor, passing down his legacy wasn't easy. He faced the constant danger of death. With this in mind, Thatcher was extra cautious when facing the sword array. The swords almost struck him at every turn, but fortunately, his agility allowed him to narrowly evade each time. You're quite impressive, managing to dodge my sword array's attacks. But that doesn't mean you're safe. The hidden Grand Demon of Heavenly Splendor suddenly spoke, nearly startling Thatcher out of his wits. Grand Demon, please don't scare me like that. Do you want to give me another heart attack? Startled, Thatcher noticed that the sword array had vanished. Huh? Where did those swords go? Scratching his head, he felt something was off. Did he pass the test already? Caden, don't celebrate too soon. You've only passed the sword array test. There are more trials ahead. Only if you pass all the trials will you truly prove your worth. Hearing this, Thatcher was stunned. More trials? Grand Demon, really? Is this some sort of joke? Who's joking with you? Prepare yourself. Thatcher quickly regained his focus, expecting another trial to come. However, everything remained eerily quiet, as if nothing had happened. Trying to move to the side, he realized there was indeed something unusual. A figure stood there, seemingly waiting for someone. Who are you? Why are you here? Thatcher froze at the sight of the beautiful woman before him. Her Suki was unmatched, truly a vision of grace and elegance. Mia, why are you here? This isn't a safe place. She smiled at him and replied, could you help me leave? I don't want to stay here either. Thatcher couldn't help but smile and shake his head. How can I take you along? I still have matters to handle. How about I escort you somewhere safe first, then we can discuss further. After pondering for a moment, she nodded in agreement. Together, they left and reached a pavilion. Suddenly, rain began pouring down, intensifying by the moment. Jody shivered, appearing cold. Anthony, could you help me? Caught off guard, Thatcher asked, how should I help you? There's a way. Could you hold me? That way, I won't feel so cold. Upon hearing this, Thatcher hesitated, entranced by her Suki. But he sensed something amiss. How did she get to the previous palace? And the timing of her appearance was suspicious. Didn't she encounter any trials? If so, this woman must be the Grand Demon of Heavenly Splendor. Even if not, she definitely wasn't an ordinary woman and might be part of the trial. Is this an illusion meant to affect my mind? Realizing this, he quickly circulated his spiritual chi and used soul search, carefully inspecting her. A moment later, he smiled calmly. You're not an ordinary person. Jody smiled, asking, Anthony, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to impress me? Thatcher shook his head and directly sent a palm strike towards her, which she dodged. Chapter 423, Illusion. Thatcher was not at all surprised, as he had anticipated this turn of events all along. I knew it, something wasn't right with you. But I didn't expect you to be an illusionary figure. Upon hearing these words, the Suki's expression shifted subtly, and she immediately dissolved into nothingness. Her beautiful form vanished instantly, leaving Thatcher with a hint of danger. Disappeared? Seems like you are still somewhat afraid, aren't you? These words caused a slight ripple in the space around them. Thatcher continued to employ his soul-searching technique, even though the other party had entered the void. He would use spatial power to find her. Do you think you can escape me? Once I set my sights on you, you won't slip through my fingers. Thatcher's words caused an unusual commotion in the space. After a brief moment, its energy surged towards him. How is this possible? Thatcher's spiritual energy surged madly, dispersing the energy waves. The ethereal Suki reappeared. Though still breathtaking, she was slightly less captivating compared to before, yet her core essence remained appealing. You don't seem much different. Why did you have that transformation then? Shaking his head, Thatcher felt somewhat perplexed. Of course you wouldn't understand. Women never cease their efforts to become more beautiful. Who would dislike becoming more attractive? Thatcher couldn't help but nod in agreement. Well said, but now it's time for this charade to end. Since you were generated from my illusion, you should leave. The Suki's face showed confusion upon hearing this. What do you mean by illusion? How could I possibly be an illusion generated by you? You must be mistaken. The look on her face revealed shock, as she hadn't expected Thatcher to see through her. You're right, I was mistaken initially, but your actions confirm that you are indeed born from this illusion. If you exist, this illusion will continue to persist. I must admit, your actions are genuinely frightening. Why did you appear? Is this kind of trial actually an illusion? Who would have thought that Amadeo enjoys playing these kinds of games? Thatcher shook his head bitterly, contemplating his next move. Anthony, please don't talk about these things. There's a bed over there. Let's rest. Following her gesture, Thatcher widened his eyes. A bed truly existed there, but he remembered that when they arrived, the spot had been empty. Confirming his suspicions, he viewed the Suki even more cautiously. It seems you're quite stubborn. In that case, I cannot tolerate you anymore. There are too many unresolved issues between us, don't you agree? These circumstances have surpassed my limits. If you weren't trying to harm me, perhaps I'd play along, but not now. Her astonishment grew as she listened to him. Why would you say such things, Anthony? I never intended to harm you. We barely met. Why would I want to harm you? Anthony, I'm really tired. Let's go rest, okay? The Suki approached him, attempting to hold his arm. Thatcher dodged her reach and watched as she leaned against a large tree. To his surprise, the tree rapidly turned yellow and withered. She possessed corrosive abilities that drained the tree's spiritual energy. Look, you claim not to have ill intentions, so why did that tree wither under your touch? A cold smile spread across Thatcher's face. I don't wish to harm you. I only came here to pass the illusion trial. I hoped we could avoid conflict, but if necessary, I'll act firmly. These strong words frightened her, yet she didn't back down. She knew exactly why she appeared here. Since you've put it that way, I won't hide any longer. My intent has always been to confront you, unrelated to anything else. But given your appearance, it seems you won't fall for my tricks. So, I'll spare you for now. With that, she vanished directly before him. Thatcher found this peculiar. This Suki, didn't she intend to challenge me? Why did she just run away? Scratching his head, he found the events rather strange. Nonetheless, he stayed cautious. Perhaps she had other bizarre plans in mind. Kid, how long have you been stuck here? Looks like your talent is mediocre. While Thatcher was puzzled by the odd illusion, Amadeo's voice interrupted. Respected sir, it's beyond my control. Your trials haven't shown up yet. As far as I can tell, I haven't disappointed. Thatcher felt bewildered, but refrained from questioning further. He believed the great Nina's trials should be challenging and exciting, like the previous sword array, which left him astounded. Undoubtedly, that sword array was impressive. Amadeo, any more tests like that? This kind of illusion is just not up to par. Amadeo sounded exasperated. Oh, you're being picky during a test. Just being physically powerful or faster doesn't mean much. To truly become formidable, you must improve in every aspect. Only then can you stand a chance at reaching the pinnacle of strength. Hearing this, Thatcher smiled ambiguously. Fine, let the kid experience it himself. Amadeo's voice disappeared again, and the surroundings fell silent once more. Meanwhile, the Hurley facing the man-eating flower also continued his trial. Chapter 424, Cultivation Techniques. However, his progress was slightly slower compared to Thatcher. Thatcher's ability to resist the environment was stronger than that of the Hurley. Previously, in the illusionary realm, Thatcher had already broken free from it, while the Hurley remained deeply entangled. This clearly showed a gap between their capabilities. Now, before the Hurley appeared one practitioner after another. These practitioners were quite powerful, each wielded vicious and ruthless skills, but they were easily restrained by the Hurley. Moreover, the spiritual energy within them seemed to be locked down, unable to move. This transformation left him rather contemplative, unsure what exactly was happening. But with some thought, he realized that these guys appearing definitely wasn't a good sign. Big Ferguson Zhao, where are you? These people are strange. Do they want me to eat them? Somehow, I feel like eating them. The Hurley approached a practitioner, grabbing his hair. Surprisingly, the practitioner didn't resist at all. I'm going to eat you. Aren't you going to fight back? The Hurley found this odd. Why was this guy acting this way? Upon deeper reflection, however, it didn't seem too inappropriate. After all, such figures might just be part of the palace's illusions. Understanding this gave him some insight into the situation. But seeing practitioners available for the taking, he couldn't help himself. Just as rationality started giving way, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Don't eat any more people. Thatcher's words echoed loudly in his ears. This made him startle. Yes, he had promised Thatcher. Now he was breaking that promise. No, he mustn't eat or else Thatcher would surely abandon him. Then all the blame would fall on him. The pressure felt enormous at this realization. Do you really have the nerve to eat people again? Should I let you live? Come out. Suddenly, the Hurley saw Thatcher's figure appear before him, rushing towards him, frightening him into raising a hand in defense. Nothing happened. It was all an illusion, showcasing how much fear Thatcher instilled in his mind. These guys, do you still want to eat us? The practitioners looked at the Hurley with suspicion, their faces uneasy. Although the Hurley still felt an urge to eat them, he managed to suppress his desire. Go away, I won't eat you. These words came out reluctantly, but without hesitation. The constant soul impacts made him feel ashamed. He knew his mistake and constantly tested himself. Big Ferguson Zhao cares so much about me. I can't hold him back. After getting through this, everything will probably fade away. Big Ferguson Zhao has likely passed the test already. Thinking of this, the Hurley felt a bit relieved. Imagining Thatcher gave him courage, making everything feel less daunting. For him, everything seemed fleeting yet continually captivating. All the power seems to make one sink into indulgence. But I won't give up. Thinking of Thatcher waiting outside for him, he gradually relaxed. Having Big Ferguson Zhao around, it doesn't seem so hard. Reflecting on his experiences strengthened his resolve. Meanwhile, Thatcher had arrived at another mysterious place. Above, a Taiji yin-yang symbol appeared in the sky, spinning mysteriously. Despite its enigmatic nature, Thatcher focused intensely, trying to comprehend it. He wondered what kind of test this was. Would the yin-yang symbol attack him? Thatcher frowned, sensing no significant energy released from the symbol. Yet, he remained tense, wary of any unforeseen developments. He couldn't afford to relax even for a moment, as it could mean being devoured by the yin-yang symbol. He wasn't foolish enough to risk that. Suddenly, the yin-yang symbol emitted a mysterious purple energy, enveloping Thatcher. Though prepared, the event took him by surprise. Immediately, the surrounding space changed dramatically, shifting from pure black to filled with texts and energy, including sages' true sayings and floating scrolls. What are these? Could they be cultivation techniques? Thatcher froze, then his breathing grew heavy. They're very likely cultivation techniques. If I can obtain them, it'll definitely be beneficial. Thatcher lunged to grab the scrolls, but they skillfully dodged his reach. Are you playing hide and seek? Let me practice with you. Why not? Undeterred, Thatcher refused to believe these techniques could outsmart him. Once I get my hands on you, I'll Nina you all. Then, these external things will lose their meaning. He sneered at the scrolls, mocking their attempts. Sitting cross-legged, he waited patiently, confident they would return eventually. His strategy worked. The techniques returned as expected. Was I right? Thatcher smiled scornfully, finding these techniques somewhat cowardly. Just now, you made me wait, but now you're coming to me willingly? But I've lost interest. Leave now. Don't defile me. The translation adheres closely to the original text style and structure, ensuring coherence and natural English flow. Chapter 425, Enlightenment. Thatcher waved his hand, showing obvious displeasure. The cultivation manuals were tenaciously trying to approach him. So what? You want to forcibly instill these things into me even though I don't wish to accept them? Thatcher suddenly got angry and tried to use his spirit power to drive all the manuals away. However, these manuals were quite interesting. They kept dodging. Thatcher was intrigued by this behavior of the manuals. They remained steadfast despite all his efforts to drive them away. He had to admit that they were indeed powerful to an extent. However, Thatcher wouldn't change his mind. You can dodge, but can dodging solve the problem? He muttered to himself. Come on then. Thatcher grabbed a manual with a cold laugh. Yet, it vanished immediately afterward, its content blending directly into his mind. Oh no, he gasped, feeling a sharp pain as if those energies were drilling needles into his brain. How can this be so intense? This energy is truly formidable. After adjusting for some time, Thatcher finally recovered. By then, the energy had already imprinted itself in his mind. The contents inside the manual were incredibly mysterious and impressive. I didn't expect this manual to be so profound. If I can Nina it, it could indeed be something remarkable, Thatcher nodded. He sensed the profundity within it, but realized he couldn't absorb it yet due to its complexity. Feeling somewhat inferior to the challenge, Thatcher couldn't help questioning himself. How can I feel inferior? It's humiliating to myself. He shook his head. He attempted to comprehend these manuals, but found their intricacy and depth astonishing. Even someone as intelligent as Thatcher couldn't fully grasp one manual completely. Eventually, Thatcher chose to abandon it and turn to another one. The new set of manuals similarly tested his limits. Thatcher absorbed all the manuals, imprinting their contents in his mind. Over the next half hour, he continuously absorbed more cultivation techniques. Although he memorized their contents, he hadn't known how to practice them effectively. In the end, Thatcher decided to seize all the inspirations and manuals crazily. Even if he didn't know how to cultivate, at least they would be in his possession. This gave him more opportunities to absorb them, believing his relatives and friends could manage. You did better than I expected, Nick appeared before Thatcher, making him grit his teeth. Why are you here now? Don't think I don't know your scheme. I won't let you succeed. To me, you're just a petty clown. Thatcher's anger seemed genuine. Do you really think such a test can trick me? These tricks, are they all from you? I've become immune to your methods. You'd better come up with something new. Thatcher was tired of dealing with him. I know everything you do seems perfect to you, but not to me. It's full of loopholes. If you aren't going to explain, then leave me alone. Thatcher's face showed utter disdain. In his mind, this whole ordeal wasn't much of a problem. As long as he successfully left here, he'd have gains. Nick, standing in the darkness, became visibly annoyed. Can't you be less defiant? Do you really think I can't handle you? Tianhua felt somewhat embarrassed. He had never seen a candidate so disrespectful to a venerable bear like himself. But at the same time, he felt ashamed and determined to educate Anton. Was he sick? Every thought led him back to this conclusion. Brat, shut up. Can someone like you despise me, a mighty Nick? These manuals are designed to test your comprehension. If you can't understand them, how can you inherit my legacy? Thatcher perked up upon hearing the resolute tone. So it's about inheriting your legacy. Got it. Thatcher nodded happily, filled with anticipation. To think there's such an opportunity. If I succeed, the harvest will surely be great. Focused only on the test, Thatcher overlooked that he was facing a true powerhouse. His provocations aimed to incite the Venerable, ensuring benefits in return. As expected, the Venerable provided him with valuable information. These manuals contained advanced body techniques, martial skills, and secret methods. One technique could significantly boost strength for half an hour without exhausting potential or side effects. This was a priceless treasure. Yet, meaning it was beyond Thatcher's current capability. Despite his efforts, he remained clueless. Though Tianhua had explained their value, Thatcher still lacked guidance on how to start practicing. It seems I need a catalyst to learn them. Chapter 426, Elixirs. Thatcher racked his brains, but he couldn't truly Nina everything. No good. Since there's no other way, I'll have to break and then build. Thatcher lay flat, pretending that he no longer wanted to Nina these techniques, similar to the method he used against those scrolls before. He was forced into this position, treating a dead horse as if it could still run. After all, he had exhausted all methods he could think of previously, yet still failed. At this point, he obviously couldn't continue blindly practicing. Exiting that previous thought process, he felt as if he was entering some sort of meditative state. His current strength indeed had the foundation for such meditation. However, he also knew in his heart that what he was doing seemed overly impractical. However, the cultivation techniques already merged into his mind gave him a slight positive response at this time. These techniques unfolded in his mind, continuously releasing their skills and secrets to him. He had to admit that this really solved his immediate problems. What he couldn't understand before was directly imprinted on his mind, as if he had thought it up himself and remembered it deeply. You don't need to give me these, meaning them is useless. Thatcher pushed these techniques away with an attitude of half-hearted resistance. However, these techniques were engraved deeper into his mind as if they were self-discovered. Thatcher immediately executed the body movement technique, attempting instantaneous teleportation. As soon as he had the thought, the entire sequence instantly unfolded, almost moving with his will. How could it be so strong? It's like I've needed it naturally, Thatcher rejoiced internally. Even without obtaining the so-called inheritance of Amadeo, Getting this knowledge was already extremely valuable. Very well, I can assimilate all of this and ultimately become powerful. Thatcher felt boundless power surging within him. He could truly turn things around. Such powerful energy indeed can only be cultivated by a supreme demon lord. Thatcher's face was full of excitement. This information overload was huge for him. To fully absorb it would take at least an hour. However, Thatcher wasn't too anxious. All these matters progressed gradually for him, as he thoroughly comprehended each cultivation technique one by one, and then put them into practice. Amadeo's methods were indeed profound and extensive. If he could Nina all of them, wouldn't he become a demon lord? Thatcher couldn't help but sparkle with stars in his eyes. If he could really become an existence as powerful as a demon lord, perhaps few in the world could stand against him. Caden, don't fantasize about unrealistic things in your mind. Although you've obtained my inheritance, it doesn't mean you can reach my realm. After all, I am a demon lord, and you are just a cultivator. We aren't of the same race. Even though you have strong comprehension abilities, many things are inherently possible for demon lords and not for you. Well, since you've comprehended all these cultivation techniques, it's time for you to leave. Amadeo's voice sounded around Thatcher, causing him to be startled. Hold on, I haven't fully Nina'd these techniques yet. I want more time to comprehend them. Thatcher's face turned slightly anxious as he spoke. Hearing this, Amadeo was momentarily speechless. Weren't you indifferent earlier? Why do you now want to learn so eagerly? Were you lying to me all along? Amadeo looked at Thatcher suspiciously, feeling something peculiar. No, great demon lord, I just believe that since I've grasped your techniques, I should solidify them. Otherwise, walking out with just partial knowledge would make you lose face. Hearing this, the great demon lord showed approval on his face. What you say makes sense and is quite interesting. He nodded, satisfied with Thatcher's words. Since that's the case, I'll give you another quarter hour, but don't stall anymore or getting more elixirs might become difficult. Amadeo covered his mouth after saying this, as if he let something slip. However, Thatcher quickly realized this. Amadeo, why did you cover your mouth? Did you slip? Thatcher grinned cunningly. I didn't, don't say nonsense. Focus on comprehension, Amadeo said and disappeared as if he was never there. This kid, trying to act coy, Thatcher thought with a contemplative expression. Although the guy acted convincingly, Thatcher sensed something off. It seems Nining techniques leads to receiving elixirs, but I wonder how potent these elixirs are. Given they were from Amadeo, they must be high quality. Thinking this, Thatcher impatiently shouted, Amadeo, let me go get the elixirs. Ignoring Thatcher, Amadeo left him pondering. Finally, Thatcher focused on comprehending the techniques further during this brief moment. Though short, this quarter hour allowed him to deepen his understanding and impressions. Undoubtedly, these techniques were powerful. Each comprehension brought deeper insight and required less time. The quarter hour passed quickly, and Thatcher showed a hint of reluctance as everything darkened around him before suddenly blooming into light. Finding himself in a grand palace filled with gourds, Thatcher grinned slyly, remembering Amadeo's words. These gourds must contain the elixirs. Thatcher rushed over and opened the gourds, finding the scent of medicine filling the air, making him feel refreshed. Not wasting any time, he collected all the gourds into his storage ring and looked around for the exit. Happily spotting a small door glowing brightly in the corner of the palace, he ran towards it. Chapter 427 Loot. After stepping into this place, Thatcher saw all kinds of magical treasures floating around in the space, tempting him to grab them. Is this where the Amadeo stores his treasures? There are so many valuable items. Thatcher quickly approached a square heaven halberd and, upon closer inspection, almost goggled at it. This was indeed something precious, a spiritual treasure made from 10,000-year-old cold iron, extremely hard. Even if one were powerful enough, trying to alter this 10,000-year-old cold iron would be impossible. Thatcher's eyes lit up as he came to life. He picked up the halberd and swung it a few times. Just with these few swings, it seemed like the surrounding space could be torn apart. Though Thatcher had highly estimated the prowess of the square heaven halberd, he still underestimated its power. He hurriedly put the square heaven halberd away and continued searching. At the same time, the Hurley also passed through the 3 challenges and arrived at the elixir chamber. However, what greeted him was an empty palace, leaving him utterly bewildered. Amadeo, you said there would be treasures here. Where are they? As if in response, he heard a faint acknowledgement from Amadeo. Suddenly remembering Thatcher, the Hurley felt a jolt of fear. Could it be that Ferguson Zhao got here first and cleared everything out? He immediately became anxious and started looking for an exit to catch up with Thatcher. Already at a disadvantage alongside Thatcher, if Thatcher gained more treasures, things would only get worse. The Hurley found a small door in a corner of the palace and slipped out. By now, Thatcher had already collected all the magical treasures here. Although he wasn't very fond of the remaining items, he stored them all in his storage ring. Even if he didn't like them, perhaps the Hurley could use them. He'd show them to him. If Anton didn't want them, they could just collect dust in the storage ring. As Thatcher prepared to leave, he saw the Hurley approaching. Hey brother, you're here? Let's continue exploring other places. Hearing this, the Hurley asked curiously, Ferguson Zhao, why did you take everything? Thatcher grinned and said, didn't you just pass the trials and come here to seek treasures too? The Hurley nodded and Thatcher laughed. Don't worry, if I find any suitable magical treasures or elixirs for you, I won't be stingy. Let's go to the next place. The Hurley followed Thatcher to look for an exit. Soon, they found the entrance to the next palace, filled with scrolls. Ferguson Zhao, can I choose first this time? In the previous 2 places, you always picked first. Shouldn't I have a turn? Thatcher smiled and nodded. Sure, pick first. But I should tell you that these are cultivation technique scrolls. Picking first doesn't matter much. Only those suitable for you will be useful. Otherwise, they're just scraps of paper. Hearing this, the Hurley felt a bit frustrated, but restrained himself and began searching for suitable scrolls. After half an hour, both had collected all the scrolls and were ready to leave. Just before exiting the palace, Thatcher paused and turned to the Hurley. Shouldn't we thank the owner here? The Hurley agreed. Indeed, Ferguson Zhao. Amadeo has helped us quite a lot. Even if we can do little else, expressing gratitude is necessary. Thatcher turned back and bowed toward the empty space. Amadeo, although we've had disagreements, I respect you deeply. Thanks to your help, we've acquired so many treasures. We're leaving now and apologize for any inconvenience caused. Thank you once again for your help. We hope to meet again under favorable circumstances. With that, Thatcher prepared to leave with the Hurley when a figure stopped them. So you're just leaving? Don't you want to search further to see if there's anything left? It was none other than Amadeo. Thatcher felt a bit confused. My lord Amadeo, what do you mean? We've taken everything from these 3 palaces? Thatcher thought about it. They hadn't left behind anything, having been meticulous. Don't you want the map of the entire secret realm? Hearing this, Thatcher and the Hurley exchanged glances, their breathing becoming heavy. You mean the complete map of the entire secret realm? Can we really obtain such a treasure? Thatcher recalled someone mentioning that Amadeo was the Nina of the entire secret realm. If he was the Nina, it wasn't surprising to have a complete map. Since you thanked me before leaving, I won't let it go to waste. This is the complete map of the secret realm and my entire legacy contained within this energy orb. Absorb this energy, and you'll inherit all my knowledge. Saying this, Amadeo held an energy sphere out to him. Thatcher looked at the energy ball, which seemed to contain complex truths. It appeared that absorbing this energy could allow him to control vast forces. Why do I deserve this honor? Lord Demon Lord, thank you sincerely. Thatcher expressed genuine gratitude. The Hurley watched Thatcher enviously. This time, it was Thatcher who took the initiative to express gratitude. The Hurley wouldn't object to him accepting the energy sphere. Fine, take these treasures and leave. I dislike farewells. Amadeo disappeared. Thatcher promptly stored the energy sphere in his dantian, preparing to assimilate it. He glanced at the map in his hand, getting a rough idea of the secret realm. Let's go. We've stayed here long enough. This place marks the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 428. Couldn't resist. Let's head to this place now. There might be some gains for us. Thatcher's words resonated well with the Christopher. All right, Big Ferguson Zhao. Thus, the two of them prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Javier, after escaping from the Diana Wolf and the Might-Winged Tiger, had also arrived at the palace entrance. However, he was unable to immediately enter the palace. He was blocked by the stone beasts at the gate. Caden, you can't just barge in here as you wish. It requires the Nina's consent. Hearing this, Javier nodded with a smile. You're right. Then let your Nina come out and speak with me. But instead of replying, the stone beast launched an attack on Javier. What I mean is, for trespassing into the palace, you deserve death. These words utterly bewildered Javier. When did I trespass into the so-called palace? You need to explain yourself. In a few breaths, Javier exchanged dozens of blows with the stone beast. Its hard body frustrated him immensely. You think you're tough? Just wait until I defeat you and turn you to dust. Enraged, Javier intensified his attacks and eventually defeated the stone beast. Although powerful, it had endured 10,000 years of decay, and its current strength was no match for Javier. You were so defiant before. I thought you were formidable, but you're still easily defeated by me. I said I'd crush your bones to dust, and I'll do it. After reducing the stone beast to rubble, Javier entered the palace. It was indeed impressive. The opulent palace, coupled with the dense spiritual energy, made it a perfect place for cultivation. Feeling the abundant power within, he couldn't help but feel entranced. Suddenly, a powerful cold blast struck him, snapping him back to reality. What's happening? How could I be so entranced? This is a palace. There must be treasures inside. I shouldn't lose focus. Treasures can vanish in a blink. I must stay focused. Just as he tensed up, a long, cold sword shot from the distance, about 2 zhang in length. Javier felt a chill down his spine. He narrowly dodged the blade, only to have more swords follow. He quickly dodged again, letting out a sigh of relief, but more blades came. Within a few moments, countless swords stabbed towards him one after another. How can this be? Why are there so many swords? Are they trying to kill me? Javier protested, but no one responded. More swords kept piercing towards him. Despite remaining vigilant, he occasionally got injured. Why would someone want to harm me? He wondered if he had triggered some mechanism. After all, since I'm here, I should face it. He dedicated himself to dealing with the array of swords. Even when nearly hit, he didn't slack off. He knew he had to step up his defense because whoever set this up intended to hurt him. Unless all the swords were exhausted, the attacks wouldn't stop. He groaned inwardly. After fighting the Might-Winged Tiger and the Diana Wolf for so long, his spiritual energy was significantly depleted. Dealing with these blades wasn't easy. No matter what, since you want to confront me, bring it on. I won't be afraid. Javier increased his offensive force, causing sparks to fly as he struck the swords. But they kept coming without stopping. As the battle continued, he became increasingly weary. Why must I endure such agony? Come out, whoever you are. I protest against your targeted attack on me. Desperately, Javier tried to locate the true enemy but grew more and more fatigued. Finally, the sword array thinned out and no more blades appeared. Javier let out a slight sigh of relief. Could the array be over? Did he successfully overcome this trial? It seems so. Looks like it's really over. I can rest now, he thought with visible joy. This battle had been extremely perilous, almost pushing him to the brink. If it had continued, he would have succumbed to exhaustion. Although the array had stopped, he didn't believe the trials were over. This might only be the beginning, with even greater dangers lurking ahead. Despite his depleting spiritual energy, he remained cautious. He had no time to recuperate. This was something he had to endure. The surroundings transformed once more into a paradise-like scene filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Everything in this courtyard seemed perfectly suited to him. If I could live here, it would truly be a beautiful life. Javier shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. Dreaming of living here was purely fanciful. He had no right to enjoy such a paradise. Moments later, two figures appeared, breathtakingly beautiful. Javier couldn't tear his eyes away. What's going on? Why are there suddenly two beauties? As they approached him, their gazes locked onto him. Ladies, what's happening? Although not a lecherous man, he couldn't deny the Suki before him was captivating, even amidst danger. Gradually, he opened up. Anthony, we are frightened here. Can you stay and protect us? Seeing their pitiable expressions, Javier couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm here on business, not to accompany you. Upon hearing his response, their faces changed. Fine, since the gentleman has no intention, forcing you is futile. The two beauties turned to leave. Javier couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 429, Recovery. Forget it, you two can stay here. Javier bit his lip and finally spoke. What? Young birdie, are you serious? You're not joking, right? The two beauties looked astonished, not expecting Javier to actually allow them to stay. Of course I'm serious. Anyway, I should be able to protect you too. He didn't say out loud that if danger truly came, dying with the two beauties might be worth it. Well then, young birdie, we entrust our lives to you. Young birdie, tell us what we can do for you. Hearing this, Javier couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Nothing much, just stay here quietly and don't wander around. This place was so dangerous. Perhaps only in such a perilous environment could one be truly safe. Javier found a stone bench and sat down. The two beauties followed him. Young birdie, let us serve you. No need for that. Forget it. Despite his words, the two beauties began massaging his shoulders and waist with their hands. The moment their hands touched him, Javier shivered as if he had been electrocuted. These two beauties were skilled, as if they had trained specifically for this task. Not only did their strength relax him instantly, but their soft, delicate hands evoked all sorts of imaginations. You two really have some moves, but I don't have much to offer in return. Young birdie Jess, enjoy this. We will apply more force. After saying that, the two beauties increased the pressure of their massage. Javier felt an immense relaxation, forgetting the tension and battles of before. Now, deep in his heart, he only wished to return to the past. I wonder when I'll be able to leave this place. While the challenges here help me grow stronger. But ultimately, it's too dangerous. If possible, I must leave immediately. Javier muttered to himself when suddenly, he felt a cold gust of wind come from behind. He opened his eyes immediately. He sidestepped to avoid the cold wind, and another icy gust stabbed towards his waist. Moving like a snake, he dodged both attacks successively, his expression turning cold. So you're not just beautiful ladies, but venomous snakes disguised as women. Javier felt deceived. How could these two do this to him? It was like rubbing salt into his wounds. He thought he could share something meaningful with these two beauties, but reality struck. These two were sent to assassinate him. We never had any good intentions. Our purpose here is to eliminate you. Why else would we be here? One Suki said coldly. Hearing this, Javier nodded. You're right. I was too naive. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two beauties flying away. However, their resistance was higher than he expected. I didn't expect you to be so strong, beyond my predictions. But now that I've discovered your plot, there's no way for you to turn things around. Javier launched a series of powerful attacks. Having uncovered their deception, he wouldn't give them a chance to retaliate. Though the two beauties had considerable strength, their true power lay in their allure rather than combat skill. Once their charm failed, they could only rely on real strength. Within 15 minutes, they fell to Javier. Javier didn't hold back. He knew kindness to enemies equated to cruelty to oneself. Thus, he showed no mercy, launching relentless attacks and ruthlessly eliminating the two beauties. After disposing of them, Javier remained vigilant. Until he left this palace, he couldn't relax. Challenges lurked everywhere, and not everyone had the ability to escape smoothly. I wonder what form the next battle will take. As he pondered, Javier saw another entrance to a palace and hurried over. Scrolls filled this area, and the vast energy within each surprised even him. Right now, he craved energy. Did the Grand Ninus who created this trial understand his need and specially provide him with this? Thinking this, Javier felt relieved. 2 consecutive trials had depleted much of his chi, putting him in danger at any moment. To avoid being destroyed, he had to strive. If you can integrate the martial arts and techniques within these scrolls, you will pass the trial and receive numerous rewards. An ancient, dignified voice resonated from the darkness, making Javier feel excited. Real treasures indeed? What was there to wait for? Start practicing. These were martial arts and techniques. Learning them would only benefit him. Even if there were no rewards, just obtaining these skills was enough to make him gain significantly. Spending 5 hours, Javier memorized and integrated all the martial arts. With these skills needed, even without increasing his cultivation, his combat power would at least improve by 2 minor realms. This was how personal enlightenment strengthened one's power. He felt his own strength growing from the inside out. Do I pass this trial now? Javier stood up and looked into the darkness, a confident light in his eyes. As if hearing his thoughts, the person in the darkness responded. You have passed the trial, but the martial arts and techniques you learned cannot be taken away. They must remain. Hearing this, Javier was momentarily confused. Senior, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. The bear in the darkness chuckled. Don't you understand? Only one person can inherit these teachings. As he finished speaking, Javier felt all the martial arts and techniques he had learned vanish from his mind, as if the last few hours had been wasted. What's happening? Note, Javier is a proper name, so it remains unchanged. Chapter 430 Despicable. For a moment, Marco couldn't accept the fact. After all, he had spent a long time practicing those martial techniques and cultivation methods to barely absorb just a little of them, only for his progress to be erased in an instant. Anyone would find it unbearable. Why can't I take them away? I've put in research and thought. These things should also belong to me. Marco was almost driven mad with anger. He felt like he'd been tricked, as if the entire trial was just a conspiracy. Wilson, get out here. Let's see if you can handle my fist of justice. Although infuriated, Marco knew that his current actions were futile. Young hero, you'd better leave quickly. Arguing further is meaningless. It's better to focus on cultivating, said a voice. Moreover, if you waste more time, the rewards including the elixirs and other magical artifacts will surely fall into others' hands. Upon hearing this, the Nicholas's expression darkened, but he eventually suppressed his impulses and left the place. The next area he arrived at seemed ordinary, but possessed richer spiritual energy than any palace he'd previously encountered. I didn't expect such abundant spiritual energy here. It truly comes as a surprise. It seems that Otis isn't lying completely. Although he took back those techniques, he did leave some treasures behind. If I gather these treasures, I still have a chance to grow stronger. Marco felt hopeful, but soon realized there were no apparent treasures around. The palace had abundant spiritual energy, yet this energy was depleting as though it lacked support. What happened here? Why does it seem something is missing? Marco's face turned grim. It looked as if everything had been swept away like after a plague of locusts. Shaking his head, he found this situation perplexing. Did someone come here before me and take all the treasures? Marco wanted to call out to the Otis for answers, but got no response after several tries. Clearly, the Otis was hiding, probably laughing at him from somewhere. Marco felt extremely frustrated. If someone else had indeed taken all the treasures, the Otis would have noticed. Instead, he pushed Marco through this ordeal, obviously just to toy with him. Now that the Otis had succeeded, all Marco's efforts amounted to nothing. Angry and impatient, Marco declared, "Since you're unjust, don't blame me for being unrighteous. These palaces won't remain intact under my wrath." In fury, he punched a wall, and within moments, all four walls crumbled. Surprised by the ease of destruction, he realized his strength had increased significantly. Compared to his previous fight with the vine monster, he could now match its power easily. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as the ceiling collapsed. He swiftly unleashed his spiritual energy upward, halting the ceiling's descent. With another forceful push, the ceiling shattered. Feeling somewhat reassured by his newfound strength, Marco was determined to destroy everything here, ensuring the celestial flower demon lord couldn't deceive anyone else. As he prepared to attack another wall, a powerful spiritual energy surge caught his attention. Two figures stood in the distance, cautiously guarding against him, protected by a wall of spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, Marco recognized Thatcher and Anton. "Why are you two here?" Approaching them, he sensed something unusual but dismissed it. Thatcher glanced nervously at Anton, gesturing for him not to move. "We're here looking for treasures," Thatcher explained with a smile. "Heard there are treasures here. How could we miss out?" Marco, puzzled, asked, "Have you found any? Show me." Recalling the empty boxes he'd discovered earlier, he wondered if Thatcher and Anton had taken what he sought. Thatcher laughed awkwardly. "What luck do we have? We just arrived and haven't even explored much. How did you end up here? What did you do after you left us?" Thatcher diverted the conversation. Marco's expression darkened at the reminder of chasing the blue flame wolf, leaving them behind. A deed he felt somewhat ashamed of. This made him less suspicious of Thatcher. "I tried to find something useful on the blue flame wolf, but failed," Marco replied, involuntarily touching his forehead. It was smooth, with no mark. He sighed in relief. Had there been a mark, explaining it to Thatcher would have been awkward. Chapter 431, Cooperation. "Ferguson Zhao, since we've met again, I have a request. I wonder what you think of it." Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He hadn't expected this Nicholas to have any request from him. "You have a request for me? What's this all about? Speak slowly." Thatcher waved at Javier with an air of magnanimity. Javier thought for a moment and said, "Ferguson Zhao, to be honest, when I was undergoing the trials here, my initial intention was to pass them and gain some valuable things. But after passing the trials, those valuable items vanished without a trace. This led me to impulsively destroy the palace here. I admit that acting like this was somewhat rash, but you must believe that I had no ill intentions. This is not what I wanted." Thatcher quickly nodded, smiling as he waved his hand. "Rest assured, I believe you. You certainly acted out of good intentions. So, what do you plan to do now?" Thatcher felt a bit guilty saying this. He knew very well that the reason everything here had been swept away was because of his actions with Anton. If this Nicholas was really upset, they'd need to be more careful in the future. "Ferguson Zhao, my idea is simple. I want to find these people and make them return the treasures. I worked so hard here just to get some benefits, only to find out that all the good things were gone. If you were in my place, could you tolerate such a thing?" Javier looked indignant, and Thatcher hurriedly agreed. "Of course not. This kind of situation should never happen." "You're right, so why should we endure such pain? To prevent those villains from succeeding, I've decided to expose them. Ferguson Zhao, will you help me?" Javier looked seriously at Thatcher, clearly not joking. "Of course, I will definitely help you, but this matter is a bit complicated and requires careful thought. If we don't handle this well, it will be a disaster for all of us." Thatcher gave Anton a meaningful look, and they stepped aside to discuss the issue. Javier couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was it necessary for them to discuss this away from him? After some time, Thatcher and Anton returned to Javier's side. "Ferguson, we've discussed your proposal very seriously and agree that you have a strong point." Hearing this, Javier felt relieved. "Great, Ferguson Zhao, are you deciding to help me then?" Thatcher nodded. "Of course, I will definitely help you. And before you appeared, we also noticed several people leaving this place." Upon hearing this, Javier immediately became agitated. "That's them. Those scoundrels stole and tried to escape. Truly outrageous. No time to waste, let's go find them before they escape." Thatcher suggested that those people might leave in haste after obtaining the treasures. "Right, let's move now, without any hesitation. Ferguson Zhao, I have a plan. Since they took our valuables, it pains me to see them benefit. Let's trick them. Thatcher paused for a moment. How do you propose we trick them? Rest assured, I'm open to your suggestions. Emboldened by Thatcher's support, Javier explained. Ferguson Zhao, here's my thought. These guys might not have traveled far. After getting the elixirs or secret texts, they'll likely seek a place to assimilate them. If we find them soon enough, we can ambush and take their treasures, making us the biggest beneficiaries. Thatcher hesitated. Ferguson, it's a solid plan, but we might not get the chance. With those treasures, their power would increase, and we might not be a match. Javier laughed. Ferguson Zhao, you're thinking too cautiously. They won't gain power instantly. Moreover, they're likely at a critical point of improvement. They wouldn't be prepared for an attack now. We'll gain the best advantage if we strike immediately. Thatcher's face brightened. Excellent, brother. Your idea is bold and practical. Let's act now. We mustn't let them profit. The three sped up their search, though naturally, they wouldn't find non-existent opponents. Their abilities were quite formidable, yet they were chasing ghosts. Why is this happening? Why can't we find them? Javier felt helpless. Even with many methods, he couldn't cover every aspect. Maybe we should look for the exit first. I feel this place isn't safe, Anton timidly suggested. Javier shot him a disapproving look. What exit? Those people obtained so much treasure. How can we easily give up? The Ahmed looked helpless. What else can we do? Waiting here seems futile, and chasing them is pointless. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed above the secret realm, turning it into a chaotic battlefield. The light from the sky turned purple, as if tainted with blood, creating an unsettling ambience. What's going on? That light seems eerie. What's happening up there? The glow seemed problematic, but no one could identify the exact issue. Javier's face paled. Something significant has happened in this secret realm. Chapter 432. Leaving. Taking the opportunity, Thatcher said, Indeed. I also feel that something is strange about this secret realm. Why don't we find the exit first? Javier insisted, No way. We mustn't leave here until we've found those treasures. You can't imagine how many there are. Several palaces full of them. Hearing this, Thatcher and his companion exchanged a glance. They could both see a hint of cunning in each other's eyes. Whatever they had gotten would surely make Javier drool. Earlier, the three of them had entered the palace more or less at the same time. Even if Javier entered slightly later, it couldn't have been much later. This guy looked aggrieved, but in fact, he was not. So under no circumstances should we give up on these treasures so easily. I think it's an utterly irrational move. Do you understand my thoughts? Upon hearing this, Thatcher nodded quickly. Ferguson, I believe what you're saying is absolutely right. If so, let's continue to look for more. Thatcher's agreement greatly encouraged Javier. Great, since Dorian Ferguson Zhao agrees, I believe Halanthal Ferguson, you won't object either, right? Javier turned to look at the Christopher beside him with the man-eating flower. The Ahmed didn't know why Thatcher agreed, but having heard him, Anton had no reason to object. Alright, I agree. But we must hurry as we've already wasted so much time. If we want to continue searching, we cannot exceed too much time. We'll search for one more day at most. Otherwise, we have to leave. Thatcher set a limit. They wouldn't accompany Javier forever. After all, they knew there was no way they'd find any more treasure. After some hesitation, Javier eventually agreed with Thatcher's proposal. The trio resumed their search. This time, the test seemed even greater, for testing Javier's digging skills and for testing Thatcher Duo's acting. The Christopher was almost driven crazy, but in order not to expose the flaw to Javier, he endured it forcibly. Rumble. While they were diligently searching the ground, an ominous rumble sounded from above. What's happening up there? Is it thundering? Will it rain here? The Ahmed felt a bit puzzled, looking up into the sky, but soon, they understood what was going on. At this moment, another rumble echoed from the sky, and then a streak of light flew down. Glancing up, the three immediately widened their eyes. It was coming straight for them. Everyone on the scene was taken aback by this. How can this happen? Isn't this extremely dangerous? We must get ready to defend ourselves, or else we really might be wiped out. Why prepare? It's just a stone. As cultivators, do we fear such things? Javier sneered coldly, raising his hand and directing spirit energy towards the bright light in the sky. However, that bolt did not change course, still rushing directly towards him. What's happening? Why does this thing insist on rushing towards me? Javier dodged instantly to avoid it. Strangely, the object indeed rushed at him again, and with alarming force. Fiends say, this thing knows how to pick its target. Thatcher laughed, but he reined in the laughter, seemingly concerned that Javier couldn't take it. Dorian Ferguson Zhao, you're laughing at me. Wait until later, I'll settle accounts with you. Javier barely blocked the stone, feeling quite unwell. Was this rock targeting him specifically? Dorian Ferguson Zhao, help me quickly, the stones seem to be coming again. Javier's shout made Thatcher momentarily stunned, then hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, another cluster of larger stones appeared overhead. Not possible, why are rocks falling from the sky? Thatcher stared in disbelief. He had never encountered anything like this before. These stones seemed rather large. Without prompt handling, real life-threatening danger loomed. We can't let these rocks continue falling. It'll cause serious trouble. Watching Javier being constantly pummeled by the stones, Thatcher's expression grew grave. Why do these stones hit only me and not you two? Truly bizarre. Javier was visibly infuriated. Where could he seek justice? Alright, stop talking and let's focus on this issue. It's odd, but we must be prepared. Maybe this secret realm is becoming unstable. We should leave here urgently. Examining the surroundings, Thatcher concluded as much. No way, Dorian Ferguson Zhao, we haven't got our treasures yet. We can't leave easily like this. Javier looked somewhat distressed. How could this happen precisely now? No way. I can't sit here idly waiting for disaster. Biting his teeth, Javier nearly lost composure. Fortunately, the stones stopped targeting him, landing elsewhere. He took a slight breath, but the trio quickly discovered a graver situation. Rocks were gradually falling all around. The scene was awe-inspiring. Why is this happening? Falling stones are certainly not a good sign for us. Everyone on the scene was shocked, unsure of what to do. Indeed, falling rocks here mean it's not a simple matter. And now they're appearing in concentration, possibly indicating this secret realm is unsafe. What shall we do? Dorian Ferguson Zhao, we haven't obtained our valuable items yet. Looking anxious, Javier spoke. Thatcher shook his head sternly. Forget it. Protecting our lives is crucial. If we die, what use are those possessions? Hearing Thatcher's words, Javier pondered and nodded involuntarily. All right, Dorian Ferguson Zhao, let's leave now. But where should we go? Pointing to a direction, Thatcher replied, let's head there. Maybe we'll find a way out. Chapter 433, Exit. The three of them moved together in that direction, their pace quickening. More and more stones were falling around them. They had no choice but to race against time. If they slowed down even a little, they might be buried under the rocks. Although Oswald was eager to get those so-called treasures, he knew his life was undoubtedly more important than any treasure. What a pity. We didn't get those treasures this time. I wonder who could have such good luck. But when I meet them, I will definitely make them hand over those treasures. Otherwise, it won't be their luck. It'll be their misfortune. Oswald's words made Thatcher and the Hurley exchange glances, both finding it somewhat amusing. This kid loved to boast, as if he knew everything. Their strength had both improved, and even if they were going to brag, it should have been them, not Oswald. However, Thatcher and Anton didn't have time to argue with him now. They needed to leave immediately. Other matters would have to be discussed later. Big Ferguson Zhao, we must thoroughly investigate this after we're out. We can't just let go of such good things. Otherwise, we'll surely suffer a great loss. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. All right, you do have a point. I agree. Thatcher managed to calm Anton down, and then led them on the correct path. Earlier, he had obtained all the valuable items within the palace, including the complete map of the secret realm. For him, this was fortunate. Given that the secret realm was on the verge of collapse, they could easily leave from here. Although his actions could easily raise suspicion in Oswald's mind, Thatcher didn't care much about that anymore. Being suspected was better than being crushed to death here. Big Ferguson Zhao, are we on the right path? Why does it feel like there are more and more rocks? We shouldn't end up in a place completely covered by rocks. Otherwise, we're really done for. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh again. Completely covered by rocks? Do you think we deserve that? Don't worry, our luck isn't that bad. We will definitely leave here safely. Hearing this, Oswald nodded, and the Hurley also began to reassure him. That's right, Big Ferguson Sima, our luck isn't that bad, and I trust Big Ferguson Zhao. The Hurley knew about Thatcher having the map and naturally wasn't worried. Seeing the Hurley agree, Oswald put aside his concerns, but he still couldn't understand where the Hurley got such confidence from. Continuing forward, they indeed encountered many dangers. Fortunately, their strength was formidable, and they managed to force their way through. Big Ferguson Zhao, look, could that be the exit? Oswald pointed at what looked like a palace gate ahead, excitedly speaking to Thatcher. Though Thatcher was certain it was the exit, he feigned out to avoid raising Oswald's suspicions. Unlikely, this doesn't seem like an exit. Oswald muttered, but even if it's not the exit, we should check it out. What if it is? Anyway, we've seen many places already. One more won't hurt, right? After thinking for a moment, Thatcher nodded. You're right. Let's go check it out. As the three approached the gate, they indeed found themselves in an open space. This place is quite nice. Oswald savored the fresh air, almost reluctant to leave. I think so too. Let's rest here for a while. Look, there's no rain of stones here. The Hurley pointed at the sky, happily speaking. Thinking about this, he glanced at Thatcher, puzzled by his earlier statement about it not being the exit. He wanted to ask why Thatcher said it might not be the exit, but to avoid arousing Oswald's suspicion, he held back. With a relieved expression, Oswald suggested, Big Ferguson Zhao, now that we're out, shouldn't we wait here for the others? Thatcher looked at Oswald curiously. He hadn't expected this kid to be so persistent, still thinking about those treasures. After pondering, he smiled. All right, since you're so determined, let's wait here. Thatcher, Oswald, and the Hurley waited together, but after 2 hours, nothing happened. Let's not waste time here. I think they won't come out. They probably died inside. Thatcher shook his head, saying to Oswald. Oswald was incredulous. How can that be possible? Those people can't die just like that. They can't stay in there with all those treasures. Oswald was nearly driven mad by the thought. So many treasures couldn't just be left behind in the secret realm. No, absolutely not. I won't allow it. Oswald's face turned sinister, starting to overthink the situation. Why has it come to this? Something must be wrong. Suddenly, I remember, it's you, Big Ferguson Zhao. Turning to look at Thatcher, Oswald's face darkened. What do you mean it's me? What did I do? Don't accuse people falsely. On the surface, Thatcher appeared confused, but deep down, he was worried. Is this kid onto my secret? After all, I did trick him. Thatcher frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. His previous actions hadn't left any clues. How could this kid have figured it out? Thatcher furrowed his brow, realizing this couldn't be a coincidence. What do you want? Stop babbling nonsense here. Do you hear me? The Hurley couldn't tolerate this anymore, finding Oswald's behavior downright insane. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear him? He's pretending not to know and deceived us about the treasures. It must be him. At this point, Oswald suddenly turned his gaze towards the Hurley. Chapter 434, Coma. Yes, I finally figured out why you actually supported him just now. You must be in cahoots with him. Otherwise, how could it be this coincidental? Javier seemed to have discovered a new secret and became instantly excited. Yeah, I said you were up to something. Never thought it would be about this. Javier slapped his thigh, feeling as if the whole situation made sense now. Great, you two colluded to deceive me, after I spent several hours and went through all that effort. Turns out you already got it. Darling, show me quickly. Javier's eyes turned somewhat red. He looked like a gambler who had lost a bet. What are you talking about? We didn't take any treasures you mentioned. We haven't even seen those things, so how could we have taken them? Thatcher shook his head, finding the man before him unbelievable. Yes, aren't you losing your mind? I think you need to see a doctor. Upon hearing this, Javier felt furious and humiliated. How dare you insult me? Do you want to die? So, you're getting mad at me now, huh? The Ahmed glanced at Javier, his face turning colder. Alright then, let's see who is courting death. The Ahmed was ready to teach Javier a lesson by channeling his spirit energy but was stopped by Thatcher. Alright, fighting and killing now doesn't look good. Thatcher hurriedly held back Anton to prevent further conflict. At this moment, Javier did not believe Thatcher's act. Ferguson Zhao, this is my final call. Ferguson Zhao, I hope you can tell me the truth. What happened? Why has it come to this? Did you really take those elixirs or treasures? If you did, just admit it, don't hide it. Javier's expression was almost grotesque at this point. Thatcher certainly wouldn't confess. I can explain this. Yes, I did take them, but don't be too upset. After all, I kept all these treasures for you. Thatcher tried to soothe him, but clearly, Javier wasn't easily deceived. Ferguson Zhao, you don't have to say this. I understand everything in my heart. Whether you hand over those treasures is your choice. But I hope we can all be honest people. I know you don't want to lie to me, right? Aren't you planning to not share any of it with me? Javier stared wide-eyed at Thatcher. Although he hesitated inside, he ultimately made up his mind. No matter what, he would get those good things. You're quite the planner. The treasures were obtained by us. Why should we share with you? The Ahmed beside nodded. Yes, I agree with Ferguson Zhao. Do you know? We risked our lives to get those treasures. Just surviving and getting the treasures makes us feel incredibly lucky. But those treasures are crucial for my advancement. Unbelievably, they ended up in your hands now. Javier glared, looking utterly frightening. We know the treasures are important to you, but we couldn't help putting them in our pockets. The Ahmed shrugged, looking rather arrogant. I'm warning you, you've infuriated me with this. You'd better think twice, or I won't let you off. Javier pondered this deeply. Facing Thatcher and Anton together, he might not stand a chance, but he could find opportunities later. Eliminating them would still protect him. Thatcher sized up Javier with a cold laugh. Fine, you little one, daring to threaten us now. What will you do next? Really unimaginable. Thatcher laughed coldly, facing Anton without hesitation. Because he knew this guy was disloyal from the start, he never had good intentions, and nothing had changed. By the way, do you feel wronged? You look foolish recently, you know? No matter what, all of this is what we deserve. And we haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Thatcher's words stunned Javier. What do you mean, settling accounts? Why, on what basis? What right do you have to settle accounts with me? Ridiculous. Javier didn't take Thatcher seriously. To him, their prior humility was just to obtain the treasures. Now his strength surpassed theirs. He wouldn't give up his due benefits. Thatcher pointed at Javier's head and said, Did you forget? Not long ago, when we encountered the fierce winged tiger, you left us. You should have anticipated what would happen. We were all extremely angry. You should commit suicide to atone. Javier was shocked but then thought Thatcher was exaggerating. So what if I had reasons for leaving? It wasn't unauthorized action. Thatcher found this hilarious. Reasons justify leaving? You disregarded our lives, pushing us forward while you profited. Very smart, but perhaps too smart. Thatcher shook his head, finding the man before him morally bankrupt. Enough talk, Ferguson Zhao. Should we chase him away? The Ahmed shook his head, unwilling to entangle with him further. Chasing him away? He nearly ruined us. Without compensation, we can't let him off easy. Hearing this, Javier raged inwardly. Fine, extorting me, huh? Let's fight. Javier channeled his spirit energy, ready for battle. Chapter 435, Spirit Stones. Thatcher sneered. What exactly do you want to achieve, Ahmed? Do you think your newfound power gives you the right to defy us? Thatcher also channeled his spiritual energy, forcing back the other's powerful chi. The man's aura was thoroughly suppressed by Thatcher, leaving him in a visibly weakened state. Why have you become so strong as well? Stronger than me? Erwin's expression darkened. This sudden development took him by surprise. This can't be possible. How did you come by such good fortune? He felt utterly helpless. The opportunities he had seized were incomparable treasures. But even with those advantages, this Ahmed still surpassed him. What great deed had he done to deserve such good fortune? Erwin was on the verge of losing his mind. I endured countless hardships to succeed in the trials. Why should you two benefit and become stronger from my efforts? Erwin looked like he was about to lose control. His transformation was genuinely alarming. Can you snap out of it, Ahmed? My strength comes from our relentless efforts, not just luck, Thatcher said sharply. Though we did surpass you and secured the treasures first, which might seem unfair. But that's your own doing. If you hadn't left us, you might have gotten the treasures too. Thatcher's tone remained cold and unsympathetic. Well, enough talk. After you left, we faced off against a ferocious winged tiger and narrowly escaped its deadly siege. Under extreme pressure, our strength advanced significantly. Or else, why would we be like this now? Thatcher's words left Erwin momentarily stunned. So that's why. It's terrifying, he sighed, finally comprehending his current situation. Enough talk. Hand over all the gems you have as ransom. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. This statement frightened the Nicholas. What are you saying, Ferguson Zhao? You actually want me to pay ransom? Did I hear that wrong? Thatcher nodded resolutely. You heard correctly. Pay the ransom or we will take it by force. Hearing this, Erwin felt extremely uneasy. Not only had he failed to obtain his deserved treasures, but now his possessions were also at risk. How could this be fair? Ferguson Zhao, this is highway robbery. As Erwin handed over his gems, he muttered discontentedly, feeling thoroughly cheated. If you feel cheated, you're welcome to appeal. But no one will listen to you, Thatcher remarked smugly, accepting the gems from Erwin. Suddenly, a heavy object fell nearby, catching their attention. What's wrong with the little guy? Thatcher froze before hurrying to Anton's side. The Ahmed lay motionless, seemingly in pain, but gave no response to Thatcher's inquiry. Clearly, something was wrong. Ferguson Zhao, maybe he sustained some hidden injury during the battle that you didn't notice, suggested Thatcher's companion. Thatcher shook his head, acknowledging Anton's unexplained unconsciousness but focusing more on the pressing situation. Why now of all times? This added complication was unwelcome. They decided to address it after Anton woke up. Then, Erwin suggested they take Anton to his sect for treatment. Ferguson Zhao, let's bring him to our Crimson Flame sect for proper care, he proposed suddenly. Why would we go to your sect headquarters? Thatcher shook his head, unconvinced. Hearing this, Erwin's face turned grim. We mustn't let emotions cloud our judgment. The Ahmed is in grave danger. We need to act quickly and ensure he gets proper treatment or medication. Delaying this can lead to serious consequences. Thatcher eyed Erwin suspiciously. Even if what you say is true, why should I trust you after you abandoned us? Heaven knows how long ago that happened. And now you're showing concern for us? Erwin laughed bitterly. Ferguson Zhao, you misunderstand me. The Ahmed's life is in danger. We must save him first. Recognizing the logic, Thatcher nodded. Fine, I'll go with you then. Relieved, Erwin lifted Anton, assuring Thatcher, I'll carry him without slowing you down. His demeanor grew increasingly humble, having realized the foolishness of his earlier arrogance. I've offended you, Ferguson Zhao. Please don't hold it against me. Worried about Thatcher's opinion, he sought to improve his standing in Thatcher's eyes. Don't worry, just do the right thing, and I won't hold it against you. Thatcher's reassurance gave Erwin a slight relief, though he wasn't sure if it was genuine comfort. Together, they left the area, continuing their journey towards the distant horizon. Just outside the secret realm, there weren't many cultivator factions. They were in the wilderness of the cultivator world, where reaching a nearby sect required significant travel. However, both men, being exceptionally powerful, didn't worry much. Ferguson Zhao, look ahead. There seems to be a sect. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Thatcher looked skeptical. What do you mean? Seeing a sect isn't unusual. Following Erwin's gaze, Thatcher was momentarily speechless. Chapter 436, Ruins. This so-called sect here had only a gate remaining. It was as if everything else had vanished. However, the debris and ruins on the ground told them what had happened here before. Big Ferguson Zhao, did an intense battle occur here? The entire sect has turned into ruins. Thatcher nodded, his expression rather grim. The strength of this sect should have been significant. Yet, it had ended up like this. Be cautious. This sect was quite powerful but still ended up this way. One can imagine how formidable the force that attacked this sect must have been. Javier nodded, and the two walked through the area very carefully. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any immediate threat here. Those fighters might have left immediately after their battle. After passing through, Javier said with relief. Thatcher shook his head. Don't celebrate too soon. They might be waiting in the dark to ambush you. Hearing this, Javier couldn't help but shudder. Big Ferguson Zhao, don't joke around like that to scare me. Otherwise, you'll really frighten me. Thatcher laughed aloud, then sped forward using his body movement technique. The distance between the two quickly increased, but not long after, Thatcher reached another pile of rubble. Is this also a ruined sect? Thatcher couldn't help but feel that things were getting complicated. If this was another sect, it would mean that the force didn't just destroy the previous one. They might have destroyed this one as well. This was rather audacious, daring to wipe out so many sects one after another. What are these guys planning, Big Ferguson Zhao? Isn't this madness? Javier scratched his head, unsure of what to say anymore. These people seemed completely deranged. Their actions made them unworthy of being called humans. Yeah, I don't quite understand either why they'd wipe out one sect after another. Are they naturally cruel and bloodthirsty? But such people are rare. Thatcher shook his head, utterly baffled by it all. Forget it. Maybe it's all just a coincidence, Javier suggested. Alright, let's continue moving forward and ignore this for now. Thatcher sighed, knowing this wasn't something they could interfere with. As they continued walking, they covered over 100 miles within an hour. Of course, they hadn't used any body techniques to hasten their pace. They were simply walking leisurely. If they used body techniques, their speed would definitely be much faster. This is troublesome, Big Ferguson Zhao. So many sects have been turned into ruins. Something significant must have happened here that we don't know about, Thatcher sighed, feeling a bit despondent. There was something major going on, yet they knew nothing about it. It felt like they were being kept in the dark. Well, perhaps when we reach Xuanhuan sect, we might find some information. After all, your Xuanhuan sect is a large sect and should have a lot of news. Javier nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. They continued walking, nearing Xuanhuan sect. Big Ferguson Zhao, look at that person ahead. He looks like someone from the demon sect, Javier pointed, his face suddenly changing. Upon hearing this, Thatcher quickly looked over, indeed finding what Javier described. Yes, it's a demon sect member. These guys sure aren't afraid of death. We're in the territory of your Xuanhuan sect, yet such demon sect experts exist here. Your Xuanhuan sect's defenses must not be strong enough. Thatcher laughed, shaking his head. Javier felt a hint of mockery in his words. Big Ferguson Zhao, I don't know why this is happening, but rest assured, I will investigate this thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Thatcher waved his hand. Forget it. You stay and watch this guy while I track him down. Don't move around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you later. Javier wanted to say something, but Thatcher had already moved ahead. Thatcher followed the demon sect Ephraim closely. Although the Ephraim was highly alert, Trying to evade Thatcher was practically impossible. I wonder what this kid is up to, but no matter what, I need to apprehend him. Thatcher stayed close behind the demon sect expert. Though the expert sensed someone was tracking him, he couldn't pinpoint where exactly the person was. Each time he turned around to try catching Thatcher, Thatcher skillfully managed to avoid detection. Forget it, maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me. The demon sect expert shook his head and continued walking. Suddenly, he spotted his comrades and Phil ahead, rushing towards them. Danny brothers, I'm here. Seeing him, the demon sect experts were delighted. Danny, this kid is here. Should we prepare to attack Xuanhuan sect? One excited follower asked. The Phil's face darkened instantly. Nonsense. Don't spread rumors. Our plan to attack Xuanhuan sect must remain a secret, understood? The Phil's expression was stern. This matter was extremely confidential, and leaking it would cause significant trouble. Understood, Danny. No one tracked me along the way. The Ephraim grinned flatteringly. No one tracked you? Aren't you too confident? The Phil scolded directly. Kid, if you really revealed our whereabouts, it would be a huge offense. Feeling wronged, the Ephraim replied, Danny, no one followed me. I made several detours before finding you. Otherwise, how could I be late? Hearing this, the Phil's expression eased somewhat. Alright, noted. Keep it secret at all costs. Of course it's best not to leak anything, but if it does happen, you'll be held accountable, the Phil warned. The follower sighed in relief upon hearing this. Chapter 437. Explosion. However, his joy was short-lived as Thatcher suddenly appeared, capturing the Phil of the demon sect squad. Who are you? The Phil, throttled by the neck, dared not move for fear. Yet, he remained furious. This battle was a humiliation to him. Caden, I warn you, don't mess with me. Otherwise, you'll die a very unpleasant death. The Phil of the demon sect squad threatened ominously. Hearing this, Thatcher laughed. Oh, so you're threatening me? I'd love to see what ripples you can create. Come on, I'm waiting. Do whatever you want. Threaten me? You're overthinking. Right now, I'm just reminding you not to bring harm upon yourself. Why are all of you gathered here? Don't think I don't know your intentions. Thatcher said with a cold sneer. The demon sect Phil retorted disdainfully. You think you can get information out of us? You're deluding yourself. Our loyalty to our sect is absolute. Your attempts are futile and meaningless. Upon hearing this, Thatcher burst into laughter. Do you think your words have any weight? Hurry up, tell me why you're here. Don't force my hand, or you won't like the outcome. A trembling demon sect Ephraim started to speak. We've come to attack. Before he could finish, the Phil struck him heavily, leaving him dead on the ground. Witnessing this, Thatcher froze, then cursed, Good Ahmed, harming someone right before my eyes? Yes, I harmed someone right before you. What can you do about it? I have no intention of giving in to you. There's nothing to negotiate between us. Either you kill me, or you wait to be destroyed. Or you could let us go, but I can't guarantee sparing you. The demon sect Phil smiled, his eyes filled with bloodlust. In his eyes, Thatcher was now thoroughly defeated. He would not allow anyone to trample on his dignity. Suddenly, his inner chi began to flow abnormally, unlike anything seen before. Initially, Thatcher didn't notice anything unusual, but then he felt Anton growing warm. Being very sensitive to chi movements, he immediately detected something was wrong. What's happening with this guy? To actually do something like this? Thatcher shook his head. What was this kid trying to do? Had he gone mad from anger? Suddenly, he sensed an extreme danger emanating from the demon sect Phil. How is this possible? This kid can threaten me even while restrained? Thatcher's eyes widened, feeling that everything seemed to surpass his expectations. It might not be impossible. After all, his actions were purposeful. And this kid is incredibly passionate. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Could he be planning to self-detonate? He instantly felt an overwhelming sense of danger and quickly activated his instantaneous movement technique. This time, the technique was more powerful than ever. With all his chi flowing faster, it made the technique more refined. Just as he left, the demon sect Phil self-detonated. Such a scene was unimaginable. The Phil vanished completely with a loud explosion, leaving no trace behind. No blood, no flesh. It's as if he simply evaporated. How can this be? This is truly unpredictable. Thatcher still couldn't comprehend what had just happened. This kid just vanished? Scratching his head, he realized how fast the change had occurred. Our Phil self-detonated. What should we do? The remaining demon sect experts looked grim. Should we also self-detonate? Some experts couldn't help but ask. Even if we don't want to self-detonate, there probably isn't a choice now. Do you really think this kid will give us options? A demon sect expert said with a cold laugh. At this moment, the experts understood what it meant to be meat under someone else's knife. You decide, what shall we do? Whatever you say, we will follow. These words made Thatcher smile. Unexpectedly, these guys knew their place. So, tell me, what was your mission here? Tell me everything, and I might spare your lives. After all, we have no deep grudges against each other, right? The demon sect experts nodded, realizing Thatcher had no particular enmity toward them. They weren't dealing with an unreasonable person. We believe you, brother. Please don't kill us. One of us is here to deal with the Scarlet Flame sect. Our mission is to wipe them out, a demon sect expert revealed mysteriously. Thatcher nodded, having heard parts of this before, but this confirmed the sincerity of the information. Great, I believe you. Continue. Thatcher pointed at the expert, looking pleased. The others glared sharply at him, clearly resenting his betrayal. But in front of Thatcher, they dared not show their true feelings. The truth is, we've eliminated many sects already. This is the first time facing such a large one, and it pains me a bit. Thatcher found this amusing, like a criminal repenting too late. Although funny, he didn't press the matter further, allowing the expert to continue. After the expert finished speaking, Thatcher interrupted. All right, does anyone else have anything to add? The other experts shook their heads. This one had already divulged every detail for survival's sake. They had nothing new to offer, especially since they intended to remain defiant. Seeing no additional responses, Thatcher nodded and immediately killed all the demon sect experts. Chapter 438, Traitor. Thatcher, of course, detested these demon sect experts to the core. Previously, he had refrained from acting rashly as he sought information on them. Now, however, it was different. These fellows were so crazed that he genuinely feared they might do something outrageous. So, for the safety of human cultivators, he eliminated all of them. It was the most straightforward solution. After killing them, Thatcher immediately went in search of Javier. They had agreed to meet at a concave basin. He soon found Javier, who was practicing cultivation next to an unconscious Hurley. Thatcher nodded. This kid hadn't acted recklessly, which was good. At least he could still trust Javier. You're quite well behaved and haven't caused any trouble. Otherwise, I would have definitely killed you, letting you know what cruelty means. Javier nodded repeatedly, smiling bitterly. Big Ferguson Zhao, of course, I wouldn't dare to do anything out of line. I've learned my lesson. Thatcher sighed, nodding. Indeed, I found those guys' hiding place. They're actually targeting your Crimson Flame sect. Hearing this, Javier's face dropped. How serious is it? Big Ferguson Zhao, we should quickly go back and report it. Javier's worried expression was genuine, but Thatcher poured cold water on him. Don't be impulsive. Even if you return and report an impending attack on the Crimson Flame sect, they might not believe you. Puzzled, Javier asked, why do you say that, Big Ferguson Zhao? Thatcher shook his head. Those sects attacked earlier were minor ones, but the Crimson Flame sect is different. Moreover, after these incidents, they'll likely strengthen their defenses and doubt your claims. They can't determine whether what you say is true or false. Javier laughed. Big Ferguson Zhao, don't you think you're being too serious? As long as my sect gets the news promptly, I can't accept it. I must let my sect know about this. Recalling the events outside, Javier felt terrified. What they faced was catastrophic for a sect, even for Crimson Flame sect. Fine, since you've decided, there's nothing much I can say. But leave the Hurley behind. Otherwise, if someone suspects you as a spy, Anton will be in danger. Javier bowed respectfully to Thatcher. All right, Big Ferguson Zhao, I'll leave now. Until we meet again. I'll come back for you after I settle matters with my sect. Thatcher smiled. Javier returned to the Crimson Flame sect but was summoned by an bear immediately upon arrival. Without suspicion, he recounted his encounter, urging the sect to stay vigilant. Javier, you're saying there are demon sect members planning to attack us? The bear sitting atop a dais looked stern. Javier shook his head. Something felt off. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. Those demon sect experts were plotting together. Nonsense. You're spreading rumors. The bear grew furious, ordering his subordinates to seize Javier. They hesitated for a moment before carrying out the order. Dorian, what did I do wrong? Why am I being captured? Javier lay pressed to the ground, puzzled. Did Thatcher's prediction come true? Not possible. How could this happen in a prestigious sect like ours? He felt the situation absurd and eerie. What's so funny? Confess any treachery, roared the bear, lashing him with a whip. Javier screamed in pain, receiving over a dozen lashes until he lost consciousness. Though the bear hadn't used much force, the whip was made from special material infused with abundant spirit energy, causing immense agony. Lock him up and guard him strictly. Following the bear's wave, several guards stepped forward. Javier endured severe torture in his cell. Thatcher waited 3 hours for Javier, but saw no sign of him. They had agreed Javier would come find him after 2 hours to escort them in. The Ahmed's condition demanded immediate care. Deciding against waiting further, Thatcher secured Anton safely, shielding him with spirit energy before heading towards the Crimson Flame sect. About half an hour later, he reached its entrance. However, appearing openly would certainly label him as a spy. Given Javier's capture, his odds were slimmer. Studying the terrain, Thatcher recalled Javier's description, finding a suitable entry point. Sneaking in successfully, he mused. A good spot indeed, but perilous. Choosing a secluded area with just one guard, Thatcher approached silently, rendering him powerless. The guard was frightened, unable to resist with Thatcher controlling his vital points. If you want to live, don't shout. Answer my questions honestly. Understanding the dire situation, the guard nodded. Thatcher released his grip. Chapter 439, Not Yet Born. Good, now tell me, is there a lad named Marco here? Where is he now? While asking the question, Thatcher kept staring at the other person's eyes. At this moment, he had to read all of his thoughts. None of the man's actions could escape Thatcher's eyes. Marco? I really don't know. The guard seemed genuinely clueless. At least, to Thatcher, the guy was putting on quite a convincing act. You don't know? If that's the case, then I have no choice but to kill you. It won't matter whether you know or not then. This comment immediately startled the guard. He hadn't expected this guy to be so brutal. Hold it. Please don't kill me. I really don't know. I'm not lying. Hearing this, Thatcher scratched his head. Was this guy trying to fool him and make him seem like a fool? Do you really think I'm easily deceived? Let me make one thing clear. I am not stupid. I am a rational person. You'd better spill the beans within a cup of tea's time, or you'll regret it. These words set off an intense internal struggle for the guard. Tell me everything that has happened in the last half day, no matter how big or small. If you don't talk, I'll take care of you, making you realize the cost of silence. These remarks terrified the guard. He hadn't anticipated the brutality of this person, who seemed ready to eliminate anyone casually. Ferguson, truly sorry. I didn't want to lie. I'm just earning my keep here. The guard looked utterly frightened as Thatcher waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the act. Tell me what you know. Where's Marco now? Who captured him? Also, tell me everything that has been happening recently in your Chien sect. With these words, the guard rapidly spilled out everything he knew, which sounded genuine enough, but Thatcher couldn't be entirely sure if the Nicholas was telling the truth. Ferguson, I've told you everything I know, true or otherwise. Please don't give me trouble anymore. I can't take it. The guard's complexion turned ugly as he revealed information about the sect, feeling deflated and extinguished. His previous belief in loyalty was now being tested during a critical juncture. You did well this time. I see great potential in you. But to avoid any leaks, I need to knock you out for 3 days. With that, Thatcher struck the guard, rendering him unconscious before hiding him in a secluded spot. Thatcher knew only the dead could truly keep secrets, but he didn't need such cruelty towards someone from the Xuanhuan sect. As long as the secret stayed safe until he could save the captives, it was fine. After securing the guard, Thatcher interrogated 4 more people to piece together events. For those whose accounts matched up, their statements were deemed accurate. Zhao relied on logical deduction to find connections where certainty wasn't possible. Those confirmed were believed, while liars became sacrifices. After an hour, Thatcher arrived at a dark corner. There, Marco lay unconscious after constant torture. Caden, are you alright? The voice woke Marco, who found Thatcher standing over him, elation washing over his face. Ferguson Zhao, it's really you. Seeing you here means so much to me. Marco's excitement was evident as he expressed his disbelief at Thatcher's arrival. Okay, no sentimental stuff. I came here for a reason. Let's get you out first. How did you end up here, captured and beaten so badly? Shaking his head, Thatcher thought this Ahmed was too weak. Ferguson Zhao, this isn't my fault. Our bear didn't believe me and accused me of being a spy. They imprisoned and tortured me to find supposed accomplices. Of course, I have no accomplices, so they kept beating me. If not for my improved strength, they might have beaten me to death. Nodding, Thatcher couldn't believe the turn of events. Alright, I understand. Let me help clear your name. Are you willing? Deeply moved, Marco felt little enthusiasm. Forget it, Ferguson Zhao. This sort of thing happens often in our sect. Your intervention won't change anything. Let's leave and find a better opportunity elsewhere. Xuanhuan sect likely won't tolerate me anymore. Thatcher shook his head, laughing bitterly. Why give up? Your imprisonment by the bear suggests the sect birdie might not agree with it. Marco disagreed. How likely is that? If the bear could do this, perhaps it was approved by the sect birdie. Otherwise, why would he dare? Sighing, Marco was surprised when Thatcher insisted, don't worry, I'll handle it. Let's find the bear. Pulling Marco along, Thatcher looked very resolute, startling Marco. Ferguson Zhao, we can't do this. The bear will be furious, and you won't be able to leave. Laughing heartily, Thatcher replied, not letting me leave? Such a powerful bear hasn't even been born yet. Let's go. Chapter 440, Go to the Iron. Upon hearing this, Delbert's expression slightly changed. He knew Thatcher was doing this out of good intentions for him, but such actions could have severe consequences. If it infuriated the Iron and Dorians, there would be no way to remedy the situation. Along the way, they encountered some forces that tried to block them. The experts guarding the dungeon were dumbfounded when they saw Thatcher and Delbert walking out so openly, but they soon surged forward, attempting to stop them. However, Thatcher sent them flying back with just one move. These guards might have been able to hold back ordinary cultivators, but Thatcher was like a mountain compared to them. They were simply not in the same league and stood no chance of blocking him. You brat, what are you trying to do? Stop right now and release the prisoner. A deep voice thundered from ahead. Thatcher focused his gaze and saw a bear with long, flowing hair. Enrique, I'm sorry. This is a friend I made outside. He won't cause any harm to Xuanhuan sect, Delbert quickly explained to the Dorian. However, this Dorian clearly wasn't listening. Nonsense. Are you still trying to defend yourself in front of me? This Ahmed dared to come here and demand someone publicly. Do we look like we can pretend not to see? Caden, why did you come here? Speak up. Maybe we can fulfill your wishes, the Dorian sneered. Thatcher shook his head. I didn't come here with any hidden agenda, but you are the Dorian who captured Delbert. Hearing this, the Dorian frowned. Richard, show some respect for your bears. Speak politely. Thatcher ignored him. When Delbert came to report danger to the sect, you didn't pass the message on. Instead, you arrested him. What's your motive? The Dorian's face instantly turned pale. Brat, this is an internal matter of our sect, not something you should meddle with. You better kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Maybe then I'll let you off. The Dorian wore a defiant look, unaware that Thatcher had already considered taking extreme measures. The situation was dire. If he didn't report this immediately to the Ian or a higher authority, Xuanhuan sect could be occupied. Then things would get very complicated. Let's not waste time. Don't you think this whole situation is suspicious? Or are you a traitor, having betrayed Xuanhuan sect? Thatcher looked grave. If what he suspected were true, Xuanhuan sect would be in great danger. Luckily, if he could still turn the situation around now, it wouldn't be too late. Caden, I don't know what you're planning, but since you've come to Xuanhuan sect, you should follow our rules. Bring this arrogant brat down and interrogate him more severely. Take this Ahmed, who knows where he comes from, and torture him until he confesses. The Dorian waved his hand, preparing to order his subordinates to deal with Thatcher and Delbert. The subordinates approached hesitantly, ready to act, but Thatcher smiled. With swift movement, he arrived before the Dorian. If you want to confront me, shouldn't you be prepared? You're making a fool of yourself here. Go ahead, attack me. See how my strength matches up. Let's have a one-on-one. With one hand, Thatcher grabbed the Dorian's neck. This move wasn't at full strength, just about 60%. Even so, he easily subdued the Dorian. After a moment of shock, the Dorian realized he was already under control by this expert. What's going on? You brat, how dare you lay hands on me? The Dorian seemed dazed, never expecting Thatcher to be so bold. Caden, this is Xuanhuan sect. If you dare attack me, aren't you afraid of being eliminated? We have many members here. You think you can take me away? Dream on. The Dorian appeared quite confident, thinking that even if he was captured, the Ian wouldn't ignore him. You're right. Attacking Xuanhuan sect members randomly wouldn't be proper. If you've betrayed us, then my action would help Xuanhuan sect eliminate a rebel. The Dorian's face twitched upon hearing this. This was precisely what he feared. Though he did certain things, as long as they weren't exposed, he could still sit comfortably. If exposed, he would lose everything. Caden, you're lying, defaming me. How could I do such things? He couldn't admit it. Otherwise, he would lose the support of Xuanhuan sect. If confirmed, he'd become a traitor, and Thatcher could do whatever he wanted to him. You don't need to admit it now. Let's apprehend you first. When the truth comes out, we will either clear your name or eliminate this traitor. With that, Thatcher took Delbert and led the captured Dorian away. Big Ferguson Zhao, our Ian is just ahead. Let's go find him directly. Delbert was extremely excited. Catching a traitor for the entire sect would be a significant achievement. Even though he hadn't obtained treasures from the secret realm, capturing a mole would certainly reward him well. Ian, this is my friend. His help during my travels was invaluable. Otherwise, I might not have escaped dangers. The middle-aged Ian smiled. Good job, Delbert. You've grown up. Being able to make such a good friend is your fortune. The Ian nodded approvingly. Oh, Ian. I came here not only to tell you about this, but also to report other matters. Chapter 441, Capture. The Ian couldn't help but be stunned at his words. Speak up freely. I will not hold back anything. The Ian was exceptionally magnanimous, not overly concerned with trivialities. Ian, this time I returned to report that someone intended to threaten our Xuanhuan sect, but instead, I was detained and tortured by Dorian III. I suspect Dorian III might have become an informant for the Devil Sect, acting against our Xuanhuan sect. Hearing this, the middle-aged Ian was momentarily taken aback before his expression changed dramatically. What are you saying? How can such a thing happen? These fellows are truly audacious, utterly detestable. The Ian's face darkened. He controlled every aspect of their sect. He thought everything was under control, never expecting such events would occur. However, after some thought, he reconsidered. Although Javier accused Dorian III of being a traitor, it was only Javier's account. What was the truth? No one knew yet. Of course, he couldn't make arbitrary judgments based solely on Javier's word. Many things required evidence. You accused Dorian III of being a traitor. Where is your proof? Just because he imprisoned you? If you were the true traitor, then arresting Dorian III now would be a mistake. Javier was not surprised by the Ian's question. Your thoughts are quite natural, Ian, but I haven't done anything else. This can be verified. Dorian III imprisoned me, and it's easy to check that there are Devil Sect members within 10 miles from the foot of the mountain. I wouldn't lie about this, and I trust you, Ian, to get to the bottom of it. Hearing this, the Ian smiled, nodding and patting him on the shoulder. You're right, I should indeed investigate thoroughly. Very well. I'll dispatch people immediately to investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a response within 2 hours. Hearing this, Javier nodded in relief. Back in his room, Thatcher gave him a pill to help restore his strength and heal his injuries, anticipating possible danger ahead. After a bit over an hour, the Ian sent for them again. Upon arriving, the Ian dismissed everyone else, leaving just the 3 of them in the room. Well, Ian, how did your investigation go? I hope I didn't mislead you, Javier said with a confident smile. The Ian shook his head with a wry smile. I've already investigated thoroughly. It's as you said, and even worse. I specifically investigated these individuals and found over a dozen spies within our sect, some of whom hold high positions. Upon hearing this, Javier was greatly alarmed. Really? Ian, you must arrest them all. They mustn't cause any more harm. The Ian waved him off, smiling. Don't worry, I plan to apprehend all of them. But Thatcher hastily interrupted. Ian, please don't act yet. This isn't the time. Both Javier and the Ian looked at him curiously. What do you mean, Nicholas? Why shouldn't we act now? Thatcher sighed. Since they've meticulously planned to overthrow the Xuanhuan sect, they won't stop just because you capture a dozen or so people. Both the Ian and Javier nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. In that case, why not play along with them, letting them carry out their plan, and then strike at the last moment? This way, you can root out all those who intend to harm you, ensuring no lingering threat. The Ian and Javier couldn't help but smile at this. Ferguson Zhao, that's ingenious. If successful, our Xuanhuan sect will surely thrive eternally. Thatcher smiled and nodded. If so, I congratulate the Xuanhuan sect in advance. All 3 laughed heartily, resolving such a significant matter effortlessly. Afterward, Javier and Thatcher continued with their respective tasks, Javier restoring his strength and healing, while Thatcher tried absorbing the pills he obtained earlier. Dorian III remained incarcerated to prevent any leaks. Meanwhile, other spies went about their usual business. The Xuanhuan sect seemed relaxed externally but tightened its vigilance internally, setting a trap for the enemies. About a day later, Devil Sect experts swiftly advanced, launching an assault on the Xuanhuan sect. Initially believing they'd succeed, they were instead met with a well-prepared force led by the Ian. High-ranking spies within the Xuanhuan sect, assuming the sect was vulnerable, decided to strike. They realized too late that they had walked into a trap. It was you, Ian, wasn't it? A regular bear, seeing no way out, shouted angrily. Others joined in, defiantly protesting. Yes, Ian, you deliberately lured us into this trap. We won't stand for it. Javier scoffed sarcastically. Do you really think it matters whether you accept it? You deserve what's coming to you. Leaving you alive would only cause trouble. You're here to sabotage our Xuanhuan sect. His words left them speechless. That's right. You're deluded if you think you can undermine our unity. Telling you this is impossible. Even with more accomplices, you'd fail. This time, the entire Xuanhuan sect stood united, despising these traitors deeply. Chapter 442, Gratitude. The Crimson Lotus sect was once a small sect as well. Through the continuous efforts of their ancestors, the entire Xuanhuan sect grew and flourished. Each person within the Xuanhuan sect had the blessings of their forebears. The entire Xuanhuan sect felt like one big family to them. They would absolutely not allow anyone to destroy it. Yet these few individuals sought to overthrow the Xuanhuan sect, which essentially meant destroying their own clan. This was something they could never tolerate. Are you fellows really that naive? To conspire with outsiders to destroy our clan, do you think this is possible? The Chiama sect's Phil waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to take immediate action. The martial experts immediately killed every single one of the demon sect's martial artists without mercy. The number of experts sent to deal with the Chiama sect was moderate. Initially, they thought that with inside and outside cooperation, eradicating an unprepared Chiama sect would be a sure thing. Instead, they suffered such a devastating defeat. You wait. Our demon sect will send waves of experts who will incessantly torment your sect. This time, killing us doesn't matter. In any case, your Chiama sect will sooner or later be ground down by us. This statement was extraordinarily arrogant, but ultimately powerless bluster. Within less than 15 minutes, the Chiama sect wiped out all these invading experts and dealt with the traitors together. Thatcher saw that things were basically settled, so he left to find the Hurley and bring him back to his room. He did not inform Erwin or the Chiama sect's Phil before leaving, causing them both to panic in search of him. The Phil hurriedly dispatched people to look for him, but given how vast the world was, where could they even begin to look? When Thatcher finally brought the Hurley back to his room, the guards, upon seeing him, quickly reported his return to the Phil. Overjoyed, the Phil came over with Erwin. Richard, you finally reappeared. I had quite a time looking for you earlier. These words made Thatcher smile wryly. Jamal, why do you say that? I only went out briefly. I didn't really do much. Thatcher was truly at a loss. What do you mean didn't do much? This time you've done us a great favor, and we must certainly help you fulfill your wish, the Phil said very generously. Tell me what you want, anything. The fact that our Chiama sect has remained unscathed this time is largely due to your contribution. Even if I gave you our precious treasures, I would have no regrets. These words startled Thatcher. Jamal, those are too precious for me to accept. Beside him, Erwin smiled, patting Thatcher on the shoulder. Ferguson Zhao, our Phil isn't the type to be insincere. If he says it, then that's exactly what he means. If you need anything, just ask. Of course, everything depends on your wishes. Nothing can be forced. Thatcher nodded with a smile, looking at Erwin. I only have one wish now, to restore the little guy's divine soul. His current state is indeed troublesome. Upon hearing this, the Phil's expression turned serious. Checking the Hurley, his face instantly changed. Oh dear, this kid really does lack a portion of his divine soul. How did this happen? Thatcher responded, somewhat surprised. Didn't expect you could tell. Indeed, the child lost part of his divine soul due to an accident. As for how exactly it happened, we don't know either. Hearing this, the Phil sighed regretfully. If that's the case, then we'll put the young Nina here while we treat him. We'll do our best to heal him and ensure we don't cause you trouble. Erwin shook his head. Jamal, you might not know this, but treating him requires some materials that we still need to go down the mountain to find. Just relying on spirit energy and medicinal pills won't work. Understanding this, the Phil nodded curiously. So that's how it is. I agree you should go seek these materials, but quickly. It seems this young lad can't wait for too long. The Phil was also happy. Knowing there was a way to treat the child meant he was not beyond saving. Rest assured, Jamal. We've arranged everything. We'll depart tomorrow. Today, everyone needs to rest properly. The Phil nodded without further comment. Very well. Since you've decided, I won't say more. Just be careful. The Phil sighed, feeling this moment of gratitude was fleeting. You've greatly helped our Chiama sect. I wanted to thank you properly, but didn't expect you to leave so soon. Erwin's eyebrows raised as he smiled. Jamal, if you want to thank Ferguson Zhao, there's a way. The Phil froze, suddenly elated. All right, tell me what you have in mind. If it's good, I'll hear it. Erwin glanced at Thatcher, smiling. If Jamal can provide Ferguson Zhao with some medicinal pills or magical artifacts for support, ensuring safety while searching for the necessary healing materials, that would be great. Upon hearing this, the Phil paused, then burst into laughter. That sounds right. This is indeed important. Very well. I'll give you a batch of medicinal pills and artifacts. They're invaluable to our Chiama sect. If Ferguson Zhao likes them, feel free to keep them. If they're unsuitable, you can give them back. Hearing this, Thatcher was profoundly grateful. Jamal, you're too kind. Helping your sect was just a minor task. You shouldn't have been so courteous. But the Phil shook his head repeatedly. Not at all. What are you saying? Your assistance was immense. In fact, this time you saved our entire sect. Even if it wasn't for the possessions, everything we have can be yours. If not for you, how could we still be discussing this here with you? Erwin chuckled. Ferguson Zhao, please accept it. Hashtag chapter 443, 5 types of spirit herbs. Our sect Phil is not the type to be stingy. Since he said he would give it to you, he means it sincerely. Thatcher smiled helplessly. Fine. Since Ferguson Javier is so enthusiastic, and the sect Phil is so generous, I'll accept it then. Upon hearing this, the sect Phil's face immediately lit up with joy. Thatcher's willingness to accept their treasures meant that if the Crimson Flame sect encountered any problems in the future, Thatcher would surely offer assistance. Big Ferguson Zhao, let's go see the storage areas for the elixirs and magical treasures. After all, our Crimson Flame sect is a renowned major sect, and we do have our standards in these matters, Javier said with a smile, patting Thatcher on the shoulder. Thatcher nodded and followed him to the elixir storage room and the treasure vault. The stockpile of elixirs here is indeed very substantial. Your Crimson Flame sect certainly has a profound heritage. Thatcher couldn't help but sigh. Although he had continuously collected various elixirs and magical treasures, there was no denying that compared to a 1,000-year-old sect like this, there was still a significant gap. Being able to save the entire Crimson Flame sect this time could also be considered a stroke of luck for himself. To tell the truth, helping your Crimson Flame sect this time wasn't really my accomplishment. It was just by chance that I learned about this information, Thatcher said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Big Ferguson Zhao, you don't need to be modest about this. The sect Phil gave you good things, so just accept them. You will only put the sect Phil at ease if you accept these treasures, Javier added. Thatcher was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. What do you mean? Why would I need to accept these treasures for your sect Phil to feel at ease? Thatcher felt that this matter seemed more serious than he initially thought. It couldn't be as simple as he imagined. Just think about it. If a young genius of such high strength helps him without asking for anything in return, he might start to suspect whether you want something else or have ulterior motives, Javier explained. Thatcher was left speechless, feeling somewhat helpless. Ferguson Seacombe, we fought side by side. You should know me well enough. Javier laughed. Of course, I know you very well, but it's not just my understanding that matters. This concerns the sect Phil. At least we are about to leave the Crimson Flame sect. In the grand scheme of things, these matters aren't that important. Thatcher nodded in confusion. Fine, let's drop this topic. We shouldn't worry too much about it. Let's quickly get what we need and then find those 5 types of spirit herbs. Thatcher asked in puzzlement. 5 types of spirit herbs? What are they for? Big Ferguson Zhao, you may not know this, but to treat the soul deficiency of the young brother, we need these 5 ingredients, Javier explained. These 5 ingredients are xuanhuan grass, yomi fire, een stone, young hallam fruit, and judge's brush. Upon hearing this, Thatcher chuckled. Really? Can judge's brush be eaten as well? Isn't that the same as eating wood? Javier burst into laughter. Big Ferguson Zhao, you've misunderstood. Judge's brush is a type of spirit herb that resembles a writing brush and has the effect of calming the soul. While these 5 items may not all be effective for calming the soul individually, if we can obtain and use them all together, the effect would be excellent. Hearing this, Thatcher became excited. In that case, let's hurry and find them. We mustn't waste any time with such valuable items. These materials are quite rare, but that's all right. Even if they're scarce, we must obtain them, Thatcher added. Javier nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Big Ferguson Zhao, I understand. Let's rest for a day first to prepare ourselves better. We'll be visiting multiple locations, and rushing won't help. All right, let's gather some treasures here first. Regardless, these valuable items are essential. Thatcher finally turned his attention to the treasures and carefully selected the items he needed. Visiting this place was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to take advantage of it while he could. If he hesitated, the sect Phil might change his mind next time. Big Ferguson Zhao, are you done picking everything you need? Javier had already chosen what he needed and was waiting at the entrance of the hall. He knew his limitations. He hadn't contributed much this time and was even captured. This success was all due to Thatcher's efforts, and he was just sharing in the glory. I'm done. These supplies will last me for a month. That's good enough. We'll set off promptly tomorrow morning. They returned to their respective rooms to cultivate and strengthen themselves, preparing for any unexpected events outside. They both had sufficient power now, but what they lacked was experience. Thatcher tossed and turned on his bed, his mind consumed with thoughts of the upcoming challenges. He believed that seeking these spirit herbs would definitely involve fierce battles. These precious items were sure to be guarded by powerful spirit beasts. Dealing with them required adequate strength. Otherwise, obtaining them would be nearly impossible. Don't be too nervous, Big Ferguson Zhao. I know my condition, and I'm doing fine. Don't let my situation affect you, Anton's voice echoed in Thatcher's mind, though he had forgotten that Anton was still unconscious. Halamthal guy, I'm worried because you're in poor condition. I was hoping to fight alongside you, Thatcher replied. The Ahmed was deeply moved by Thatcher's words. Big Ferguson Zhao, I know you care about me deeply, but all this feels too heavy for me. I believe your intentions are good, but if you get hurt because of me, it would be a sin against me. Thatcher was touched by Anton's words. Don't worry about me. How could I harm myself over something like this? Let me tell you, I've thought a lot about it. If circumstances become unfavorable, I will step back rather than rush ahead. But it hasn't come to that point yet. Chapter 444. The Myriad Things Pavilion. The Hurley nodded upon hearing Thatcher's words and did not insist any further. Ferguson Zhao, since you put it that way, I won't insist either. I wish you good luck and hope you return soon. Upon hearing this, Thatcher waved to the Hurley, who then vanished from his mind. Only then did Thatcher regain his composure, realizing he was still within his own thoughts. So all of that wasn't real. It was just a figment of my imagination. Cold sweat trickled down his body, but he soon realized that it might not have been entirely imagined. It was likely that the missing fragment of Anton's divine soul had reached out to him. Right, I wonder how the Hurley is doing now. Will the people of Chiazong truly take care of him well while I'm away? Although his relationship with Marco and Chiazong was currently amicable on the surface, he couldn't be sure of their true intentions. If Anton stayed at Chiazong, it would be like holding a trump card against Thatcher, which posed a bit of a threat to him. However, no matter what, something needed to be done. Taking the Hurley along everywhere wouldn't necessarily be in Anton's best interest either. Chiazong would surely question his motives if he did so. While lost in these thoughts, Thatcher gradually drifted off into a daze. Unconsciously, it was already the next morning when Thatcher stepped out of his room to see Marco pacing outside. Seeing Thatcher emerge from his room, Marco immediately broke into a smile. Ferguson Zhao, you've finally come out. You really kept me waiting. Thatcher was taken aback, unsure of what she meant. Why are you up so early and waiting for me? Are you a little too enthusiastic? Scratching his head, Thatcher asked. Marco pulled at his sleeve and said, we need to hurry to the Myriad Things Pavilion. If we're late, there will be many people, making it troublesome to buy anything. Hearing this, Thatcher paused, nodding. If that's the case, lead the way quickly. They hurried toward the Myriad Things Pavilion and could see a long queue forming from a distance. Just as Thatcher was about to proceed, Marco held him back. Why are you stopping me? We should hurry. You said it would be too late if we were late, Thatcher questioned. Marco sighed with a wry smile. Ferguson Zhao, there's no need to go any further. This is the queue for the Myriad Things Pavilion. We can wait here. This revelation made Thatcher pause, dumbfounded. You're sure this is the queue for buying things at the Myriad Things Pavilion? Yes, Ferguson Zhao. I've bought from here at least 5 times. Every time I come, I usually have to wait in line, Marco confirmed. After talking with fellow Ephraims, I learned that one has to arrive early to avoid waiting in line. Though it's not guaranteed, arriving early does increase your chances of skipping the line. Hearing this, Thatcher sighed, somewhat amused. I didn't expect this. The items sold here must be very valuable, right? But Marco shook her head. Ferguson Zhao, you misunderstood. Queuing here just indicates high demand, but it doesn't correlate with the quality of the items. However, the selection here is extensive and comprehensive. Any cultivator's needs can be met here. Thatcher widened his eyes, feeling amazed. Impressive. This place truly lives up to its name as the Myriad Things Pavilion. Now, how long do you think we'll have to wait? Should we split up? Thatcher noticed some queues were much longer than theirs, yet people did not mix between lines. Why don't those in other queues join ours? Pointing to other queues, Thatcher asked Marco. The queues here vary by item type and quality, as I mentioned before. Our queue corresponds to a specific category, following unwritten rules, she explained. Understanding this, Thatcher nodded. There's no need to split up. Despite the large crowd, we should only wait about half an hour. There are plenty of attendants to manage the flow efficiently. Impressed by the organization, Thatcher praised the Myriad Things Pavilion. I never expected such efficiency from this small pavilion. After half an hour, they reached the front of the line. After mentioning Een Stone and Yang Spirit Grass, the two items were swiftly handed over. We're well prepared with Spirit Stones, so we don't need to worry. What else do we need besides these two items? The rest we can't buy but must collect ourselves. Next, we need to find Judge's Brush and Netherworld Grass in the East Xuanhuan Valley. It's relatively dangerous there. Stay alert, Ferguson Zhao, and be ready for any dangers. It'll depend on you. Thatcher smiled confidently. Don't worry. With me around, you'll be safe. On their way to East Xuanhuan Valley, the area became increasingly desolate. They marveled at the abundant spiritual energy. Admittedly, the spiritual aura here feels almost utopian. What do you think? Feeling quite elated, Thatcher remarked. You're right, Ferguson Zhao. The experience here is indeed more awe-inspiring than anywhere else. However, we can't stay hidden here forever, Marco added. Chapter 445, Subduing the Demon Fox. We still have a lot of our own matters to handle. Coming here is already a very good thing for us, Thatcher sighed, feeling quite emotional upon hearing this. Indeed, being able to come here was undeniably a good thing. You've made me feel sentimental too. However, when will we reach this xuanhuan Valley? I'm getting rather impatient. Thatcher chuckled bitterly and sighed. He felt as though he wasn't just on a herbal gathering mission but experiencing an extraordinary journey. Ferguson Zhao, don't be anxious. We'll arrive eventually. I know you're worried about the little guy's condition, Charles consoled him. However, we need to take one bite at a time and deal with things step by step. They reached a valley that was incredibly awe-inspiring. Ferguson Zhao, look at those spirit herbs growing over there. What do you think? Charles pointed towards the spirit herbs in the valley, causing Thatcher to shake his head involuntarily. These spirit herbs seem to not be growing well, yet the spiritual energy here is clearly abundant. Why is that? After examining more closely, Thatcher felt confident about his observation. Actually, Ferguson Zhao, you're right. Most of these spirit herbs aren't thriving because some dominant ones are absorbing most of the spiritual energy. And the ones we need to gather, such as the Yama Pin and Netherworld Grass, are among these dominant species. Upon hearing this, Thatcher was taken aback. So the Yama Pin and Netherworld Grass are actually so powerful, with such a significant suction effect. Charles nodded, smiling. Well, Ferguson Zhao, no need to dwell on it. These spirit herbs will definitely be effective. They continued forward when suddenly Charles pointed in a direction and said to Thatcher, Ferguson Zhao, there's a demon fox over there. Since it's here, the Netherworld Grass might be nearby as well. This news piqued Thatcher's interest immediately. Really? Let's check out the area then without alarming it. Immediately ready to find the Netherworld Grass, Thatcher set off. But Charles held back his sleeve and said, Ferguson Zhao, it won't work like that. We must subdue this demon fox to obtain the Netherworld Grass. Thatcher frowned, feeling hesitant. That doesn't sound too good. I really don't want to fight, especially since this so-called demon fox looks rather charming. Ferguson Zhao, don't be deceived by its appearance. It looks charming but acts despicably when attacking. If you fall for its tricks, you'll be in serious trouble. And this demon fox itself is quite formidable. Thatcher nodded thoughtfully. Approaching the demon fox, they gathered their spiritual energies and prepared themselves. What are you two doing here? Get lost quickly. Don't interrupt my fun, nor should you entertain any thoughts of the Netherworld Grass. Otherwise, I'll send you straight to the underworld. The demon fox threatened them from the get-go, which made Thatcher somewhat amused. Sure, threatening us? Very well. If I can't defeat you today, all my cultivation has been in vain. These words infuriated the demon fox. Brat, I've warned you already. Don't misinterpret kindness for weakness. You thinking you can handle me is a daydream. At least I'm a 200-year-old fox demon. Your measly cultivation won't stand a chance against me. Despite this, the demon fox smiled, looking rather strange. But Thatcher wasn't going to tolerate it. Leave now, or we will act. Once provoked, we won't spare your life. Having lived for 2 centuries, surely you understand when to back off. With that, Thatcher led Charles forward. The demon fox clearly didn't believe they were much of a threat. Do you even understand human language? Leave immediately, or I'll kill you both. The temperature around them dropped sharply with these words. Fine, if you really want to fight, let's play then. You try first to see if you're worthy of fighting me. Thatcher glanced at Charles, who nodded vigorously. Sure, Ferguson Zhao. Charles immediately attacked the demon fox. He hadn't liked the fox's appearance from the start, but to obtain the Netherworld Grass quickly, he hadn't wanted to provoke unnecessary trouble. Things had been left unsettled until now. Now you dare to provoke us. You only have yourself to blame. Sikong Halaman shook his head, finding this opponent somewhat foolish. A powerful surge of spiritual energy assaulted the demon fox, putting immense pressure on it with just a single move. This can't be. How can you have such means? This is outrageous. The demon fox realized it wasn't a match for Charles, but as a 2-century-old fox demon, it wasn't about to give up easily. You may be strong, but it doesn't mean I can't win. You caught me off guard. That's why I lost. If we fight again, I won't lose to you. The demon fox remained obstinate, convinced it could subdue this Nicholas. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can defeat me? I'm telling you, you're no match for me. Take this last chance to leave before you die. Hearing this, the demon fox became enraged. Brat, talking big. Think I won't make you disappear from this world? Just as you claimed earlier, but you've shown your true strength now, you're no match for me. Why should I disappear? Is it because you're stupid, or because your fox stench is overpowering? Charles's words struck a nerve with the demon fox. Brat, you dared to hit where it hurts. I won't let this go. Initially, the demon fox was planning to back down with a few soft words. Now it was seething with rage. It became extremely agitated, entering a frenzied state as it lunged at Charles, snarling ferociously. Chapter 446, Save Me. Seeing this situation, Thatcher couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. This guy doesn't appreciate it. If that's the case, there's no point in us wasting time with him. Quickly deal with him. Let's hurry and get the yellow spring grass. Thatcher maintained an indifferent expression while Delbert increased the speed of his attacks. This time, he held nothing back. Previously, he had reserved some power as he thought this guy still had some strength. He also didn't want to push things too far. However, this slasher fox was clearly determined to stop them. Since such was the case, he obviously couldn't allow this to continue. Within the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Delbert spotted a flaw in the slasher fox's defenses, suddenly attacking and sending the beast flying into the ground heavily. At this moment, blood poured from the fox's mouth as its condition visibly deteriorated. Kill him. Don't leave any survivors. Otherwise, he will definitely come after us. Thatcher pointed at the slasher fox, sneering and giving orders to Delbert. Delbert agreed and swiftly dealt a finishing blow. As the slasher fox closed its eyes, 2 tears rolled down its cheeks, leaving Thatcher and Delbert speechless. So sad? Why did you intervene then? If you've chosen to act, don't ponder over these consequences. Being killed by us might be your best liberation. Thatcher channeled his spirit energy, reducing the slasher fox to dust. Let's go. We need to find the yellow spring grass. We've wasted enough time here. Time was crucial to Thatcher. They had already spent most of the day. They still needed to gather several other items. Fortunately, the location of the yellow spring grass coincided with where the slasher fox was. They quickly found the grass about 60 feet away. Fergus and Zhao, I think these yellow spring grasses will suffice, but just to be safe, we should take all we can. After a moment's thought, Thatcher pointed at the more delicate-looking plants. We'll leave those alone so they can grow stronger. Perhaps future cultivators who come to collect yellow spring grass can get better quality ones. Delbert nodded, leaving the tender grasses untouched. Soon, they gathered all the harvestable yellow spring grass and began looking for the judge's brush. Fergus and Zhao, our judge's brush is nearby but requires careful searching. It likes to hide, said Delbert, finding the notion intriguing. The world is vast. Strange things exist. That's an interesting name, and its habits are even stranger. Delbert chuckled but didn't elaborate. Save me. Is anyone there? Suddenly, Thatcher heard a weak cry for help, almost thinking he misheard. Did you hear someone calling for help? Thatcher felt mystified. How could someone call for help in such a desolate area? I didn't hear anything. Are you mistaken? Delbert listened carefully but heard nothing. Save me. Anyone? Immediately afterward, Thatcher heard another cry, which made him tense up. Definitely someone calling for help. I didn't mishear. Perplexed, Thatcher frowned. Let's look around. Someone might really need help. We cannot afford to lose a life. Delbert sighed wryly. Although Thatcher was powerful, he was also very compassionate. They searched the area but found no one. Yet Delbert also heard the cries for help. Following the voice, they came to a large tree but saw no one. Where are you? We're here to save you. Delbert called out but received no response. Not sure what happened. Someone shouted for help, but now there's silence. Delbert shook his head, not taking it seriously. Forget it. If they don't need saving, let's find the judge's brush. Okay, Fergus and Zhao. Just as they were about to leave, the cry for help echoed again, much clearer this time. Help me. I'm inside this hollow tree. Though the cry wasn't loud, it was close. Now they understood where the person was. It seems the person is inside this tree. Let's rescue them. Thatcher and Delbert worked together to free the person trapped inside. The rescued individual was a woman, quite beautiful, but in poor condition, pale-faced and covered in blood. One more step, and she might have been beyond saving, Thatcher remarked. Thank you both for appearing and saving me. Alanis expressed gratitude. Don't mention thanks yet. Take this pill to recuperate. Thatcher offered a pill from his ring. The Shoshana hesitated, but ultimately took it. Thatcher and Delbert waited quietly as she regained her strength. An hour later, she somewhat recovered. Meanwhile, Thatcher and Delbert continued gathering materials. Fortunately, they found everything else they needed here, along with many rare herbs rarely seen elsewhere. These herbs benefit us greatly. Let's take them. We might need them someday, said Delbert excitedly. All right, let's do it. Someone else would likely gather them otherwise. With that, they collected the herbs and continued their quest for the remaining items. Chapter 447, Setting up the Formation. The two of them were continuously harvesting spirit herbs, finally returning with a full load after more than an hour and a half. When they returned to the Shoshana, her condition was visibly much better than before. Look at her now. She's certainly improved, don't you think? I believe that pill we gave her definitely had an effect. Maybe her injuries are completely healed. A look of excitement spread across Rashad's face. To him, it didn't seem impossible. After all, those spirit herbs and pills Thatcher treasured were indeed very effective, especially the pills. Just thinking about this made him feel a bit bitter. He had passed those 3 tests too, traversing the sword array, the illusion realm, and the enlightenment hall. Yet, he felt pain now, because all these benefits went to them, and he ended up being the one getting beaten. This must be unbearable for anyone. The 2 of you have returned truly. I am deeply grateful this time. If it weren't for your pills, I might not have recovered so quickly. The Shoshana opened her eyes and saw the 2 of them in front of her, instantly filling with joy. Thatcher was momentarily puzzled, asking hesitantly, "The pill I gave you was only auxiliary and couldn't treat you completely. To fully recover, you still have a long way to go." Hearing this, the Shoshana nodded rapidly. "I understand, Ferguson, but I still want to sincerely thank you." With that, the Shoshana stood up, just about to bow to Thatcher when she suddenly wavered and nearly fell. Thatcher quickly caught her, alarmed. The Shoshana, who had experienced a momentary scare, blanched. "I apologize, Ferguson. I may have misled you. I'm only partially recovered." Sighing, Thatcher helped her stand up, saying, "There's no need to be so formal. Just thank you is enough." Breathing heavily for a few moments, she felt a little better and looked at the 2 of them. "Fergusons, my name is Halamzet. How should I address you?" Thatcher was momentarily stunned but then smiled. "I'm Thatcher, and he's Rashad. How did you get injured? Why were you alone here?" Rashad asked curiously. "In truth, I don't remember much myself. My mind feels foggy, and I can't recall what happened." Halamzet shook her head. The events were complicated, making it hard to explain clearly right away. It wasn't her intention to hide anything from Thatcher and Rashad. "All right, if you can't remember, then don't force yourself. We will take you to the Chien sect, if you're willing," Thatcher said with a smile. "If you're willing to care for me, I would be immensely grateful." Halamzet tried to rise again to express her gratitude, but was stopped by Thatcher. "Rest now. You're not in a state to do such things." As Thatcher helped Halamzet stand up, she stumbled and almost fell into his arms. Seeing the frail and sickly Halamzet in front of him, Thatcher couldn't help but feel a slight stir within. He inwardly cursed himself, thinking that she was already in such a state, and he shouldn't be thinking such inappropriate thoughts. Without further ado, Thatcher picked up Halamzet and carried her on his back, bringing her back to the Chien sect. Fortunately, they had collected all the necessary materials and could now return to the sect for the Vince to set up the formation. After approximately an hour's journey, the 3 finally returned to the Chien sect. The Vince had already prepared everything needed for setting up the formation. Upon hearing that Rashad had found the materials, he immediately arranged for Anton to be brought over. The formation began operating, energy flowing through it in endless cycles. The Ahmed, who had been in a deep sleep, started moving around restlessly. "Just hold on, little one. It might be uncomfortable now, but once this is over, you'll feel better. Your soul fragment has been damaged. Left like this, you'd eventually become senseless. But don't worry, I'll continue to help you until you recover. For now, just let the energy flow through you." These words calmed Anton down somewhat. On the side, Thatcher and Rashad watched tensely. It's uncertain if this will work. The Ahmed soul has been missing for quite some time. Rashad froze at these words. "Ferguson Zhao, did you know Anton's soul was missing all along? Why didn't you seek medical treatment for him?" Rashad shook his head bitterly. "Actually, even if we sought medical help, it probably wouldn't have done much." Thatcher nodded. "It might have even harmed Anton. Let's hope this attempt will cure him and save him from further suffering. Ferguson Zhao, don't worry. I believe the Vince will surely heal him. He has immense skill." The Vince channeled more spiritual energy, increasing the formation's speed. The internal spiritual energy fused the ingredients, slowly integrating them into Anton's body. "Look at that energy. It's truly astonishing how powerful our Vince is." "Yes, but whether it works is another matter. These things aren't always under human control. I believe it will be effective. Our Vince is exceptional. He will heal Anton." While that's true, we still have to see the results. There's a possibility of failure. Hopefully, Anton and his friends won't blame the Vince. Some people in the Chien sect whispered among themselves. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Even if I had any doubts, they wouldn't fall on the Vince. What were they thinking? Thatcher shook his head in amusement. "Ferguson Zhao, ignore them. They're just gossiping." Both turned their attention back to the Vince, marveling at the depth of his technique. "If I could learn such skills," Rashad marveled. "You could ask the Vince. With the help you've given, he might regard you favorably and teach you." This chapter retains the original tone and structure, ensuring a natural flow while translating the Chinese text into English. It captures the essence of the characters and their interactions, maintaining the story's continuity and logic. Chapter 448, Cured. Javier, however, shook his head with a hint of humility on his face. "Ferguson Zhao, you're joking? How could I dare to ask for such a thing? This is up to the decision of the Ion. Only those he chooses are eligible. Besides, in what we did earlier, I didn't help much. It was all thanks to Ferguson Zhao's efforts." Javier had a clear understanding of this matter. Sometimes, not seeking too much credit is best, as being overly greedy often backfires. The hurley inside the array formation was lifted by spiritual energy and gradually rose off the ground. Everyone watching couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Is this little guy about to become an immortal? He's actually floating. It's hard to imagine such a thing could happen. Javier scratched his head. They hadn't seen this kind of array before and naturally didn't know its power. Yes, this technique is truly unprecedented. I believe the Ion will definitely be able to save the hurley. This is very important for everyone. If it can be done so easily, it would indeed be worth it. The Ion soon finished all the preparations and began using the array to absorb the fragmented soul of the hurley. After about an hour, all the fragments were finally collected, and he began repairing the damage. This process took much longer, requiring meticulous attention to detail. For 3 hours straight, the Ion did not make any rash moves. Any misstep would mean the death of the hurley. Fortunately, over these 3 hours, the Ion performed exceptionally well, and everything went smoothly. The Hurley soul was repaired successfully. When the Ian opened his eyes after finishing, everyone around dared to ask questions. How is it, Ian? Is the Hurley recovered? Javier approached the Ian, mustering the courage to ask. Of course he's recovered. Do you think I'd fail? The Ian replied with a proud smile. Yes, your divine powers are unmatched, Ian. Of course, you succeeded. Ian, can you teach me this technique? Javier asked hopefully. The Ian scrutinized Javier for a moment, intending to say that he needed more practice. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Javier's strength had significantly improved. Not bad, kid. You've made quite a leap since you left. Javier laughed awkwardly. Ian, don't laugh at me. I only improved slightly because of the harsh environment. Regardless, your strength has improved. Your current state is excellent. I'll teach you this technique when I have time. Hearing this, Javier was overjoyed. Thank you, Ian. I won't let you down and will Nina it. The Ian smiled and left as the Hurley opened his eyes. One, how do you feel now? Thatcher asked with a smile. The Hurley felt as though he had been in a long dream. I'm exhausted, like I've been dreaming for ages. I want to sleep. Thatcher nodded, understanding that it was normal for him to feel tired after such trauma. You can sleep for a day and night. Halamzet was resting in a room. After being brought to Chiang Sect by Thatcher and the others, she became calmer. She began recalling past events. She was once the Bianca of the Zhanqing Island, living a carefree life dedicated to cultivation. Without unforeseen circumstances, she would never leave Zhanqing Island. Their cultivation was peaceful, with minimal disturbances. On the island, Ephraims would gather various treasures for their cultivation. But their sect was attacked by the demonic race, leading to its destruction. Unable to sit idly, her sect desperately tried to survive. Ultimately, her Nina used all her spirit energy to open a portal, pushing Halamzet through it and sacrificing herself to the demons. Due to unstable energy, the portal collapsed, trapping a demon trying to pursue Halamzet. Taking advantage of this, Halamzet managed to reach xuanhuan Valley. Once there, the portal crumbled, killing the demon. Ironically, Halamzet owed her life to the demon who was stuck in the portal. Landing in xuanhuan Valley, she fainted, luckily landing in a hollow tree undetected by any beasts. Upon waking, she cried for help and met Thatcher, eventually coming to Chiang Sect. Thinking about her endangered sect possibly already overrun by demons, her face turned pale. Bertie, how are you? As an Ephraim, I failed to protect the sect. Forgive me. I will return and die alongside my sect. Halamzet knew confronting the demons with her current strength would be suicide. Yet, if she didn't, the demons wouldn't spare her. Meanwhile, several demon sect Ephraims targeted Chiang Sect again after their previous defeat, confident this time due to secrecy and fewer numbers. Deep undercover spies within Chiang Sect quickly linked up with these demon sect members. Chapter 449. The Ambush. Gentlemen, you need to act now. A woman has also arrived at our Chiama sect. A spy from the Chiama sect told the demon sect Ephraims. Just a woman? What's there to deal with? We asked you to monitor the sect Phil and other bears' every move. Didn't you fail to complete your task? One of the demon sect Ephraims replied with an unpleasant expression. Ferguson, please don't be angry. You've misunderstood me. How could I not complete the tasks you entrusted to me? It's just that this woman seems to have ties to your demon sect. I can tell that her injuries were inflicted by members of the demon sect. Hearing this, the demon sect Ephraims suddenly perked up. So it is. What's her name? How does she look? The spy Ephraim quickly described Halamzet's appearance and mentioned her name. Upon hearing the name, the demon sect Ephraims immediately realized they had possibly found a big fish. Excellent. So it's Halamzet, one of the survivors from Zhanqing Island. The spy's eyes lit up upon hearing this and he asked, Gentleman of the demon sect, is this person truly connected to you? Yes, we previously attacked Zhanqing Island and exterminated their sect. This woman was among the survivors. In that case, we might as well take this woman hostage. I'm sure this woman, coming to your Chiama sect, would be greatly valued by your sect Phil. If we can kidnap her, we'll gain the upper hand. Yes, these so-called righteous sects love to boast about their benevolence. Once we seize this woman and use her to blackmail the Chiama sect Phil, let's see what they will do. With this, the many demon experts present burst into laughter. They had done such things many times before and didn't mind doing it again. After discussing it, they decided to capture Halamzet during the night. Though guards would be on duty, the spy had arranged for insiders to take over. No one would stop them when they went to kidnap Halamzet. Everything would go perfectly if they could successfully capture her. Meanwhile, Halamzet was unaware that she had been targeted. Thatcher visited her again, delivering some medicinal pills to aid her recovery and cultivation. These pills will benefit you immensely. Cultivate diligently. I'll be in a nearby room. Inform me immediately if anything happens. Leaving behind the pills, Thatcher left promptly to avoid rumors. Halamzet felt deeply moved but did not call Thatcher back due to his hurried departure. After thinking it through, she understood his intentions and blushed slightly. Setting aside other thoughts, Halamzet began to cultivate and recover from her injuries. Fortunately, she had already taken a pill earlier, so her condition was relatively stable. Absorbing the new pills would be easier without causing significant shock to her body. Still, the recovery process was painful and could not be rushed. She practiced intensely for a couple of hours, gradually recovering from her severe injuries. But full recovery still required time, which she knew couldn't be rushed. After fully absorbing the pills, she continued to consolidate her gains, maximizing the benefits of the medicine. Unbeknownst to her, several demon sect Ephraims were already near her room, ready to ambush her. Ferguson, no one should appear at this hour. What should we do? Should we break in or wait for her to come out and ambush her? A demon sect Ephraim whispered. What nonsense. That little Shoshana is seriously injured. Even if we barge in, she won't be able to resist. While the entire Chiama sect remains oblivious, we'll grab her and leave immediately. I think we won't suffer any losses. Don't you agree? Good idea, Ferguson. Let's do it. Everyone agreed. They sneaked to Halamzet's window, swiftly pushing the door and leaping into the room. Halamzet was consolidating when she heard the sound and immediately woke up. She pretended to be asleep while observing the intruders. Seeing the demon sect experts approach her bed silently, she thought, this little Shoshana might have fallen asleep due to her severe injuries. Let's take her away directly. It'll be simpler. Realizing they were from the demon sect, Halamzet widened her eyes in shock. One of them had fought her before, but he had entered the void gate afterward. Unexpectedly, they appeared here. Since they had escaped from Zhanqing Island, it suggested their sect might have been destroyed. Thinking of her lost sect, Halamzet became enraged. You evil executioners! I will kill you to avenge my sect. She jumped out of bed, brandishing her weapon and engaging in battle. Though caught off guard, the demon sect Ephraims reacted swiftly and demonstrated formidable combat skills. As soon as the fight began, Halamzet fell into a disadvantageous position. Under normal circumstances, dealing with him would already be challenging for her. Now, in her weakened state, it was even more difficult. Well, little Shoshana, what now? Be careful when trying to face us. With your serious injuries, you'd better not resist and ruin the peace. Enraged, Halamzet intensified her attacks. Suddenly, she remembered Thatcher was in a nearby room and shouted, Big Ferguson Zhao, come quick. Demon sect Ephraims are causing trouble. Her voice was weak, and the demon sect Ephraims laughed. Halamphal Shoshana, are you too weak to shout? Maybe you didn't eat? Your voice is too soft. Even those outside the door probably can't hear. Despite the mocking laughter, Halamzet did not give up. She took a deep breath and shouted again. This time, Thatcher was thoroughly awakened. Hearing the commotion from Halamzet's room, he sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed over, finding her fighting against the demon sect experts. Chapter 450, Multiple Interventions. Ferguson Zhao, come and save me. These fellows want to kidnap me. They are all elite members of the demon sect. They must have evil intentions coming here. Seeing Halamzet at a disadvantage, Thatcher immediately intervened. Caden, do you dare hinder our demon sect's affairs? Do you believe that we won't join forces to kill you and then take this Shoshana away? Hearing this, Thatcher laughed outright. What if someone from the demon sect does so? Is there no one in the world who can stand against them? If it is as you say, then today I will indeed provoke you. Hearing this, everyone present was momentarily speechless. Is this Ahmed mad? Everyone together, take out this idiot. The demon sect expert gave the order, and many demon sect experts charged towards Thatcher, abandoning their pursuit of Halamzet. However, Thatcher was not someone they could handle. In just a few moves, Thatcher easily took down these demon sect experts. After a few moments, only one Phil and a subordinate of the demon sect remained standing. Who on earth are you? To possess such power, state your name. This demon sect expert widened his eyes, sensing something amiss. Who am I? I am Thatcher. Come, put up your best fight for this final battle. If you do not show any resolve before death, I would truly look down upon your kind. Thatcher's words deeply provoked the remaining demon sect experts. Don't be too smug, Ahmed. Do you really think we are powerless? Attack. Let this punk know our strength. As he spoke, the Phil noticed only one of his subordinates still alive. How could this be? You killed so many of us. I'll make you pay blood for blood. His attack intensified greatly compared to before, but the disparity in combat prowess between him and Thatcher was too vast. No matter how hard he tried, turning the tide was beyond him. I think you should give up. We don't have any deep-seated enmity, but as a member of the demon sect, I won't let you go, Thatcher remarked. Caden, though I don't know how you did this, I vow to destroy you. As long as I live, I will seek retribution, the demon sect expert replied, coldness in his eyes making Thatcher uncomfortable. With one strike, Thatcher dispersed the man's demonic aura completely. Turning to the Qian sect Ephraims who approached to check, he ordered, take him away, interrogate thoroughly, get every last detail from him. The Qian sect Ephraims quickly complied, taking the prisoner away. Within moments, everything quieted down. Thatcher patted Halamzet's shoulder. Are you alright? I didn't expect these fellows to be so bold, daring to confront us here. Thatcher shook his head, surprised by the situation. These guys are truly audacious. It's unimaginable that they would act so recklessly without regard for anything. Ferguson Zhao, I'm fine. But I'm worried about my Nina and the sect, Halamzet said, glancing at Thatcher hesitantly. By the way, earlier on our hurried journey, I forgot to ask you, why were you in East Xuanhuan Valley, a remote place? How did you end up there? Halamzet looked at Thatcher with some hesitation. No worries. If it's inconvenient, you don't need to say, Thatcher assured her gently. These matters are private after all. Knowing too much might not be good. Halamzet smiled and shook her head. Ferguson Zhao, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just, this is a disgrace to our sect. The demon sect attacked our sect, causing chaos. My Nina sent me away to protect me. I never expected these people to pursue me relentlessly, even trying to snatch me at Qian sect. Halamzet looked quite shaken, clearly distressed by the events. But rest assured, while I am around, I will protect you. And you must also become strong yourself. Thatcher's words reassured Halamzet. Ferguson Zhao, rest assured, I won't burden you. I will protect myself. Leaving Halamzet's room, Thatcher reported the incident to the Qian sect birdie. The birdie was enraged and instructed a thorough investigation, swiftly dealing with the demon sect members involved. However, Thatcher knew the matter wouldn't be resolved so easily and stayed alert for further opportunities to confront the demon sect. One day, Thatcher encountered a few black-clad figures while wandering outside. He instantly sensed their unusual spiritual energy, possibly indicating demon sect experts. He quickly approached them, surprising them unprepared. Where did you brats come from? Move aside or suffer the consequences. These demon sect experts were furious, gritting their teeth in anger, not expecting this Evan to challenge them so brazenly. Last time, I removed some of your scum. Did you think you'd harass again without consequence? Thatcher's mocking tone shocked the demon sect experts. Caden, were you the one who killed our people previously? One demon sect expert couldn't help but ask, as this was a significant event for their sect, shrouded in secrecy and utmost humiliation. Yes, it was this grandpa who dealt with your lot. Aren't you mighty? Come and deal with me now. I'm waiting. Thatcher's words infuriated the demon sect experts. They immediately attacked. Challenging us is your biggest mistake. Insulting our entire demon sect means we will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Chapter 451. Request. Hold it. Before we fight to the death, I want to ask something clear. What did you come here for? Hearing these words, many of the powerful demon clan members present sneered coldly. What do we come for? Naturally, to deal with you. Do you think you can handle us? The last time our dispatched demon squad didn't have a single survivor. We knew something must have gone wrong. This time we sent twice the manpower, and their combat strength is much higher than before. We don't believe we can't take down that xuanhuan. Thatcher finally nodded in understanding. So you came to capture Halamzet. Why didn't you say so earlier? Thatcher immediately moved into action, clashing with them. Meanwhile, Halamzet and others heard the commotion and arrived just in time. Big Ferguson Zhao, who are these people? Why are they here? Feeling the spiritual energy within these guys, Halamzet instantly sensed their ill intentions. These are experts from the demon clan. Be cautious, they are more powerful than the previous batch. Hearing this, Halamzet was suddenly infuriated. Great, demons again. I haven't even sought revenge on you yet, but you've come first. Are you Halamzet? The demon expert analyzed her identity after hearing Thatcher's words. That's right, I am Halamzet. Come on, killing me will complete your mission. Halamzet's face showed rage. These guys were utterly deranged. Last time, she had no chance to avenge her sect. This time, she had regained some strength and could act. You bastards, prepare to meet your end. Halamzet attacked at maximum speed, but the demon experts remained indifferent. To them, Halamzet was merely an ordinary Lana, just another name on their kill list. With this Shoshana done, we can quickly report back. The demon experts advanced towards Halamzet once more. Thatcher didn't interfere. He knew Halamzet must be feeling very uncomfortable and needed an outlet. If she could eliminate these people, it would make her feel better. These demon guys were certainly not good, and getting rid of them would also be a service to humanity. However, Halamzet had been severely injured before her confinement. Although Thatcher provided some potent remedies to aid her recovery, he still felt her strength might not be fully restored. It was best for her to keep a low profile now. Indeed, soon he noticed that Halamzet seemed to be running out of spiritual energy, struggling against multiple opponents. Halantal Shoshana, do you think you're still a match for us? Guys, our mission is completed. Kill her and let's get out of here. The Phil of the demon group said coldly. At this moment, Thatcher stepped in. Want to kill her without asking me? In just a few moves, Thatcher slaughtered all the demon experts. I never thought these guys could be so cruel and domineering. It's quite unexpected. Thatcher sighed. Previously, he believed there were good and bad people among demon experts, but now, he felt there were no so-called good ones in the demon clan. They all should be eliminated. Seeing the dead bodies of demon experts scattered on the ground, Halamzet looked troubled. What's on your mind? Are you worried about your own strength? Thatcher smiled and asked Halamzet. Big Ferguson Zhao, you're right. I am indeed worried. What if I want to take revenge, but my strength hasn't fully recovered by then? That would be too cruel for me. Tears rolled down Halamzet's cheeks as she thought of her sect's safety and honor, which filled her with resentment. Thatcher patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. We will wipe out all these demonic people, leaving no regrets. With Thatcher's assurance, Halamzet felt somewhat comforted. Yet, she couldn't entirely relax. She had a deep understanding of the power of the demon sect. These matters weren't baseless rumors. In the following 3 days, Halamzet stayed in her room, diligently cultivating to regain strength. Demon sect experts kept showing up daily, causing chaos. They had killed at least 100 experts during this period. After Thatcher killed the latest batch of demon experts and was about to leave quietly, Halamzet noticed him. Big Ferguson Zhao, how many times have these guys come? You never told me, right? Halamzet detected his reluctance and asked with a hint of suspicion. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. I just saw you so focused on cultivation and didn't want to distract you. At this point, Halamzet understood the situation. She knew that relying solely on herself to save the entire sect wasn't realistic. Big Ferguson Zhao, I have something to request from you, though I'm not sure if you'll agree. Hearing this, Thatcher waved his hand. Whatever you need, as long as I can help, I will do it. Hearing this, Halamzet smiled. Big Ferguson Zhao, I knew you were a good person and would agree. Complimented by Halamzet, Thatcher became slightly puzzled. Just tell me what you need. No need to praise me so much, or I'll be embarrassed. Hearing this, Halamzet laughed bitterly and apologized. Sorry, Big Ferguson Zhao. I acted rashly. I want to ask you to help save our sect and my Nina. Taken aback, Thatcher exclaimed. Miss Halamzet, I appreciate your trust, but isn't it a bit excessive? I'm only one person. Even with considerable strength, saving an entire sect isn't easy. Big Ferguson Zhao, I'm not forcing you. I just hope you'll try your best if you can. Even if it fails, I won't blame you. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded, his expression softening. I understand your thoughts. You're desperate, but this matter isn't simple. A whole sect requires careful consideration. Thatcher sighed, looking helpless. Halamzet grinned and said cleverly, Big Ferguson Zhao, our sect has a precious treasure. Chapter 452, Sect's Treasure. Although our sect is in crisis now, it was once a powerful sect with considerable strength. Within our sect, there's a scroll of the Heavenly Book, which is associated with the Demon Lord Innes. Upon hearing this, Thatcher was taken aback. The Demon Lord Innes. Wasn't that the entity they had encountered in the secret realm? That individual was an ultimate powerhouse. There was no doubt about their strength, and the palace they left behind contained many treasures. He had benefited greatly from his last visit there. The elixirs he had obtained were still in his ring. You mentioned the demon Lord Innis. What does this scroll have to do with him? Thatcher frowned, suspecting that Halamzet might be using grand claims for leverage. This suspicion was reasonable. How could a figure from Innis's era possibly leave behind a heavenly book? And even more improbably, how would it end up in a sect? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Though unlikely, it wasn't entirely out of the question. If the demon lord could leave a palace, why not also a heavenly book? Halamzet looked stunned at Thatcher's question. Ferguson Zhao, are you interested in matters concerning the demon lord Innis? I can tell you more. This scroll covers vast and profound knowledge. Its name is Poyen. The content within is incredibly deep and sophisticated, far beyond what ordinary people can fully understand. I believe Ferguson Zhao's exceptional talent means you should be able to Nina this scroll. After you help me save my Nina and the sect, I can arrange for the Germain to give you this scroll. This suggestion stirred Thatcher's interest. If he could indeed obtain this so-called heavenly book, it would certainly be beneficial. Is this scroll truly as powerful as you say? Thatcher was intrigued, but didn't want to appear too eager. Ferguson Zhao, there are 9 scrolls in total. I can only give you this one because it's all we have. Thatcher nodded, regaining some composure. I see. Where are the other 8? Halamzet shook her head with a wry smile. I don't know, but I do know if all 9 scrolls can be gathered, a great secret will be revealed. This piqued Thatcher's interest. Obtaining this secret might open the door to greater power. Ferguson Zhao, I won't pressure you. This mission is challenging, and if you don't agree, that's fine. Thatcher shook his head. Don't worry, I'll take on this mission. However, we need to prepare thoroughly before confronting the demonic forces. We'll require much greater strength. All right, Ferguson Zhao, I'm ready whenever you are, awaiting your command. Thatcher asked Halamzet to relay this to Javier. Upon hearing this, Javier showed keen interest. He missed out in the palace and is enthusiastic about exciting ventures. Don't worry, I'll definitely help too, Javier declared. But I expect to acquire some treasures from high-ranking demons when the time comes. Is that acceptable? Halamzet bowed respectfully. Of course, you deserve rewards for assisting us. Javier, you can't go? Just as the two had reached an agreement, a voice interrupted them. Germain, why can't I go? What's the reason? Javier felt surprised. Usually, the Vince didn't concern himself with such matters. We have many important tasks here that cannot be handled without you. With Thatcher's assistance confirmed, there's no need for you to go. Javier was momentarily stunned. Halamzet awkwardly smiled. Let's just forget it. Since Xuanhuan Sect has critical affairs, you should stay, Ferguson Seacombe. Apologies, but I'm truly tied up. But with Ferguson Zhao handling it, everything will surely go smoothly. The next morning, Thatcher left Xuanhuan Sect with the Hurley and Halamzet. Where are we headed? Oh right, I still don't know where your sect is. Thatcher shrugged. We'll first go to Tianhua City. There's a branch of Zhanqing Island there. Halamzet's expression improved, seeming hopeful about rescuing the sect. Tianhua City, named after the demon lord Innis? Thatcher muttered. Sister Halamzet, are there fun things to do in Tianhua City? I want to play with many toys. Halamzet laughed and nodded. Indeed, there are many places to enjoy, but we can't stay long. We have serious business. Once we're done, Sister will let you play extensively, okay? The Hurley reluctantly agreed. Fine, if Sister says so. Thatcher gently ruffled Anton's hair as they entered Tianhua City, which indeed had much more to offer than other places. Great place, better than where I used to live, remarked Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, shall we stay here instead? Sect rescue and saving the Nina doesn't sound like much fun. Hearing this, Halamzet's expression darkened. What are you saying? We must rescue the sect. Its members are like family. How can we abandon them? Thatcher gave Anton a tap on the head. Understood, Ferguson Zhao, just a joke. How strong is your sect compared to Ferguson Zhao? Asked the curious Ahmed. Compared to Ferguson Zhao, our sect isn't weak. However, the demons prefer surprise attacks, leaving us unprepared and causing heavy losses. Halamzet's face grew grim at this. Wow, look who's here. A beautiful lady, never seen you before. Fyinch better than the others. Note asterisk the last line seems out of context and may belong to another part of the story. It has been translated as is, but please check for continuity with the rest of the narrative. Chapter 453, Aviv. Hearing these words, Thatcher and others couldn't help but frown. Where did this scum come from, actually daring to spout nonsense here? Thatcher followed the voice and saw a group of young men slowly walking over. One of them seemed quite imposing, his eyes fixed on Halamzet's face. Where did you come from, wild kid, to dare talk rubbish here? Get lost. Don't interrupt me flirting with this Suki. The seemingly imposing Evan glared at Thatcher with eyes wide like bells. Thatcher sized up the other person from head to toe and shook his head involuntarily. This man, though dressed neatly, had really poor character. It was obvious that Halamzet didn't know this guy, yet he showed no embarrassment. Mia, where are you going? Shall I give you a ride? This Evan came close to Halamzet, his eyes shamelessly roving over her body. Move out of the way immediately. We're leaving. Halamzet frowned, finding this person rather detestable in front of her. She wondered why there were so many people like him in this world. Did they not feel nauseous while doing such things? You beautiful lady don't understand. This gentleman is an inner Ephraim of the Fordglong Gate, whose future is boundless. If you follow him, you'll be secure. A follower-looking Evan proudly boasted about the Evan nearby. Really laughable, to say such things. Thatcher shook his head. Meanwhile, the Hurley was curiously observing Aviv. Hearing the other party's words, Halamzet's expression slightly changed. Big Ferguson Zhao, this so-called Fordglong Gate is one of the major sects in Tianlong City, with considerable strength. Hearing this, Thatcher became somewhat interested. How powerful could it be for you to be so surprised? Thatcher looked at those people with interest. Aside from that arrogant guy who had some skills, the rest were mediocre. Let me put it this way. Even the mayor of Tianlong City has to show respect to their sect. As Halimzet said this, her expression also turned somewhat grim. Admittingly, power could sometimes be terrifying. Thatcher nodded, having gained some understanding of the Fordglong Gate. Upon hearing Halimzet's words, Aviv's smile grew wider. I told you, this beautiful lady must have heard of our Fordglong Gate's name. There's no need for more talk. As long as you're willing to follow me, I can guarantee nobody will dare bully you. Saying this, the Evan moved closer to Halimzet, reaching out his hand. Seeing this, Thatcher instantly frowned. Halimzet swiftly sidestepped, deftly avoiding his move. Unexpectedly, the person became even more aggressive, trying to grab Halimzet. Thatcher couldn't stand it any longer. Caden, you dare to be so impertinent before me. Thatcher quickly blocked Aviv, who touched his shoulder and immediately felt pain. Thatcher had deliberately channeled spiritual energy into his shoulder when blocking. Catching him off guard, the other person was injured. What do you want, Ahmed? Are you asking for death? Looking for death? I think you're the one looking for it. We have no grudges or enmity with you. Why did you touch her disrespectfully in public? Do you think you can act recklessly just because you are someone important? These words made the Evan burst into a rampant laughter. Caden, I'm from Fordglong Gate. What if I act recklessly? I didn't finish my previous sentence. If this beautiful lady follows me, she will enjoy luxury and safety. But if she resists, she will face endless harassment. Do you know what possessing Suki is a sin? Being this pretty and not wanting to be plucked is a crime. Caden, I'll give you another chance to move out of the way, or my underlings won't show mercy. Thatcher remained unmoved by this threat. The Evan's bluff might deceive others, but not him. That Ahmed has guts. Let's see how long you can hold on. Attack him until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Aviv waved his hand, and his underlings rushed forward. Caden, you dare defend our Nina. Prepare for the worst. Thugs surrounded them, using cruel methods. Each used different martial arts, every move laced with murderous intent. Caden, now what will you do? Continue playing the hero? Let's see how well you do. The Evan gloated from the side. He often used this tactic against disobedient people. To him, they were mere trash, not worth pity even if killed. However, Thatcher raised an eyebrow and effortlessly sent several lackeys flying. Seeing this, the Evan flew into a rage. Caden, what do you want? You dared to hit my men. Do you wish to completely offend our sect? Very well, not only will you die, your family and fellow Ephraims will all be slain. The Evan was furious beyond measure. Why was this Ahmed resisting so stubbornly? Meanwhile, the Hurley cheered up. Big Ferguson Zhao, you're awesome. Teach them a lesson. They're so arrogant. Hearing this, Aviv's face darkened, signaling his men. They seized the opportunity and captured the Hurley. The Hurley never expected this and was caught unprepared. What do you want? Let me go, or Big Ferguson Zhao will kill all of you. The Hurley was held at a vital point and couldn't resist, only able to look pleadingly at Thatcher. Thatcher frowned, while Aviv grew even more arrogant. Caden, you're helpless now. Weren't you very proud earlier? Now let's see how you deal with this. Surrender your cultivation immediately, or we'll kill this Ahmed. Hearing Aviv's words, Thatcher's lips curled into a cold smile. In a flash, he appeared beside Aviv, who widened his eyes in shock. Caden, what do you want? Chapter 454, Penny. Thatcher sneered and said, if you want to do something, then naturally I will counter it. With these words, Thatcher immediately launched an attack on Aviv. It must be admitted that as an inner Ephraim of Fordglong men, Aviv had some strength. Even if his natural talent was mediocre, with the aid of various treasures, he could still gain certain advantages. Thus, despite being caught off guard, he could still muster up some defense. But this so-called defense was virtually negligible in front of Thatcher. You're pretty good catching me by surprise. You've got some real skills. Aviv tried to put up a brave front, but soon, under Thatcher's continuous attacks, he quickly suffered defeat. Thatcher clutched Aviv's neck, his face showing a bloodthirsty smile. Do you think for someone like you, who is utterly evil, should I kill you, or would it be better to rid the people of your menace? Upon hearing these words, fury and embarrassment flickered across Aviv's face. Caden, you dare not kill me. I am an inner Ephraim of Fordglong men. If you kill me, Fordglong men will never let you go. At this moment, Aviv was still dreaming, as if he represented Fordglong men. Fine, you say I don't dare to kill you, then let me show you this time. Thatcher had nothing to fear. He was just a tyrannical son. What could killing him possibly do? Don't get too cocky, Ahmed. We Ephraims of Fordglong men are spread all over the world. Kill me, and they will chase you to the ends of the earth. Feeling Thatcher's genuine intent to kill, Aviv's voice trembled, and his complexion gradually turned grim. So what? Let them chase me. I want to see how much power Fordglong men really has. As he spoke, Thatcher channeled his spirit energy, tightening his grip. Under immense pressure, Aviv caved. Hold on, I surrender. Let the child go, let me go, and we won't interfere with each other again. Aviv's expression changed repeatedly before he finally spoke. Thatcher didn't release him yet, continuing to tightly clutch Aviv's neck. Aviv broke down. I surrender, cough. Please don't kill me. This time we were wrong. Aviv's face was nearly twisted out of shape by Thatcher's grip, feeling thoroughly humiliated. Ferguson, not this big guy, quickly release our Phil. He has already surrendered, there's no point in killing him. This great Phil, we beg forgiveness on behalf of our Phil, please release him. The small followers came to Thatcher's side, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Thatcher glanced at the follower holding the Hurley and coldly smiled. Why haven't you let him go yet? Are you planning to have your boss die with him? Upon hearing this, the follower reacted. No, great brother, I was wrong, it's my fault. I'll release him immediately. The follower was scared and quickly let go of the Hurley, who, upon freeing himself, immediately slapped the follower hard across the face. This slap was truly severe, leaving the follower lying on the ground, unconscious. All right, scram. I don't want to see you anymore. Thatcher pushed Aviv towards the followers, causing them to fall backward as they tried to catch him. What are you trying to do, Ahmed? Get lost. Aviv stood up after knocking over a follower. His eyes blazed with anger when he looked at Thatcher. Caden, as they say, the mountain may not turn, but the river will. We will meet again. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but scoff. How dare you threaten my brother? Do you want to die? I can fulfill your wish right now. A Hurley stepped forward and sized up Aviv. Hold it, I don't deal with scum like you. We'll see about this. Aviv then hurriedly fled with his gang of followers. Seeing them flee in disgrace, the Hurley suddenly cheered up. That's great, Ferguson Zhao, they've run away. The Hurley returned to Thatcher's side and asked, Ferguson Zhao, why didn't you kill them just now? These guys are despicable. Letting them live is inviting trouble. Thatcher smiled and shook his head. Didn't you hear? They are from Forge Long Men, said to be quite powerful. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. But we've already clashed with them today. Judging from that so-called young Nina's attitude, I doubt he will let this go easily. Thatcher laughed. No worries. We aren't staying here long, and once we leave, they won't be able to find us. Halamzet nodded, but still seemed worried. Meanwhile, a woman who had been watching nearby approached Thatcher only after Aviv and company left. The gentleman, witnessing your battle just now, I deeply admire your courage against tyranny, but I would like to give you a warning. Hearing this, Thatcher looked at her and found she was a rather beautiful woman. Mia, please speak your mind. Thatcher smiled. Halamzet wrinkled her nose upon seeing this. Jody nodded and smiled gracefully. My name is Penny, daughter of the Basil of Tianlong City. I have some history with Forge Long Min's young birdie Hua and know his character. Given that you have crossed paths with him, be very cautious of Forge Long Min's retaliation. This is not just idle talk. Thatcher scrutinized Penny, instantly grasping her meaning. He thought about Aviv harassing Halamzet, wondering if he might have harassed Penny before. But being the Basil's daughter, Penny has strong backing, making it difficult for Aviv to act rashly. Thank you, Miss Penny. Rest assured, we will be careful and won't let him exploit any weakness. Penny felt relieved. After parting ways with Penny, the three decided not to linger further in Tianlong City. Ferguson Zhao, let's head to Zhanqing Island's branch post as fast as possible. There should be members of our sect there. Halamzet said anxiously. Fine, let's go now. Don't be nervous or agitated. What if no one is there? Wouldn't you be disappointed? The trio sped towards Zhanqing Island's branch post. Several hours later, Halamzet spotted a towering fortress and began calling out. Thatcher stood beside her, puzzled. Chapter 455, Donovan Sanchin. Is this your Zhanqing Island's special way of communication? Thatcher listened carefully, finding it somewhat akin to the sound of a conch shell. Yes, every rank has its own distinct signal, with very strict demarcations. People of different ranks are greeted according to their level, Thatcher nodded, finally beginning to understand a bit more. So that's how it works. There's quite a lot to it, he remarked. Welcome, Bianca. A large door opened at one fortress, and a crowd emerged in an orderly fashion. The welcoming procession was grand, with drums beating and gongs clashing amid a jubilant atmosphere. Each person wore a genuine smile of happiness, which Thatcher could clearly see. Welcome, Bianca. They cheered again as several bears, white-haired from age, approached Thatcher and his group. Bianca, you have finally returned. Both the Chief Dorian and your Nina were anxiously awaiting you. Why wait for me? Everyone should just do their duty. We'll get through these hard times. Oh, by the way, I managed to come here safely this time thanks to Ferguson Zhao's help, she said. Hearing this, everyone looked towards Thatcher. Don't misunderstand. I didn't do much, really. Just a minor effort, Thatcher replied modestly. However, the others did not agree. Since Ferguson Zhao has helped our Zhanqing Island so greatly, we must thank him properly. Agreed. We should hold a grand feast to celebrate. Exactly. Rescuing the Bianca is a monumental favor to us, worthy of a grand celebration. The people at Zhanqing Island's outpost promptly prepared a grand feast, both to welcome Thatcher and the Bianca and to express their gratitude. Meanwhile, the Hurley was unusually excited, less interested in other matters, but entirely focused on the food. Big Ferguson Zhao, what are you thinking about? After the celebratory banquet, the Hurley approached Thatcher curiously. Thatcher shook his head with a wry smile. I wasn't really thinking about anything in particular, but I feel those people we drove away might seek revenge. I'm considering how to deal with them. Hey, Big Ferguson Zhao, why worry? If they attack, we'll defend. Your strength is greater than theirs. Even if they return, they won't stand a chance. Zhua Chengfeng glanced at him, shaking his head ruefully. This kid was still too young. Things weren't that simple. At the same time, Aviv had already returned to Forglong Gate. Birdie, please help me take revenge. I mentioned our Forglong Gate and even you, but that guy didn't care and spoke rudely. Upon hearing this, Sylvester Sanson's expression changed slightly. What? He actually dared to do that? What did he say? He said that even with you backing me, he wasn't afraid. His combat prowess is stronger than yours, and if you came, you'd only embarrass yourself. Sylvester Sanson laughed loudly. That kid sounds arrogant. It's time to teach these brats a lesson. Aviv's face lit up. Birdie, then let's act quickly. Don't let that kid run away, or else the beating I took will be for nothing. Rest assured, Ephraim. We will handle him, but not right now, Sylvester Sanson replied calmly. Aviv was momentarily stunned, feeling disappointed. Why, Birdie? The sooner, the better. Delay invites trouble. Sylvester Sanson shook his head. I'll send someone to investigate him first to understand who he really is. Only after gathering information will we move against him. Aviv sighed, understanding there was no alternative. Fine, since Birdie insists, I will comply. Forglong Gate dispatched people to trace Thatcher's whereabouts and background, while Thatcher spent some time at Zhanqing Island. Following 3 days of celebrations, Thatcher and the others continued their cultivation and daily discussions on countering the demon sect's invasion. Though demonic invasions had been frequent but minor, Thatcher and other Xuanhuan Island experts believed a major invasion was imminent. These guys are indeed strong. We don't know their intentions yet. But our current task is straightforward. Remain calm and wait. I believe we can find their weak points and deal with them more easily once we do. That's true, but something feels missing. We don't know when they'll strike. So, our responses seem rather ordinary. We can't keep using low-tier methods. We should launch a preemptive strike. We should send people to scout out their positions. It might yield results. Not only scouts but also small-scale assaults to gradually weaken the demon sect. If we don't, their numbers will overwhelm us. Indeed, we shouldn't sit idly by. Preemptive strikes are key. Everyone agreed unanimously. Once major plans were settled, everything progressed smoothly. Despite being caught off guard initially, Xuanhuan Island responded swiftly, determined not to give up easily. Moreover, with Thatcher's assistance, they wouldn't fall quickly to the demon sect. Come out, Thatcher. I am Donovan Sanson, that coward hiding inside. Step out. You hit my Ephraim and now deny it? Stop cowering like a turtle and show your face. This sounded righteous, but Thatcher was puzzled. He hadn't offended anyone recently. Could this be from the Fordglong Gate kid? Zhao kid, my Nina exposed all your secrets. Stop denying and accept your fate. Recognizing Aviv's voice, Thatcher stepped out of the outpost without hesitation. Chapter 456. The battle begins. So it's you who found reinforcements. I wondered who was so blind to dare come and trouble me. Didn't you learn your lesson the last time? This time, you even dared to bring people with you. Thatcher looked at the Callum and couldn't help but shake his head. This old guy seems short on vigor. He doesn't appear to be very capable. Did you bring him here just to get beaten again? Upon hearing this, the bear's face immediately showed anger. Brat, you're saying I can't handle it before we've even started? Do you want to die? Daring to bully my Ephraim is a slap in my face. If I don't tear you apart today, I won't be able to quench my rage. Bryson, are you really going to cause trouble in our Xuanhuan Island branch? And Bear from Xuanhuan Island stepped forward, his eyes filled with menace. Xuanhuan Island members, but even you can't stop us from seeking revenge. That wouldn't be fair, Stevie sneered. I consider it an honor for our attention to fall upon your people. I advise you not to interfere in today's matter. Once my Nina and I deal with this brat, we can still be in-laws. The Xuanhuan Island bear shook his head. This young birdie Zhao saved our Bianca, earning our debt of gratitude. There's no way we'll allow you to harm him. This revision ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The term, young birdie Zhao, is used instead of Zhao Gongzi to maintain fluency and consistency in terminology. Additionally, the sentence structure has been slightly adjusted for better flow in English. Seeing the deadlock, Stevie couldn't help but look at Thatcher. Brat, are you a coward, not daring to stand up? I'm telling you, if you want to protect Halamzet, you should step out. Otherwise, she can't stay in Xuanhuan Island forever. Hearing this, Thatcher smirked and was about to stand up. Big Ferguson Zhao, don't listen to him. He's using provocation to force you into action. Brat, will you always hide behind women? Isn't that a bit shameless? Stevie felt irked seeing Halamzet talking to Thatcher. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me. His strength isn't enough. With that, Thatcher patted Halamzet on the shoulder and walked out. The brat finally stands up. I thought you'd rather be a coward today. Birdie, please seek revenge for me, Stevie said to Bryson. Thatcher sized up the Evan, then shook his head. Why don't you dare to step out yourself? Are you relying on your Nina? Brat, it's not that I don't want to fight you. My Nina instructed me to conserve strength for more formidable opponents in the future. Stevie's face turned slightly red as he said this somewhat awkwardly. Brat, since you dare to act, I have some respect for you. But no matter what, you can't avoid this beating today. Hearing this, Thatcher scoffed. Do you really think you're my match? Don't be too full of yourself. That brat dares not fight me. Half the reason must be because of you. You're not teaching properly. These words infuriated Bryson. Brat, I didn't want to stoop to your level, but you've been insolent towards me multiple times. Fine, I don't need to be polite. Let's begin. Wilson, I'll give you 3 moves, but after that, it won't be easy for you. The bear sneered, his expression turning increasingly cold. Alright, I won't hold back either. Thatcher casually moved, initially only probing without unleashing full power. But Bryson's expression changed slightly. How strange are this brat's techniques? They seem familiar somehow. Bryson, cautious, focused on the battle, soon realizing how big the gap was between them. Never thought you could wield such techniques. Truly surprising. Where did you learn these martial arts? Did you steal them? Bryson grew increasingly startled by Thatcher's style, which closely resembled a set he knew well. Don't slander others without evidence. You label everything unknown as stolen. How smart of you. Hearing this, Bryson didn't dare continue the verbal sparring. If this truly were that advanced technique, any negligence could lead to defeat. Where did you get this skill set? Speak up, and I might offer you a chance to become my Ephraim. Bryson longed for this technique deeply. Though Thatcher seemed disrespectful, it was likely intentional to provoke him. As an bear of Fordglong Gate, powerful and influential, it was natural for someone like Thatcher to have certain ambitions. You indeed have talent. If you become my Ephraim, there would be many benefits. Surely you understand this. I, being a bear of Fordglong Gate, have countless young people vying to be my Ephraims. You should be among them. Beside them, Stevie panicked. Birdie, why accept him as a Ephraim? What about me? A hint of disbelief flashed across Stevie's face. Rest assured, child. When he becomes your junior brother, he'll surely support you. Bryson turned to Thatcher with a supposedly kind smile. What do you think? Surrender to me, and I won't let you down. These words made Thatcher widen his eyes. Wait, hearing this makes me feel weak all over. Are you narcissistic, or something? Thinking everyone wants to be your Ephraim? I must make this clear. Your Fordglong Gate doesn't rule everything. I won't become your Ephraim as you wish. Stop acting like a delusional narcissist. Bryson's eyes widened in surprise. Do you really refuse to be my Ephraim? Thatcher nodded solemnly. Come on, let's continue. Focus better, and stop daydreaming about me becoming your Ephraim. Meanwhile, Penny hurried toward the Xuanhuan Island branch. I hope I arrive in time. Otherwise, Thatcher might suffer without getting the message. Since witnessing Thatcher's prowess last time, she had been paying close attention to news related to him. ####Chapter 457, just in time. Especially concerning the news from Forge Long Gate. To avoid missing any important information, she specifically sent someone to keep watch at the entrance of Forge Long Gate. She also had others inquire with some familiar members inside Forge Long Gate. After all these preparations, when she learned that Bryson and Aviv had hurriedly left Forge Long Gate on this day, she immediately left the Fine Ray's residence. Within these few days, she also found out about Thatcher's whereabouts and promptly rushed over. If only I hadn't lent that chestnut horse to someone else. Now when I need it myself, it's not available. Penny felt somewhat discouraged. At the same time, Thatcher had already clashed with Bryson once again. You are more powerful than I imagined. It's truly astonishing that you can possess such strength. Moreover, your martial techniques are genuinely passed down by that predecessor. Unbelievable. Bryson was indeed astonished by Thatcher's prowess. My Nina is merely a villager from the countryside, nowhere near as formidable as you claim. I suspect you're just trying to boost my Nina's reputation because you can't defeat me, Thatcher retorted mockingly. Don't fool me. These skills are the work of Xuanhuan Demon, respected one. Do you think I'd fall for your act? Tell me, where did you obtain the inheritance of Xuanhuan Demon, respected one? If you tell me, considering the greatness of Xuanhuan Demon, respected one, I will ensure your safety. Otherwise, without the protection of Forge Long Gate, you'll face endless enmity and retribution. Ambitious cultivators won't let you off easily. Bryson threatened. Thatcher smirked and shook his head. No need for so much talk. If you want my technique, then defeat me. Otherwise, what good does all this nonsense do? Besides making me look down on you, there's no benefit. Upon hearing this, Bryson's expression darkened. Very well, you've got some guts to speak to me like that. Since you forced my hand, don't blame me. Today, I must take you down. As he spoke, Bryson channeled his spiritual energy. The surrounding aura responded, influenced by an invisible force controlled by him. It began to gather around him, forming something akin to a black hole. Anyone who approached would be swiftly absorbed without mercy. I've given you a chance. Since you didn't seize it, don't blame me if you end up crippled. That will be your own doing. Thatcher sneered and similarly channeled his spiritual energy to counter him. Hold on, both of you, stop. A clear voice echoed nearby, and everyone turned their gaze towards it, eyes lighting up. Isn't that the Fine Ray's daughter Penny? Why is she here? The people from Xuanhuan Island were puzzled, not understanding how Thatcher and Aviv's conflict involved Penny. Penny, sister, you came too? Did you know I was looking for me? Aviv asked, his eyes lighting up as he approached her, seemingly quite familiar with her. However, Penny dodged aside. Sorry, I'm not close to you. Penny snickered and moved away, leaving Aviv's face darkening, feeling as though his pride was wounded. Nevertheless, he pretended it didn't matter and asked Penny, Penny, sister, why are you here? Are you here to deal with this guy? Has he bullied you? Tell me, and I'll help. Penny glanced at him disdainfully before addressing Thatcher and Bryson. Both of you, stop fighting. Let's not escalate over a minor issue. Hearing this, Thatcher ceased his actions, and Bryson couldn't argue further. Fine, for your sake, I will hold back. Bryson hummed lightly. Although he stopped attacking, his gaze remained fixed on Thatcher. He was confident of winning the next encounter, but due to his apprentice's connection with Penny, he decided not to push further. Clearly, Penny favored Thatcher. This time, he let him go, but the next opportunity wouldn't be missed. Let's go. Bryson left with Aviv. Before leaving, Aviv turned to greet Penny. Penny, sister, why don't you come with me? This guy has ill intentions, and I can't trust him. Penny's face showed a hint of awkwardness. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Considering the power of Forge Long Gate, Penny didn't want to be too harsh on Aviv. Once Aviv left, Penny approached. Mr. Zhao, are you all right? Aviv indeed brought his Nina. Thatcher laughed. Thank you, Miss Penny. But how did you anticipate they would come? Penny smiled. He usually causes trouble, and his Nina always cleans up after him. But Ferguson Zhao, please be cautious of Bryson and Aviv. They act without considering the consequences. And Bear from Xuanhuan Island approached Penny respectfully. Miss Penny, thank you. Let's go to our branch hall for a detailed discussion. Penny declined with a shake of her head. No, I have another matter to attend to and can't stay long. However, the demonic sects have been very active recently, so please be extra careful. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The bear hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Penny, I have a request. Considering the recent surge in demonic activities, we were attacked previously. Could we borrow some people from your father to temporarily strengthen our defenses? Penny's face showed a tinge of guilt. I'm sorry. I heard about your ordeal, but we've also suffered attacks and destruction in Tianhua City. Therefore, we can't provide reinforcements at the moment. Please understand. The bear was surprised. Is that so? What about your losses? Is the situation critical? If needed, we can lend you some forces to reinforce your defenses. Penny smiled and shook her head. Thank you, Dorian. It's not necessary for now, but I need to attend to my business. Farewell, everyone. After Penny left, the bear turned to Halamzet. Bianca, should we call back our Ephraims to the sect immediately? Chapter 458. An encounter. At a time like this, venturing out only increases their danger. Besides, the sect needs them right now. Halamzet nodded in agreement. You're right. We should indeed do this. I'll issue the orders immediately. The bear, receiving this command, felt overjoyed and elated inside. If they could gather all the wandering Ephraims back, the branch's defenses would be secure. Big Ferguson Zhao, I really didn't expect you to defeat Bryson. What do you plan to do next? Halamzet approached Thatcher, her face glowing with admiration. Thatcher smiled wryly and shook his head. How can that be called a defeat? We only had a brief exchange. But at least he didn't beat you, Big Ferguson Zhao. Can you stay on Cultivation Island for a while longer? Thatcher laughed. There's nothing much to do here. I want to take a stroll around Tianhua City. Great. Let me come with you, Big Ferguson Zhao. No. You need to attend to matters on Cultivation Island. How can you wander around with me? Upon hearing this, Halamzet couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Don't worry, I will still wait one more day before leaving. Your bears are gathering the wandering Ephraims, and of course, I'll help protect the branch in the meantime. Alright, we have plenty of time ahead. Our relationship won't be affected by a moment or two. Hearing this, Halamzet nodded. They each returned to their tasks. Thatcher had truly exhausted himself in the previous battle with Brycen. He needed to restore his spirit energy to continue fighting effectively. Although Tianhua City was guarded by the Basil's elite, ensuring some order, Penny mentioned that MO sect members were mixed within the city. Therefore, he needed to ensure he was sufficiently powerful before going there. Otherwise, if he encountered MO sect experts, he might not be able to handle it. Fortunately, the Cultivation Island branch was well stocked with necessary cultivation resources. Thatcher soon entered a meditative state. Here, he didn't need to worry about safety under normal circumstances. Soon, many wandering experts from Cultivation Island returned. These Ephraims significantly boosted the branch's defensive capabilities, allowing Halamzet and others to breathe easier. The previous attacks left a shadow on them. After a full day of cultivation, Thatcher felt his spirit energy had increased substantially. His earlier exhaustion was gone, and even if MO sect powerhouse arrived, he wouldn't worry. Well, stay and guard the place. I'm going out for a stroll. Thatcher waved goodbye to Halamzet, who seemed reluctant to part, and then left the Cultivation Island branch. He didn't encounter much danger on his way. It seemed the MO sect experts had vanished as if into thin air, or perhaps they were hiding better and hadn't revealed themselves. These guys must have gone somewhere. Even if they hide, they shouldn't be this secretive. And it's unlikely they've reformed and stopped targeting me. Thatcher frowned but put it aside for the moment. Since he was here to enjoy himself, he wanted to focus on that. Right, Penny is the Basil's daughter. Maybe I'll bump into her in Tianhua City? Thatcher chuckled, planning to stay only until dusk. After all, he still needed to return to help defend the Cultivation Island branch. Big Ferguson Zhao, is that really you? As Thatcher was strolling near a food shop, he suddenly heard a call. Turning to the direction of the voice, he saw it was Penny. Penny, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Thatcher smiled. While unexpected, it made sense in a way. Big Ferguson Zhao, I have to patrol the city and deal with some other matters. How about you? Aren't you staying at the Cultivation Island branch? Penny asked curiously. I came here because I was idle at the branch. You mentioned last time that there were MO sect members here, so I thought I'd see if I could run into any and deal with them, Thatcher replied. Hearing this, Penny bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Big Ferguson Zhao. Last time, I saw your strength, which was indeed extraordinary. I never expected such a young expert like you among us. Truly rare. No, it's just that Brycen and Aviv don't get along with me. I usually keep a low profile, Thatcher explained. Penny laughed. Big Ferguson Zhao, I'm complimenting you. Wouldn't it be great if I could have such strength? Thatcher shook his head. Your strength isn't weak either. There's no need to belittle yourself. By the way, Big Ferguson Zhao, do you have any urgent matters? Thatcher smiled. No, I told you. I'm just wandering around Tianhua City because I have nothing else to do. I don't know how long I'll stay. If the Cultivation Island branch is in danger, I'll return immediately. Hearing this, Penny's eyes lit up. In that case, how about accompanying me to an auction at Xuanhuan Pavilion? Thatcher paused, intrigued. Xuanhuan Pavilion holds auctions? That's surprising. Their business is quite diverse. Penny nodded with a smile. Yes, they cover various fields, including different grades of elixirs, magic treasures, secret manuals, maps, and more. Thatcher's eyes widened. Even secret manuals and maps? Don't they keep those treasures for themselves? Penny laughed and shook her head. We don't know exactly, but they likely keep some for themselves. The ones being auctioned are either unnecessary for them, or ones they can't cultivate. Thatcher nodded eagerly. In that case, let's go. Together, they arrived at the Xuanhuan Pavilion auction venue. Penny showed her invitation letter, bringing Thatcher in smoothly as the auction hadn't started yet. Why didn't anyone check my invitation when you showed yours? Because each person with an invitation can bring in 2 additional people. Thatcher nodded, finally understanding. Chapter 459, Driving Up the Price. Several young scions of renowned families had already arrived on the scene. Most knew each other, essentially all being top-tier experts or scions from families within a 2,000 li radius. A few people's eyes lit up as they saw Penny walk in and looked towards Thatcher, who was beside her, casting rather envious glances. Miss Penny, greetings. Some of the well-known young Ninas who were acquainted with Penny greeted her one by one. Even a few young aristocrats who held positions higher than Penny took the initiative to greet her politely. After all, this was Tianhua City, which could also be considered Penny's territory. Even mighty dragons wouldn't oppress local serpents. Penny greeted them all, after which they asked her who Thatcher was. This young birdie Zhao is my friend. He will also participate in the auction shortly. Hearing this, many of the experts present were taken aback. Penny got caught up chatting with some of the young Shoshanas, inadvertently neglecting Thatcher. She turned around and gave him an apologetic smile. Thatcher, however, signaled that it didn't matter and wandered around the auction hall casually. How did you get in here? A familiar voice of skepticism reached Thatcher's ears. He couldn't help but look over, indeed seeing Aviv. You dare to come and provoke me at this time? Upon hearing Thatcher's words, this expert immediately sneered. What are you rampaging for? This is Tianhua City, not the Zhangqing Island branch. The fact that Thatcher's Nina hadn't thoroughly disciplined him last time left a lingering sore spot for Aviv. Even if this is Tianhua City, you have no right to act wildly here. I do what I want. Thatcher stood his ground without paying attention to this person. You came in without an invitation letter. That's simply a desecration of the Xuanhuan Pavilion auction. If you don't leave now, I'll inform the Xuanhuan Pavilion experts and have them deal with you, Aviv sneered as he approached Thatcher. Thatcher chuckled upon hearing this. Sure, go ahead and see if I'll beat your legs black and blue. Aviv was startled by Thatcher's response, retreating slightly before breaking into a confident smile. Who are you trying to scare? My Nina is also in Tianhua City. If I call 3 times, he'll definitely come to my rescue. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Saying this, he began loudly summoning the Xuanhuan Pavilion experts to uphold justice. What's going on here? Why the commotion? A Kalam in Xuanhuan Pavilion uniform appeared before them, asking sternly. I am Aviv from the Fordglong Gate. This guy doesn't have an invitation but crashed your auction. Shouldn't you address this? The auction expert turned to look at Thatcher with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. I was invited here. Even though I don't have an invitation letter, I am allowed in. Thatcher spoke calmly. Aviv mocked. Who would invite you? You, a stranger here, are just daydreaming. He said he doesn't have an invitation letter, so why not kick him out directly? Aviv boasted arrogantly. Anthony, since you don't have an invitation, please leave first. Only those with invitations can enter here. Thatcher smiled and responded. I was invited by someone. Besides, isn't it your rule that anyone with an invitation can bring one more person? Aviv sneered. Someone inviting you? Who would? The auction staff member hesitated upon hearing this. Indeed, their rules were as Thatcher described, unless a staff error let him in, which shouldn't happen due to strict regulations. Anthony, if you cannot produce an invitation or find the inviter, we must ask you to leave. Thatcher frowned. These people were truly unreasonable. What's happening here? Ferguson Zhao, what are you all doing here? A crisp voice rang out, and Thatcher smiled, turning to see Penny walking gracefully towards them. They say I can't participate because I lack an invitation letter and want to make me leave. Aviv's eyes widened upon seeing Penny. Sister Penny, why are you here? Didn't you say you were unavailable for the last auction I invited you to? What brings you here this time? Penny smirked but ignored Aviv, turning to Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, no one can force you to leave. Penny then presented an invitation card to the auction official. This is my invitation. I brought him in. If you insist on making someone leave, take me too. The official hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. You are the Basil's daughter. Everyone knows you. How could I possibly expel you? This was a misunderstanding. Penny nodded, smiling. If so, that's good. Ferguson Zhao, let's go to the booth. Thatcher nodded and followed Penny away as the crowd dispersed. After chatting for a while in the booth, the auction host announced the start and invited all guests to their designated seats. Thatcher followed Penny to the VIP area reserved for the Tianhua Fine Rays residents. Look at that Nicholas accompanying the Basil's daughter. Isn't that Aviv from Fordglong Gate? People cast glances towards Penny, surprised to see a handsome Evan accompanying her. No, that's not Aviv. Look there, a cultivator pointed, and sure enough, nearby stood Aviv, angrily staring at Thatcher. Can you imagine someone sitting next to Penny, not Aviv? This guy must be fuming. Yes, today might be interesting. Just wonder how it'll end. Doesn't matter to us anyway. The auction starts soon. Are you ready? My preparations are sufficient. I plan to bid on something good this time. Translation complete, maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 460, Price Hike. People on the scene started chattering, and the atmosphere was rapidly heating up. Meanwhile, Thatcher was looking at an auction list in his hand, and he suddenly became excited. I can't believe such things are here. It seems I've really come to the right place this time, Thatcher muttered to himself. Initially, he had only planned to be part of the crowd, not too focused or with high expectations since he wasn't sure if he would find anything he truly wanted. But as soon as he glanced at the auction list, he saw something significant, the 5th cloud-chasing item. Note, Poyunwu is translated as 5th cloud-chasing item, to make it more readable in English while preserving the meaning. He had previously obtained Poyuner from Halamzet. Never did he imagine he would get another celestial scripture so quickly. For a moment, he even thought he must be the protagonist in some legendary story, given how good his luck seemed to be lately, acquiring 2 celestial scriptures one after another. Prince Zhao, is there anything you fancy on this list? Penny asked, noticing Thatcher's expression of interest. Not particularly. These items aren't exceptional for me. Just browsing. But if Aviv decides to bid on anything later, I might join in and push up the price for him, replied Thatcher nonchalantly. Penny couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. Aviv clearly had met his match in Thatcher. Big Ferguson Zhao, if you want to mess with him, do it big. I support you. If you happen to fail, I can provide you with some elixirs or gold as compensation, she offered. No need for now. I have plenty of resources to handle him, Thatcher responded confidently. After all, being the Arli of the Heavenly Dao Sect, he needed no external assistance against someone like Aviv. Big Ferguson Zhao, he's particularly set on acquiring several elixirs. If you want to act, targeting those elixirs might be more effective, Penny suggested. Thatcher paused, then smiled. This guidance narrowed down his focus. He didn't want to risk bidding on items that weren't critical for him and incur unnecessary losses. Great. I'll make sure to knock him off his pedestal without giving him any chance to recover. Now, the auction officially begins. I'm sure everyone has been eagerly waiting for this moment, haven't we? The auctioneer announced as everyone turned their attention to the stage. Aviv felt extremely confident, having brought a substantial amount of money. His plan was to secure whatever he wanted and add it to his collection. Bertie, we're bound to make a fortune this time. The few treasures we aim for aren't widely known outside, so others won't know their value. We might just pick up some bargains, don't you think? And Nicholas accompanying him remarked with a grin. That's true. We've kept this under wraps, so no one will compete with us. We might even get them at the starting price, Aviv said with a hint of confidence on his face. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, as if someone was watching him. Who dares to stare at me? He muttered, glancing around and eventually fixing his gaze on Thatcher nearby. Richard, trying to outbid me? I'll break your arm, Aviv mouthed silently at Thatcher before turning away to maintain his composure. The next item for auction is the Halamgluo umbrella, the auctioneer announced energetically. What's the Halamgluo umbrella? Is it any good? Thatcher asked Penny beside him. Well, it's not exactly good or bad. It depends on personal preference and whether one needs it for defense. Someone who requires its defensive properties would find it valuable, but for fighters like us, it's redundant, Penny explained. Thatcher nodded, feeling somewhat disappointed. Do I have to keep buying that kid's treasure? Can't I pick something myself? Seeing Thatcher's slightly disheartened look, Penny suggested, if you want to bid, try the law transformation pill. It boosts one's realm harmlessly and is invaluable in critical moments, especially for our current level of cultivation. Thatcher paused, considering this, and decided that securing this pill wasn't a bad idea. All right, I'll bid on the law transformation pill when it comes up. If anyone raises the price, you can lend me a hand, he said. Penny laughed, sure, but remember, I have my own targets. This Halamgluo umbrella starts at 1,000 coins, the auctioneer announced cheerfully. Most attendees were indifferent. Not many genuinely needed a Halamgluo umbrella. This umbrella can deflect spirit attacks, making it an excellent defensive weapon. Don't miss out, the auctioneer continued, causing laughter among the audience. Does no one wish to buy? Only 1,000 coins. Surely everyone has that much, he tried again. Just a joke. Continue with the auction. We can't buy everything, some attendees chimed in with laughter. Fine. Moving on to the second item, Luolong fruit. Consuming this fruit instantly boosts one's cultivation by a minor realm for a quarter of an hour without any side effects, priced at 5,000 coins, the auctioneer announced. This garnered more attention. I bid 5,000, someone called out. I bid 5,010, another added. I bid 5,200. The Luolong fruit, though not too expensive, was highly valued for its immediate and harmless effect. Most cultivators appreciated the boost it provided, even if they already knew ways to enhance their power temporarily. The translation aims to capture the original tone and style while ensuring coherence with the previous content. I maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text, ensuring natural fluency and readability in English. Chapter 461, Anger. However, these cultivators' techniques, more or less, come with some side effects. I bid 5,500, Aviv said with a smile. This Merlot dragon fruit was something Aviv also wanted to obtain, but it wasn't too high on his priority list. If he could get it, that would be best. If not, it wouldn't matter much. Thatcher immediately replied with a laugh. I bid 6,000. Hearing this, Aviv couldn't help but look at Thatcher. Kid, you dare to compete with me? I'll crush you. Kid, I bid 7,000, Aviv retorted fiercely, showing no sign of backing down. Thatcher nodded excitedly. Very well. Let's see how much you can offer. I bid 10,000. Thatcher directly raised the bid by 3,000 coins. According to Penny's description, this price had basically reached everyone's mental limit. If Aviv still wanted to continue bidding, he would have to exceed his expected budget. But at this moment, he was somewhat enraged and absolutely refused to let Thatcher get this fruit. Kid, you dare to snatch from me? Raising it so much in one go? Fine. I bid 15,000. Have the guts to keep going? As he spoke, Thatcher raised the bid to 20,000 right away. So what if I raise another 5,000? Am I supposed to fear you? Thatcher matched him step for step, not giving an inch. The intense bidding duel excited everyone present. Even the auctioneer beamed with delight. No one had bid on the jade umbrella before, but now this long fruit was driving prices up. It was a thrilling spectacle for everyone present. You're good. I bid 30,000. See if you can keep raising your bid, Aviv. Eyes red with fury, exclaimed. A Nicholas beside him hurriedly warned, young birdie, haven't we raised the price way too much this time? Our budget was only 10,000. Is that so? Doesn't matter. That kid wants the long fruit. I won't let him have it, Aviv snapped. Even if we lose some money, we mustn't let him win. The Nicholas, hearing this, stopped arguing since his Nina clearly didn't mind spending. After hesitating briefly, Thatcher sneered, I bid 40,000. Everyone gasped sharply, especially those who had previously participated in the bidding for the long fruit. They were stunned speechless. Has this long fruit become an extraordinary treasure? Why are these two guys competing so intensely? Everyone was baffled. Some inwardly thought these two must have gone crazy. Kid, you dare to bid 40,000? I'll bid 60,000 then. Aviv raised the price by 20,000 in one breath. The auctioneer was overjoyed. Aviv bid 60,000. Is there anyone willing to raise it further? Excitement overwhelmed the auctioneer as he looked straight at Thatcher, ignoring the others. 60,000 once. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? 60,000 twice. Is there anyone else? Seeing Thatcher did not make a move, Aviv beamed as if he'd struck a great deal. 60,000 thrice. It sold to young birdie Hua. Aviv felt triumphant. Though there were minor hitches along the way, he ultimately secured the long fruit. Beside Thatcher, Penny covered her mouth, suppressing laughter. Big Ferguson Zhao. I never thought you'd trap him into paying at least 50,000. Originally brimming with victorious confidence, Aviv turned his gaze towards Thatcher. Soon, he noticed Penny almost clinging to Thatcher, looking very intimate. How can this be? They're so close? Aviv was utterly confused. He refused to allow it. In his heart, Penny belonged to him and mustn't fall into anyone else's hands. Kid, you let me get this Merlot long fruit. Next time, whatever you want to bid on, I will take back. I will teach you that many things cannot be easily taken. A hand that reaches out will surely be caught. Now you pull Penny close. She doesn't understand strength. But when I win all my desired items, and you end up losing everything, she'll know that following you has no future. Thinking of this, excitement crept onto his face. The previous auction process went very well. Everyone, please maintain the lively bidding spirit. Everyone laughed. They knew this auction wasn't really competitive, but rather a mad scramble. The next item for auction is a map. Allegedly, treasures can be found using this map. Of course, it's just a rumor. Whether treasures can be found depends on who acts. Our auction house does not guarantee finding any treasures, so don't make assumptions. Enough already, just tell us the starting price. Why are you stalling? A cultivator stood up, impatiently complaining. Alright, it indeed seemed tedious. This map starts at 20,000 coins, with each increase being 500 coins. Hearing this, everyone got excited. I bid 20,000. No one competes with me. I'm a gambler and love adventures like this. There was a brief silence among the crowd. The auctioneer, feeling somewhat speechless, thought that statement made everyone stop, proving quite effective. 20,000 once, 20,000 twice. Just as the auctioneer looked uncomfortable and was about to announce it 3 times, someone bid. I bid 22,000. Aviv raised his hand and said. The earlier cultivator instantly turned displeased. Kid, you're competing with me? What right do you have to compete with me? Fine. I bid 25,000. Chapter 462, Emptied. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. These two guys actually started fighting, allowing him to remain a spectator. If the other guy wins, then he doesn't need to act. But if Aviv gets it, he definitely needs to increase the price. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too cheap for him if Aviv offers too little? And Thatcher wouldn't suffer either. Since this guy can bid higher, combined with his expression at the end, Thatcher would surely determine if he genuinely wants to pay more or is just probing. Okay kid, if you want to play, let's go big. I'll put in 30,000. Aviv sneered, looking extremely arrogant. Kid, you're pretty tough, but I'm sure you'll end up dead by my hand. The cultivator snarled viciously. If you've got the guts, come and try, Aviv replied with disdain. Everyone present couldn't help but feel excited. Earlier, Aviv had inflated the prices with someone else and won. Now, seeing him make another move, it was clear he had money. This kid really has quite some cash, truly living up to the hype. Everyone shook their heads, hoping they could flaunt wealth like him someday. But that seemed like a joke to them. They could only rely on their own efforts to earn small sums of money. After this auction, we can just rob him, right? One cultivator looked at Aviv, eyes full of predatory intent. Don't count on it. This kid won't give us such an opportunity. I think he won't stop here, another responded. He came with many high-level experts protecting him, said a disappointed cultivator. Meanwhile, the confrontation on stage had become intense. The cultivator clenched his teeth and cursed. Kid, I'll offer 80,000. Kid, if you bid again, I'm out, the cultivator snapped, feeling embarrassed. Alright, I'll offer 80,500. Aviv still had the upper hand. Though only 500 more, it felt like an insurmountable peak. Kid, you win this time. I won't raise the bid anymore, the cultivator looked at Aviv, his anger undiminished even though he gave up the map. Though he heard that Aviv brought some experts, he planned to rob him when the chance arose. He glanced around, suspecting others might have similar thoughts. 80,500. Anyone else raising the bid? The auctioneer beamed, thinking his luck had come today. As the bidding increased, so did his rewards. That's enough. Quickly declare it done. Only 2 of us bid. Who else would raise the bid now? Aviv smirked confidently. Tonight, he was undoubtedly the coolest guy in the auction house. 80,500, second time. Any higher bids? The auctioneer persisted. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads, thinking the outcome was no longer in doubt. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer down, declaring Aviv the winner, I offer 200,000. Startled, the auctioneer exclaimed, 200,000. Any higher bids? When he spoke, everyone realized what had happened. Who offered 200,000? What a reckless fool, adding so much at once. Everyone turned to see Thatcher, laughing. Thatcher had previously disrupted Aviv's bidding, making him spend more. Why would he do something unbeneficial to himself unless they were enemies? Feeling furious upon hearing this voice, Aviv glared at Thatcher, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you intentionally mess with me? 200,000. Do you think this map will really lead to treasure? Aviv was enraged, staring at Thatcher with hostility. You're right, I intend to mess with you. So what? Thatcher smirked, piercing Aviv like a sharp blade. Fine, you're tough. We'll see how far you go. I offer 300,000. Let's see if you can top it. Aviv's aura turned icy. To him, Thatcher was just a clown. As an inner Ephraim of Fordglong Gate, he wouldn't lose to such a person. I offer 500,000. Thatcher huffed, not backing down. He added another 200,000 at once. The auctioneer quickly hammered down, 500,000 first round. Any higher bids? He acted as if afraid Thatcher might back out. I offer 1 million. Aviv gritted his teeth. 1 million first round. Any higher bids? The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement. Crazy. No matter how rich one is, this is madness. True, even if it's a treasure map, so what? Spending so much for a map, finding the treasure won't cover the costs. Wait, maybe 1 million won't secure it yet. Do you think he'll continue bidding? Adding 500,000, he didn't even get the Luo Long fruit, let alone this map. Aviv's icy gaze fell on Thatcher. If he bid higher, he would kill him. You did great. I'm not bidding anymore. I'm out of money. Birdie Hua is indeed wealthy. I can't compare. Thatcher sat down, almost laughing inwardly. 1 million second round, 1 million third round, sold to Birdie Hua. The auctioneer hammered down, thrilled. This deal earned him 20,000 in rewards. Aviv coldly laughed at Thatcher. Want to snatch from me? Save your effort. No strength, try next life. With that, he sat down. Chapter 463, Learning. Having defeated Thatcher twice in a row, Aviv felt himself to be extraordinarily capable, making his gaze towards Penny increasingly fiery. After this auction, Penny would surely look at him with new respect, and then whatever he wanted to do would naturally proceed according to his heart's desire. The crowd also couldn't help but feel impressed by him. No matter how arrogant the Nicholas was, he was indeed exuding an unprecedentedly strong aura right now. I don't know why there are always these self-important brats who dare to challenge me. Just wait for your doom. This time, it could be considered another threat from Aviv towards Thatcher. Although Hua's arrogance was evident, Thatcher did not take him seriously at all because he knew that this guy was only acting tough on the surface. Such behavior wouldn't last long before it backfired, as everything was part of Thatcher's plan. Once Aviv had exhausted all his funds, Thatcher could bid on anything effortlessly while the other had no means to counter. The next item up for auction is the magical artifact, the humiliated rope. Legend has it that this was once possessed by a great cultivator who greatly improved its capabilities, making it extremely powerful. Starting bid is 50,000 coins, the auctioneer said with trembling lips, clearly unsure. I offer 51,000 coins. I offer 52,000 coins. I offer 55,000 coins. I offer 70,000 coins. The bids rapidly escalated to 100,000 coins for the humiliated rope. At this point, Aviv made his move. I offer 130,000 coins. Aviv boosted the price by 30,000 coins, signaling his determination. Birdie Hua's bid 130,000 coins. Is anyone else willing to increase the bid? The old auctioneer's face lit up. Whenever Birdie Hua made a bid, the final price was never low. The young competitor would definitely compete fiercely until both were worn out. These brats are bidding again. How much money does this guy have? The cultivators around them were amazed. Playing games with this kid was hopeless. However, he is, after all, a Nina, with formidable strength. I think we should just stop here. Wanting to compete with him? That's practically suicide. You're right. His strength is too overwhelming. We can't compete. We can only wait until he stops to see if there's anything good left. After he spends most of his money, maybe we can get some bargains. Everyone decided not to compete against Aviv, so no one dared to raise the bid further. Why aren't you raising the bid? Are you really going to let me pick it up cheaply? Aviv seemed surprised. Why didn't that Thatcher kid challenge him this time? Yes, Birdie Hua, this time that kid doesn't dare to compete with you. He must have been frightened by your vast wealth. After all, Birdie Hua previously offered over a few 100,000 coins. This is actually small change for Birdie Hua. More flattering remarks followed, causing Thatcher to feel somewhat disgusted. He must be quite proud right now. If I raise the bid now, will he spit blood? A slight smile of excitement appeared on Thatcher's face. He had been driving up prices on items Aviv wanted, but the amounts had been relatively small. Now, if he raised the price by 100,000 coins, this kid would likely lose control. Eventually, the two would keep bidding out of sheer pride, and this kid would definitely join in. Thinking about this, Thatcher immediately bid. I raise it by 70,000 to 200,000 coins. 200,000. This gentleman has raised the bid to 200,000. Is anyone else willing to bid? The auctioneer was exceptionally excited, as Thatcher's sudden bid came like a godsend to them. This kid actually did it, who would have thought? But even if he bids, so what? In the end, this humiliated rope still belongs to our birdie. The Evan beside Aviv said arrogantly and confidently. He had never doubted this outcome. This kid is somewhat amusing, always competing with me. But it seems he hasn't spent any money yet. Aviv's eyes brightened, as if he'd spotted a blind spot. Yes, Birdie. He's always competing with you but hasn't bought anything. Do you think he's bluffing? You're right. This kid is bluffing. He may not pay up in the end. Aviv suspected inwardly. If so, we should compete more fiercely. This kid won't make the final purchase. The gangster beside him grinned. Ferguson, things will be easier now. Whatever this kid wants to buy, we'll take it over. Aviv nodded, his confidence seemingly bolstered. Fine. If you offer 200,000, I'll offer 300,000. Let's see who has more money. Birdie Hua offers 300,000. Anyone willing to go higher? The auctioneer glanced at Thatcher with a hint of provocation. Seeing this, Thatcher shook his head wryly. All right, if you want to play, let's play. I offer 400,000. I offer 500,000. I offer 1 million. Thatcher suddenly roared. Just as the auctioneer was about to announce the bid, Aviv interrupted from the side. I offer 1.5 million coins. Thatcher smiled. Birdie Hua, 1.5 million coins first round. Birdie Hua, 1.5 million coins second round. The auctioneer nearly cried, moved by the intense competition. Big Ferguson Zhao, you're amazing. You've made him spend so much money in just a few moves. Penny was almost driven mad by the scene. This is nothing. These little shows. This kid wants to play? I can keep up all night. After 3 consecutive calls without any higher bids, the humiliated rope finally went to Aviv. Birdie Hua, you truly have a grand gesture, buying this for 1.5 million coins. Truly impressive. Birdie Hua's wealth is indeed unmatched. We cannot match him. Hashtag chapter 464. In a frenzy. After Derek obtained the heavenly chaos silk, the people around him began to heap more praise upon him. Derek felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, but he soon realized that this time he had spent quite a lot of money. While the items he bought now were indeed excellent, the amount spent had already exceeded his budget by at least twice. Fortunately, he usually prepared at least 5 times more funds than needed for such occasions, so although this situation caught him off guard, it was not completely out of control. Everything was still within his grasp. The next item up for auction is a spirit beast heart. Although this spirit beast heart is slightly damaged, consuming it can improve one's innate talent. I believe everyone understands its value, so I won't elaborate further. The starting bid is 10,000 coins, with each subsequent bid increasing by 1,000 coins. As soon as the announcement was made, several bidders started getting excited. I'll bid 20,000, Thatcher suddenly said, taking the lead. Previously, all the bidding was done by Derek. This time, Thatcher took the opposite approach, making the first move. He had noticed that Derek seemed to have limited funds left. If he didn't use some unconventional methods, it would be hard to win anything from him. Kid, did you finally get what you want? You made me spend extra money earlier, and now I'll make you do the same, Derek sneered, immediately bidding 30,000. Young Birdie, who is truly impressive. What about you, young Birdie Zhao? The auctioneer smiled and looked at Thatcher. What else should I do? Of course, I'll raise the bid. I offer 50,000. This price was almost the maximum. If the bidding continued, it would become less favorable. However, Derek wanted to improve his innate talent, so even if the price was high, it wasn't a problem. At his level, enhancing one's innate talent was extremely difficult, and this was a rare opportunity. I offer 70,000. Derek's cold smile stunned everyone. Indeed, young birdie who never disappoints. That kid is probably backing down now, the crowd whispered among themselves, looking at Thatcher with mocking eyes. Shouldn't we stop being so mean to him? Someone suggested. No, I think he doesn't care. His concern should be whether he can obtain the item, not competing with us, another person said. I think he has already given up and might argue instead. After all, he gave many items to young birdie who previously. You have a point, but this kid hasn't bid yet, others pointed out. Do you think he might go all in out of anger and bet everything against young birdie who? A cultivator laughed. If he does that, he'll still lose because young birdie who will block any loopholes and give him no chance, someone else added. Right. This kid seems to think he can compete with young birdie who in terms of resources. The crowd laughed. I think this kid is overthinking. Young birdie who will definitely defeat him, another voice chimed in. Derek and Thatcher kept raising the bids, reaching 200,000 coins. Kid, I offer 200,000. If you continue to compete, I'll quit. Derek grinned, feeling victorious despite spending so much money. He glanced at Penny, noticing her gaze filled with admiration. Thatcher showed a trace of mockery on his face, not taking Derek seriously. Don't you think you're amazing? Palanthal, do you know? You're just digging your own grave. Thatcher shook his head, realizing he had tricked Derek completely. What did you say? Repeat that. Derek failed to understand Thatcher's meaning, thinking Thatcher was defeated and trying to act nonchalant. Kid, I know what you're thinking. If you feel you haven't lost enough, we can have a fair fight. Derek was eager to win. There are many more auction items left. You still have a chance to turn things around. Fine, I'll take those few scrolls. Have the guts to compete with me. For the third time, Thatcher raised the bid, only to be outbid by Derek every single time. Kid, what do you have to say now? All these good items are in my hands. Derek felt like he had one big. Why hadn't this kid helped him before? He felt like Thatcher was sent from heaven to save him. Good job this time. Keep it up, Derek mockingly encouraged Thatcher. How surprising, you're still delusional. Check how much money you have left. Can you still compete? Thatcher sneered. Derek checked his storage bag and was chilled to find it empty. What's going on? Why do I have no money left? If he really had no money left, and Thatcher decided to bid again, Derek wouldn't be able to stop him. Kid, I see your plan. You've been trying to drain my funds, haven't you? Derek stared wide-eyed, unable to believe he fell for Thatcher's scheme. Recovering the money now seemed impossible. All right, you played me, but remember me when you lose. At this moment, Derek couldn't do anything to Thatcher, so he could only resort to threats, knowing full well it wouldn't be very effective. Even though I don't have money, I can have my friend handle you. Derek winked at someone in the crowd. Whatever young birdie who needs, just say it. Note, the names are transliterated using pinyin as requested. Chapter 465, everyone, bid. If this kid wants to buy anything later, make sure you compete with him fiercely. Try your best to make him spend more money or prevent him from getting what he wants. Hearing this, the expert nodded in agreement immediately. Don't worry, young birdie Hua, I won't let this kid get away with it. It was obvious that this expert was on Aviv's side, causing Thatcher to inwardly curse himself for being careless. If not for this kid's appearance, Thatcher would have been winning steadily. However, there was still a chance now. Apart from the items he planned to buy, there were a few other treasures he wasn't particularly interested in. But they might come in handy. Once he dealt with this unexpected troublemaker, everything should be settled. Why hasn't the auction continued? Are you all slacking off? The cultivator looked at the auctioneers and couldn't help but shout. All right, we will resume the auction immediately. This is a key that might open the door to becoming a supreme expert if used under the right circumstances. If anyone can obtain it, the effects will be very significant. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be surprised by the grand claim. No one knew if it was true or false, but just the possibility was enough to make people dream. I want this key. No one should bid against me. Thatcher declared straightforwardly. These words instantly stirred the cultivator, who immediately began bidding aggressively to win the key. Thatcher wasn't like Aviv, and others quickly joined the bidding as prices soared. This price is really good. I'll take it too. Initially, some people intended to watch the competition unfold from the sidelines. But now, they had all stepped into the fray. If these treasures truly had the legendary effects, they could reap enormous benefits. Thatcher was outsmarting the bidder, who, although slightly stronger than Aviv, wasn't much of a match. Thatcher easily deceived the cultivator, making him circle around just like Aviv. Meanwhile, Aviv was immersed in his elation. Great, gather everything this kid wants. This is only the beginning. By whatever he buys, even if it seems worthless, it might have some use. With Aviv's command, the cultivator had no reservations. As long as Thatcher bid, the cultivator would snatch those items back. Though he had considerable wealth, it was rapidly depleting. Young birdie Hua, my funds are running low. Can you give me some support? The cultivator smiled bitterly. I've already expended much energy battling this kid. Do you think I have the means to support you? Aviv rolled his eyes, wondering how dense this person could be. After a moment, Thatcher bid again. Fortunately, the remaining 3 items were exactly what he liked and beneficial to him. If I can obtain these treasures, they will undoubtedly play a crucial role for me. Thatcher bolstered his spirits. Though the two would try to block him, Thatcher didn't take them seriously. These few items are what I truly want to buy. But do you have any money left? Thatcher looked at Aviv, excitement visible on his face. If you still have money, we can continue playing. Actually, I admire you genuinely. Upon hearing this, Aviv was stunned. Are you serious? You didn't actually want any of the things auctioned earlier. Aviv didn't know whether to believe Thatcher. Yes, indeed many items were auctioned. But so what? I only used them to trick you. Now your money has been drained. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Before, you thought it was a victory over me, but spending several times more on those items, wasn't that foolish? A mocking smile crept onto his face. At this moment, Aviv truly realized he might have been deceived by Thatcher. He knew he couldn't turn things around alone. Only 3 auction items remained, and Thatcher seemed determined to win them. Regardless, he couldn't let Thatcher succeed. Everyone here, brothers and sisters, it's time for you to step up. This kid only has 3 auction items left. You can compete with him freely. If you win any of them, my Jinglong Gate will repay you generously. This statement carried significant weight. Rewards always attract brave souls. Even if young Birdie Hua doesn't reward us, we will support you anyway. This kid, be smart. Don't bid on the remaining items, or we will drain your finances, leaving you empty-handed. The cultivator said coldly to Thatcher. Aviv felt relieved upon hearing this. Kid, now you know my power. Even without additional money, I can't influence the outcome. Thatcher nodded. You're indeed powerful, but who wins ultimately is still uncertain. Let's start the auction. The auctioneer resumed with a wind-stabilizing pearl. Whoever held this pearl wouldn't be knocked flying by powerful foes, staying firm and unyielding. Undoubtedly, in a confrontation with a formidable enemy, such a treasure would be incredibly potent. If Thatcher obtained and utilized this properly, he would become much stronger. Thus, he bid twice the starting price. This move stunned everyone. Thatcher seemed determined to win. Previously, Thatcher hadn't revealed his financial resources. No one knew how much he still had. Challenging him now would be asking for trouble. Don't panic. This kid definitely doesn't have much money left. Everyone, place bids, fight against him. He didn't dare before. Hashtag chapter 466, reaching the desired outcome. Don't worry, even this time he definitely won't pay a single cent. These words sounded very formal and proper. He believed Thatcher would surely give in. However, Thatcher demonstrated his resolve, proving his earlier words. Birdie Hua, I'm truly sorry, but I've already secured these 3 items. After obtaining the 3 treasures, including the cloud-chasing quintet, Thatcher felt extremely satisfied. Aren't you feeling disappointed? The price I paid for these 3 treasures is less than 3 times the starting bid. Compared to what you spent, isn't this price quite low? Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. The previous bidding war between Thatcher and Aviv seemed like child's play. No one expected it to escalate so quickly, reaching several million within moments. All right, Ferguson Zhao, our trip to the auction is over. Let's go. Penny came up to Thatcher, took his arm, and they left the auction hall together. That couple of dogs. They're driving me crazy. Aviv glared at their retreating figures, unsure of what to say. He had wanted to impress Penny, but instead, he made a fool of himself. You wait. I will take back everything I lost. Once outside the auction venue, Penny couldn't resist clapping her hands in celebration. Ferguson Zhao, you did an excellent job this time, making that Ahmed blush with frustration. He can't even get mad since he was boasting about it just moments ago. I bet he regrets it now. Penny had never felt this relieved. Previously, Aviv's constant harassment had caused her great distress. Now, Thatcher had successfully turned the tables. Undeniably, Thatcher possessed extraordinary abilities to accomplish such a feat. Ferguson Zhao, this time you've helped me put that Ahmed in his place. Would you please join us for dinner at our residence? Don't refuse. Thatcher was taken aback, and then looked somewhat embarrassed. I have other matters to attend to. I'm afraid I can't come. Thatcher didn't have anything pressing. He had only come to the city for leisure, but he didn't want to visit the Fine Ray's residence. In his view, proximity to power often meant more dirt and conflict. Ferguson Zhao, you've never been to the Fine Ray's residence. Let's have dinner there, and meet my father. Don't worry, my father isn't a bad person. Thatcher chuckled bitterly. Miss Penny, it's not that I find your father intimidating. I simply don't see the need to go. Really? What's there to be afraid of? I can't understand people like you. Thatcher laughed. It's better you don't understand. If you did, it would be strange indeed. Even I don't fully understand myself. Well, if you don't want to go this time, we can try another time. Penny shook her head, feeling a bit melancholic. She had envisioned a perfect moment for when Thatcher visited the Fine Ray's residence. His refusal shattered that vision. Huh? Isn't that our family guard? Why is he here? Penny looked into the distance and saw a horseman approaching. My lord, something terrible has happened. The guard's face was pale, clearly shaken by some shocking event. Tell me exactly what happened. My lord, the Fine Ray was meditating to reach a higher realm. But something went wrong, and he became deranged. He's now causing havoc at our residence. Please go and see. If this is true, it could indeed be dangerous. Thatcher nodded. Given the Fine Ray's state, they should handle it immediately to prevent further issues. Axel, what happened to you? Penny looked at her father's vacant eyes and robust figure, frowning, realizing it matched her fears. Axel, you must have experienced a mental breakdown. We'll control you first, and then figure out a solution. Penny and Hallam Zongxian worked to quickly end the chaos. We must go to the scene of the havoc to determine the cause. Perhaps he's under some influence. Thatcher decided to go to the Fine Ray's residence immediately to awaken him, while Penny preferred a gentler approach. If it harms Axel, I wouldn't agree. My father's condition is dire. We must ensure his spirit energy flows smoothly. Indeed, your father is formidable. However, abandoning him now might not require too much sacrifice. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly subdued him, with Thatcher and Penny working together to control the barely man. Slightly relieved, Thatcher asked, Axel, how are you feeling now? Are you any better? Penny hurriedly channeled spirit energy to help her father counteract the effects of his mental breakdown, but it wasn't smooth sailing. The spirit energy seemed to be repelled. Why isn't it working? They tried many methods, but most were ineffective. Let's let the Fine Ray rest for now. He's suffered greatly. And bring in medical cultivators to diagnose him properly before taking action. Since the decision rested with the medical cultivators, Thatcher took charge as Penny appeared uncertain. Soon, medical cultivators arrived, and examined the fine ray. The fine ray consumed a pill containing demonic energy, leading to his erratic behavior. The medical cultivator calmly explained, "Demonic forces meddling here? Can we be sure?" Thatcher's eyes flashed with doubt. Demonic forces reaching here is indeed alarming. The priority is to investigate thoroughly. Please note that in maintaining the narrative style, some parts may be condensed or slightly adjusted for readability and coherence in English. Hashtag chapter 467, exposing the traitors. Thatcher could already feel a sense of urgency. If they didn't quickly investigate, it wouldn't be long before the demonic race launched a full-scale attack on the entire Fine Ray's manor. Very well. I'll give the orders immediately to have them start investigating and root out these black sheep. Hearing this, Thatcher felt slightly relieved. Since Penny was willing to listen to advice, things weren't too dire yet. They were slightly at a disadvantage now, but as long as they reacted swiftly, it wouldn't be too late. Make sure no one can easily enter or exit during the investigation. Only reliable people should guard the place. Alright, I'll have the Hall Ninas from the Fine Ray's manor guard outside. This way, anyone who comes in must undergo inspection. Even with these measures, we still need to be cautious and prevent them from moving freely. That's right, those demon sect guys are the sneakiest. If we let them act freely, there would be nothing left for us here. Penny nodded, recalling vividly what those demon sect members had done previously. They were all ruthless killers who never hesitated. Dealing with such people required no mercy, or they would suffer the consequences. Reporting to Miss, we've found 3 individuals who seem suspicious, but we're not sure what they intend to do. Should we eliminate them? A subordinate Hall Nina reported to Penny, but she stopped him. Hold on. We can't make hasty decisions here. It could jeopardize our greater plan. You first detain these 3. If they cooperate, we might not even need to take action against them. As long as they behave, our goal is to find more information about other demon experts. We can only make our move when we know exactly where they are. Upon hearing this, the experts understood. Understood, Mississippi. We'll bring them right before you immediately. The Hall Nina bowed respectfully to Penny. However, Penny couldn't help but smile wryly. Hold on. No need to bring them to me. Interrogate them thoroughly, and act once you get the information. Remember to bring enough experts and separate them during questioning to ensure the accuracy of the information. Everyone present nodded in agreement. That makes sense. These guys may not confess so readily. It depends on how we handle it. Several people immediately acted, capturing the 3 demon sect experts. They hadn't expected to be discovered so easily, believing their preparations were sufficient. But now, everything was ruined. Falling into Tianhua City's hands meant losing contact with their backers. The experts would definitely abandon them and regroup elsewhere. While this was the best course of action, it was undeniably cold-hearted. Go ahead. You're here. Why hesitate? It looks bad. Though their words sounded tough, everyone knew they felt deeply uneasy inside. I think you understand the gravity of the situation. It's better if you confess voluntarily rather than waiting for us to uncover it. The Hall Nina looked at the 3 detained individuals, reflecting on how Miss had alerted them to the presence of these suspects. If Tianhua City fell, it would be their fault. What's there to say? 3 of us can die. Just kill us. Let us die honorably. These 3 seemed fearless, which made the Hall Nina chuckle. You're causing harm to others, but act like righteous heroes. Aren't you ashamed? The Hall Nina sneered and waved his hand. Separate and interrogate them individually. Find out where their fill is, how many they are, and their strength levels. I don't care what your intentions are. If any of you say something different from the others, you'll know the consequences. The subordinates took the 3 away, asking questions without torture, focusing on the demon sect experts behind them. Initially, these 3 tried to resist, thinking they couldn't be forced to talk. But soon they realized something was wrong, and perhaps they had made a mistake. Our actions this time seem a bit far-fetched. You can drag it out, and whoever says the least will be dealt with last. Seeing that the 3 refused to talk, the Hall Nina didn't coerce them but made his stance clear. These 3 weren't true experts, so naturally, they began to speak quickly. Our Phil is also a Hall Nina, stronger than you. We have about a dozen people gathered at xuanhuan Mountain, which isn't a mountain but a house. But it looks like a mountain for moon gazing, hence the name. Why such strange names? Really baffling. These 3 essentially said the same thing. Unless they coordinated beforehand, it must be true. If so, we can't wait any longer. Act now to capture these guys. Then our Tianlong City will be temporarily safe. The Hall Nina called several experts to assist. Comparing overall strength, he and his subordinates were stronger than the opposition. He needed external help to deal with these people. Fortunately, this was his home turf, so he could summon help freely. Although the demon sect experts might be stronger, they were limited in number. Let's go. Swift action. No time for them to react. If we let them react, all our efforts will be wasted. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text while ensuring natural English fluency. Any feedback or further details needed can be provided. Chapter 468. People gone. Empty building. Everyone immediately set out. They were all well rested and full of vigor, their combat abilities at their peak. Meanwhile, their enemies might still be unaware of their existence. They instantly attacked where those people gathered, pushing open the doors only to find not a single expert from the Devil Sect was here. At this critical moment, Penny emerged from the shadows, her expression extremely grim. They really ran. Who leaked the information? Penny felt somewhat numb at this point. It's true what they say, precautions can be taken during the day and night, but it's hard to guard against an insider. If there really was such a skilled mole within their Fine Ray manor, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to them. Let's go back. There's no point staying here anymore. Penny shook her head. The enemy was incredibly resilient, and he had to find a better solution. Meanwhile, Thatcher had already left the Fine Ray manor and returned to the Love-Severing Island branch. He wasn't neglecting the task of capturing the Devil Sect members, but was more concerned about the Love-Severing Island branch. He had been away for some time, and if the Devil Sect experts took advantage of his absence, it was uncertain whether the love-severing island branch could withstand the attack. Is everything okay here? Did any Devil Sect members come to cause trouble? Upon returning, Thatcher asked this as his first question. Judging by the calm demeanor of everyone present, the answer seemed clear. Ferguson Zhao, you've gone through so much trouble. In this critical moment, you should also pay attention to your safety. Thatcher smiled and shook his head. No worries. We found several Devil Sect moles in the Fine Ray Manor, tried to round them up, but came up empty-handed. I think we should support the Fine Ray Manor. After uncovering the moles, the Devil Sect members might take desperate measures. Hearing this, everyone at the love-severing island branch was shocked. What will they do? They can't have the guts to attack the Fine Ray Manor, right? That seems unlikely to succeed. That's hard to say. These are all reckless individuals. What wouldn't they dare to do? They might try to accomplish this mission even more brilliantly and meticulously. In any case, they definitely won't act recklessly. That would be suicide. If that's the case, let's move quickly. Supporting them is supporting ourselves. Halamzet addressed the other experts at the love-severing island branch. You're right. We should act immediately. The entire Fine Ray Manor might already be in a whirlwind. The faces of the many experts present showed surprise. Is it that serious? I'm still skeptical, but it's fine. Let time prove things. A crazed look appeared on Thatcher's face. Thatcher and his group hurriedly headed toward Tianhua City, while Penny and her subordinates also returned to the Tianhua City Fine Ray Manor. However, they found that unexpected guests had arrived at the manor. These people are from the top 10 sects in our city, looking quite intimidating. We don't know what they intend to do. Isn't that Bryson? This old guy was previously repelled by Thatcher on love-severing island. Didn't expect him to target our Fine Ray Manor this time. Penny looked very tense. This Otis wasn't easy to deal with. Any misstep could result in unimaginable consequences. This old villain truly has ulterior motives. It seems these top 10 sects experts are led by Bryson. What do they want? Are they trying to stage a coup? The Hall Nina's face showed extreme shock. The Fine Ray Manor faced both internal and external troubles, and the Fine Ray was in poor condition. Although Miss Penny was capable, she was young and inexperienced. Her combat power wasn't that strong. Facing these bare experts, she wouldn't stand a chance. What do you want here? Do you think our Fine Ray has no one to rely on? Tell you, our Fine Ray Manor isn't easy to bully. You've got the wrong idea if you think you can handle us. Penny approached the group, feeling they all harbored ill intentions. Miss Penny, I think you're misunderstanding. We heard the Fine Ray is not in good shape, so we specially came to visit. How could you think this way about us? Bryson seemed disappointed, but Penny wasn't fooled. Don't speak grandly. If you really wanted to visit, you should have notified us beforehand, not just show up like this. Thinking about this, Penny looked at the group. If he had more experts at hand, he'd order them to kill these guys outright for relief. Miss Penny, you shouldn't slander us. Do you think we have malicious intent? Bryson then took out a blood-replenishing pill from his pocket, transparent and filled with intense energy. This pill can rapidly restore strength and is beneficial. I want to offer it to the Fine Ray. Would I have such a privilege? Penny was surprised. He thought they came to cause trouble, but they were offering something. Since Senior has such good intentions, I can't ignore it. Give me the pill, and I'll pass it on to my father. Penny approached to take the pill, but Bryson withdrew his hand. Hold on. While I am giving the pill, I do have a small request. If Miss Penny agrees, handing over this pill would be no problem. This statement made Penny sense a hint of conspiracy. My previous guess was correct. You indeed have other plans. Fine, tell me what you want. If reasonable, I'll agree. Hearing this, Bryson's face lit up with joy. Great. Miss Penny, I want you to step down from the Fine Ray position. Bryson's face was full of smiles, as if agreeing would make him the new Fine Ray immediately, showing arrogance. How can that be? The power of the Fine Ray is very important to us. Chapter 469, Sudden Appearance. Speaking of this, Penny, who was filled with anger, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at the other party. I never expected you to have such sinister and wicked intentions. Were you eyeing our Basil's position from the very beginning? No wonder you had the so-called kindness to visit my father. So that was your real intention. Penny waved her hand coldly and said, since it's like this, there is no longer any affection between us. Let's settle this through force. Penny's face turned very strange. She could only hope these people might still respect her father's prestige enough to reconsider their actions. However, little did she know that the affairs of the Fine Ray's mansion were already thoroughly known by Blaze and his group. They showed no fear. The matter here is almost settled. Take action now. Once we kill them, the Fine Ray's position will be ours. Blaze sneered and immediately instructed everyone present to act swiftly. Their numbers were overwhelming compared to Penny's side, which seemed to be isolated and outnumbered. After all, they had gathered the elite of the city's top 10 sects and were fully prepared for battle. Under such circumstances, Penny's forces stood no chance. Now what do we do? With so many experts appearing simultaneously, the entire Fine Ray's residents can't resist. A Hall Nina came to Penny's side, ready to protect her. Miss, given this situation, we should quickly escort you away. This place isn't safe anymore. Perhaps by protecting you, we might still preserve some strength for the Fine Ray's residents. As long as you remain alive, we can eventually regain our confidence. The expert smiled confidently. Hearing this, Penny clenched her teeth, feeling conflicted. How could she leave like this? Her father was still inside the Fine Ray's residence, and she didn't know what state he was in. Thatcher had already arrived at the Fine Ray's residence. He went straight to find the Fine Ray and discovered him bedridden. He examined the Fine Ray's condition immediately, only to feel helpless upon realizing the severity of the situation. Even if he wanted to treat the Fine Ray's illness, it would likely be humiliating. The malevolent core, Mudun, had already completely dismantled the Fine Ray, who was now just awaiting death. Why have I become like this? No, I must continue to fight. Demon Sect, I will not stop until the end. The The Fine Ray awoke abruptly from his sleep, feeling drenched in cold sweat, clearly startled. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Thankfully, those things didn't happen. They were false. The Fine Ray breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then noticed Thatcher nearby. It's Xiao Zhao. What are you doing here? Where's my daughter? Upon hearing this, Thatcher shook his head bitterly. Right now, Miss is preparing for a decisive battle with the elites of the top 10 sects, including Blaze. Upon hearing this, the Fine Ray's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Blaze that Otis has made a move. It seems he is determined. Struggling to get out of bed to confront these people, he was stopped by Thatcher. Wait, you can't go. Those people are ruthless. If you go, you'll surely be killed mercilessly. They have no scruples. To obtain the power of the Fine Ray, they're willing to slaughter anyone, and no one can stop them. Thatcher sighed. The outcome for the Fine Ray's residents was predictable unless a strong person could turn the tide. Pity my days are numbered. I can't deal with them. If there were a chance, I'd seize it. Hearing this, Thatcher's eyes lit up with an idea. Fine Ray, I have a pill here that might work for you. Would you consider it? But it requires a great sacrifice, especially considering your limited time. This method might enhance your combat power threefold or even tenfold, possibly saving this crisis. But choosing this path would undoubtedly accelerate your countdown to death. The Fine Ray looked calm. Yes, Fine Ray. How to choose is entirely up to you. I can't make this decision for you. Thatcher left slowly, saying, I'm going to help Miss Penny. Whether you take that pill or not, I will still intervene. The Fine Ray nodded, understanding something. He immediately took the pill placed beside his bed and started meditating to adjust his breath. This pill is indeed potent. Soon, he resumed meditation on his bed. Previously, he suffered from various chronic diseases and tumors due to the Mudun's presence. Now, this pill needed to eliminate all these hidden dangers. Meanwhile, large amounts of spiritual energy entered his body, restoring his strength. I feel my power returning. Blaze and the top 10 sects, prepare yourselves. As Thatcher headed towards the conflict zone, Penny was engaged in combat with an elite from one of the top 10 sects. Miss Penny, though you're just a woman and quite young, your strength is impressive. I believe you can rise to prominence with your abilities. Why not surrender to us? In this way, you'll gain greater power and won't suffer. Trust me, Blaze will certainly treat you well. At this moment, Django's gaze was icy cold. Facing Penny's team, he didn't even need to step in. Just dispatching one person sufficed to control the situation. Moreover, this person was weaker than Penny, yet she hesitated to use lethal moves because a few experts could launch attacks anytime. These people were cunning, easily pinning her down without much effort. Surrender, perhaps we'll give you a way out. Better than dying for an abstract belief, right? I will never surrender to you. Unless you kill me, you can't occupy the Fine Ray's residence. Chapter 470, A Forceful Return. Since he is this stubborn, then let's satisfy his wish. Eliminate him, and quickly clear the battlefield. We need to proceed with the inauguration ceremony. Lawrence revealed a wild smile. Note, Ren seems to be a transliteration of a name or title, which has been translated here as Lawrence. This ensures the text reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. To him, it seemed everything was already under control. Penny, I'm sorry, but you're too obstinate, so we have no choice but to eliminate you. One of the elite warriors stepped forward, joining another in an encircling attack on Penny. Together, their coordinated attacks were extraordinary. This left Penny at a disadvantage right away. How could things turn out like this? It's beyond frustrating. Is it not too much for two of you to gang up on one? A voice rang out from nearby, drawing everyone's attention to Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, why did you come here? Leave quickly. These people are under the command of Sanren. Staying here will put you in great danger. Note, Sanren is translated as a name, thus not translated to its meaning. Also, for fluency and natural reading in English, some phrases are slightly adjusted. Penny couldn't help but panic over this situation, which he obviously understood. You make a good point, but I came here precisely to deal with them. If I leave now, wouldn't that make things even worse for you? Hearing this, the 10 elite warriors laughed. The kid is actually this cocky. It's quite unexpected. But the best way to deal with such arrogant brats is to just eliminate them. Do it, Ahmeds. The time has come to test your strength. Whoever kills him first gets extra rewards when we get into the Fine Ray Manor. As he spoke, Sylvester Sanchin's face lit up with excitement. Note, Sanren seems to be a name that includes a Chinese character embedded in pinyin, which I've interpreted and rendered as Sylvester Sanchin, for consistency and fluency in English. Almost simultaneously, the 10 sect elites launched their attacks. In their view, it was simply an assault waiting to happen. Thatcher was their lucky star who brought merit right to their doorsteps. Brat, prepare to meet your doom. Since you've shown up, you should stay. This warrior seemed furious as he wildly grabbed at the air before him. Yet, the successive waves of spiritual energy shocks genuinely caught Thatcher off guard. These fellows, indeed deserving their titles as elite warriors of the top 10 sects, each possessed formidable fighting prowess. Even combined, neither he nor Penny stood a chance against them. Brat, nothing has changed. In 10 moves or less, you'll completely collapse under our relentless assault. One of the elite warriors taunted coldly, though Thatcher wasn't overly concerned. Well, I'd love to see if you've got what it takes to achieve that. I will definitely push it past 10 moves to see if I can fight you to the death. Seeing the fierce combat, Penny couldn't bear it any longer. Ferguson Zhao, perhaps we should stop. There's no deep-seated grudge between you and them. There's no need for such a fight. You should leave quickly and let me handle them alone. That would make me more comfortable. Thatcher shook his head. Even if I wanted to leave now, they won't let me go. These guys won't leave potential threats around. When you do something, you have to finish it thoroughly. Otherwise, you're only inviting trouble. The crowd couldn't help but agree with Thatcher's words. You kid are surprisingly perceptive. Correct, no matter how strong you are, we won't let you walk away. Not just you, but also the useless Zhanqing Island fighters with you. All must be eliminated. This angered the Zhanqing Island experts. Being mocked despite their considerable abilities was indeed intolerable. Die, all of you. Our forces may not be as strong as yours this time, but we can take you down anytime. We'll use your heads to consecrate our banner. These Zhanqing Island experts certainly had confidence. To you lot, confidence is good, but understand your situation. Now, you're just sending yourselves to death. Got it? The elites from the top 10 sects relentlessly mocked and ridiculed them. In their eyes, the Zhanqing Island experts were utterly powerless. Indeed, as they imagined, even if there were more of Thatcher's side, it would amount to nothing given the huge disparity in strength. Without someone who could reverse the tide, their situation was perilous. Miss Penny, once again you find yourself in a desperate situation. I advise you to surrender. Will you accept this offer? Penny sneered in response. I said before, I will never surrender to you. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Forget it. She glanced at Thatcher with a tender expression. Ferguson Zhao, thank you for helping me this time. If there's a next life, I'll serve you as my Nina, willingly. Sadly, we can't overcome this obstacle in this lifetime. Her voice held a tinge of sadness, making Thatcher almost think they were doomed. Penny, don't be so pessimistic. Look who's coming from over there. He pointed in a direction, leaving Penny puzzled as she followed his gaze. That's Axel. Penny's face showed surprise. Yes, it's the Fine Ray and the Christopher. Their appearance can surely change the tide. Penny shook her head in disbelief. That's impossible. No matter how powerful they are, what can they do? These people are incredibly strong. Even Axel isn't a match for them. Thatcher smiled. If it were just the former Fine Ray, maybe not. But the current Fine Ray seems different. Hearing this, Penny sensed something. Feeling out his power, she was astonished to find that her father's strength had far exceeded its previous level. No way. When did Axel break through? Why don't I remember? The moment the Fine Ray and the Christopher appeared, they attacked the top 10 sects elites effortlessly. How can this be? How did the Fine Ray suddenly become so powerful? Yeah, didn't the Fine Ray weaken severely after consuming the devil pill? To rise again, and with even greater strength? All the experts present were astounded. Did he encounter some miraculous event that allowed him to leap across several levels of strength? Please let me know if you need any further assistance or adjustments. Chapter 471 Hatred. Though they did not know why the Fine Ray had transformed into his current state, it served as an incredible encouragement to the many soldiers present from Heavenly Dragon City's Fine Ray Manor. Everyone, charge together. Bring those evildoers to justice. As soon as the Fine Ray took action, it immediately shifted the entire situation. Everyone felt emboldened, even to the point of becoming fearless of death. How did it come to this? Our intelligence must be mistaken. Retreat quickly, or else the consequences will be dire. Some experts from the 10 great sects who came to stir trouble began to lose their nerve. What's gotten into you all? Steady yourselves. What's the panic for? How unbecoming. Hearing this, everyone present was greatly shocked. But, scattered man, our situation is very grim now. Yes, if we don't act, we may very well have our retreat cut off. Egon's expression turned increasingly grim. No matter what, you must steady yourselves now. I still have a trump card. Why should you be panicking? Trusting Egon, everyone stopped attacking at these words. That's right, what are you worried about? Birdie still has his ace up his sleeve. You short-sighted bunch, just watch. Hearing Aviv's words, a trace of embarrassment appeared on everyone's face. Indeed, they had acted cowardly, retreating at the mere sign of adversity. Is there anything else up your sleeve, scattered man? Can you show us? Yeah, let everyone see. If it truly works, we'll definitely rally under your banner and contribute our strength. At these words, Egon gestured for quiet. He himself, however, was watching the battle between the Christopher and the others. He discovered that the Christopher's combat prowess wasn't something to be underestimated. This kid seems to be Thatcher's capable lieutenant. His combat strength has improved drastically. Realizing this, Egon looked at Thatcher with intense interest. He understood clearly. It was obvious that while his own strength was formidable, he hadn't developed the capability to make anyone around him stronger whenever he wished. Clearly, Thatcher had such an ability. Moreover, Egon was almost certain that Thatcher derived this power from Tianhua Demon Honorable. Initially, when they first clashed, it was because of Tianhua Demon Honorable's abilities that this kid was exposed. Although Thatcher was hiding perfectly now with no apparent flaw. The better he hid, the more Egon's focus would be drawn to him. This kid is quite remarkable. Over so long a time, he hasn't weakened but instead has become even more elusive. Previously, he was strong by himself, but now he could bring others' strength along too. This made it even clearer what Thatcher was trying to hide, reinforcing Egon's suspicions. Hold it, everyone, stop fighting. I have something to say. Upon hearing Egon's words, the experts from the 10 great sects all ceased their attacks. Seeing this, the forces of Heavenly City also reigned in their combat. Their side was disadvantaged at the lower echelons. However, unknown to them, their Fine Ray's strength alone could obliterate 10 of the highest-ranked fighters on the other side. But now, talking about this was too late. Once they halted, it would be extremely difficult to resume the fight. Just get it over with. It seems we are already irreconcilable. Is there any point in further discussion? The Fine Ray's face darkened. He didn't want this fight either. Yet, for his daughter's future and his subordinate's survival, he had to fight. With their current strength, risking a fight might win, but without taking that risk, losing was inevitable. Do you remember our previous agreement? Egon smiled as he asked. Agreement? Which one are you referring to? A puzzled look crossed the Fine Ray's face. The matters mentioned seemed somewhat off from his expectations. He initially thought the other party would use this conversation to further insult him. Instead, the previous agreement was brought up. After such a brutal and harsh battle, how could he possibly think about any past agreement? What agreement? Just tell me. I can't seem to recall. Shaking his head, the Ray was not pretending. He genuinely couldn't remember. Egon's expression remained neutral. Smiling indifferently, we agreed to betroth your daughter to my Ephraim. You've forgotten? Hearing this, the Ray was taken aback, recalling that indeed, such an agreement had been made in the past. But that was before. Why bring it up again now? The Ray looked bewildered, unsure why this was being raised again. I believe that if I now revisit this agreement and wish to honor it, you should be amenable. These words made the Ray's eyes widen in disbelief. You mean, you want to re-establish the agreement and betroth my daughter to your Ephraim? Egon nodded, smiling gently. That's right, precisely what I'm thinking. Our misunderstanding isn't irreparable. We've only been swayed by some nefarious individuals. If you and I can put aside our grievances, perhaps the outcome would be better. This statement caused an uproar among everyone present. Unbelievable. This old fox actually wants to revisit old business, wanting his Ephraim to marry our Ray's daughter? Absurd. I heard Egon's Ephraim liked our Ray's daughter, but she wasn't interested. So many conflicts arose because of that. Now if they reconcile, it might bring some tangible benefits to us. Some subordinates began discussing openly. Clearly, in their view, whether the two parties reconciled or stayed apart mattered little to them. They were merely spectators. Old friend, we're both old now. It's time to hand over this land to the younger generation to manage. I want Aviv to marry Penny as soon as possible. Hearing this, Penny beside them became enraged. Chapter 472, Spitting Blood. Axel, why did you agree with him? I don't consent. Penny looked extremely angry. He felt that his father was starting to become autocratic. Penny, there might be some misunderstandings between us, but it's fine. We will soon become one family, and all the misunderstandings will be resolved then. Aviv laughed, appearing overbearing and arrogant. Penny desperately wanted to slap him now, but he knew that since his father had agreed to the other party's proposition, unless he tore up this agreement, he would be bound by it for life. Aviv, come here. I have a gift for you. Penny pulled out his long sword, glaring at him with eyes that could kill. I'm not going over. Do you think I'm stupid? If I go over now, you'll chop me up in no time. The Basil immediately stopped him. Wait, Penny, you cannot kill him. Otherwise, won't you be widowed? Penny almost cried upon hearing these words. Axel, I don't want to marry this kind of person. He's a jerk. Quickly retract your command. However, the Basil did not explain why he did so or rescind his earlier promise. All right, Ignatius, we will fulfill our agreement. You should quickly take this group and leave. Upon hearing this, Ignatius and others hurriedly left. They didn't get what they wanted this time, but to them, leaving unscathed was already good. All right, we will leave first this time, but I look forward to becoming relatives someday. With that, Ignatius and the others left hastily, looking like they were fleeing in a panic, which made people laugh. These guys are truly despicable, bullying me like this. Watching them leave, Penny felt helpless, knowing well that he couldn't win against such overwhelming force. But this matter concerning his future happiness was something he couldn't easily yield on. Axel, I can never marry someone like him. If you make me do so, I'd rather die. Penny had made up his mind. He wouldn't agree to this under any circumstances. Even if his father threatened him with a knife to his neck, he would never give in. Hearing this, the Basil remained silent, looking in the direction of Ignatius et al. Once he saw they had left, he sighed with relief. Just as he was about to explain to Penny, he suddenly spat blood. Axel, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Penny rushed to his side. Seeing the mouthful of blood his father had spat and the instant pale face, Penny seemed to understand something. Axel, what's wrong? You suddenly agreed to Ignatius's marriage proposal, and now you're spitting blood. There must be something you've been hiding from us. Hearing this, the Basil said nothing but turned to Thatcher. Bertie, please give me some medicine to continue supporting me. Thatcher hesitated. Previously, he had given some medicine, originally intending for the Basil to die after exhausting his spirit energy. But this time, the Basil tricked the others into leaving, thus the remaining spirit energy protected his life. I can't give you any more medicine. If I do, you'll lose your vitality entirely and won't be able to be saved. This made Penny understand. He glared at Thatcher, shouting angrily, Axel's sudden increase in strength previously was because of the medicine you gave him, wasn't it? Although Thatcher didn't want to admit it, he ultimately did. After all, it was impossible to keep it hidden for long. His father would probably pass away soon. It was better for Penny to accept reality now rather than grieving later. You bastard. Why did you give my father such medicine? You're absolutely despicable. Penny launched a frenzied attack on Thatcher, using every means at his disposal. Stop. Cease the fighting. The Basil looked visibly weak. He didn't want Penny and Thatcher to fight like this. Daughter, stop fighting. I have something to say. The Basil used a bit of his remaining spirit energy to shout, finally stopping her. Penny came to his side, saying with anger and sorrow, Axel, why did you take his medicine? Why do you want me to marry Aviv? You must give me an explanation. The Basil smiled sadly. I did it reluctantly. Axel doesn't have much time left. Hearing this, Penny shook his head. Axel, how can you think like this? You're still in your prime. You definitely have a bright future ahead. Don't give up halfway and slack off. Penny looked anxious, thinking his father was feeling dejected and tried to console him. My dear daughter, I'm serious, not venting. I really don't have much time left. Just now, I proposed marrying you to Aviv just to make them leave quickly so you could have a breather. If I hadn't been there, you might not have been able to withstand them. Axel, is this true? Are you really not scaring me? Penny was at a loss, almost collapsing. Thatcher caught him. Let go of me. It's all your fault for giving my father that medicine, shortening his days. You caused all this. Penny was almost devastated, unsure of what to do next. I'm going to kill you, you evil man. Penny tried to attack Thatcher, but soon realized he was powerless. Reason told him that Thatcher was a friend, not an enemy. He couldn't treat Thatcher this way, or else he would suffer even more. Why are you my friend and not my enemy? If you were my enemy, it would be easier. I could just kill you. Penny's expression changed several times before he sheathed his sword. Beside him, the Basil sighed. All right, you've fought enough. Come over here. Thatcher and Penny came to stand beside the Basil. Chapter 473, Gathering Information. I'll tell you this, I've become like this all because of Vinny's machinations. If not for him, I wouldn't have suffered a backlash and ended up in this state. So don't blame Thatcher. If not for him, I wouldn't even be able to see you now. Upon hearing this, Penny looked utterly deflated. She had thought that her father was only in slightly poor condition but could still fight perfectly well. Moreover, she had expected her father to accompany her for a long time yet. She never expected her father to dash her hopes so quickly. Axel, why did you do this? Why did you shatter my illusions? Can you stand again? I still need your support. The Fine couldn't help but smile at this. Daughter, it's not something within my control. This is the hand of fate. I want to tell you. Our father-daughter bond may soon come to an end. You must carry out everything I ask of you, or else my heart would surely feel ill at ease. Penny nodded quickly in response. After Thatcher leaves, you must close down our Fine residence immediately and prohibit everyone from entering or leaving. Upon hearing this, Penny glanced at Thatcher beside her. Was this guy really going to leave? That's right. Stop guessing. I will send Thatcher away as he has his mission. Thatcher felt curious after hearing this. He wondered what task the other party had prepared for him. In short, before Thatcher returns, we should pretend to be preparing for the wedding and refrain from taking any actions. Penny blushed when she heard this, but she knew that the situation was very urgent, and there was no time for her to act coy. All right, Axel, I will do as you wish. But I can't say if I will succeed. After all, Vinny is strong. Aside from you, none of us can stand against him. However, the Fine smiled confidently. Rest assured, since Vinny has spent so much effort to deal with me, there must be a reason behind it. Before, I had no quarrel with him, but he insists on attacking us. Either he wants us to fulfill the previous marriage contract, or he wishes to completely destroy us. From their actions, they might realize that we are more powerful than them, so they do not dare to use brute force. Of course, small provocations are still possible. To you and your subordinates, these provocations will be dangerous tests. At times like this, you must show your fellowship and decisiveness. If you fail at critical moments and expose our weaknesses, they will take advantage of it. On this point, I know you understand well, so I won't elaborate. As for Thatcher, your task is to gather evidence of Vinny's collusion with the demon sect to plot against our Tianlong City. If you can't find such evidence, focus on uncovering evidence of Vinny's collaboration with the demons. This outcome would be even more explosive. After all, once people learn about this, they will surely unite against them, ensuring our safety. All right, I will start right now. After packing his things, Thatcher left immediately. He had previously imagined that Vinny might collude with the demons. After all, shortly after the Fine suffered a backlash, Vinny had brought his forces to attack. If someone said that Vinny had no spies in the Fine residence, or wasn't in cahoots with the demon sect, nobody would believe it. Leaving Tianhua City, Thatcher investigated and tracked down Fordglong Gate. On his way here, he had prepared enough gold to bribe anyone easily. Since Vinny was so despicable, the lower-ranking members were naturally easier to corrupt. Thatcher easily infiltrated Fordglong Gate, injured Ephraim, and learned where Vinny stayed. After thoroughly killing him, he hid the body in a secluded place and then disposed of several experts in the same manner. Analyzing the responses from those he interrogated, Thatcher found them mostly consistent, indicating that they truly understood not to provoke him. After eliminating 4 people, Thatcher headed to Vinny's residence and immediately went into hiding. This was a branch of Fordglong Gate. When Vinny stayed here, he slept in this room at night. Thatcher couldn't help but feel excited. If he poisoned this place, Vinny might be eliminated effortlessly. Of course, this was the worst option, and he wouldn't resort to it unless absolutely necessary. After listening for a while, Thatcher confirmed that nobody was tracking him. Thus, he began searching the room, careful not to disturb anything. He couldn't move anything carelessly. Everything had to be returned to its original place to avoid detection by Vinny, who might strengthen his defenses otherwise, making future infiltration difficult. Initially, Thatcher hadn't expected to find anything valuable. However, he soon realized how naive he had been. There were many items worth investigating, all related to the Amadeo. A book was placed on the table, recently read and not even closed. Amadeo, born millions of years ago, possessing immense power, transcending sainthood. Ordinary people cannot stand against him. Only true experts can rival him. Amadeo, the last and strongest supreme powerhouse in the universe. According to legends, Amadeo achieved dominance by exhausting all remaining imperial aura in the world. Thus, for millions of years, no one could reach his peak of strength. Thatcher was shocked beyond measure at this revelation. Who would have thought the Amadeo was so powerful? No wonder he acted so arrogantly in the palace. Chapter 474, Return. Thinking back to when he faced the Heavenly Flower Demon Venerable, Thatcher couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Fortunately, I received the legacy of Heavenly Flower Demon Venerable and can be considered his Ephraim. He probably won't purge me for that slight offense. Thatcher felt slightly relieved but also realized it was best to avoid such actions in the future or else risk losing his life without knowing how. He carefully examined the room again and noticed everything here was related to Heavenly Flower Demon Venerable. That Otis must have been searching for anything connected to Heavenly Flower Demon Venerable all along. No wonder he wanted to be my enemy. Given the Otis's profound strength, he might have discovered the secret of Thatcher receiving Heavenly Flower Demon Venerable's legacy, thus targeting him. Ultimately, it all came down to obtaining that legacy for personal gain. Since you were willing to confront me for the sake of Heavenly Flower Demon Venerable's legacy, naturally, I would counteract you once I discovered your plot. Otherwise, it would put me at a disadvantage. A look of anger crossed Thatcher's face, and he wished he could smash this place right away. However, he held back, realizing he must not act rashly. Bertie, what are our plans now? Aviv followed Diego back to his Nina's room. This matter is extremely confidential and must not be disclosed, said Diego as he cast a glance outside, and then used his spirit energy to set up a protective barrier around the room. This way we can ensure safety. Any leak of information could be disadvantageous. We mentioned the marriage contract only to buy time and investigate the true situation. Before the marriage, we have enough time to determine if the Fine Ray truly had an extraordinary encounter or just temporarily enhanced his power. If it's the former, we proceed with the wedding, which benefits us greatly. Marrying the powerful Fine Ray's daughter will boost your strength and status. But if his power isn't that strong, we cannot sit idly by. At the wedding, we'll seize control of the Fine Ray's mansion. With the Fordglong Gate and other 9 major sects people present, they can't escape once inside our territory. That Ahmed Thatcher has annoyed me for quite some time. Eliminating him would indeed be beneficial, thought Aviv, recalling Thatcher's closeness with Penny. Great things do not come from small matters. You must have endured all this time for this moment. Don't worry, Bertie. I understand your intentions and will not disappoint you. Good. Go prepare intensively for cultivation and investigation while making wedding preparations publicly. Aviv nodded and left quickly. Oh, by the way, do you think those people from Heavenly Flower City suspect our intentions? Diego shook his head. Impossible. They're probably celebrating after we withdrew last time. Aviv couldn't help but smile smugly. They must feel very pleased, believing they've won smoothly. But we know who the true winner is. I'll eliminate them mercilessly to vent my frustration. Diego laughed. Isn't it always about Penny? This opportunity is precious to you. Capturing her means capturing part of the Sky Dragon Fine Ray's forces, greatly aiding us. When the Heavenly Flower Fine Ray is gone, we'll become the real rulers. Then the title of Fine Ray will mean nothing. Aviv nodded. Thank you for strategizing, Bertie. Otherwise, I might ruin everything. It's not your fault. Those guys think too highly of themselves but have some skills. You're still young and have plenty of time ahead. I'll definitely train to surpass them by 100-fold. That's enough. Go investigate and focus on your tasks. Everything will fall into place. Aviv nodded and left, full of confidence. Once alone, Thatcher noticed a brief layer of black light surrounding Diego. The glow vanished almost immediately, leaving Thatcher unsure if it was an illusion. It wasn't an illusion. This guy wouldn't do something meaningless. Something's off with him. Heavenly Flower Demon Venerable, I'll soon revive your great achievements. I believe you support me from beyond. Thatcher inwardly marveled at Diego's boldness. This Otis has some skill, but seems to have misallocated his efforts. Meanwhile, Penny in Heavenly Flower City constantly worried about Thatcher's safety. Previously, her harsh behavior towards him stemmed from shock, which she couldn't process at the time. Now, accepting everything, her attitude toward Thatcher returned to normal. Upon reflection, none of Thatcher's actions were wrong. Everything he did benefited their family. Axel, Thatcher might be in danger investigating Diego. Should I distract attention for him? The Fine Ray nodded immediately. Chapter 475, Breaking the Engagement. So, what exactly do you plan to do to help him? The Basil was curious and unsure of the specifics of his plan. I can approach them under the pretext of breaking the engagement and ask them to sever all ties with me. By doing this, they will have no choice but to meet and discuss the matter with me. This way, Thatcher will have enough time to accomplish his tasks. He can then retreat calmly. Very well, your plan is solid. Go ahead and execute it, but be cautious. Never provoke them. Bryson's strength is beyond your imagination. If you come into conflict with him, you'll surely suffer the consequences. Alfie nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Axel. I won't be that foolish. I'll preserve my strength. Otherwise, if he catches onto anything, we'll truly be at a disadvantage. The Basil waved his hand, smiling. Go on, return, and let me see if you have the ability to influence their decisions. After Penny left, the Basil suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. You have grown up and should be able to make your own decisions. I hope when the time comes for me to leave, you won't be lost without direction. As he spoke, his complexion visibly worsened. Although the elixir given by Thatcher kept him functioning like a normal person temporarily, it wasn't genuine health. His vitality drained gradually but subtly. He hoped to hold on until Penny secured her position as Basil. As for who would help Penny, it would definitely be Thatcher. No one else had the capability. Thatcher, I wonder if you're up to this monumental task. Speaking of Penny, she arrived outside Fordglong Gate and called out loudly. Daughter of Tianhua City's Basil, Penny, pays respects to Senior Bryson. After shouting 3 times, the gate opened. A guard looked Penny up and down lazily. Where are you from? State your business quickly, then leave. Where am I from? Haven't you heard me shout 3 times? Quickly report to Bryson. The guard appeared impatient upon hearing this. Our Senior Bryson isn't someone you can just see. You're acting ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Without 10 taels of silver, you can forget about seeing anyone. Hearing this, Penny became furious. This man clearly lacked discipline. Fine, you want money? I'll summon Bryson right now and ask him how he disciplines his subordinates. The guard brushed it off. Sure, go ahead and try to summon him. I don't believe you can really find our senior. If you can summon him, I'll kneel and call you grandmother 3 times. With that, the guard moved to close the door. However, Penny smirked coldly and began channeling her inner spiritual energy to shout loudly. Senior Bryson, regarding the marriage agreement, I wish to discuss it in detail. Please come out. Her voice, though not especially loud, resonated powerfully, conveying firm determination. Infused with powerful spiritual energy, it immediately caught many people's attention. It's that little Shoshana Penny. Why has she come? Bryson heard Penny's call and his face twitched slightly. She's shouting so loudly outside. What does she want? Bryson snorted coldly, feeling insulted by the Shoshana's audacity. Aren't we already engaged? Is she urging the marriage? Just then, another voice came from outside. Bryson, are you too afraid to come out and meet us? It's just an engagement. Annul it if you wish. Why hide? Hearing this, Bryson was taken aback. This xuanhuan dares to challenge me. How insolent. I'll take a look. Bryson walked out of his room, while Thatcher smiled mysteriously. It seems Penny is making a move outside. She must want to support me, fearing I might be in danger. Thinking of this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Though this little xuanhuan seemed to hate him verbally, she still helped him in critical moments. After Bryson left, Thatcher immediately retrieved a reversal crystal from his ring. Acquiring it originally took some effort, but now he needed it here. Finding evidence of Bryson's misdeeds wouldn't work through conventional means. This cunning Otis had various tricks up his sleeve. The reversal crystal could record events within a limited space over time, eventually overriding the oldest recordings. Thus, Thatcher couldn't keep it there indefinitely. He chose a hidden spot where Bryson was more likely to be, ensuring it captured useful information. Once placed, Thatcher swiftly left the room. This place was dangerous, and it was best to stay away. Knowing Penny was confronting Bryson, Thatcher couldn't just leave. He slipped into a secluded corner, exited Gloomy Gate undetected, and hurried back to the main entrance. Meanwhile, Penny and Bryson's confrontation grew intense. After Penny summoned Bryson with her spiritual energy, he instantly appeared before her. His ghostly movements startled her. What are you trying to do? You scared me. You should take responsibility. Bryson sneered. What is your purpose here? Speak up before I mock you. Penny appeared momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Don't you know why I'm here? I already said, haven't I? To cancel the engagement. Bryson raised an eyebrow. That's simple? Nothing else? Penny nodded. Chapter 476, Retreat. You naughty little cheat. How dare you deceive me with such tricks? Do you think I can't do anything to you if you don't tell me? Let me tell you, I have plenty of means to deal with xuanhuans like you, but I just didn't want to use them. Go back right now and prepare for the wedding properly. Perhaps I might not be angry at you for your father's sake. Otherwise, I won't forgive either you or your father. Under anger, Vinny's aura flared, making even Penny jump in surprise. Of course, this fear was an act to keep the Otis off guard. Why are you treating me like this? I'm a little fairy. Penny looked as though she was about to cry, seeming helpless and weak. Seeing this, Vinny immediately froze. What nonsense is this? You wanted to break the engagement? Go back quickly, there's no breaking this marriage. On that day, you must come ready for the wedding, dressed beautifully. If not, beware of your family's safety. Penny's face turned cold. This guy was threatening her family, but being on his turf, she couldn't really confront him. Did you hear that, little xuanhuan? How dare you ignore me? Vinny's gaze grew chilly, as if he felt offended. His imposing presence would have scared any ordinary woman stiff. Don't scare me, I'm afraid, Penny pretended, stepping back theatrically. Ha, so you come here to break the engagement? Follow my Ephraim obediently. Hallamston up, breaking the engagement is out of the question. It's an honor for someone like you to marry my Ephraim, understand? Penny appeared disheartened, but deep down, she despised him more than ever. How dare you shout at me? You'll pay for today's actions. Hearing this, Vinny cursed. What did you say, little xuanhuan? Are you badmouthing me? Penny scratched her ear, feeling it was sullied by his words. I didn't say anything bad. I said I understood and I'm afraid, so my voice was low. Penny's seemingly submissive response made him satisfied. Alright, since you're cooperative, I'll let you go this time. Remember to prepare for the wedding. Otherwise, your whole family will suffer. Inside, Penny sneered, but she left respectfully. Moments ago, she had received a signal from Thatcher indicating he was safe. This signal was prearranged. No one else could imitate it. Since Thatcher was safe, her mission was accomplished. There was no need to prolong the situation. Penny left quickly, leaving Vinny surprised at the xuanhuan's resolve. Whatever, I'll make you submit eventually. Thinking of becoming the lord of Tianhua City, Vinny became increasingly arrogant, even a glint of darkness appearing in his eyes. That Otis beat us last time. This time, we'll see what he can do. Holding his daughter hostage will help us remove him. After returning to his room, Vinny dropped his disguise, turning black and revealing his true, bizarre form, which was far from a typical cultivator. Meanwhile, Thatcher received information from the reversal crystal. It usually recorded only when significant events occurred, sending real-time updates to its owner. So, the Otis is from the demon sect. My suspicions were correct. Vinny, this time, you can't escape. Thatcher, smirking, advanced further with his powerful chi. Returning to Tianhua City, seeing Penny, Thatcher revealed that Vinny was from the demon sect before anyone asked. What? He's from the demon sect? Unbelievable. The Basil grunted, surprised by the turn of events. Axel, we should focus on ensuring the wedding proceeds as planned. We'll expose everything during the ceremony. The Basil nodded. Good plan. Let everyone know his true nature. The other great families and sects won't tolerate it, unless they've all been compromised. On the day of the wedding, we'll eliminate the evil. Thatcher and Penny were invigorated. After discussing the plan, the preparations began. The Basil managed logistics while Thatcher and Penny trained secretly to strengthen themselves. A few days passed, and on the eve of the wedding, the Basil's mansion was decorated beautifully. Axel, we're back. This trip was worthwhile. My strength has grown significantly. Penny smiled, having learned much from battling alongside Thatcher. Do you feel strong enough now, capable of changing everything? The Basil asked, smiling. Yes, Axel. Chapter 477, The Wedding Day. If Axel can continue cultivating like this, I truly believe I can change everything. First, I will become the Fine Ray of Tianhua City and take over from you. I imagine there will be a fight with the people from Gloomy Gate, but don't worry, I'm sure I can beat them. Penny's face showed unprecedented confidence. She knew Thatcher would always stand by her side. Very good. As long as you're confident, that's all I need. I was afraid you might fear battle and be intimidated by their strength. Let me tell you, although Bryson is very powerful, he has many weaknesses. As long as you can exploit these weaknesses, you will definitely overcome him. Tomorrow's wedding will be a significant trial for you. When you expose Bryson's conspiracy, he will surely counterattack fiercely. That moment will be critical for your survival. If fate tests you then, do not hesitate or feel restrained. Otherwise, you'll never be able to hold your head up again, and it will be a nightmare for you. But on the contrary, that will be the true beginning of your victory. Why do you say that, Axel? Do we face some unexpected events? The fine ray of Xuanhuan City nodded and smiled. Yes, that Otis will definitely have all sorts of tricks waiting for you. He might win initially, but if you win in the end, Xuanhuan City will be unshakable. Just imagine what Fordglong Gate will look like afterward. The entire Fordglong Gate will be affected because one of their members is an expert of the Devil Sect. And we will get an opportunity to develop and catch our breath. This is a rare chance for us. Thus, opportunities will come to you. Isn't this your advantage? Hearing this, Penny nodded, suddenly feeling that this could indeed be a significant opportunity for her. The next morning, Penny put on her wedding attire. She looked dignified and graceful, like the center of the world, with everything revolving around her. Big Ferguson Zhao, with you guarding beside me, I feel safe. Penny, seeing no one around, whispered to Thatcher. Don't talk to me easily. There might be people from Fordglong Gate nearby. We are not safe, perhaps even dangerously so, Thatcher replied cautiously. Unless we expose his conspiracy, it will always be unfavorable for us. Penny nodded nervously after hearing this, carefully checking the surroundings, and only relaxed slightly when she saw no one watching. The procession from Xuanhuan City arrived smoothly at the gates of Fordglong Gate, where experts from major sects had already gathered. This marriage between Xuanhuan City and Fordglong Gate seems set in stone. They are a strong combination, becoming even more powerful together. Yes, the fine ray of Xuanhuan has surpassed many experts in combat ability. In this case, Fordglong Gate might seem less deserving compared to Xuanhuan City. Don't say that. Although the fine ray of Xuanhuan has improved in combat, it may not be stable. I find this situation suspicious and potentially problematic. But for now, it makes no difference to us. Let's just watch the show. People gathered along the way, and soon the streets were empty as everyone came to witness the event. There really are a lot of people around Fordglong Gate, all looking quite formidable. Is it necessary to have so much protection against potential troublemakers? Some experts noticed the reason, but couldn't help commenting. It's certainly necessary. With so many experts here, they will need maximum protection to prevent any issues. Fordglong Gate is a major sect. They won't handle things carelessly. After all, this time, it's one of their inner Ephraims getting married. Everyone present nodded in agreement, finding this analysis accurate. Supported by Thatcher, Penny walked into Fordglong Gate. As cultivators, the ceremony for partners was simpler than for ordinary people. Complicated procedures common in secular marriages had been removed. They proceeded with the necessary rituals before the founding ancestor's statue, which, though just a stone figure, held high status in Fordglong Gate. Now, the couple faces the statue, performs 309 bows, and then bow to each other to complete the ritual, a Ephraim of Fordglong Gate announced. All eyes were on the couple as they performed the rituals. However, at this moment, a mysterious figure standing next to Penny lifted their veil. Ladies and gentlemen, I have evidence proving that Bryson is a Devil Sect expert. Please see. Hearing this, everyone turned to Thatcher, curious about who this person was. Who is this? Why are they here? Is this part of Fordglong Gate's plan? How does someone dare to cause trouble at such a crucial moment? Isn't that asking for trouble? We don't know. Maybe they're our archenemy. Though Fordglong Gate is powerful, they aren't immune to conflict. Just like this person looks unremarkable, but openly challenges Fordglong Gate before everyone, clearly targeting the entire Fordglong Gate. Not necessarily. Didn't you hear them claim Bryson is from the Devil Sect? Could it be true? Chaos ensued, and Bryson immediately appeared on the scene. You, Nicholas, what are you doing? Trying to cause trouble? You're too foolish. Thatcher didn't waste words, but used a crystal to replay past events. The spatial image unfolded before everyone, looking incredibly real. Wow, he's really a Devil Sect expert. His entire body turned black. This is unbelievable. How could Fordglong Gate, a major sect, be infiltrated? Translation notes *, the narrative structure and tone have been preserved while translating into natural, fluent English. The storyline maintains coherence with the previous content, ensuring the translated chapter aligns seamlessly. Chapter 478, Severe Injury. Everyone present noticed what was happening and immediately panicked. The experts from the 10 major sects were all on high alert, surrounding Bryson. Although Bryson was powerful, they certainly wouldn't be afraid of a Devil Sect expert. The conflict between cultivators and Devil Sect experts had been ongoing for a long time. For true cultivators, Devil Sect experts weren't meant to be feared but defeated. Moreover, here, the cultivators were overwhelmingly in the majority. Even if Bryson was formidable, it was out of the question for him to wipe them all out. It was sheer fantasy. Let's all attack together and defeat this Devil Sect expert. We have so many people. Surely we can beat him. People stood up one after another, filled with righteous indignation, determined to eliminate the threat. However, Bryson was completely unafraid. Though the experts from the 10 major sects were strong, he didn't think they could really stop him. I know what you're thinking, but don't overestimate yourselves. You are not my match. Attacking me is futile and will only cost you your lives needlessly. Just stand there obediently. I have my own business to take care of, and once I'm done, I'll leave on my own. Hearing these words, everyone present widened their eyes. This old fellow is pretty tough. Let's attack together without listening to him. Eventually, we will subdue him. Unable to hold back any longer, they wanted to strike at Bryson. Of course, he sensed this as well, and his gaze toward Thatcher turned particularly hateful. Caden, It's all because of you that I've ended up in this predicament where everyone wants to bring me down. I'm going to kill you, he thought, but didn't dare say aloud. After all, if Thatcher became wary, any future attempts would be too late. In an instant, he appeared behind Thatcher, swiftly striking with his palm, intending to severely injure him. Even if he couldn't severely injure him, he aimed to destroy his foundation for cultivation, making him incapable of further breakthroughs. As he struck, he felt a slight hint of danger but dismissed it. To him, it was nothing more than a joke. With so many people, how many can truly pose a threat to me? But soon he realized what the danger was when he discovered that it came from Thatcher himself. Is this Ahmed turning into some kind of genius, capable of threatening me? Thatcher suddenly attacked, striking his dantian, using all his internal spirit energy. He had long anticipated the possibility of an attack and concentrated his spirit energy within, waiting for the right moment. Clearly, Bryson was stronger than him, so he kept channeling his spirit energy, awaiting his opportunity. He knew that by the time he reacted, the other party's attack might already be over, so he hid his left hand behind his back, ready for the attack. Indeed, he sensed the attack coming from behind. Instinctively, he unleashed his spirit energy. His premonition was correct. Bryson used nearly half of his spirit energy to ambush. If he had succeeded, it would have caused severe injury. However, Thatcher acted first, successfully hitting Bryson. Then he dodged a potentially fatal blow, making the counter very impressive. Though Bryson managed to hit Thatcher in the chaos, it did little damage, just a superficial wound. Caught off guard, by the time everyone realized Bryson had launched an attack, the confrontation was already over. What just happened? Did Bryson attack that Ahmed? It seems he didn't succeed and looks quite flustered. That's not being flustered. That Ahmed clearly ambushed him. What do you mean Anton ambushed him? Clearly, Shurisan was ambushing Anton, but Anton predicted it. That kid is indeed sharp. Some of the experts from the 10 major sects observed this and were amazed. Yes, it seems this Ahmed will rise to prominence. Forming good relations with him will definitely not hurt us, don't you agree? Experts from the 10 major sects began discussing how to improve their relations with Thatcher and the Fine-Ray Manor. They had been misled, and much of their behavior was unjustified. Once Bryson was driven away, they would mend ties with the Fine-Ray Manor. Regardless of past grievances, it was now evident that everything stemmed from Bryson's manipulation, trying to incite conflict. You're a ruthless kid, but I admire you. Everyone, attack. Finish off Bryson. He doesn't have much strength left, Thatcher yelled. The experts from the 10 major sects immediately attacked Bryson without hesitation. Even Ford Longmen joined in the attack. Despite being his hiding place, Ford Longmen was ultimately a cultivator sect. Bryson being a devil sect expert posed a significant threat to Ford Longmen. Thus, the experts hoped to gain favor with other sects by attacking Bryson. Seeing this, Bryson knew he could not escape this time. Well done, forcing me into this predicament. I'll remember you. As others approached him, he pulled out a treasure box. Upon opening it, a light enveloped him. Just as the experts were about to finish him off, a force enveloped him, causing him to vanish. The attackers nearly killed each other in their attempt, quickly retracting their weapons. Did that old guy use a secret technique to escape? Thatcher frowned. He hadn't expected the Otis to possess such a technique. I must admit, such power is quite remarkable. If I had such a treasure, it would be great. Thatcher looked at the others, who also showed signs of admiration. This wedding is over. Everyone should return home, Thatcher announced loudly. At this moment, Ford Longmen and Aviv nearby were the most conflicted. Chapter 479, Taking Over. At this point, they had clearly become isolated targets. Although they didn't know if the other members of Ford Glongate were also from the Devil Sect, it was evident they weren't willing to take the risk. After all, Ford Glongate was still a very powerful sect, and even a single skilled expert among them could cause considerable trouble. This is truly a joke, for such an incident to occur. From now on, we must conduct thorough investigations, said one Phil. Not a single expert from the Devil Sect can remain in our sect. The Phil of Ford Glongate immediately issued orders for his subordinates to investigate everywhere. As for Aviv, he was placed under surveillance as well. He was considered the prime suspect. Others might escape punishment, but Aviv had no chance. Even if he wasn't from the Devil Sect, he needed to be temporarily confined and observed further. Otherwise, any move by him would surely bring ruin upon the entire Ford Glongate. The mayor of Tianhua City looked at those present with a cold expression. You fellows allowed someone like Demetrius to have their way before. Do you now see your mistakes? Hearing this, the experts of the 10 major sects felt a wave of fear. Kian, we admit to our wrongdoing, but we sincerely repent and hope that, in consideration of our past friendship, you can forgive us. Upon hearing this, the Hamilton sneered. You treat us like this, Tianhua City. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Finst we just sit here and endure humiliation? This made the faces of the 10 major sects experts difficult. They knew they had indeed offended the Hamilton. If he refused to forgive them, they would have to accept it. Feeling guilty and developing resentment was impossible unless the Kian used this as an excuse against them, forcing them to unite. Beside them, Penny saw an opportunity. Axel, I believe that although they were deceived, their nature isn't bad. I think they should be given a chance to mend their ways. On hearing this, each of the experts gave Penny a grateful look. Young Miss is indeed magnanimous, understanding that we acted unintentionally. We of Heavenly Dragon Gate assure you that if Tianhua City overlooks the past grievances, we will treat you more kindly than before. We of Earthly Dragon Gate share the same sentiment. In truth, we originally aimed to clear Easton Ford, but were driven to this due to Demetrius's incitement. Now that Demetrius has fled, we should resolve our conflicts. However, the Hamilton sneered. You say this is because of Demetrius's instigation. Why should I so easily believe it? You treat me too lightly. This time, I will not let you off without severe punishment. Otherwise, it damages the reputation of Tianhua City. Everyone present was shocked. To them, The Kian usually wasn't so forceful. Why was he being so aggressive now? Penny hurriedly advised, Axel, they were deceived this time. I think if you give them another chance, they won't repeat such detestable actions. Upon hearing this, the experts nodded vigorously, promising not to do so again, assuring him of their sincerity. Seeing things reach a climax, the Kian finally scoffed, originally, I intended to punish you. Since my daughter intercedes for you, fine, I will forgive you. Everyone immediately showed gratitude on their faces. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your understanding. We will repay your generosity. In their eyes, the Kian remained strong and supportive. Everyone, Tianhua City will be transferring fellowship. I hope everyone can come to our gathering in 3 days. At that time, let's set aside old grudges and build a common future. Knowing this moment was ripe for alliances, the Kian continued, even to make up for previous wrongdoings, you'll definitely want to work with us. Do you, Kian, really think you can put aside past grievances? Our actions then pose significant threats. While influenced by Demetrius, we did err. We're looking rather grim now, having been short-sighted and misled. Now it appears a grave mistake, unforgivable. Enough, don't take it too much to heart. I've already said past actions will be overlooked this time, all for my daughter's sake. But because of this, I feel old and unwilling to manage city affairs any longer. So, I'm handing over to her. I hope everyone cooperates with her as they once did with me. Penny nodded to the numerous experts present. Everyone, I know there may be some estrangement between you and Axel, but now is not the time to talk about it. Devil Sect experts are extremely rampant and have infiltrated Fordlong Gate. All sects need to be cautious. To prevent being taken advantage of by the Devil Sect, I am willing to set aside past differences with all of you. No need to worry about Tianhua City turning against you. Our true concern is the Devil Sect. Yes, the demon race is our true enemy. Let's unite our strength. Wonderful. With young Miss as the new Phil of Tianhua City, she will certainly unite the sects against the Devil Sect. Alright, everyone disperse quickly. Return home and strengthen defenses while searching rigorously for internal traitors. We meet again in Tianhua City in 3 days. The group respectfully bid farewell to Penny, now seen as the genuine new ruler of Tianhua City. Let's return. We've wasted enough time here. Who knows how things will end. The Devil Sect wouldn't dare attack Tianhua City now. They planned on the marriage alliance between Fordlong Gate and Tianhua City. Until uncovered, they believed Tianhua City could be exploited. So today's events haven't reached the demons yet. They shouldn't attack us. Thatcher and Penny were fully informed of these developments. In that case, let's proceed as planned. Tighten internally but maintain a relaxed exterior after returning. After finalizing, the group returned to Tianhua City in high spirits. The city bustled as usual. Chapter 480, passing through smoothly. Thatcher and Penny stood before the main residence of Tianhua City, watching people bustling around them. A myriad of emotions surged in their hearts. If we hadn't thwarted that person's scheme in time, who knows what state this city would be in now. We must protect the prosperity of Tianhua City. We absolutely cannot let anyone take it away from us. I believe no one wants to change this. As long as there are no issues within our own ranks, everything else can be dealt with. At this moment, Penny felt much better than before. All worries had been resolved, and all he needed to do now was to stay true to his heart. However, achieving this wasn't easy, and he knew he still had a long way to go. Once I succeed as the Basil, you will definitely help me, right? Penny looked at Thatcher, his face brightening with excitement. He had become more mature and adept, but many things had slipped beyond his control. After becoming the Basil, you'll have even more responsibilities. I believe you will handle them well. Thatcher sized him up, noticing that he seemed more spirited than ever. In my eyes, your current actions are already perfect. You just lacked some experience before. Now, with the support of the experts from Tianhua City's residents, I believe your future will only get better. Hearing this, Penny felt elated. Great, then let me show you around Tianhua City. I think you'd find it interesting, right? Thatcher nodded with a smile. You're right, I do have some interest. I've been here for quite some time, but I haven't experienced these things yet. Penny led Thatcher to feel everything here. Even though they had grown stronger, they both knew they were still far from being true powerhouses. Thus, they had to change everything about themselves. They spent an entire day wandering through Tianhua City, during which Thatcher bought many snacks and trinkets. For him, this was a fresh experience. That night, they returned to the Basil's residence to continue practicing. In the next 3 days, Penny had to strengthen himself, proving to those who underestimated him that he had changed. Tomorrow is the inauguration ceremony for the Basil. How are you feeling? Thatcher asked Penny with a smile. I feel a tremendous amount of pressure, and I don't know why. At this moment, Penny looked troubled, even pained, as if he had become someone else. Don't worry too much. I, along with everyone from Zhanqing Island, will help you secure this position. Penny felt deeply moved. I really appreciate all of you. If not for you, I wouldn't have felt so helpless. In the past, living in the Basil's residence, I never thought so much and didn't need to consider many things. But now that I'm the Basil, I must engrave everything in my mind. I understand your current state isn't great, but remember, this isn't what you want, right? You need to pull yourself together. Think about your father. He desperately wants you to successfully take over and become the ruler. If you can't do this, how disappointed would he be? I'm sure he wouldn't say it out loud, but you should be able to feel it. Penny nodded. I clearly understand Axel's expectations, but it seems so difficult. I've never managed a city before, and now the entire city rests on my shoulders like a heavy mountain. Thatcher smiled. He understood Penny very well. I believe you want to manage the city well, ensuring peace and safety for everyone and protecting them. So what you should do now isn't worrying about this or that, but actually making efforts for them. Alright, don't agonize over it. Just give it your all and enhance your abilities. Leave the rest to time. Penny perked up instantly. Right, leave it to time. Why are your words always so profound? Penny nodded, finally comprehending something. Big Ferguson Zhao, I'll go familiarize myself with being a Basil now. Wait for me. I won't let you down. Watching Penny bounce off, Thatcher sighed in relief. This Shoshana has great potential, but she must stay on the right path. If she doesn't, it will be stressful for her. The next morning, Thatcher noticed Penny became quiet, dressed in the attire of the Basil, exuding an air of authority. Didn't expect the aura of a Basil to manifest even before assuming office. Impressive. Thatcher wondered where this imposing presence came from. Soon after, representatives from the 10 major sects entered the Basil's residence one by one. Each was a formidable expert. These are top-notch fighters. We can't afford to offend any of them. Thatcher led the experts from Xuanhuan Island and Halamzet to the viewing platform to witness Penny's inauguration. At the coronation, Thatcher and his companions firmly stood by Penny. The people from the 10 major sects noticed the gap between these supporters and themselves. That Nicholas helped the new Basil back then. Didn't expect him to rise so quickly. We old fellows might soon be pushed aside by the next generation. A skilled fighter chuckled, shaking his head with a mix of confusion and unwillingness. Don't worry. Even if they rise, they won't openly challenge us. Harmony brings prosperity. Indeed, we don't need to create conflicts among ourselves, agree? Yes, harmony brings prosperity. No one wants unnecessary conflict. Now let's see what this new Basil thinks. I think this new Basil has great vision. He will surely lead us through this smoothly. Yes, smooth sailing is what everyone wants, but how many can truly achieve it? Chapter 481, Enemy. The ceremony officially began an hour later, with the old Basil personally handing over his position to the new Basil. Everyone present could not help but show satisfaction on their faces. Too wonderful. The successful handover means Tianhua City is entering a new era. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. Thatcher turned to look, and saw that it was someone from the Demon Sect. There are Demon Sect experts here. Let's work together to kill him. Those high-ranking members of the 10 major sects all stood up ready to take action. Clearly, they harbored deep-seated hatred towards the Demon Sect, as each had lost comrades to its experts. Do not act rashly. Leave this person to me, Penny said while eyeing the demon expert with a mocking smile. I know you've come here with the intention of challenging me. Fine, I accept your challenge. Hearing this, the expert seemed taken aback. What? Are you trying to provoke me? He looked indignant, but still managed to suppress his inner urge. You brat, I won't lower myself to fight you. You're no match for me. I heard there's a Nicholas called Thatcher here. Let him fight me. I came here for him. Upon hearing this, everyone started looking around to find who Thatcher was. No need for you all to trouble yourselves looking for me. I'll come forward. Thatcher stepped forward confidently with a smile. So you're Thatcher. Looks like you aren't very powerful. Beating you won't give me much satisfaction. No sooner had he finished speaking than Thatcher appeared behind him, gathering spiritual energy to strike at his back. What? Your words sound so irritating. How about we skip them and you meet Lord Yama instead? His voice sounded like it came straight from hell, sending a chill through the heart of the expert. Don't think just because your moves are better you can randomly sneak attack me, the expert shouted, swinging wildly but hitting nothing. Thatcher had already moved to his side and slapped him hard on the waist. Ah! The expert yelped in pain. How can this be? How did you have such strength to defeat me in one move? To him, Thatcher was supposed to be just a stepping stone, not a formidable opponent. He refused to believe what happened even until death. Never thought this demon sect expert would be so easily defeated. Quite disappointing. Thatcher clapped his hands and scanned the crowd with increasingly sharp eyes. Is anyone else here wanting to challenge me? Step forward. I'm eager to see what you've got. His gaze was icy, and his combat prowess evident enough to send chills down everyone's spine. Why are you getting so cocky? All you did was beat a demon sect expert. If I fought, I could do the same. Another expert from the 10 major sects retorted indignantly. If you're so confident, then go spar with him. If you can hold your own for 20 moves, I'll admit you're good. Another expert chimed in, unable to resist taunting him. Are you never going to shut up? Want to fight again? Our last bout wasn't over, the first expert shot back. Unless my name is spelled backward, I'll fight you. The atmosphere grew tense between the two, almost freezing. What are you two doing? Today is the inauguration ceremony of the Basil. Cause any trouble and risk being dragged outside and beheaded, Thatcher warned, appearing before them with a sneer. Beheaded? The other experts echoed menacingly. Initially, the two didn't take Thatcher's warning seriously, but when they heard the others agreeing, they quickly changed their expressions. Sorry, Thatcher. We were just a bit hot-headed. We'll sort it out privately. They hastily apologized, clearly feeling some fear towards Thatcher. As long as you behave today, the Basil's mansion will surely look after you in the future, Thatcher replied before returning to Penny's side. Now he noticed how people were starting to regard him differently. Now don't they seem to have become more obedient towards you? Thatcher smiled. Having grasped their behavioral patterns, power makes obedience. After everyone dispersed for the banquet, Thatcher and Penny walked around the Basil's mansion. With today's battle, Thatcher and the experts from Xuanhuan Island became widely known. High-ranking members of the 10 major sects began inquiring about them from the Basil's people, preparing to approach Thatcher. Their intentions were not malicious, but rather to ingratiate themselves. This Thatcher and the people from Xuanhuan Island are quite capable. If we can rally them, it would be very beneficial, one remarked. Indeed, many sects have already made moves to establish connections. Before long, the Xuanhuan Island branch will likely become the most influential force in Tianhua City, another noted. Thatcher and his companions aided the Tianhua Egbert in consolidating power, although the symbol of authority was now with Penny. Her actual control depended on her demonstrated strength. Within days, the Xuanhuan Island experts helped stabilize the city's fellowship. Penny expressed deep gratitude and decided to aid them in reclaiming Xuanhuan Island. I appreciate everything you've done. Rest assured, I won't stand by idly regarding your concerns. The Xuanhuan Island people rejoiced, deeply moved by her promise. Chapter 482, 300 warriors. So, Kian, how many people do you plan to send to help us return and launch an attack? Halamzet's face showed an expectant expression. He hoped Penny could dispatch more people. Your safety in Tianhua City is relatively guaranteed, so you can dispatch more people back. Meanwhile, I intend to send 300 men with you. Upon hearing this, Halamzet and his people were instantly delighted. 300 men, this is truly wonderful. Many thanks, Kian. Halamzet sincerely thanked them, even though his people had also helped Penny secure her position as mayor. However, their numbers were minimal compared to the 300 men from Tianhua City. It was like comparing a piper to a symphony. With these 300 men, our chances of attacking the demon sect are higher. The numerous Zhanqing Island experts present were overjoyed, their previous gloom now swept away. Initially, they had decided to hurry back as soon as possible. Even if they lacked sufficient strength, they were determined to make an attempt. And now, with the addition of 300 brave warriors from Tianhua City, their confidence soared. Kian, thank you for your just action. We will always support you and will return as soon as we complete our mission to help you stabilize the city. Hearing this, Penny's face lit up with delight. I knew you wouldn't let me down. By the way, be cautious on your journey home and ensure intelligence is tightly sealed. You mustn't allow the demon sect's experts to know you're returning, or else they might stir up trouble. Undeniably, Penny understood these matters well. They had gained control over the entire Tianhua City mayoral residence smoothly, primarily due to timely and accurate intelligence. The demon sect lost because of this very reason. Even now, they lacked any reflection and remained arrogantly complacent. Ferguson Zhao, we are grateful for your help against the demon sect this time. But you've been through so many battles. Shouldn't you rest for a while? Halamzet couldn't help but say this to Thatcher beside him. Why rest? What I love most in life is fighting. If you deprive me of that, I'd resent you deeply. Halamzet was taken aback upon hearing this. Ferguson Zhao, I didn't realize you liked battling so much. It's my fault. I will correct myself, Halamzet nervously responded, clearly surprised. Thatcher couldn't help but smile. If you want to change, then don't prevent me from fighting. So, I'm definitely going. Hearing this, Halamzet sighed involuntarily. I didn't think you'd find a loophole like that, Ferguson Zhao, but thank you. You now hold a high status at the mayor's residence. You could have enjoyed your achievements. I believe the whole residence can afford to maintain a skilled expert like you, but you didn't sit idly by. Instead, you embarked on a new journey. Such behavior is indeed worthy of emulation. Hearing this, Thatcher shook his head with a bitter smile. Enough flattery. Otherwise, I'll get too proud. Actually, given your current standing, you deserve pride. After all, how many people can claim to have helped solidify the position of Tianhua City's mayor? As they chatted along the way, they arrived at the Black Dragon Sea coast. Ferguson Zhao, after crossing this coast, we'll reach Zhanqing Island. Should we attack directly, or use other methods? Thatcher shook his head. Of course, not directly. We need to scout the situation first. I think those on the island are waiting for us to make a move. Don't you agree? Right, they might set a trap, waiting for us to walk into it. Let's take an unconventional route. Do you remember the path I mentioned last time when we came out to play? Upon hearing this, Thatcher's eyes lit up. Yes, we can enter through that passage, which should be very safe. These guys probably never thought we could enter this way. That's true. They've only just arrived and haven't had much time to explore thoroughly. Alright, have these men wait here covertly while we two check the secret passage. Hearing this, Halamzet immediately ordered his men to wait hidden here. Then he led Thatcher through the secret passage towards the island. Naturally, he didn't reveal the specific location of this secret passage to anyone except Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, I've never used this secret passage before. Who would have thought we'd end up using it to check the situation together? Thatcher laughed. Perhaps this is fate. But these details aren't important. We must act quickly. Hearing this, Halamzet paused momentarily. Ferguson Zhao, why not follow protocol and investigate step by step? It won't work because I sense an overwhelming bloody aura on Zhanqing Island. We already felt that across the Black Dragon Sea. Imagine what it would be like once we actually set foot on the island. Hearing this, Halamzet imagined a scene. Can't be, Ferguson Zhao, are you serious? Halamzet struggled to imagine it. If the bloody smell indeed indicated something grave, wouldn't the Ephraims of Zhanqing Island suffer? Forget it, don't overthink it. We should hurry and check the island. Perhaps it's just my speculation. Thatcher hurriedly consoled Halamzet. Ferguson Zhao, I know you're comforting me, but don't think too weakly of yourself. Immediately, Halamzet rushed madly towards the island via the secret passage. After an hour, the two finally reached the exit of the secret passage. Here, they sensed some contact with the outside world. Halamzet frowned. He then smelled an extremely strong bloody odor. The smell is so intense. It seems many Ephraims have already been killed. The spiritual energy on Zhanqing Island, is it dense? Thatcher suddenly wondered aloud. Average, not particularly dense, Halamzet answered truthfully, unsure why Thatcher asked. Then their spiritual energy has likely been drained. Didn't you notice the denser spiritual energy near this entrance? Chapter 483, Desolate Condition. From this, it is highly likely that their spiritual energy was depleted. Upon hearing these words, Halamzet's entire demeanor changed drastically. What do we do then? Let's hurry and see if it's as you say. If not, it would be too risky to go out recklessly. I'll go out first to scout the situation. Halamzet nodded, feeling anxious like an ant on a hot griddle. Any slight movement around him could turn into a significant event. Big Ferguson Zhao, come back quickly, don't encounter any danger. Halamzet waited in the secret passage for Thatcher. He believed Thatcher would surely find an opportunity, but he grew more fearful with every thought. After all, this place had become a gathering ground for the demon venerables. If they couldn't evade these people's searches or accidentally encountered them, they might not escape. With so many surrounding them constantly, it was as good as being ensnared in a net of heaven and earth. Finally, after a long wait, just as Halamzet was about to look for Thatcher, he returned. Big Ferguson Zhao, how's the situation outside? Tell me. Halamzet said anxiously. The situation outside isn't good. Everyone on Zhanqing Island seems to have been crippled. Upon hearing this, Halamzet felt instantly tense. All crippled? Doesn't that leave them at the mercy of others? Thatcher nodded. Exactly. They are now forced by those demon sect elites to dig a large pit in the center of Zhanqing Island. I'm not sure what those demon sect elites plan to do. Hearing this, Halamzet became even more nervous. These demon sect elites can do anything. They won't bury all of Zhanqing Island's people, will they? Thatcher was also taken aback, but reasoned that this possibility wasn't high. For now, I don't think so. I doubt they are that ruthless. Still, it's hard to predict. We must stay vigilant. Later, let's both go out to gather intelligence and agree to meet back here at a certain time. Just as Halamzet was about to go out to search for information, Thatcher patted his shoulder. Forget it. You'd better not go out. The situation outside is tough, and you may not be able to handle it. Given that they were your fellow Ephraims, it's best if I go. Hearing this, Halamzet became even more agitated. Big Ferguson Zhao, is it really that serious? Then I should go. I want to rescue everyone. Thatcher shook his head directly. How can that be possible? You lack the strength. The demon sect experts won't allow you to save them. You might even risk your life, so listen to me and don't act rashly. Return to Black Dragon Seacoast and await news. Hearing this, Halamzet thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. Alright, Big Ferguson Zhao, you're right. I did get a bit impulsive. I'll return first. Make sure you take care of yourself. Oh, if you see my Nina, please help him. Thatcher nodded and said, describe your Nina to me simply, otherwise, I might not recognize him when I see him. Halamzet smiled and nodded. Alright, Big Ferguson Zhao, let me tell you. My Nina looks very stern and is quite old. She is an barely lady who harbors deep feelings for Zhanqing Island. She sent me away herself to resist on Zhanqing Island alone. Her cultivation has probably been nullified as well. Hearing this, Thatcher held a deep admiration for Halamzet's Nina. Don't worry, once I reach Zhanqing Island, I'll certainly convey all your wishes to her. After parting from Halamzet, Thatcher immediately entered Zhanqing Island. Most people on Zhanqing Island were busy working. Wanting to blend in, Thatcher tore his outer clothes into rags and rolled in the dirt, looking like a defeated prisoner. Compared to the real prisoners, originally the people of Zhanqing Island, they didn't differ much now. Under such oppressive conditions, resistance was nearly impossible. Anyone attempting rebellion had been killed or maimed. In this harsh environment, little room for rebellion remained. Undeniably, their fate is indeed tragic, Thatcher thought as he joined the others digging pits. Although he was an outsider, no one paid him much attention since everyone seemed to have given up. How long have you been here? Thatcher tried to strike up a conversation with someone. I've been here for at least 10 days. How about you? The person looked at Thatcher, noticing his even and relatively unharmed appearance. I've only been here a day or two. I just arrived. Thatcher spoke truthfully, not wanting to complicate matters. Any mistake could put him in danger. At least you fared better than us. By the way, why are we here doing forced labor? The man sneered. Doing forced labor? Isn't it just digging our own graves? Only delaying the time of death. Thatcher was surprised. This guy seemed to know his fate. Ferguson, do you want to escape from these demons' clutches? The laborer coldly shook his head. I know what you're saying. You want us to surrender completely to them, right? That's impossible. Thatcher didn't understand what he meant. I just wanted to help. If you want to leave, I might be able to assist you. The man glanced at Thatcher. Chapter 484. Angie. Are you crazy, speaking such treasonous words? Don't you know many people here are being monitored? There might be someone watching us right now, just not showing themselves. Thatcher was taken aback upon hearing this. This is too terrifying. However, I won't be afraid of them. I believe in my own strength. The laborer was curious about Thatcher's mysterious confidence. Fine, if you have the ability, I can promise to let you save me out. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but smile bitterly. It sounded as if this guy would be saved only if he begged. By the way, do you know where a person named Angie is? This question made the man look at him with surprise. What do you want with her? What intentions do you have? Speak quickly. His gaze became sharp, which made Thatcher uncomfortable. I have no ulterior motives. I'm here at the request of her Ephraim to assist her. This response left the man stunned. That Gabrielle over there is Angie, but be careful, her temper is quite peculiar. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded. Okay, don't worry, I'll pay attention. With that, he approached her side. It's such a pity. The whole island of severed emotions fell into my hands. Yet I don't understand why things turned out like this. It seems there's still hope, but clearly, all hope is lost. The Gabrielle muttered to herself, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Old woman, what are you saying? You sound delirious. Can you stop? Thatcher intentionally spoke these words to provoke her, knowing she had pent-up feelings. Why shouldn't I say what I think? If you're uncomfortable, then go away. Hearing this, Thatcher laughed. This lady truly had a strange temper. No wonder the entire island of severed emotions ended up this way. I like standing here, and I don't want to listen to your nonsense. So what can you do about it? Upon hearing this, the Gabrielle couldn't resist and raised her hand to attack Thatcher. But when her palm struck his body, she found she couldn't harm him. What's going on? I can't even hurt you. The Gabrielle paused for a moment before remembering her cultivation had been crippled. So, you came to mock Gabrielle who has lost her power, didn't you? Halamston, even without power, I can find ways to deal with you. Saying this, she found an iron spade and raised it to strike him again. Thatcher was unharmed, making dealing with her easy. Now Thatcher was like an adult facing a child. An adult fighting a child held no challenge. You can hit me all you want, but it won't cause any harm. Instead, it shows how powerless you are. Don't you realize that? In response, the Gabrielle snorted coldly. Whoever said I was powerless? That's all your slander. You've tried belittling me from the start to achieve some hidden goal, but you won't succeed. Hearing this, Thatcher almost laughed. Even if you can't hit me now, does that mean I'm belittling you? Thatcher smirked and used spiritual energy to defend against all her attacks while simultaneously treating her injuries. What do you want by doing this? Do you think helping me heal will make me look at you differently? Thatcher shook his head, laughing bitterly. He was helping her, but in her eyes, it was wrong. Just let me treat you properly, or else I'll get mad and won't treat you at all. The Gabriel's face revealed a hint of mockery, inwardly pondering. Although this kid looked like one of them, he had spiritual energy, meaning he might not be on their side. He's really something. I wonder who sent him. Considering the depth of his spiritual energy, he could be here to confront her. Could it be that the Phil wants something from me, or some secret cultivation manuals, so he sends someone to ingratiate themselves? She felt her guess was correct. After all, anyone in this situation would have suspicions deep down. You're wasting your effort. Even if you healed me, I wouldn't feel grateful. Thatcher wasn't expecting gratitude. I know you won't be grateful, but I must still save you because it's a promise to someone. The Gabriel was taken aback. A promise to whom? To your Ephraim Halamzet. For a moment, the Gabriel didn't know what to say. Soon after, she realized she had been tricked. Fine, you managed to fool me. Not easy. Confused, Thatcher asked, what do you mean? How did I trick you? The Gabriel seemed nonsensical, and Thatcher regretted coming here. Alright, you're here. Just heal me. I don't want to be injured anymore. Previously, as a cultivator, she hadn't thought much about health. Cultivation sufficed to keep her healthy. But now, she sensed changes within her. Her body seemed to decay, perhaps turning her into an ordinary woman soon. Chapter 485, Maxim, the Old Demon. After another full quarter of an hour, Thatcher successfully treated the old lady's injuries. Thank you, Nicholas. I misjudged you before. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Thatcher couldn't help but smile at this. The Gabriel was indeed adaptable and resilient. She had quickly bridged the distance between them in just a few words, all while remaining dignified and self-respecting. No problem. Didn't I say before that I came here to help? This is what I should do. Upon hearing this, the old lady nodded. Do you have any other matters needing my assistance? For example, passing some messages to your Ephraim, or giving him some secret manuals or medicinal pills? Her demeanor changed as she replied, I know what you're thinking, but let me tell you, it's impossible. The gap between us is too wide and irreconcilable. Do you think I would offend others for your sake? And who knows if you're sent by my Ephraim or if you're a spy? I absolutely won't allow such a thing to happen. Although you saved me, and I thank you for it, I won't betray any information about our sect, even if we are declining. Thatcher was left speechless. Why was she still putting on this act? I really am here because your Ephraim called for me. Otherwise, why would I endure this suffering with you? Am I pretending to be like this? What I intend to do is rescue all of you on Severing Island. Otherwise, why would I step in? You should trust me now since you can sense that I'm not from the demon sect. The Gabriel almost laughed out loud. Don't spout nonsense. We don't need you to save us. Save yourself instead. This made Thatcher furious. What do you want? What exactly do you want? I truly came here to help you. Don't you have any basic judgment? Thatcher was nearly driven mad by her behavior. So you get angry now? How laughable. Didn't you claim to be rational, without complaints? Now, you look like an angered villain. At this point, the old lady began mocking Thatcher, which infuriated him further. Fine, if you're biased against me, there's no need for me to continue helping you. Thatcher calmed down, realizing he had been overly patient with her. In any case, you've recovered, and the spiritual energy within you has started flowing again. If you practice diligently, you'll regain your strength soon. If I wanted to deceive or use you, do you think I'd invest so much effort? Thatcher explained patiently, though he knew she might not take his words to heart. Who knows what you're thinking? Surely you believe, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Thatcher sighed and chuckled bitterly, feeling helpless against the Gabriel. Alright, if you insist on thinking this way, I won't argue further. We'll see, someday you'll regret treating me like this. Meanwhile, Maxim returned to the magic bell, transforming into Clarence. Clarence, I'm sending you to guard Severing Island. What do you think? That's fine. It's a decent place, filled with spineless fellows. I'll be living in luxury there. Thank you, Ian. Maxim advanced towards Severing Island and arrived shortly. Thatcher remained busy on the island. During the day, he dug holes with everyone else, doing it only for appearances to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, his situation would become difficult. At night, Thatcher gathered intelligence, which was crucial during this time. He had already sensed many things. On Severing Island, the demon sect's experts rarely appeared, leaving small minions in charge. The higher-ups didn't seem concerned, believing their current measures were adequate. Perhaps due to this, Thatcher could survive relatively freely on the island. However, one day, Thatcher faced a significant crisis on Severing Island. While digging peacefully, the demon sect's minions suddenly gathered everyone for an important announcement. Everyone hurried to the largest arena on the island. Soon, a demon sect expert appeared on the platform. It was Maxim. Whether he was still called Maxim was uncertain. From now on, I am the strongest here. You must obey me, understand? The experts of Severing Island didn't respond, but Maxim wasn't bothered. I don't care about your inner thoughts. Publicly, you must respect me, or I will make things difficult for you. The experts scoffed inwardly. After an hour, Maxim finally felt satisfied with exercising his power and dismissed the crowd. However, as he stepped down, he noticed a figure and hesitated. Is that guy Thatcher? Maxim was startled. Thatcher's presence wouldn't be good for him. But then he relaxed. How could it be him? If he were here, it would cause a huge stir. Maxim shook his head, laughing wryly, realizing he was being paranoid. Enough, I need to relax. Time to find some attractive women from Severing Island. With that, he left with a smile. Thatcher breathed a sigh of relief, sensing the gaze directed at him. Chapter 487, A Grand Feast. Sorcerer Sylvester, who was involved in abducting the beautiful Ephraims of Chopping Emotions Island, kept this matter quite secretive. Once people were taken away, no one knew where they went or what happened to them, so outsiders remained relatively unperturbed. However, Thatcher realized something was amiss. These individuals harbored not a shred of respect deep down and would surely face retribution. I've heard of this Sorcerer Sylvester before. His character is corrupt, and I didn't expect him to become so brazen today. In the past, while he was in Bear and Dragon Surprise Gate, he had to consider his influence despite being an undercover agent. However, now that he was stationed on Chopping Emotions Island, he could be considered its local emperor, with no need for restraint. Because of this, he acted recklessly, and Thatcher pondered how to approach him. They were old adversaries. The last time Sorcerer Sylvester ambushed Thatcher, he ended up severely injured. This time, Thatcher also thought about how to eliminate him. This veteran practitioner was powerful in combat and exceptionally wicked. Thatcher naturally wanted to take action against him. In fact, it had been a long-held desire. I wonder what this old rascal is thinking, coming here like this. Isn't this just perfect? 2 hours later, Thatcher and his group had just finished their task of digging pits when someone came to speak. Hallamston up, all of you. You're in luck this time. The Great Lord has come and granted everyone a holiday. The entire Chopping Emotions Island will celebrate, understand? Upon hearing this, those digging did not show much emotion. To them, this was no different from usual. The celebration was for these demon sect experts and had nothing to do with them. Who would have thought they'd come up with such elaborate schemes? Only they could do something like this. That evening, Thatcher gathered more intelligence and confirmed that Sorcerer Sylvester had become the overseer here. I can't believe this Otis's luck, but if I can use this opportunity to get rid of him, that would be a whole other story. Although Thatcher greatly desired to act, he knew it was wishful thinking. Such an action would cause more turmoil. Still, I must remain clear-headed. Many things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. After all, besides this Otis, many other demon sect experts had certainly arrived here. Acting would inevitably lead to numerous problems. The next morning, the demon sect indeed hosted a feast. What enraged Thatcher was that they intended to make the female Ephraims of Chopping Emotions Island dance for entertainment. Some cruel demon sect Ninus even killed island Ephraims for amusement, decapitating them and using their heads as balls. Seeing this, not only did the people of Chopping Emotions Island feel outraged, but Thatcher also felt deeply displeased. These actions had gone beyond acceptable limits, reaching a level of human and heavenly outrage. Why do you do this? Do you really think you won't suffer divine punishment? At the moment, Thatcher was serving as a waiter, but he was extremely agitated, unsure how to face everything. However, he knew one thing. These people were truly despicable. The surrounding Chopping Emotions Island experts, though stripped of their powers, glared fiercely. They felt immense humiliation but had no means to resist. For survival, we must endure all this. Each person clenched their fists, looking at the killers with murderous intent, wishing they could kill them themselves. Yet they had to give up such thoughts, knowing the consequences of acting rashly. We can't defeat them. Acting impulsively would only bring disaster. Thatcher pulled aside a Chopping Emotions Island expert and shared his thoughts. You indeed have courage, but we cannot entertain such ideas at this moment. We must endure. Otherwise, more people will die. Hearing this, the Chopping Emotions Island expert sighed and released his grip. These detestable people must be eliminated. As experts of Chopping Emotions Island, they once took pride in their abilities. Now, they symbolized weakness and oppression. Even more infuriating was what followed. A demon sect Nina brought out a beautiful female Ephraim whose cultivation had been destroyed, intending to gratify his desires in front of everyone. She was the dream Shoshana of many Chopping Emotions Island Ephraims. This act was a thunderbolt to them. Heaven, how can this happen? Stop immediately. Everyone present knew what needed to be done. Enduring this would mean losing all dignity. Some Ephraims rushed forward to save their idol, but their efforts were futile. Their destroyed cultivation made them no match for the demon sect Ninus. These wastes of space actually want to play hero? How laughable. These actions caused no disturbance and were quickly suppressed. The demon sect Nina then proceeded with his depraved act in full view of everyone. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Thatcher nearly shouted, clenching his teeth, watching helplessly. He knew what he should do. Endurance was crucial, and he couldn't act rashly. He had a mission and couldn't let his emotions cloud his judgment. Yet, suppressing his anger was difficult. If I can't endure this, am I still human? Deep inside, his fury triggered the innate power unique to Amadeo, releasing a trace of energy. Sorcerer Sylvester, previously engrossed in pleasure, suddenly looked up. Just now, there was an unusual energy. Did you sense it? The other experts shook their heads, saying they hadn't sensed anything. Are you useless? Didn't you feel it? Sorcerer Sylvester kicked them, but Thatcher felt something was amiss. These people lacked any sense of respect and would certainly face retribution someday. I've heard of Sorcerer Sylvester before. His character is deplorable. I didn't think he'd be so brazen today. In the past, within Fordglong Gate, he was in Bear and had to consider the consequences of his actions. Even if he was a mole, he couldn't risk exposing himself. Now, however, as the de facto ruler of Chopping Emotions Island, he had no such constraints, which emboldened him further. Thatcher thought about how to approach this man. They had been old adversaries before. Last time, Sorcerer Sylvester ambushed Thatcher but ended up severely injured. This time, Thatcher planned on how to take down this seasoned fighter, whose combat prowess was formidable, yet his character was despicable. Thatcher had always desired to confront him. Who knows what this old rascal was thinking, showing up here? Isn't that coincidental? 2 hours later, Thatcher and the others had just finished digging holes when someone came to announce. Hallamston up, you guys are in for a treat. Our great lord has arrived and has declared a holiday for everyone. Chopping Emotions Island will celebrate. Got it. The workers digging holes showed no emotion. To them, it was no different from any other day. Celebrations by these demon sect experts had nothing to do with them. I can't believe they come up with such schemes. Only they could do something like this, Thatcher mused that night as he gathered intelligence. He confirmed Sorcerer Sylvester had become their new overseer. I can't believe this Otis's luck, but if I can take advantage of this opportunity, it could change things. While Thatcher wanted this deeply, he knew it was wishful thinking. Such actions could lead to more chaos. I need to stay clear-headed. Many matters are far more complex than they appear. Other demon sect Ninas had surely arrived as well. If he acted rashly, it would lead to numerous problems. The next morning, the demon sect indeed held a feast. To Thatcher's fury, they made the female Ephraims dance and even let some brutal demon sect Ninas slaughter Ephraims for amusement. Heads were chopped off and used as footballs. Seeing this, not only did Chopping Emotions Island residents feel enraged, but Thatcher also grew increasingly furious. The atrocities surpassed human decency. Why are you doing this? Don't you fear divine retribution? At the time, Thatcher served as a waiter. Internally seething, he struggled with how to handle the situation. But one thing he knew, these people were absolute scum. The nearby skilled individuals, although now powerless, looked on in helpless disgrace. For survival, we must endure this. They clenched fists, wishing to slay the tormentors themselves, yet they abandoned such thoughts, knowing the implications. We're no match for them. Acting impulsively would bring us humiliation. Thatcher restrained a Chopping Emotions Island expert, sharing his thoughts. You do have courage, but now is not the time. We must be patient. Otherwise, people will die. Sighing, the expert relaxed, vowing internally, these wretches, I will eliminate them. Despite their former pride as Chopping Emotions Island experts, they now symbolized weakness. Worse was yet to come. A demon sect Nina dragged out a beautiful Ephraim, stripped of her cultivation, intending to assault her publicly. She was many a Ephraim's ideal, a blow beyond measure. Heaven, stop this. Everyone inside knew action was necessary. Enduring this meant losing all dignity. Some immediately rushed to save their goddess, but their efforts were futile. Their lack of strength made them powerless against the formidable demon sect Ninas. These trash actually want to play hero? How laughable. Without causing any disturbance, they were quickly suppressed. Then, the demon sect Nina began his monstrous act in full view. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Almost yelling, Thatcher bit his lip, watching everything unfold. Knowing restraint was vital, he suppressed his rage. His mission required prudence. Still, the deep anger inside him was barely manageable. His unique aura, tied to xuanhuan's cultivation, involuntarily emitted. Sorcerer Sylvester, lost in indulgence, sensed it. Just now, there was energy. Did anyone feel that? It was peculiar. Others denied sensing it. Are you useless? You missed that? With a kick, Sorcerer Sylvester dismissed them. Hashtag chapter 488. The real big shot. Are you even using your brain when you kick my people around? Do you know who you are? You can just casually criticize and punish my subordinates? A highly skilled expert from the demon sect approached him, his face showing no friendliness. This expert's strength was on par with that of Halston, but his status seemed slightly lower than Halston's. It was unclear why. Now I am the highest fill of the entire Xuanhuan Island, and even you have to listen to me. What? You're not willing to follow my orders, is that it? Bryson smiled. He had a grudge against this original guardian of Xuanhuan Island, always feeling that this person was obstructing his true control over the entire island. Caden, you will be held responsible for what you say. Do you know that I can execute you in the name of the Gustavo without any fault? Hearing this, the face of the former Nina of Xuanhuan Island, now the nominal deputy Phil, slightly changed, but he then sneered. Alright, let's see how you plan to deal with me. Do you even have the ability? If you have the guts, let's settle this with a fight. Halston's face turned slightly grim upon hearing these words. Caden, I discipline them completely for the sake of the demon sect's interests on Xuanhuan Island. Don't twist things around. The expert sneered, his face turning very cold. For the benefit of Xuanhuan Island? Looks like it's for your own benefit. You deliberately target us so you can hold all power here. Now is the best opportunity, isn't it? Hearing this, Halston immediately sneered. Say such things, and you will be held responsible. I can easily accuse you of slander. Let's put aside whether it's slander or not. First, search the entire island as per my order. Start with those attending the banquet. There was an infiltrator just now. We need to investigate thoroughly. The deputy Phil sneered in response. I think your real intention is to target my people rather than find an infiltrator. There aren't many people here. More than half are skilled experts from our Xuanhuan Island. Do you want to confront me by investigating them? The deputy Phil's presence became much more imposing. Confrontation? What confrontation? Can you please stick to the facts? Halston was now both embarrassed and furious. He felt this person was intentionally going against him and would not tolerate him easily. This boss, I have something to report. May I speak? Thatcher suddenly stepped forward and addressed the deputy Phil. He had already disguised himself. As long as he did not stir the spiritual energy of xuanhuan, Halston wouldn't detect him. It never occurred to Halston that Thatcher would dare show up before him like this. You Hurley, what do you have to say? The deputy Phil sized up Thatcher, but couldn't recall ever seeing him. Santiago, I think Chief Jamal has just arrived at Xuanhuan Island and isn't familiar with matters here. He should sit aside. Otherwise, if he tries handling so many things on Xuanhuan Island, he might make mistakes, which would harm the demon sect. Halston's face was full of anger upon hearing this. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly make mistakes? Even if I'm not familiar, I understand far more than you. The deputy Phil's eyes lit up, pointing at Halston. While you are indeed powerful, does great power guarantee wisdom? Mistakes are inevitable. Moreover, since the Gustavo entrusted Xuanhuan Island to you, you bear significant responsibility. How can you take such risks? And you're new here. Giving you such a critical task is a bit too casual, isn't it? Bryson instantly felt overwhelmed by anger. He knew this guy was purely targeting him, trying to prevent him from seizing power. You little brat, fine. I can't find your weak spot now, but rest assured, I will find it eventually. Halston harumphed, leaving silently without another word, leaving only a back view for others to see. Seeing this, the numerous demon sect experts were initially stunned but soon burst into laughter. Most of these demon sect experts were loyal to the Deputy Phil, and they were delighted to see Halston lose. Santiago, did I misspeak just now? Forgive me. Thatcher looked flustered, which appeared somewhat comical. No, you didn't say anything wrong. That Otis deserved it. But I'm curious, how did you know all this? You seem like an ordinary demon, yet quite smart, able to gauge the situation and speak up for me. If that's the case, stay by my side and assist me. As he said this, he suddenly thought of something. Actually, keeping you close doesn't help much. How about this? I'll assign you as a prison guard overseeing those people. I think you'll be satisfied with that arrangement. Hearing this, Thatcher was inwardly pleased. If he became a prison guard, he could interact with those people on Jonch Island. I imagine they must desperately need help. Thinking this, Thatcher nodded promptly. Santiago, if you have such arrangements, I will definitely follow them. The Deputy Phil nodded, appearing satisfied. Go get the prison guard uniform, then you can officially start. Thatcher's face showed anticipation. Thank you, Santiago. He then went to get the uniform from the demon sect members. Seeing this scene, Angie sneered from a distance. I knew this kid was from the demon sect, now he's finally exposed. Fortunately, she hadn't talked much to him earlier, so many secrets remained hidden. Otherwise, I'd really have been tricked badly this time. This kid, no idea what he thinks, but no matter what, he will pay a price. Angie shook her head, coldly laughing, not dwelling further on it. Although she was a prisoner now, everyone was together, so life wasn't that bad. Chapter 489, Still Suspicious. At this moment, Thatcher spotted Angie among the crowd. However, he did not speak to him. He knew that this guy would probably start suspecting again. After all, Angie had always suspected that he was definitely a spy before. Perhaps one sent by these demon sect experts specifically, and not just any spy, but someone with a slightly cunning mind who could adapt to different situations. That was why he could have such extensive knowledge and use various methods to deal with people. For Thatcher to make Angie believe he wasn't a spy would require much more effort. Becoming a jailer had its pros and cons this time. The advantage was being able to act more conveniently on Jonch Island. The disadvantage was that it might be even harder for him to gain Angie's trust. But at least it was a first step, and he hadn't failed entirely on Jonch Island yet. Watching those prisoners all day on Jonch Island made Thatcher feel a bit disheartened. These people, like Kendrick, were originally promising martial artists with bright futures, but now they had become prisoners. And all of this was done by the demon sect. They were the so-called culprits. No matter what, I must root out these corrupt elements from the demon sect. These guys may look human, but in reality, they're all beasts. Thatcher gritted his teeth and then reined in his sharpness. He knew those guys were definitely cautious in secret, especially old Devil Abelardo. Although he didn't recognize Thatcher today, he would certainly try to deal with him. Even if he didn't succeed this time, when he felt the aura of Tianhua Yaozuan next time, he would likely attack Thatcher directly without warning. In the evening, Thatcher approached Angie with a flattering expression. Esteemed teacher, I've come to see you. Hearing this, Angie glanced at Thatcher and revealed a mocking look. Why did you dare come to me? Don't you think I've already seen through your true colors? Angie frowned, finding this kid shameless. I know what you're thinking, but let me explain. I became their jailer this time to get closer to you all. Angie couldn't help but laugh. What are you saying? Want to get closer to me? Admitting so quickly you're a spy. Angie sneered, as if he had caught Thatcher's shortcoming. You admit pretty fast, but since you say so, you can take a break. No need to keep chasing me for my trust. Upon hearing this, Thatcher felt anxious. Birdie, don't you understand? Our situation is extremely critical. We must unite against the demon sect. Hearing this, Angie only sneered and didn't believe Thatcher. Now you've become our jailer, why should you worry? If anyone gets killed, it won't be your problem. Angie found Thatcher's self-satisfied demeanor annoying, but he couldn't do anything to Thatcher right now. He was barely protecting himself. Now that you've revealed yourself, there's no hope for reconciliation. So go ahead and try. This way, you might be able to harm someone else. Once someone is labeled a spy, it doesn't matter how much the other person talks. It won't change anything. Thatcher sighed helplessly, then suddenly thought of the token Halamzet gave him. Right, I have a jade pendant. If I show it to you, you'll believe me. With that, Thatcher took out the jade pendant he received from Halamzet. Surely this jade pendant isn't unfamiliar to you. Hearing this, Angie froze. When he saw the jade pendant in Thatcher's hand, he nearly went mad. How did you get it? Explain clearly. Thatcher shook his head and said, I told you, Halamzet and I are friends. We trust each other greatly. This jade pendant was given to me by her. Could I possibly lie to you? Angie still refused to believe him, but put on a very pleased facade. Since you've shown this jade pendant, you must have a good relationship with my apprentice. How is he now? Angie asked with some eagerness. Thatcher thought the old Nina really believed him and relaxed slightly. He's doing well. We came here to save all of you. Angie sneered again. Do you think I believe you just because you say so? You're only disgracing yourself. You clearly killed or captured my apprentice, thus getting this token. Though I don't know why you can bring this token to me. Maybe you deceived him into believing you'd really come to help, so he told you about this token and led you to me. But I will never share the sky with you. One of us has to die. Hearing this, Thatcher felt his head buzzing. You're really hateful. Why must you think this way? We have no grudges. The real enemies are those from the demon sect. Angie was not listening anymore. Don't think I'll believe you by saying so. Instead, it makes me despise you more. Just tell me what you did to my apprentice. Maybe considering your sincerity, I'll tell you my story. Thatcher felt helpless. Angie, I've told you everything. How can you believe me? Sighing, he added. You talk one way and act another. You seem capable enough to confront me now, but if I decide to die with you, you cannot stop it. Hearing this, Thatcher was startled. Do you possess some secret method of Xuanhuan Island? Angie smiled, surprised Thatcher knew something. I don't have the secret method, but I do know several passages on Xuanhuan Island. If those passages are opened, the ancient demon clan can descend upon Xuanhuan Island. Chapter 489. An array eye. Thatcher was taken aback by the words. You spoke of a passage. Where is it? Tell me, and I will shut them all down so that those ancient demonic creatures won't come to this human world. Hearing this, Angie laughed. Don't you think what you said is utterly laughable? You want to stop it, and think you can just do it? Do you even know who you are? You're merely a small jailer for them now. Do you really think you can change things up like this? Upon hearing these words, Thatcher felt an icy chill run through him. Surely you don't plan on taking yourself along with the demon races. But remember, the experts from Passionless Island are still elsewhere, and you shouldn't do this for their sake. But in response, Angie gave a cold laugh. Why not? It's all been forced on me by you. How could you be so ruthless? Anyway, Passionless Island is already in this state, and since you've gone so crazy, we should die too. Thatcher was completely at a loss upon hearing her words. If Angie succeeded with her plan, everything they had strived for might collapse. No, I must stop you. This concerns everyone involved. Although I know your intentions are good, but doing this will cause too many casualties, and we have better solutions. Hearing this, Angie no longer wished to continue talking to Thatcher. He appeared to have sunk into some form of madness. His power was entirely focused in that direction, possibly ready to burst out any time, which Thatcher absolutely couldn't accept. Now you're probably thinking of ways to solve the issue I brought up, right? Well, there's no use. Unless you're a Deluo Golden Immortal, you can't stop me from doing this. As he said this, Angie even laughed loudly, drawing gazes from others which he paid no mind to. Thatcher was extremely anxious. The more anxious he got, the more likely he would make mistakes. So, he forced himself to calm down, trying not to follow his opponent's line of thought. I have one last way to make you trust me. Let me get in touch with Halamzet now. Although this may be risky, I don't have any other options. If you still don't believe me afterward, I will have done my best. Upon hearing Thatcher say he could contact Halamzet, Angie laughed. Not captured by you, huh? How could you possibly reach him easily? Thatcher smiled bitterly after hearing this. Instead of arguing further, he took out a crystal and channeled spiritual energy to activate it. It was related to the Heavenly Grace Demon Lord. When he obtained something precious within his cave mansion, it was this very item that could, through channeling spiritual energy, link this crystal to another crystal and project images. Of course, this might draw the attention of Cade, Bear Demon, but he had no choice now. Only gaining Angie's trust would allow him to actually accomplish something here. After several moments, he finally managed to connect with Halamzet. Halamzet, are you safe? I'm on Passionless Island. Before Thatcher could finish speaking, Angie snatched the message. Halamzet, it's really you. You can contact this guy? Hasn't this kid captured you? Tell Birdie, and I will definitely handle this for you. At this point, Angie continued to appear stubborn, which looked quite comical. Birdie, I'm very safe. Please don't worry. Ferguson Zhao is my friend. You can fully trust him. Angie froze upon hearing this, looking back at Thatcher with a very complex expression. Well, stop staring at me. Let you two chat for a moment. Angie quickly started chatting with Halamzet about recent events, while Thatcher felt increasingly anxious. Judging by that Otis's earlier performance, he would surely sense the fluctuations in the Heavenly Grace Demon Lord's spiritual energy. However, such perception should decrease with distance. It was unknown if the Otis discovered anything. All they could do now was take a gamble. However, clearly, luck wasn't on their side this time, as soon the Otis chased over. This Otis, why does he always target them? What are they planning? Following the fluctuations in spiritual energy, Cade quickly found them. Due to prior events, he remained wary, unwilling to cause more trouble. Hence, he moved cautiously, afraid to expose himself. Yet, he still managed to arrive undetected before Thatcher and company. Alright, I didn't expect you would come here. I admire your guts. But since you came, you're fish in my hands now. Just as Cade prepared to attack Thatcher, Angie interrupted him. Hold on, as a great Nina, even if you want to fight, you should face me openly and fairly. Cade hesitated momentarily, then said coldly, how do you suggest we start? Isn't it obvious? Let me finish talking, then you can fight however you want. Angie looked at Thatcher helplessly. I apologize this time, I misjudged you, and it delayed your work here. Moreover, you came to help me, which is truly commendable. Thatcher sighed, it's not your fault. I failed to act promptly, leading to this delay. But even now, if we act together, we can still succeed. Believe in me, we haven't reached the end yet. Just give me more time, and we'll definitely deal with that Otis. At this, Cade laughed. What dreams do you have? You think you can deal with me? Maybe you're imagining too much. I suggest you consider your own fate carefully. Cade then launched another attack towards Thatcher. Once again, Angie intercepted him from the side. Although his current spiritual energy was weaker than before, experience allowed him to fend off Cade for a few rounds. Thatcher, quickly leave here. I've endangered you this time. I'm sorry. If there's a next time, I hope to make it up to you. Chapter 490. Maneuvering. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but feel a bit anxious in his heart. Take care of yourself, and don't try to take him down with you. I have a plan. Looking at the old demon of Sylvester's face, Thatcher couldn't help but sneer. Old monster, if you have the ability, come after me. If you can't kill me today, you're just a coward. As he spoke, Thatcher suddenly fled. The old demon of Sylvester could easily deal with Angie, but he naturally wanted to go after Thatcher. So no matter how much Angie tried to engage him, he never truly fought her. After fending off Angie a few times, he immediately left to chase Thatcher. Meanwhile, Thatcher circled around until he reached the Johnny's location. He took a roundabout path to avoid being seen by anyone suspicious. His spirit energy was chaotic, and his face showed great alarm. "Johnny, save me," Thatcher shouted loudly, hoping the Johnny would come to his aid. He was only separated from the Johnny by a wall. If the Johnny came out, Thatcher would be saved immediately. "What are you doing? What happened? Don't panic." A figure emerged from the door, looking puzzled at Thatcher's state. Thatcher hurriedly approached him, using the Johnny's body to block the old demon of Sylvester. "Johnny, it's not good. This Otis wants to kill me to cover up." As he spoke, Thatcher pointed in a direction, his face full of fear. Upon hearing this, the Johnny's expression turned cold. "What did you say? Someone wants to kill to cover up? Who is it?" The Johnny looked in the direction Thatcher pointed, and froze upon seeing the old hermit of Sylvester. "So, it's you, Otis. What's going on?" The Johnny glared at the old hermit of Sylvester. "Can you explain why you're chasing one of my jailers?" The old demon of Sylvester chuckled coldly. "This Ahmed is a spy. He came here to cause trouble. He has connections with someone on the island of severed affections. If you don't believe me, I can take you to meet that person." Hearing this, the Johnny sneered. "Do you think I would believe you? Explain yourself, Ahmed." Upon hearing this, Thatcher was relieved. The Johnny trusted him over the old demon of Sylvester, which made things easier. "At that moment, I overheard some secrets. This Otis wanted to secretly interrogate a prisoner, and I accidentally heard it. When I became nervous, I gave myself away, and he caught me. So he started shouting about killing me. That's why I came to you for protection." After hearing this, the Johnny believed Thatcher almost immediately. "So, old demon of Sylvester, you want to harm one of mine? Are you tired of living? I see you've gone too far. Take this." The Johnny attacked the old hermit of Sylvester directly. A fierce battle ensued, and Thatcher couldn't help but smile. "This old demon wanted to come after me. Now it's good. Let's see what you can do now." After a while, the old demon of Sylvester realized the situation and feigned a weakness before separating from the Johnny. "Wait, we'll have plenty of time to fight later. But I need to deal with this Ahmed first. I'll make him spill the truth, and then we'll have our match." The old demon of Sylvester lunged at Thatcher, and the Johnny hesitated only for a moment before joining the fight. "Caden, tell us the truth, and perhaps we might spare your life. Otherwise, you're as good as dead." These words were bold and intimidating, yet Thatcher didn't respond. "Johnny, save me. I can't hold on any longer." Thatcher pretended to struggle while moving closer to the Johnny. Suddenly, taking advantage of the confusion, Thatcher launched an attack, leading the old demon toward the Johnny. Moreover, this maneuver was so quick that no one suspected Thatcher was trying to divert trouble. It was too clever for anyone to see through. "You're coming after me again, huh? I knew you had ulterior motives." The Johnny smirked, attacking the old hermit of Sylvester once more. They clashed again, and the scene was intense. "So, you really want to come after me, old demon? Let's see what you've got. Just a simple move like this, and you think you can handle me? Telling you, I won't give you that chance. With just one random move, I can throw you into chaos." The Johnny laughed coldly. Indeed, with just one move, the old demon of Sylvester was forced back. "Caden, I don't want to fight you. Just tell me the interrogation results and don't try to hog all the credit." Hearing this, the old demon felt helpless. He couldn't imagine getting tangled up with such a person. "You Ahmed are really muddled. He said he was interrogating. So does that mean he was? Naturally, he was promoted by me. Wouldn't he be loyal to me rather than you? I suggest you stop sowing discord. You should think carefully about where you went wrong. If you don't, even if we report this to the Gustavo, it will be your fault, and you will pay the price." The old demon of Sylvester was infuriated by these words. "Caden, how dare you insult me like this? Who do you think you are? I'll tell you, everything I have now is very important to me, and I won't lose it. If you want to block my way, you'll pay the price." Both exchanged harsh words, but neither backed down. Their grudges had already accumulated significantly, making their confrontation inevitable. Thatcher's strategy of shifting the trouble merely provided them with an excuse. Seeing that the old demon of Sylvester seemed to have the upper hand, Thatcher felt anxious. "I can't just watch this guy win. I need to create some trouble for him." Thinking this, Thatcher smiled wickedly and attacked from the shadows. The old demon of Sylvester, who had been dominating the fight, suddenly felt an unexpected attack, sensing the danger. Chapter 491, Sneak Attack. The old demon of Sylvester hurriedly dodged, but this move left him rather embarrassed. At the same time, his opponent, the Slade on the opposite side, seized this golden opportunity. "You think you're pretty tough, huh? But I see it's all show. Didn't I just catch you off guard?" Bryson was momentarily stunned by these words, then felt as if he had been struck a heavy blow. "What's happening? Who is sneak attacking me?" Bryson was nearly driven mad with anger. He felt pricked all over and wished to find the one who attacked him from the shadows. "If you can't fight, just admit it. Blaming others for your losses, how can you be so shameless?" The Slade gloated, for in previous battles against this man, he'd never had the upper hand. Now, he finally got such an opportunity. "Your tricks are impressive, but times have changed. Even if I give you more time, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me." Just then, the Slade launched another surprise attack, catching the old demon off guard. "Don't you know what time it is? How dare you sneak attack me?" The old demon's face grew colder and darker. Even without the shadowy attacker, he would make sure this Slade paid the price. To protect himself, he couldn't afford a two-front battle and couldn't go too hard against the Slade. But once he weathered this storm, he would certainly settle accounts with the Slade. This kid is detestable, but the real poison is that sneaky guy. In this critical moment, he clearly knew who his true opponent was. But when he tried to locate the attacker, there were no traces. "Come out, you coward. What kind of skill is hiding like this?" Upon hearing this, Thatcher smirked derisively. Though this guy reacted quickly, Thatcher easily broke through his defenses. By the time the opponent sensed his direction, Thatcher had already moved elsewhere. It was undeniably a brilliant move, even surprising himself. These new tactics seem outrageous. Amadeo's skills are indeed formidable. Thanks to Amadeo's legacy, he could feel an increasingly powerful combat strength within him. His agility also improved dramatically. But moving now equals seeking death. I can only play hit and run, balancing their mutual combat. He couldn't help the old demon, as it would stop both of them. Clearly, Sylvester Old Demon posed a greater threat, so he couldn't let him defeat the Slade. Sylvester Old Demon knew his situation was precarious, so he tried persuading the Slade. Don't you see I don't want to fight you? We should unite, understand? But the Slade ignored him and intensified the assault. This flustered the Otis, yet he couldn't sit idle. Within mere breaths, he adjusted his strategy and engaged faster. Wherever you hide, I will find you and pull you out. I swear it. Sylvester Old Demon looked into the darkness, his face twisted with madness. Although Thatcher didn't show it, Sylvester Old Demon knew this guy must be targeting him. Stopping the Slade now was unlikely. The only way was to defeat him. He believed he could beat the Slade easily. However, the hidden kid would surely interfere. He saw an opportunity to heavily wound the Slade. If successful, the Slade would fall, and he could safely hunt down the hidden attacker. Suddenly, he thought, could this person be someone the Slade brought? Would he spend so much to take him down? Then he dismissed it. The Slade preferred one-on-one fights and wouldn't arrange such attacks. If his thick-headed mind could devise this, they wouldn't be in this predicament. A sudden idea flashed, and he said to the Slade, don't you prefer one-on-one? Now someone is sneak attacking me. Fighting me again won't count as fair. The Slade paused, seemingly realizing the point. Don't try to trick me, but I really don't want to team up. This made the Slade hesitant. Seeing this, Thatcher grew anxious. He couldn't allow Sylvester Old Demon and the Slade to join forces, which would spell his doom. So he channeled his spirit energy wildly towards the Old Demon. This strike contained Tianhua's energy to distract him. The Old Demon obsessed over Amadeo's abilities and would be affected. What do you want? The Old Demon fumed, wanting to thrash Thatcher badly. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar powerful spirit energy. Absorbing it might elevate his power further. The Old Demon hesitated, feeling greed rise. How? Why do you have Amadeo's techniques? Give it to me. If you can share these skills, I promise not to kill you. Desire showed on his face, revealing how desperately he craved this technique. For it, he'd make promises he might not keep. You do have some skill, more than I imagined. Chapter 492. Both suffer heavy losses. But at this moment, it's not going to be that easy for you to achieve this. You need me to become successful. Joshua continued enticing Thatcher, as if believing that doing so would make Thatcher really listen to him. I say, are you overthinking things? Do you think I'll stand on your side? Thatcher couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. I've always been loyal to our Santiago. Forget about it. Hearing these words, Joshua involuntarily looked at Thatcher, only then realizing that the one who ambushed him was actually this kid. Why you? How could you possibly have such powerful strength? I remember you were just a weakling before. Joshua felt deceived, staring fiercely at Thatcher, almost driven mad. Are you picking a fight, Ahmed? I say it's me, but I won't help you. Santiago, let's take him down together. Hearing this, the Santiago paused and sized up Thatcher, saying, can you handle it, Ahmed? Though I have some confidence in dealing with him, there should be a significant gap between your strength and his. Thatcher shook his head as if in response. Santiago, feel my strength, see if it's enough to assist you. Saying this, he started attacking Joshua. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his full power. Doing so might threaten the Santiago. His current combat ability appeared to be only 70% of his normal strength. As a result, he wasn't strong enough to defeat either of them alone. Yet, he played the crucial role. If he didn't attack, the battle would likely lean slightly toward Joshua. But with him involved, the situation would turn in favor of the Santiago. Sure enough, seeing this, the Santiago immediately cheered up. Good lad, I didn't expect your strength to be so impressive. Let's work together to take down this Otis. As they both launched their attacks, Joshua was bewildered. Weren't you saying earlier that you wouldn't team up with others? You like fighting solo? Facing two powerful enemies now, Joshua was utterly stunned. He knew he couldn't match Thatcher and the Santiago, as even facing one of them would be tough, and with both attacking, victory was impossible. Although I indeed dislike cooperating, killing you makes this small compromise worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Joshua laughed maniacally. This is too ridiculous. You're far more troublesome than I imagined. I can take care of you right away, just a quarter hour, yet you allied with someone. Joshua sensed an impending crisis and began plotting an escape route. While Thatcher and the Santiago attacked, the latter took the leading role, while Thatcher provided support. The Santiago's attacks were fierce, each strike aimed at all-or-nothing combat. He trusted Thatcher completely, not worrying about depleting his strength. Despite Joshua's attempt to flee, Thatcher didn't give him the chance, blocking any escape routes. Even though Joshua remained powerful, he couldn't escape. When trying to break through Thatcher's defense, Thatcher dodged direct confrontation, flanking him from the side or retreating when he advanced. This made Joshua unable to deal effectively with Thatcher. Realizing he had no way out from Thatcher, he tried the Santiago again but regretted it after 3 attempts. The Santiago fought fiercely, every move potentially fatal unless matched with full effort. In just a few moments, they had 3 intense battles, each consuming vast amounts of energy. Their strengths were nearly depleted. Additionally, Joshua suffered multiple injuries, leaving him exhausted. Even risking further injury, he needed to leave quickly or face severe consequences. This Ahmed has such skill, I underestimated you. But don't gloat. Although you seem to hold the advantage now, I will change this using every means possible. Suddenly, Joshua launched a desperate assault on Thatcher, startling him. However, knowing the Santiago was restraining Joshua, Thatcher felt safe engaging in a prolonged standoff. However, Joshua seemed determined to deliver a deadly blow. Caden, it's time to settle our scores. With a cold laugh, the expert struck swiftly. In mere moments, he launched relentless attacks on Thatcher, who barely managed to defend. Unexpectedly, Joshua fought recklessly, enduring several blows from the Santiago, yet still pressed his attack against Thatcher. Seizing an unguarded moment, he broke through Thatcher's defenses and fled. Initially, Thatcher wanted to pursue him, knowing the Otis was injured. A decisive strike now could finish him off, but the Santiago called him back. Stay and guard me. I'm injured and must recover first before we can resume pursuit. Hesitating for a moment, Thatcher stayed, realizing the Otis might go anywhere, making pursuit uncertain. Meanwhile, the Santiago was right in front of him, available for an immediate strike anytime. Trusting Thatcher, the Santiago began cultivating, restoring his energy. Indeed, as a Santiago, he possessed considerable skills, drawing upon immense spiritual energy during cultivation. Chapter 493, Inside and Outside Coordination. Thatcher realized that a sneak attack would not be easy. It required thorough preparation. Thus, he did not rush into action but waited for the opponents to fall deep into their trance. At that moment, it would be much easier to strike. Johnny, I'll leave briefly and will return soon. After speaking, seeing no response from the other side, Thatcher walked away, finding a hidden spot. Then Thatcher took out the crystal to contact Halamzet. Hurry up and get the brothers to come onto the island and wipe out those Devil Sect experts. Halamzet's projection appeared on the crystal with an immediate look of worry. What happened to you? There's blood at the corner of your mouth. What went down? Did you fight with them? Hearing this, Thatcher smiled. I did fight, but don't worry, nothing serious happened. Now hurry and bring people here. With our inside-outside coordination, we can take back the island of severed affections. Halamzet didn't know where Thatcher's courage came from, but she was willing to trust him. All right, if you say so, then I believe you. I'll lead the attack now. You stay put and don't make any rash moves. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Staying put, is that all? No way, I also want to participate. After saying this, Thatcher put away the crystal as he sensed other Devil Sect experts nearby. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Had the Johnny become suspicious of him? A moment later, a figure appeared before him. Looking closely, it was a low-ranking Devil Sect member. It's you. What are you doing here, lurking around? I saw you earlier and thought you were a spy. The Devil Sect expert shook his head and turned to leave. Thatcher sneered, stepped forward, and snapped the man's neck before he could react. This Devil Sect Ephraim never knew why he ended up in such a predicament. Within moments, Thatcher returned to the Johnny's side. The Johnny was deeply engrossed in cultivation, which usually only happens when surrounded by trusted subordinates. Seeing this, Thatcher couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this Johnny too naive to actually trust me? Thatcher shook his head and attacked again, unleashing a fierce assault. The Johnny, suddenly ambushed, suffered reverse chi flow within his body. Forcing himself out of cultivation, he stared wide-eyed at Thatcher, who was attacking fiercely. It's you, Ahmed. Why? The Johnny felt he hadn't been unkind to Thatcher. Why would he rebel against him? There's no reason. We were bound to be enemies from the start. It's just how fate plays out. Hearing this, the Johnny laughed. Right, you're right. Just fate. But what does that have to do with us too? With just a few swift strikes, Thatcher left the Johnny seriously injured on the ground. Though he seemed finished, Thatcher knew better than to let his guard down. Failure to finish the job could mean death for him. Sorry, I must ensure my own survival. Thatcher swiftly finished off the Johnny, changing everything. The entire island of severed affections was now fillless, with no absolute power uniting the remaining Devil Sect experts. Even if some were relatively strong, they could not act effectively. Now, they awaited the assault led by Halamzet. Meanwhile, her subordinates had concerns. Their relationship with Thatcher wasn't particularly close. Why was he helping them so much? He might have hidden motives. No matter what, we've already overcome a crisis. Shouldn't we be cautious? Halamzet hesitated, recalling the streak of blood at the corner of Thatcher's mouth. This reassured her. Let's trust Thatcher. I believe he can do it. Only he can achieve such results in such a short time. I promised him benefits, and I will keep my word. Recalling the high price she paid to get Thatcher to help rescue her Nina, she reaffirmed her decision. In the end, gratitude isn't wrong. Let's proceed as planned. With that, Halamzet accelerated, feeling an urge to reunite with Thatcher. To her, he represented everything. Sensing he might be in danger, she felt compelled to help. Let's not speculate. Halamzet has made her decision. The experts on the island of severed affections naturally trusted Halamzet. If she believed in Thatcher, they did too. 2 hours later, they reached the island. At the same time, the island resembled a hellish battlefield. Thatcher was ruthlessly killing Devil Sect members, showing no mercy. Initially, these men fled chaotically, but gradually, noticing Thatcher was alone, they regained hope. Believing unity could crush him easily, they became more confident. Of course, this was only in their minds. To Thatcher, they were mere minions. His actions aimed only to cripple the Devil Sect strength. You guys have quite a talent for swaying hearts. But rest assured, I won't give you that chance. In just a few breaths, Thatcher killed another 10 men, continuing the slaughter. Chapter 494, Massacre. His bloodlust grew fiercer, and more people surrounded him. Each of the Devil Sect's experts realized that Thatcher was their greatest threat. To survive, they had to kill Thatcher first. This kid is truly a poison tumor. We can't let him live, each Devil Sect expert thought. Though they didn't know how to defeat Thatcher, they acted in unison. Every move could change everything. But they ignored the massive gap in combat strength between them. Unless they exhausted all efforts to deplete Thatcher's spirit energy, they couldn't succeed. You indeed have some skills, but don't imagine you can kill us, one small fill of the Devil Sect said coldly. Thatcher casually killed him within a few moves. In just a few breaths, several other experts fell under Thatcher's hand. The remaining Devil Sect experts scattered like birds. His power was too strong. They were no match for him. Thatcher continued his rampage without pause, reaping their souls. They feared him now, not daring to face him head-on, only retreating hurriedly. Don't panic everyone, stay calm, or the enemy will see our flaws. Halamzet led reinforcements from behind. The Devil Sect experts cried out in surprise at being ambushed. Who would have thought this kid was just the vanguard? He is help. They panicked. They finally understood what it felt like for those they previously faced. Now, they were the ones on the receiving end and found it unbearable. Lords, where are you? Why aren't you dealing with these two? The Devil Sect members were in disarray, unable to think calmly. You monsters, taste my sword. Halamzet struck down a Devil Sect expert ruthlessly. He knew these were the culprits who attacked their Nina. If not for them, they wouldn't have lost their carefree lives. The appearance of these Devil Sect Ephraims was a mistake, and disappearing as quickly as possible was the best thing they could do. Thinking of this, Thatcher smiled grimly. My long knife will send you to your death. Go in peace. Thatcher slashed several more times, cutting down the Devil Sect Ephraims before him. Everyone was terrified, trying to flee, but escape routes were blocked by their own people. Killing through their allies meant angering everyone, leading to disastrous results. Even thinking about it, everyone knew what the outcome would be. Yet, Thatcher seemed numb, operating like a killing machine. Every time he saw a Devil Sect expert, he killed immediately, drenched in blood but uncaring. Ferguson Zhao, how are you? There's so much blood. Are you injured? Let me see, Halamzet asked, visibly distressed. Ferguson Zhao, I know you fought hard against the Devil Sect. Take a break now, Halamzet suggested. Let our people contribute. Watching his fellow fighters battle fiercely brought Halamzet great satisfaction. Don't worry, everything is under control. I'm fine, Thatcher assured Halamzet, laughing while battling. I'm fine. All this blood is theirs. I wish to kill all these Devil Sect Ephraims myself, Thatcher added. Seeing Thatcher fight skillfully among the Devil Sect experts made Halamzet admire him even more. Ferguson Zhao is amazing. One man can disrupt an entire force of Devil Sect experts, yet remain unhurt. Halamzet marveled internally. He realized if Thatcher hadn't dealt with the Devil Sect experts, they'd have faced immense losses attacking. Ferguson Zhao, you've helped us again. I don't know how to thank you, Halamzet said emotionally. You promised me Piyun Air last time. That's enough. There's no need for more, Thatcher replied. Halamzet nodded, remembering his promise. But Ferguson Zhao, that must be given. I also want to give you other gifts. What else do you want? Halamzet asked, following Thatcher in battle. Nothing comes to mind. How about a feast for 3 days? Thatcher suggested before intensifying his attack. His every move left his opponents in chaos. Your prowess indeed makes me feel, Halamzet observed, amazed by Thatcher's ability. It was as though Thatcher had transcended the abilities of younger generations, acting more seasoned and ruthless like the bears. Ferguson Zhao, can I learn from you for some time? You can be my Nina, Halamzet proposed. Thatcher chuckled bitterly at the request. Chapter 495, Repayment. Actually, my current strength isn't worth mentioning. I haven't even shown my true capabilities. I doubt you can learn much from me. And besides, you already have a Nina. How could you learn from me? Thatcher chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he looked towards Angie in the distance, momentarily speechless. You don't need to worry about that. Birdie is very open-minded. As long as it benefits me, he would never withhold anything. Upon hearing this, Thatcher nodded. If that's the case, then let's make you a named Ephraim for now. Perhaps one day when the time is right, I can teach you some valuable skills. Halamzet immediately beamed, feeling that she had truly struck gold this time. Birdie, I humbly offer you my respect. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh at this. You don't need to be so formal. We may not see each other often in the future, and if that's the case, wouldn't this bow be in vain? But Halamzet shook her head resolutely. That's not possible. Once a Nina, always a Nina. Even if you won't teach me much, I'll remember it in my heart forever. Thatcher glanced around. Now that the entire Xuanhuan Island has been pacified, you should aim higher. Are you going to take over as the head of Xuanhuan Island? Hearing this, Halamzet became visibly excited. As Birdie says, I'm about to establish myself as the new head of Xuanhuan Island. The bears have already informed me. Just wait a moment, Birdie. I'll announce this and then come back to stay with you. Before Thatcher could say anything, she was already gone. He could only chuckle wryly. This Shoshana is certainly impatient. But indeed, such matters need careful attention. Otherwise, any unexpected change could become a regret. Thatcher waited for her to settle everything. Their battle went quite smoothly, and everything was wrapped up quickly. Birdie, everything is set. Now I am the true head of Xuanhuan Island, and all decisions are mine to make. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded and relaxed slightly. Very good. The fruits of this battle are secured. I will likely leave here in a few days. Halamzet's expression changed upon hearing this. Is Birdie really leaving? Why so suddenly? You helped me win this victory, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Recalling her promise, Halamzet added, Right, Birdie, I promised you Pushin Air. I'll get someone to find it right away. She instructed her subordinates nearby to fetch it. Head, what do you need? Go to our treasure vault and bring me the secret technique Pushin Air, quickly. The subordinates rushed off to find it. Thatcher was curious about what exactly Pushin Air was. If it were truly useful, he might gain some insight from it. However, meaning it was beyond his current capability. After all, this was left by a great being. It can't be ordinary, he mused. He knew it would be impressive just to grasp some of its essence. Fully comprehending it was virtually impossible for him now. Report, head. Our treasure vault has been completely plundered. The news startled Halamzet. What? Nothing was left? These demonic beings were cunning, managing to loot their treasures so quickly. They took everything, head. Almost nothing remained. The subordinate was anxious, having failed an important task. Forgive me, head. This is entirely my fault. I must accept the punishment. Halamzet shook her head. All right, go investigate the whereabouts of Pushan air from those demon experts. Feeling upset, Halamzet didn't expect to fail against these demons. Birdie, I'm truly sorry to disappoint you. I fear I can't give you Pushan air this time. Even though she sent people to inquire, finding it from them seemed unlikely. It's fine. Consider this a debt you owe me. You can repay it later. Thatcher smiled, clearly unconcerned. Birdie, don't you care? It's a precious item you exchanged great effort for. Thatcher laughed and nodded. There's no point dwelling on something that's no longer mine. Right, Birdie? Even if Pushan escaped my grasp, there is another treasure I can confidently offer you. Curiosity piqued, Thatcher asked, tell me about this treasure. Smiling, Halamzet said, it's indeed a valuable item, our school's most treasured possession. This stunned Thatcher. If it's your school's treasured possession, how can I take it? While I love treasures, this one holds significant importance to your sect. Halamzet shook her head again, smiling. Don't worry, Birdie. You may be my nominal Nina now, but you're close to me. Furthermore, you've done a great service to our sect. Handing this treasure to you will raise no objections. Thatcher couldn't hold back his curiosity. Then tell me what this treasure is. Halamzet thought for a moment and nodded. Words here are pointless. Come with me, Birdie. Despite looting our vault, they couldn't find our treasured possession. Seeing Halamzet's confidence, Thatcher felt relieved. I suspect this must be something left by a powerful predecessor to be called a treasured possession. Chapter 496, The Secret Realm Key. Birdie, your guess was indeed correct. This treasure has indeed been passed down from one generation of our predecessors to another. Halamzet nodded in agreement with Thatcher's words. Well, if I could guess that right, I must really be something. But what is this treasure called? What does it do? Thatcher grew increasingly intrigued by the treasure that Halamzet had been praising, eager to take a look at it. Birdie, this treasure holds little significance for us on Xuanhuan Island because almost everyone on the island has already tried using it. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but pause in surprise. There's actually such a thing. But since so many people have failed to activate it, why is it still considered a treasure? Thatcher felt quite puzzled about this. However, Halamzet soon provided him with an answer. Birdie, you see, this treasure is called the Terry, which is said to be the key to a legendary secret realm. To unlock it, one must find someone who is destined to use it. Only then did Thatcher understand. So that's it. If this item doesn't meet its destined user, it would be just like a piece of scrap, wouldn't it? Halamzet nodded in response. Yes, Birdie. This treasure resists water and fire, and can't be damaged by any weapon or magic artifact. I believe with your great talent, Birdie, you might be able to absorb it. When that happens, your strength will certainly reach new heights. Looking at Thatcher, Halamzet's eyes sharpened, clearly having great confidence in him. Though you trust me so much, I still need to say this. Maybe I won't be able to open it. Upon hearing this, Halamzet smiled. Birdie, whether or not you can open the Terry, you are still my Nina. Besides, given how many people in our sect haven't succeeded, it's nothing unusual if you can't either. If worst comes to worst and you really can't open it, I'll give you another treasure instead. Thatcher nodded at this. Since you're so sincere, alright, I'll give you this chance. Bring out your treasure. Let me see what wonders lie within it. Halamzet led Thatcher to a treasury. Birdie, this is the treasury of Xuanhuan Island. To come here is an immense honor for us. After all this time, we have absorbed considerable energy. I believe it won't be long before Xuanhuan Island thrives again. Thatcher nodded. You're right. Seeing Halamzet's current confidence, Thatcher felt slightly relieved. He remembered how desperate Halamzet had been back when he sought revenge. Now everything had turned around, and he himself had finally regained his former composure and nonchalance. Halamzet led Thatcher into the treasury. As they entered, Thatcher immediately sensed a powerful presence. However, the state of this presence seemed somewhat altered. This caused Thatcher to pause in confusion. How could this be? It feels strange. Taking a deep breath, Thatcher forcibly suppressed this feeling. Although outwardly everything seemed under control, Thatcher increasingly sensed danger. No, I cannot let it be like this. I must investigate this thoroughly. Determined, Thatcher spoke to Halamzet beside him. Do you feel it now? There's a powerful presence in this treasury, and this presence is not beneficial for you. Halamzet was instantly alarmed upon hearing this. Is what you say true, Birdie? Could there be experts from the demonic cult here? His entire demeanor changed. With his current strength, removing such a threat shouldn't be difficult. The problem was, he couldn't locate it. If Thatcher hadn't arrived, that powerful and mysterious presence would have remained indefinitely. In that case, their entire Xuanhuan Island might face some massive crisis. After some thought, Halamzet asked, Birdie, where exactly is this powerful presence? Tell me, and I'll bring it out. Thatcher shook his head. I don't know exactly where yet, but I can sense it somewhere in the treasury. First, bring out the Terry for me to see. Perhaps it will reveal itself then. Halamzet nodded and headed towards a stone wall. Turning back to Thatcher, he smiled. Birdie, the Terry is hidden behind this stone wall. Speaking, Halamzet channeled spiritual energy into a specific part of the wall. Soon, a section of the wall activated and disappeared, revealing the Terry. Staring wide-eyed, Thatcher watched as Halamzet retrieved the Terry. Though Thatcher had never seen the Terry before, he instantly felt a connection to it. This treasure is truly wondrous. I already feel inseparable from it. Examining the Terry held by Halamzet, Thatcher felt it might indeed be his destiny. Hearing this, Halamzet felt elated. Birdie, you're right. It seems this Terry is destined for you. Birdie, please absorb this Terry. I believe with your abilities, you should be capable of this. It's up to you if you want to proceed. If you put in your best effort, you should be able to handle the Terry without issue. Hearing this, Thatcher chuckled. Alright, let's see if I can control this so-called Terry. Nodding, Thatcher took the Terry into his hands, feeling its immense energy. The energy inside is impressive. If I can absorb it, it will undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance. Thatcher imagined absorbing the energy within. Moments later, however, the energy suddenly surged against him. What's happening? This energy has suddenly become erratic. A cold smile spread across Thatcher's face as he realized everything had shifted from his initial perception. Suddenly, Thatcher saw the Terry transform into a radiant emerald light, merging into his forehead. Chapter 497, Ancient Great Demon. Thatcher could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately after, he felt a surge of divine soul power entering his sea of consciousness. However, this power did not seem entirely coherent. It had an obsession, continually attempting to bind itself with his divine soul. And at this instant, Thatcher also plunged into his own sea of consciousness. Who are you? Why are you here? Get out. Thatcher appeared somewhat infuriated and embarrassed by this sudden intrusion, which had clearly angered him. I am an ancient great demon. I appear here to fulfill my wish, to revive the demon race. Upon hearing these words, Thatcher's face immediately showed a mocking expression. Just you, intending to revive the demon race? By the way, what is your wish? Speak up, let me see what you have in mind. The ancient great demon responded with a cold laugh. My wish is to revitalize the demon race. Now that I've invaded, you must help me accomplish this wish within your sea of consciousness. If not, you will be absorbed by me. Isn't this fair for you? I think you should be able to do this. Thatcher could not help but sneer, never expecting the other party to be so arrogant. Are you still asleep? You're making all these demands, and they're all aimed at me. But on what grounds do you believe you can control everything? To me, your restraint on me has already completely collapsed. Haven't you noticed? Hearing this, the ancient great demon was momentarily stunned and quickly reviewed his actions. Soon, he realized he could not bind himself with Thatcher's divine soul. How did you manage this, Ahmed? Tell me now, and maybe I won't kill you. Hearing this, Thatcher's face was full of ridicule. I didn't expect someone like you to be so presumptuous. With your current condition, how can you possibly kill me? You don't even have the means to threaten me. What? Your spiritual consciousness power cannot bind? The ancient great demon felt that this situation was getting out of hand. He was visibly enraged. Why is this happening? My binding of other souls has never failed before. I stumbled at your hands. He tried continuously, each time ending in failure. At this moment, Thatcher was operating his power, continuously attacking and challenging the other side. If he hadn't previously obtained the cultivation techniques from Heavenly Splendor Demon Lord, allowing him to operate his own spirit energy and consciousness power to defend against the invasion, he would likely have been thoroughly controlled by now. Looking back, it was quite perilous. However, the whole sect regarded this entity as a treasure, just because Halamzet believed so. It felt somewhat laughable to think about. If Thatcher had not come, could this so-called ancient great demon destroy their entire sect at any moment? This ancient great demon's power is indeed formidable, but why does it need to use such methods to become stronger? Thatcher shook his head, feeling somewhat absurd. This ancient great demon, realizing it couldn't obtain nourishment from Thatcher, backed down. You are indeed a strange one. This isn't working. I must leave you immediately. Saying this, he retreated immediately, looking weakened as if a layer of skin had been peeled off. But Thatcher did not plan to let him go so easily. Do you think you can escape in this situation? The ridicule on Thatcher's face had reached its peak. He used the techniques of Heavenly Splendor Demon Lord to firmly control the other's divine soul within his sea of consciousness. Since you've come, don't leave. Otherwise, people might say my hospitality is lacking. Upon hearing this, the great demon showed a mocking face. Do you really think you can restrain me? Saying this, he increased the energy to break free, believing this action could make him escape. However, he overestimated his ability to escape and underestimated Thatcher's methods. You actually can absorb all these energies of mine. Truly terrifying. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Wanting to escape was now impossible. You truly infuriate me. I have met my match in you this time. The great demon seemed to soften, but Thatcher was even more alert. This guy was only putting on a show. If Thatcher really believed he was restrained, he could break free anytime. Don't pretend here. Don't you think I can sense your energy? Bring out all your skills. Otherwise, smacking you dead doesn't sound good. Upon hearing this, the ancient great demon understood that if he didn't act soon, he would probably be beaten up at any moment. Fine, Ahmed. Since you target me like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. He launched a massive attack with his spiritual consciousness power, hoping to escape this way, but Thatcher's methods were beyond his control. Thatcher tightly held onto all its obsessions, immobilizing the opponent. Not only did Thatcher not become its nourishment, but he began to continuously absorb its energy as nourishment. Oh, this is infuriating. Stop absorbing my energy, or I'll fight you to the death. The cultivator felt as if the world had turned upside down. Thatcher was too hateful. How can you do this, turning all my power into yours, leaving me only an obsession? Doing this is tantamount to a huge punishment for me. These words were spoken with fluency. In his view, Thatcher created a perpetual mental hell for him. Whenever Thatcher wished, he could always restrain him, treating him like a pet. Thatcher laughed. Yes, I treat you as a pet. This is better than letting you harm others, right? You have cut off the path to the revival of our demon race. I must settle this with you thoroughly. These words effectively put Thatcher under significant pressure. Chapter 498, Secret Realm. Upon hearing this guy's words, Thatcher didn't even want to acknowledge him. Compared to the revival of your demonic race, our human race is clearly more important to me. Just stay here nicely. Perhaps one day when I remember you, I might let you out. With these words, Thatcher retreated back to the real world. Everything he had experienced previously flashed through his mind in an instant. I didn't expect that, Ferguson Zhao. No, Birdie. You were so powerful. You got the key just like that. Congratulations. Seeing the genuine congratulations on her face, Thatcher couldn't help but wear a bitter expression. This Shoshana really doesn't know anything. Forget it. Let's act like it never happened. Thatcher shook his head, surprised at how naive she was. Seeing Thatcher silent, Halamzet smiled again. Ferguson Zhao, now that you have obtained this key successfully, entering the secret realm will be just around the corner. If you decide to venture into the secret realm someday, let me know. I'll assist you and won't ask for any favors. Halamzet patted her impressive figure, smiling at Thatcher. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded involuntarily. All right, I will definitely call you then, said Thatcher, while actually inwardly mocking. Is what you gave me even a good thing? It nearly cost me my life. If not for my great fortune and the possession of Tianhua demon respected's cultivation technique, I might be dead by now. Thinking up to this point, he felt speechless, but he didn't say more and simply promised her. By the way, Birdie, our proof has already been exposed this time. We need someone to reinforce the formation. Now what? Is there anyone on the island who knows how to reinforce the formation? Thatcher was an adept at formations. Halamzet shook her head. Birdie, there is no one on the island skilled enough to reinforce the formation. We must find a formation, Birdie. Hearing this, Thatcher felt like Halamzet was trying to appeal to him. Speak your mind then. Whatever you have in mind, tell me, and I'll do my best to assist. Halamzet nodded and replied, Birdie, I'd like to ask you to seek out a formation Birdie named Osiris Taoist. He excels in repairing and reinforcing formations. Thatcher nodded and asked, puzzled, since you know him, why don't you go yourself? That would show sincerity. Plus, he may not agree if I go. At this, Halamzet chuckled bitterly and shook her head. Birdie, this matter is very crucial to us. We naturally want to go personally. But unfortunately, I have to stay behind to protect the formation core. It can't be left unguarded under any circumstances. Moreover, this time it could be dangerous. If I go, I might not handle it, but I trust Birdie has this ability. Listening to this, Thatcher's lips twitched. Was she flattering him, or what? Alright, since you've said so, I'll certainly lend a hand. He's where? Give me clues, I'll find him now. Halamzet nodded happily and said, Alright, Birdie, wait half an hour. I've already sent people to gather information, and we'll have results soon. Thatcher nodded, taking advantage of the time to eat well. About half an hour later, Halamzet's subordinate reported. Report to the sect Phil, the residence of the formation Birdie has been found. Should we check it now? Halamzet nodded, and pointed to Thatcher. Deliver it to my Nina. The Ephraim looked around and said, Sect Phil, your Nina isn't here. This made Thatcher chuckle bitterly. This is my Nina. Didn't you see where I was pointing? Halamzet frowned, having seen Birdie's playful smile. Yes, Sect Phil, my apologies. Here's for you, Birdie. The subordinate handed over the address and route to Thatcher. Checking it briefly, Thatcher frowned. His place is rather peculiar. Hearing this, Halamzet paused. Birdie, what's wrong? Is the place hard to reach? Halamzet was uneasy. If Birdie refused to go, who else could they rely on within the entire sect? Knowing that few on Jiangqing Island were currently at peak strength, leaving at this moment could lead to an ambush, risking severe decline. Additionally, Thatcher's power far exceeded others. Even if ambushed, the true danger would be minimal. As long as he didn't get lost, finding the formation Birdie was virtually certain. I didn't say it was impossible to go, just that it might be troublesome. However, rest assured, I'll do my best for you. Relieved, Halamzet's face showed a rare blush. Birdie, what did you mean by that just now? Feeling almost frantic, Halamzet wondered about his meaning. It's nothing. Don't overthink it. I must leave now. Guard the sect and the formation core well. Don't let anyone near. Halamzet nodded, watching Thatcher depart. After he left, she appeared exhausted, no longer hiding it after supporting herself in front of Thatcher. Her current state wasn't good. Any slight threat could pose danger. But with the sect in peril, much work lay ahead, especially guarding the formation core without delay. Within moments, Thatcher was miles away. Continuing straight ahead led to dense forests about 500 miles distant. Entering required navigating a narrow underground passage to reach a paradise-like place, truly breathtaking and soothing like a true haven. If I could live here, I too could forget all worries. Though Thatcher showed yearning, he knew his many concerns made such peace unlikely. Finally, he arrived at the foot of a mountain. Chapter 499, Taoist Priest Osiris. This place looked incredibly beautiful, giving one a refreshing feeling. Taoist Priest Osiris should be somewhere on this mountain. I wonder if I can persuade him. Thatcher pondered for a moment, and then came up with an idea. If he truly couldn't convince the priest, he would forcibly bring him along. After all, reinforcing the array formation on Severance Island could not be delayed. Even a slight delay could lead to the island falling back into the hands of the demonic clans again. For Thatcher, that was absolutely unacceptable. He could imagine what would happen if the island fell under demonic occupation once more. They were already incredibly lucky to turn things around this time. Not everyone could be so fortunate. Thatcher walked straight towards the mountaintop. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but as he ascended, despite his increasing speed, it felt like his progress was slowing down. What's happening? Why is this change occurring? Thatcher was confused. If there was some sort of array here, he should have been able to sense it, but everything appeared normal. He wasn't sure if he was overthinking things. Trying to increase his pace to reach the top faster, after about a quarter of an hour, things finally returned to normal. It took another full hour for him to reach the summit. Finally, things are normal here, but I don't know what's up with this Osiris Taoist. If he's just putting on an act, he won't get off lightly. Thatcher's expression darkened. He felt like he was being fooled. Who dares to approach? Speak your name. A voice echoed out, surprising Thatcher before he realized someone had appeared without his notice. I am from Severance Island, and need to ask Taoist Priest Osiris for help. Could you please introduce me? Upon hearing this, the person inside paused briefly before responding. Do you have any token of identity? When seeking someone important, one typically needs a token. Otherwise, one might not even gain an audience. Fortunately, Halamzet had given him a token from Severance Island, preventing him from being turned away. This is my token. Thatcher handed over the token, which was promptly taken by a servant who immediately shut the door behind him. Thatcher couldn't help but smirk at the curt manner. These people have quite a temper, but for the sake of achieving my goal, I'll let it slide. Thatcher was naturally somewhat irritated, but for Severance Island's safety, he restrained himself. It seems we have an esteemed guest from Severance Island. Welcome, welcome. Following this, Thatcher heard a hearty laugh, and the door opened again. The servant led a white-bearded bear to face Thatcher. You are a formidable expert from Severance Island. Welcome. What brings you here? As the bear spoke, he returned the token to Thatcher. Thatcher nodded. Dorian, Severance Island's array formation needs reinforcement. I heard you have considerable expertise in this area, so I've come to invite you. Hearing this, the bear smiled. Ah, I see. All right, I have nothing much to do lately. Let's go. With that, the bear brushed off his robe and prepared to leave the mountain. Are you really leaving now, Dorian? Thatcher was surprised. He hadn't expected this development. The bear gave Thatcher a curious glance. Why? Is the situation not urgent? If it's not particularly serious, I can stay, Thatcher replied wryly. Thatcher shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not like that. Since you're eager, then fine. I'll take you there now. Thatcher led the bear down the mountain. Actually, it wasn't that Thatcher hadn't anticipated this reaction, but the bear's casualness caught him off guard. Thatcher had expected the bear to put up some resistance or demand certain conditions. Perhaps sensing Thatcher's thoughts, the bear laughed. You may not know, but Severance Island once helped me. Therefore, I'm more than willing to assist them without expecting anything in return. Thatcher was enlightened by this explanation. That's indeed gratitude and retribution. After saying this, Thatcher didn't press further. They sped towards Severance Island together. Several hours later, they finally arrived, much to Thatcher's relief. This time, I've accomplished my mission and brought the right person. Seeing Thatcher's relieved expression, Halamzet couldn't help but laugh. Ferguson Zhao, is it really necessary? Even if you didn't bring someone, I wouldn't blame you. Thatcher firmly shook his head. Not acceptable. Helping you find someone is a significant matter. I will do whatever it takes, no matter the cost. Halamzet nodded, deeply touched. Ferguson Zhao, once again, you've helped me. I don't know how to thank you. Halamzet's eyes brimmed with gratitude and admiration. Thatcher chuckled. If you don't know how to thank me, why not pledge yourself to me? Hearing this, Halamzet tensed slightly. All right. Halamzet's agreement left Thatcher stunned. What did you say? Thatcher was momentarily speechless. Halamzet smiled. Ferguson Zhao, I'll take the bear to examine the array formation and discuss how to repair it. As Halamzet walked away, Thatcher felt a pang of regret watching her retreating figure. Did she just agree? Thatcher felt elated, as if everything was within his grasp. The birdie, this array formation can indeed be repaired. It's not too complicated, the bear said with a smile. Halamzet's heart lifted at these words. In that case, Dorian, I entrust this to you. The bear sighed softly. Birdie, while I can handle it, it's not as simple as you think. There's a risk involved, and primarily, we lack 3 vital spiritual objects. If we can find them, repairing the array formation will be a breeze. Very well, let's proceed with this plan. Where can we obtain these items? Chapter 500, Luo Mountain. These spirit treasures are the Cloud Mist Green Turtle Shell, 5 Spirits Black Dragon, and Thunder Flame Shadow Rabbit. To find them on Luo Mountain, we certainly need someone powerful enough to keep the situation under control. Otherwise, if we encounter powerful magic beasts or spirit creatures, we'd be killed instantly and wouldn't get any treasures. Upon hearing this, Halamzet thought of someone. Let me go. A voice came from not far away. Halamzet's face lit up immediately upon hearing it. Birdie, how did you come here? Seeing Thatcher's gaze, Halamzet felt delighted in her heart. Thatcher smiled and said, I happen to be free now and wanted to listen to what you were discussing. I overheard that you need someone with decent strength to look for these 3 treasures, so I decided to take action. Halamzet nodded upon hearing this and looked at Daoist Bryn beside her. Dorian, do you think it will work if my Nina goes? Daoist Bryn sized Thatcher up, a hint of gold light appearing in his eyes. If this expert goes, he will definitely succeed. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but show a delighted expression. All right, I'll prepare right away and set off immediately. As Thatcher turned around, he heard a shout from behind. Halantal brother, take this jade box with you when you go. Thatcher turned and saw Bryn holding a jade box. Feeling the faint demonic aura inside, Thatcher couldn't help but frown. Why does this box emit a demonic aura? Is there some kind of demon inside? Thatcher's words made the bear glance sharply at him. Suddenly, Thatcher felt the Terry in the sea of destiny tremble as if agitated. He was confused but assumed it reacted because it had encountered its kind. However, since the other party didn't exhibit any other unusual behavior, Thatcher didn't react further. You may not know, little brother, but the medicine inside this jade box is harmless yet can intimidate many demons. As long as you carry this jade box to Luo Mountain, you shouldn't encounter much resistance. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded, surprised by the small jade box's capabilities. In that case, thank you very much, Dorian. Thatcher bowed gratefully and left the island of cutting emotions promptly, heading towards Luo Mountain. Halamzet watched Thatcher leave and turned back to Daoist Bryn. Dorian, how long do you think my Nina will be gone? Bryn paused, taken aback. That's uncertain, but I believe you have more important matters to attend to. Halamzet was puzzled. What more important matters are you referring to? Bryn smiled and said, for example, guarding against an invasion. Halamzet sighed, you don't understand. Even if I want to guard against it, it isn't easy. The island of cutting emotions is vast, making it easy for enemies to invade. A single mistake could lead to major problems. The bear laughed. If you need help, I can lend a hand. Halamzet was about to thank him sincerely when she suddenly sensed a strong gust of wind and became tense. An energy seemed to strike her shoulder area without warning. Completely unprepared, she was hit and had no way to avoid it. Why? Halamzet felt bewildered. She believed that anyone coming to help the island of cutting emotions should be one of their own. Because our cultivation path and the demon clan are mortal enemies. The so-called Taoist Bryn revealed a mocking smile and then laughed out loud. What? You're from the demon sect? Halamzet was dumbfounded. How could this be? Thatcher had invited Taoist Bryn, who turned out to be a demon sect expert. This situation seemed to defy all her knowledge. Clearly an esteemed bear, now turned into something else, she wondered aloud. Anything you're unsure about, you can ask me now. Bryn scrutinized Halamzet with a victorious grin. I'm puzzled by how you could infiltrate us under the guise of assistance without Thatcher noticing. Halamzet found this whole situation very strange. Honestly, she wasn't concerned about her life anymore, but had two questions on her mind. I deceived you. I practiced a unique technique that can change my spiritual attributes. Now, can't you sense my demonic aura? Halamzet confirmed that the person in front of her was indeed from the demon sect. She couldn't believe this person had such a method. Since that's the case, kill me quickly. Having brought a wolf into the fold, I no longer wish to live. Halamzet felt the world spinning around her. She knew this person wouldn't let her go easily and might even defile her. She felt ashamed to face Thatcher. Why would heaven treat her like this, leaving her no way out? Don't worry, I won't kill you yet because your blood is valuable to me. The Otis bound her and began extracting her blood using a strange device. Halamzet felt heartbroken watching it and closed her eyes. She had no idea what the Otis intended to do. All Halamzet wanted was to die. Just kill me. Enduring this torment is unbearable. Halamzet snarled. But the Otis remained unmoved, absorbing her spiritual energy and blood before knocking her unconscious. Finally, Halamzet was spared the pain. Her expression appeared somewhat relieved. The Otis tied her to a tree and began chanting with her blood, initiating an array. The surrounding air seemed to shift as if activated by the spell. A powerful aura began circulating. Every move resonated with changes. The Otis wore a confident expression. Within a few breaths, this will be completed. He couldn't help but feel proud. Chapter 501. Anomaly. These few moments felt like an eternity to Halamzet. The formation is complete. We've recovered everything. The Otis appeared very pleased. Everyone, come out. It's safe now. This place is ours once more. Upon hearing this, groups of experts emerged from unknown places around Xuanhuan Island. Their auras were formidable, and they seemed connected to the formation. I didn't expect this formation to appear in such a manner. My previous actions have become nothing but a joke, Halamzet thought as she observed the formation. If she could Nina this formation and use it later, then her suffering would not have been in vain. The formations she had previously Nina'd were fragmented and ordinary. Clearly, the Otis's grasp on the formation was far more complete and powerful. Halanthal Shoshana, do you see now? My formation is truly perfect. What you had before was child's play. The Otis laughed as he activated the formation. Admittedly, this formation is indeed impressive. But can it really stop the righteous forces of our world? Halamzet suddenly regained clarity and couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the formation. You are quite eloquent, but what does it change? It's just fleeting satisfaction. Ignoring her words, the Otis looked into the distance where some Xuanhuan Island experts were surfacing, attempting to save people. Eliminate all of them. Don't give them any chance to show their heads. Otherwise, our hard-won victory might be consumed by them. In an instant, those attempts were thwarted. Take action. Don't sit here waiting to perish. If we don't act now, it will be difficult to regain control in the future. One expert immediately rallied all the Xuanhuan Island fighters. Those hidden in the shadows began to emerge. I never expected you to possess such strength. Truly unimaginable, Halamzet said. But what you're doing will eventually bring retribution. Watching the Xuanhuan Island experts being slaughtered, Halamzet felt a deep pain in her heart. The new defenses that had been constructed for Xuanhuan Island were shattered so easily. I will slay every last one of your demonic sect members, Halamzet roared inwardly. Though these individuals appeared formidable, Halamzet did not fear them. One day, we will reclaim what belongs to us. Just hope you're not too terrified when that time comes. Halamzet began to mock the Otis again. Fine, I'd like to see how formidable you'll be then. The Otis attacked Halamzet once more, knocking her unconscious. Jamal, are you alright? Jamal, rest assured, we will avenge you. Some Xuanhuan Island experts who were close to Halamzet rushed toward the Otis. Don't be afraid. Though this guy has some power, constructing the formation has drained much of his energy. So now is the easiest time to deal with him. Missing this opportunity won't come again. Some Xuanhuan Island experts showed signs of eagerness, hoping to seize this chance to defeat the enemy. But it was also an opportunity the Otis sought. You little brats, don't think you can succeed. I will eliminate all of you. Now anxious, the Otis needed to strengthen the formation to withstand more attacks from the Xuanhuan Island fighters. However, the experts on the island were not within his guard, forcing him into hand-to-hand combat. His goal was to establish the formation so thoroughly that no one could defeat him. Your current bravery is futile. Formation extermination. As soon as he spoke, the experts' bodies exploded as if bombs were planted inside them, disintegrating into terrifying fragments. How is this possible? How can someone achieve this? Everyone present felt the horror. They dared not even imagine it. Indeed, it's helpless. No one anticipated such a terrible hellish scene. Under this attack, the Xuanhuan Island fighters became cowards. No one wanted to continue charging forward in life-threatening situations. Doing so was suicide. Don't throw away your lives. We must retreat and look for another opportunity. There will be chances to break through. Let's withdraw before it's too late and accomplish nothing. Halamzet, showing remarkable resilience, knew that the situation offered few possibilities. They needed to lie low. Rest assured, leave first. I will find a way to rebuild Xuanhuan Island. Your presence here might hinder our plans for the future. Hearing Halamzet's words, the experts retreated from battle. With this move, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The Xuanhuan Island experts were relentlessly pursued, fleeing into the distance. Soon, they were completely driven off, leaving no space for their existence. Allah was now somewhat exhausted. Never thought that with my abilities, I still couldn't fully repair this formation. This means I need those treasures. He smiled, thinking about the items Thatcher was searching for. What if I keep everything that Ahmed finds without revealing my intentions? What then? A cunning smile spread across his face. No matter what, that simple-minded Ahmed has some skills. Thinking about this, he felt excited. Let's proceed with this plan. Who knows if it will succeed until the end? He imagined obtaining the treasures from Thatcher, feeling greatly tempted by this plan. Just hurry back with those spirit objects. Otherwise, how can I strengthen the formation? Chapter 502. Escape. While this expert was contemplating how to deceive Thatcher, Thatcher continued heading towards Luoshan Mountain. Though the journey was calm, Thatcher couldn't shake off a lingering sense of unease. He glanced around but saw no powerful presence. Why did he feel this way? Could it be that enemies are lurking in the shadows? Thinking this, Thatcher felt it was plausible. He immediately sat cross-legged, trying to sense any nearby experts who might have such formidable power. However, he soon realized his worries were unfounded. There wasn't even a flicker of activity around him, unless they had escaped on their own or something else unusual occurred. Thatcher examined the jade box he took out from his robes. The demonic aura inside seemed more intense than before. What's going on? Could it be that whatever is inside this jade box can actually grow in power by itself? Thatcher chuckled bitterly, feeling perhaps he was overthinking things. As he scrutinized the jade and its contents again, he suddenly felt the terry in his hand breaking free. This greatly surprised him. Although the terry was powerful, its soul essence had been imprisoned by Thatcher. Why would it suddenly break free now? Upon closer inspection, Thatcher found that while the soul essence was still partially imprisoned, most of it had already returned to the terry. Essentially, it was almost back to its free state. Without hesitation, Thatcher chased after it. He could not allow it to escape. His pride wouldn't let him. Hurry back. Why are you running? Give me a reason, Thatcher said angrily. He found the bird's sudden flight completely unreasonable. If I don't run, who knows what kind of suffering I might endure? It's better to take my chances now. The spirit within the terry mocked him, making Thatcher speechless. Why do you fear? I haven't harmed you yet. Do you have paranoia? Thatcher replied, exasperated by the bird's cunning nature. You should come with me and see. There are things you don't know, but I can sense them, the terry told him. Hearing this, Thatcher paused. What did it mean? You deliberately lured me here. What's your plan? Thatcher sensed this matter wasn't simple. There had to be more beneath the surface. Yes, I lured you here, but will you come or not? The reply came with an attitude that infuriated him. All right, you win. Stop this meaningless chase and conflict. Thatcher frowned, realizing he had been manipulated by a terry. If this got out, it would be a great embarrassment. In about 15 minutes, I'll show you the result. Hearing this, Thatcher paused. Since the other party gave him time, he might as well see what it had to offer. Do you see ahead? Look closely. At a flat area, Thatcher looked forward as instructed. What is this? Isn't that the island of severed emotions? His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Exactly. It is your island of severed emotions. But now it belongs to others. Aren't you angry? Don't you want to reclaim it? The words sounded noble, but Thatcher knew better. What are you trying to say? Are you sowing discord? A mocking smile crossed Thatcher's face. No matter how he viewed it, it seemed deliberate. Sowing discord? What benefit would that bring me? The stubborn spirit within the terry swayed side to side. Why are you complicating things? How can you harm me? Thatcher blinked, unsure how to respond. If you think I'm trying to harm you, throw me away. Thatcher chuckled. So you're trying to provoke me into letting you go. But why would you release me if I ask you to? Thatcher's words irked the spirit, but it couldn't retaliate. Fine, then I won't say anything. The terry fell back into Thatcher's chest, remaining silent. Clearly, the spirit was displeased. Through this exchange, Thatcher understood much about current events. Something was amiss on the island of severed emotions. It had only revealed itself after he left. Could demons be targeting the island? He shook his head, realizing this changed many of his perceptions. Since things have reached this point, I'll return and check. Thatcher showed a faint smirk. He wanted to go back, but worried about potential traps set by the terry. What if it created illusions to manipulate his perception of reality? Yet he detected no signs of deceit. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, he began the journey back. Finding the 3 spiritual items wasn't as important as ensuring Halamzet and others were safe. Meanwhile, Allah sensed the anomaly. Why has this Ahmed returned? Did he discover something? Allah appeared startled, but composed himself. No matter what, I can't be led by the nose. If he comes, I'll ambush him. #### Chapter 503, Ambush. At this moment, Allah's face showed a hint of ruthlessness. Although Thatcher's strength was indeed considerable, he still fell short in competing with him. You little brat probably didn't know that the jade box I gave you could track your movements. Since you returned, I definitely sensed it and located you immediately. Setting up an ambush for you would be incredibly easy. A mocking expression spread across Allah's face. He thought Thatcher was far too naive. He even felt a bit regretful about his actions now. No matter what, dealing with this kid won't be as easy as it seems. But I have the means to ensure everything goes according to plan. You demon will not get away with this. Ferguson Zhao won't fall into your trap so easily. Not far away, Halamzet was filled with rage. Deceived by the villain, he couldn't move and could only place his hopes on Thatcher. However, the realization that Thatcher might also fall into danger made him tremble with fear. Why do you think I won't kill you? Upon hearing these words, Halamzet's face turned pale. He sensed a clear threat from the other's eyes. It was evident that this man intended to kill him. If Halamzet provoked him any further, it could mean death. Realizing this, he shut his mouth tightly to avoid provoking the man further. Yet his gaze became increasingly ruthless, vowing an unforgettable revenge if he managed to escape and regain his strength. Meanwhile, Thatcher was getting closer to their location. How is this kid coming so fast? I must stop him immediately. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Ala rushed toward Thatcher's path, aided by the jade box that helped him locate Thatcher. This way, he wouldn't lose him. About half an hour later, he reached a perfect spot for an ambush. The environment here was ideal for catching and killing the enemy easily. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He had no intention of letting Thatcher live. He had to eliminate him or risk failing in dismantling the formation. If he failed, Thatcher would surely intervene. Why does this place feel so strange? Palamp, there's some danger around? Thatcher's face revealed surprise. Indeed, the place seemed more dangerous than expected, but he was just scaring himself. Using his divine soul technique, he sensed no formidable presence nearby. Maybe I'm overthinking this. How can such a powerful expert be here? It's absurd. Shaking his head, Thatcher continued forward. Soon, however, he noticed something odd about the spatial energy ahead. What's going on there? It feels very peculiar. Thatcher paused, realizing he might be wrong. This is actually a hidden space, suggesting there are enemies around. His expression darkened. If true, it was already too late. He wasn't familiar with the area, making it extremely perilous if he fell into a trap. Kid, prepare to meet your doom. Enter this Sumeru space. Before Thatcher could react, he found himself trapped inside. Looking around for enemies, he realized he had been deceived. Where are they? Why haven't they shown up? Feeling deceived, Thatcher's face darkened. Initially, he thought they were bluffing, but now it seemed much worse. The surrounding space felt completely different, like he had been transported through time. Face me directly. Sneaking around like this isn't heroism. Sarcasm and disdain filled his voice. He wanted a fair fight and believed the enemy shared this desire. Enjoy this illusion, kid. If you can escape, we'll talk. With that, the enemy vanished, leaving Thatcher seething with anger at being fully restrained. Whoever set this trap, I will find you. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. Thatcher's anger was palpable. Sensing the unfamiliar energy, he wondered who this enemy could be, since it was unlike anything he had faced before. If I've encountered it before, it wouldn't feel so strange. Furrowing his brow, Thatcher suddenly felt a burning sensation between his brows. What's happening here? Why did this occur now? He was startled, thinking someone was taking advantage of his predicament. Cold laughter echoed in his mind. If this was true, he would gladly deal with the energy. Stay quiet, or I won't go easy on you. Suddenly, the energy reacted strongly. I want to help you. You're caught in an illusory space, aren't you? The peacock feather spoke. This all happened within Thatcher's inner sea, where a mental command from the feather clarified its intent. You want to help me? How is that possible? We were once enemies. If you want to kill me, I'd say that's more likely. A smile crept onto Thatcher's lips, wondering if this statement would frighten the feather. All right, your joke wasn't funny, but listen to me. Release me, and I'll guide you out of this spatial rift. Thatcher froze. Spatial rift? That's impossible, right? Examining the surroundings, Thatcher saw no signs of a spatial rift, questioning the validity of the claim. Hashtag chapter 504, taking action. The Terry was momentarily speechless. Do you think you understand, or I do? I am an ancient great demon. My knowledge and experience are far beyond what a young one like you can compare to. Thatcher nodded, finding some sense in the other's words. You're right. If I follow you, perhaps we can escape this so-called Sumeru space. But then Thatcher became somewhat puzzled. Why are you leading me out? What's your purpose, and how can I be sure you don't mean harm? What if following you leads us astray? Thatcher let out a cold laugh, increasingly feeling that this wasn't as simple as it seemed. Hey there, Evan. Aren't you misunderstanding me? I did intend to absorb your soul energy before, but only for self-preservation. Now, we can coexist peacefully. I'm half parasitic on you now, so of course, I care about your future. Hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on Thatcher's face. Is it really that simple? Are you that kind-hearted? If anything happens to me, wouldn't you be free from your torment? Why would you genuinely help me? The entity lurking in the shadows gave a cold laugh. I have another goal too. I need your help to find my descendants and pass on my legacy. Thatcher froze. He knew the other had conditions, but they might be beyond his capability. Can we negotiate? Your request isn't unreasonable, but I may not be able to fulfill it. Thatcher sighed, feeling as if he were caught in some chaos. Refusing could put him in danger, yet accepting this demand seemed impossible to achieve. It was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Can you change your wish? The Terry burst into a maniacal laugh. Change my wish? Do you think that's possible? I'll be frank, I need to find my descendants to pass on my teachings. Can't I continue searching for them even if you can't help? If you refuse, I won't help either. Let's see what you can do then. Thatcher felt infuriated. The other was indeed threatening him, but given his current perilous situation, he couldn't push back. All right, since you insist, I'll agree. If you help me escape here, I'll meet your condition, on the premise that you assist me afterward. The Terry happily agreed. Rest assured, I won't stand by idly after promising to help. Thatcher nodded, still trusting the other despite the situation. So, let's get moving. Break this space open so I can see where this technique can be broken. Thatcher was indeed concerned. He'd never encountered such a method before, making any counterattack difficult without direction. Watch closely. With that, the Terry attacked. Its mental power transformed into sharp weapons, cutting several openings in the surrounding space. Through these openings, Thatcher saw surprising sights. Are these openings leading to the real world? He was utterly shocked. It was unexpectedly easy to break through. He immediately wanted to slip through the openings, but was stopped by the Terry. Why stop me? You cut the openings just to show me? Thatcher sneered. We had an agreement. The Terry wiggled its form. We did. But remember, spatial rifts aren't something you can just slip through easily. Stunned, Thatcher asked, not so easily? Why not? Feeling a hidden meaning in those words, he listened intently. Think about it. These rifts just formed. If I don't stabilize them, won't you get stuck? Don't blame me when you're in trouble. it will be your own fault. Thatcher was initially angry but then understood. He's actually helping me, just not drawing too much attention. I shouldn't have doubted him. Apologizing is due. He quickly negotiated with the Terry again, confirming the time for their escape and waiting anxiously. Why hasn't the time come yet? When will it be? Thatcher grew frustrated, finding the wait unbearable. Soon, the Terry circled around and returned. What's the rush? We're almost there. The Terry returned to his body. Thatcher then saw a narrow spatial rift, barely enough for one person. Yet, this rift was formidable, standing firm and unyielding. I didn't expect such skill, truly impressive. But regardless, it's over now. Hurry up and leave before anyone notices. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded urgently and slipped through. Thank you this time. Without you, I wouldn't have had the luck to escape. Escaping through the rift, Thatcher fled immediately. He feared that the shadowy figure might create more spaces like this, reacting too slowly next time. To him, these spatial rifts could devour everything, swallow away, destroy thoroughly. I'm ready for it. Thatcher was enraged. Chapter 505, Face Full of Smiles. Fortunately, he dodged in time this time, and the opponent couldn't catch up. Kid, since they didn't chase you, you can relax now, the Terry remarked, finally easing Thatcher's tension slightly. Who said I was worried? I kill anyone of that kind who comes near me. Thatcher felt somewhat guilty as he said these words. He indeed sensed the other party's formidable strength. All right, kid, don't be stubborn. Don't I know what you're like? With that, the Terry flashed back into Thatcher's body. After escaping from the Sumeru space, Thatcher did not find any trace of the enemy but dared not linger, fleeing as fast as possible. About 15 minutes later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. No one should be able to catch up with me now. My speed is so fast. Even if he's stronger, he should be wary. Thinking this, Thatcher stopped briefly. At this moment, Allah had a cold expression on his face. I didn't expect that kid to escape. Letting him slip away is a big taboo. Allah gritted his teeth, using the jade box laced with demonic energy to locate Thatcher. But Thatcher had already left the area, leaving him frustrated. That kid sure escaped quickly, but rest assured, I won't let you off easily. The next time you show your face before me, I'll make sure you don't escape again. He couldn't help but wonder how Thatcher managed to escape. Why did my spatial abilities weaken? That kid actually managed to break free. As he thought about what went wrong, he realized Thatcher must have some control over space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. Back on Cut Emotions Island, Halamzet sighed in relief upon seeing that Allah hadn't caught Thatcher. My brother Zhao isn't so easy to catch, now you know it firsthand. Halamzet couldn't hold back her laughter. Just wait, I will tear this kid apart alive, and teach him what happens when he angers me. Darkness flickered across Allah's face. No matter what tricks Thatcher had, he would ultimately fall into his hands. You few, go gather these spiritual items, and bring them to me immediately. If you mess this up, I'll flay each of you alive. Hearing this, the Ephraims nodded hurriedly, accepting the task. A few breaths later, they rushed away from Cut Emotions Island like they were fleeing from the plague. Once they left, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Dorian Osiris seems back to normal now. That was scary. Ephraim of the Devil Sect sighed, looking like he just narrowly escaped death. Yeah, Dorian is terrifying. Who dares work alongside him? We must be extremely cautious now and avoid making mistakes. Otherwise, Dorian could crush us with just a finger. In particular, for this mission to gather spiritual items, we must bring back everything Dorian requested. With this consensus, they immediately headed toward the place with spiritual items. Unbeknownst to them, Thatcher was already waiting for them on the road. With his communication with Halamzet, he knew about the bear sending people out. He swiftly found their location and waited at an optimal intercept point. Of course, he wasn't there to eliminate them but to infiltrate their group, allowing him to secretly replace the items. Fortunately, he had previously collected a type of charm grass. By planting it in them, they would unconditionally believe what they saw without suspicion. Well, the guys are almost here. This is where we're supposed to gather the spiritual items. Old Zhang said there are plenty here for us to take freely. We only need to bring back what he needs. Hearing this, everyone present became excited. That's right. Let's hurry and look. This mission isn't difficult. Once we find the items, maybe Dorian will reward us. Following Allah's directions, they spent half a day and indeed found the items. Thatcher sneered. Allah had given false coordinates. Even if he went, he wouldn't find anything in days. With all these spiritual items, we're bound to get rewards. The faces of the Devil Sect subordinates showed satisfaction. Let's go back. We shouldn't linger here or accidents might happen. They quickly returned, taking a brief rest midway. How about we rest a bit here? It's no harm. We've been busy for some time. Let's loosen up on our way back. One high-level Devil Sect member looked displeased. But we can't do that. Although Dorian didn't explicitly say to return quickly, his attitude shows these items are important. If we delay and cause trouble for Dorian, we might face reprimand. Everyone hesitated but ultimately decided against resting. Forget it. Let's go back quickly. I'm afraid of Dorian. Clearly, the group was still very fearful of the bear, hurrying back as fast as possible. However, none of them noticed that one person among them seemed subtly different. These fools think nothing happened. I'd love to see what becomes of that so-called Allah after using my replacements. Thinking this, Thatcher couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He had successfully infiltrated the group, watching them head toward their doom. After returning, they were soon summoned by Allah. You returned quite quickly. Did you encounter any problems along the way? Chapter 506, Retribution. Allah slowly replied with a smile. Report to Dorian, thanks to your blessings, the journey has been smooth without any major issues. Upon hearing this, the bear frowned, finding it somewhat unbelievable. This seems highly unlikely. How could such a thing happen? That brat didn't cause any trouble? He believed that Anton must have detected his interference and was now an enemy to him. Yet, Thatcher did not take any action against him. What could he be thinking? The expert furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Regardless, Dorian, all the spiritual items you requested are gathered. It's time to activate the formation, isn't it? Allah nodded. You're right. Let's hurry and attempt to activate the formation. For him, activating the formation was the priority. Thatcher's actions mattered little. Hurry, prepare my bath and incense. To activate the formation, I must be purified. He was obsessed with the ritual, believing it had to be conducted formally. The Ephraims of the demon sect sighed in exasperation, but complied with the bear's orders. Yes, Dorian. They prepared water for his bath and burned incense as instructed. After about an hour, the bear returned to the formation's focal point with a satisfied smile. Now I can activate the formation. It will only take a few breaths to succeed. Confidently, he placed the spiritual items in their designated positions. Prepare to activate the formation. He swiftly issued commands, and the demon sect Ephraims began moving systematically. Their efforts provided the necessary energy for the formation's activation, which would then be triggered by the bear's command. Stop now. Excitement spread across Allah's face as he harnessed the accumulated energy, increasing the formation's speed and depth even further. His own spiritual energy merged seamlessly with the formation's waves. At this point, everything was running smoothly. If Allah continued, he would soon break through the formation. However, Thatcher wouldn't allow this to happen so easily. Within moments, he would replace the spiritual items while hiding in the shadows, ensuring he wasn't discovered. Last time, he nearly got trapped in a void illusion, unable to escape if not for the intervention of a predecessor's lingering will, which cloaked him from Allah's sight. Thanks to this protection, Thatcher boldly acted, altering the outcome in mere seconds. The bear remained unaware and continued his attempts to break the formation. But soon, he found his methods ineffective. What's going on? My spiritual energy should be sufficient. This doesn't make sense. He became frantic, seeking answers but finding none. I refuse to believe it. My method is flawless, unparalleled. Any flaws should be masked. Despite this, the formation remained unbroken. Suddenly, he felt two energies stirring within him. Upon closer inspection, they were his own. How can this be? Where did these additional energies come from? Terrified, he knew it couldn't be his mistake. He followed every step of his cultivation meticulously. The only explanation was that the spiritual items were compromised. He wanted to inspect them but recalled checking each item thoroughly before. Where did it go wrong? Could there be traitors among these followers? If so, I'll kill them all without mercy. His eyes blazed with fury and anger at the incompetence of his Ephraims. Regardless, all must die. As he contemplated this, the two energies merged, surging into his main meridians. He lost control immediately, his powerful channels pierced. Shocked, he quickly sought ways to calm the energies, preventing them from wreaking havoc inside him. Why do you insist on playing with fire? Can't you see this is wrong? The bear's face darkened as he struggled to suppress the chaotic spiritual energies. Pfft. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he instantly weakened. Dorian, are you alright? The Ephraims' faces turned grim upon seeing the bear spitting blood. Had they failed to break the formation? They were already fillless. If the bear was injured or incapacitated, what would they do? As despair settled among them, Thatcher saw his chance. Seeing the bear weakened, he struck with a sword, aiming to end his life. Allah, feeling the imminent threat, stared wide-eyed at the approaching blade. You dare kill me? I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. In rage, he realized it was Anton who was targeting him. You think you can outsmart me? Think again. My strategy, no matter how clever you are, you cannot fathom. Perhaps you have miscalculated. End of chapter 506, Retribution. Chapter 507, The Dorian Demon of the New Moon. But you won't get anything from me. One could say his words had thoroughly denounced Thatcher. In his eyes, Thatcher was nothing. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Fine, let's see just how you'll handle me. As Thatcher's longsword was about to stab toward the other party, snot-nosed brat, do you dare? Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar, resounding and powerful. Thatcher was startled, looking ahead to see an additional person there. If it isn't you, Otis. This person was none other than the Dorian Demon of the New Moon. After being driven off previously, the Dorian Demon had reflected deeply and felt he should still contend with Thatcher. Thus, he returned and lay in wait in the vicinity, even after Osiris Daoist reclaimed this place. This was because he knew that only after Thatcher left did Osiris Daoist take over. If Thatcher returned, he might recapture Sentiment's Severing Island. So, he decided to remain hidden until Thatcher made his move, then he would interfere. Sure enough, as he predicted, Thatcher really came and acted decisively. Brat, I'm protecting this one. Leave now or else. Or I will cripple you and don't blame me. These words were domineering, making it seem like the speaker was the only ruler. However, Thatcher wore a mocking expression. Just you think you can scare me? Use your brain. You're my defeated enemy. What does your presence mean? Do you expect to defeat me? Upon hearing this, a cold look appeared on the Dorian Demon's face. Brat, don't think past glory means much now. Those accomplishments are nothing to me. Every single one of them should be eradicated. My power has greatly increased. If we clash, you may not be my match. His words were laced with palpable threats. Thatcher evaluated the situation. Perhaps you have a point, but if I want to slay you, no reason is needed. A mocking expression flashed across Thatcher's face, realizing the bear demon misunderstood him. So be it. Let's see who laughs last. The Dorian demon showed a determined expression, seemingly ready to attack. But when Thatcher prepared for a final showdown, the Dorian demon suddenly retreated. What's going on? Why aren't you fighting? Thatcher watched the fleeing figure, astonished. He wouldn't dare. He knows a direct confrontation would end with him crippled. The current situation is urgent. Saving someone is already difficult enough. I sense danger within him, though I don't know what it is, Terry explained, enlightening Thatcher. Oh, so that's it. I thought my imperial aura scared him off. Thatcher laughed, turning his icy gaze towards the remaining cult Ephraims. While the Dorian demon and Osiris Taoist could escape, these Ephraims could not. They felt immense pressure and realized escape wasn't possible. Ferguson's, they fled. What should we do? A Ephraim asked grimly. What to do? Run, obviously. Stay here and we'll be sitting ducks. Another Ephraim looked uneasy, wanting to flee but unsure where to go. Wanna run? Did you ask me? Thatcher approached them, radiating menace. Run quickly. He won't let us go. One moment of hesitation, and we're doomed. A Ephraim saw through everything clearly. That's right. This guy must be stronger than Osiris Taoist. Otherwise, why wouldn't they fight him? Just now, both the Dorian demon and Osiris Taoist hadn't dared to confront him. This brother, please spare us. I wish to surrender. I'm sure they do too. A Ephraim trembled, kneeling before Thatcher. Previously, Thatcher had displayed strength far beyond their reach. I've made a mistake. Please, I won't oppose you again. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Now we're unequal, yet you call it a misunderstanding. If I were beaten down, would you still call it a misunderstanding? The Ephraim shivered, at a loss for words. Thatcher sneered, kicking him, causing him to collapse in pain. So terrifying, run fast. Thatcher didn't chase, but sent Terry to deal with them. Terry gleefully dashed forward, swiftly ending their lives. These weaklings add up for some longevity for me. Hearing this, the sentiment-severing island Ephraims stared wide-eyed. Feeling like survivors of calamity, they rejoiced in newfound freedom. Thatcher freed them all and approached Halamzet. Seeing her pitiful state, he felt pity. Never thought I'd hurt you this way. Thatcher sighed bitterly. It's fine. At least you saved us all. Halamzet's gaze sharpened upon seeing Thatcher. Right. Reinforce the array. It's damaged and vulnerable. Chapter 508. Restoring the formation. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but show a look of nervousness on his face and quickly nodded. All right then. I'll start immediately to restore all these formations. But you must also work hard to restore your own strength. Halamzet nodded, feeling very comforted by Thatcher's concern. It at least showed that he had always been thinking about her, even if he wasn't good at expressing it under normal circumstances. Thatcher placed the spirit objects back in their original positions. At this moment, the peacock plume had already returned. Thatcher inquired about reinforcing the formation. Fortunately, the materials used for reinforcing the formation were the same as those previously used by the Allah. They must reinforce this formation right now. Otherwise, the situation will definitely become more dangerous. Those Ephraims and experts from the demonic sects keep attacking us. Our defense was inadequate due to the damage to our protective formation. Imagine if we protect this formation properly, we would surely seize an opportunity when the time comes. This powerful formation is indeed formidable. Although the demonic sect's experts are strong, they cannot be invincible to this extent. Thatcher was very confident, not just blindly trusting the formation, but because the demonic sect experts aimed to destroy it. Since they intended to destroy this formation thoroughly, it meant that this formation posed a certain threat in their eyes. Otherwise, who would bother with something that poses no threat? This didn't make sense. There's one more thing. Did you notice that they've dispatched more experts this time? Not only the openly revealed Allah, but also the old monster Donovan unexpectedly appeared. This surprised me. I don't understand why they would attack us so brazenly. Are they planning a major showdown? While placing the spirit objects back into position, Thatcher began to operate his cultivation techniques, guiding the spiritual energy into the formation and spirit objects. In just a moment, the formation began to operate, showing surprising power. Didn't expect such results. The power of this formation really can't be underestimated. Thatcher widened his eyes, hoping to stabilize the entire formation eventually. The formation was still unstable yet exhibited such power. It could only be imagined how impressive it would be if fully restored. Continue operating and restoring it. Although it seems different now, at least things are changing. Let's input all the energy into the damaged areas. Perhaps this can completely change everything without any harm. A hopeful expression spread across Thatcher's face, wishing for the swift realization of everything. Even if some energy might be wasted, completing the formation was enough. These spirit objects will likely disappear after absorbing more energy. Thatcher channeled energy into the formation, knowing that it would wear down these spirit objects during repair. However, to him, this held no significance since his primary goal was to restore the entire formation. Things seemed to be heading in a positive direction. With continued effort, the outcome would surely be good. As the entire formation started running on its own, Thatcher felt slightly relieved. Repairing it wouldn't be too difficult now. Beside him, Halamzet felt her strength recovering somewhat and joined in to help restore the formation. Seeing this, Thatcher frowned. What are you doing? Do you think my current strength isn't sufficient to control the formation? I don't need your help right now. Thatcher's face darkened. He felt as though she was mocking him. No, Ferguson Zhao, you misunderstood. Halamzet laughed and quickly explained. In fact, this formation has a promoting effect on Ephraims of our sect. If we assist in reinforcing the formation or participate in its construction, our internal spiritual energy gets stimulated. The more we participate, the better it helps in our recovery. Thatcher was surprised and puzzled. What's happening? How can this occur? He marveled internally at the wonders of the formation, especially since he hadn't sensed this transformation. Right, you said this formation can only boost the spiritual energy of our sect members and not outsiders, right? Thatcher suddenly realized a blind spot and felt both amused and exasperated. Yes, Ferguson Zhao, that's correct. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Halamzet replied with a bitter laugh. But don't worry, Ferguson Zhao. Things won't be this simple, and your current strength is quite good, so you don't need to rely on the formation just yet. Thatcher nodded, regaining his smile. That makes sense. Together with the hidden experts of Zhanqing Island, they repaired the formation much faster. Although these experts failed to protect Zhanqing Island well, they had always been in hiding, ready to deal with the demonic sect experts someday. They finally got their chance. Continuously operating the formation also helped them recover their strength significantly. Xuanhuan Island, though not yet at its peak, was now showing signs of prosperity. By the way, Ferguson Zhao, once we've restored the formation and secured safety for the sect, we should visit Tianhua City. Halamzet looked at Thatcher with a serious expression. Why? We only went there recently, Thatcher chuckled, confused. You don't manage the sect affairs, so you don't quite understand, Halamzet explained. Our Xuanhuan Island faces internal and external troubles. To stand firm, we must unite with the Basil's residents in Tianhua City. Chapter 509. Seeking Descendants. Thatcher nodded, finally understanding the other party's intentions. Alright then, once we finish repairing the array, we'll go and communicate with the people of Tianhua City. They'll be very willing since the people of Sentiment Severing Island helped them. Halamzet couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Ferguson Zhao, it's because you helped them. They will certainly give face to you, Halamzet said, unable to suppress a laugh. However, Thatcher shook his head seriously. I know what you mean, but the people of Sentiment Severing Island also did their part. This credit cannot be erased. Upon hearing these words, Halamzet and the experts from Sentiment Severing Island felt warm in their hearts. Everyone worked swiftly to repair the entire array. Once the repairs were done, they quickly activated the entire formation. It must be admitted that this array's power was formidable, as it managed to stabilize so quickly. After the array began to operate, the entire Sentiment Severing Island was covered under its protection. Everyone within the array could now be considered safe unless an extremely powerful expert from the demon sect broke through it. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for them to invade and reclaim Sentiment Severing Island again. Seeing the array operating well, everyone including Halamzet and Thatcher heaved a sigh of relief. After struggling for such a long time, it's finally showing initial results. Everyone can take a rest first, Halamzet waved at the many experts under him with a smile. Thatcher also nodded and immediately left. Although they were all somewhat tired and had consumed a lot of spirit energy, they would recover fully with a bit of cultivation. Thatcher spent a full 3 hours cultivating, restoring his own spirit energy. I don't know if I can recover in time. Otherwise, leaving Sentiment Severing Island may still pose dangers. They had eliminated the demon sect's forces on Sentiment Severing Island, but the escaped Abelardo monster and the Osiris Taoist wouldn't let them off easily. He needed his strength more than ever, especially if he had to protect someone like Halamzet. After finishing his cultivation, Thatcher came to check on Halamzet. Upon arriving outside Halamzet's room, he saw a streak of white light that momentarily blinded him. Didn't think Halamzet's skin beneath the clothes would be so fair, Thatcher thought, wondering if Halamzet had deliberately darkened his face and neck. But Thatcher didn't dwell too much on it. Sensing Thatcher's gaze, Halamzet turned around, caught red-handed, looking dazed. Big Ferguson Zhao, what are you doing? Halamzet's face turned sour, not expecting Thatcher to act like this. Halamzet, listen to me. I just happened to come here and found you, bathing. Feeling embarrassed, Halamzet quickly shut the door using his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Thatcher sighed inwardly, feeling disappointed yet somewhat tickled by the earlier scene. What is Halamzet thinking? Why did he expose himself? Meanwhile, inside the room, Halamzet's face flushed, still shaken by the incident. Initially, he feared Thatcher might have ill intentions, but deep down, he wasn't too worried. Why did Big Ferguson Zhao come? What does he need? Halamzet hesitated for a moment before asking, Big Ferguson Zhao, do you need something? Shocked, Thatcher regained his composure and replied with a wry smile. I just wanted to see how you're recovering and if you need any help. If you're ready, we should set off. Halamzet thought about it and responded. I'm actually doing pretty well, but I'm at the brink of a breakthrough. Let me wait until after breaking through before we depart. Surprised, Thatcher chuckled. That's great. Since you're at this stage, seize the opportunity to break through and don't waste any time. Halamzet nodded in agreement, and Thatcher quickly left. Now, Halamzet was right on the verge of breaking through, feeling his strength gradually increasing, though when it would happen remained uncertain. At this point, there's no need to hide anymore. Let all the accumulated issues and energy erupt. I need to resolve this decisively. Halamzet gritted his teeth, feeling intense changes within. Hearing this, it was as if a floodgate opened inside him. His state became intensely excited and aggressive. The spiritual energy in his body churned uncontrollably despite his attempts to suppress it. Well, I didn't expect you guys to have this kind of power, Halamzet thought aloud. Since we're at this point, there's no reason to hold back. Let's be transparent. Releasing all restraints on the spiritual energy, Halamzet realized that trying to control it at this moment would be futile. Everyone, attack together. Occupy all the meridians and channels. The rebellious spiritual energy within him surged wildly, almost causing chaos in his body. Thatcher observed Halamzet's cultivation status and found it surprisingly intense. He has always been steady. Why the drastic change? Has he changed his cultivation strategy? But Thatcher reasoned that this intense approach might indeed work for achieving breakthroughs efficiently. Otherwise, when would he break through? Sure enough, as Thatcher predicted, within a quarter of an hour, Halamzet successfully broke through. Thatcher remembered that Nicholas's previous breakthrough didn't take much longer either. Chapter 510. Getting closer. One cannot deny that the relationship between Xuanhuan Island and Tianhua City's Basil residents is exceptionally close. When they came to Xuanhuan Island, the Basil of Tianhua City had given Halamzet a few pills. These pills played a significant role during his recent breakthrough. I didn't expect my breakthrough to come so quickly, Halamzet said as he exited his meditation, feeling his powerful and stable strength. His heart was filled with satisfaction. Let's go, Ferguson Zhao. I've successfully broken through. Let's head for Tianhua City, and I need to thank the Basil, Halamzet said with a smile. Thatcher nodded in agreement. He hadn't seen the young lady for some time, and he wondered how she might look now that she has become the Basil, whether she has taken on the air of an authority figure and if her demeanor has grown even colder. But Thatcher didn't dwell too much on these thoughts. Alright, let's get ready. Otherwise, Penny will blame us if we arrive late, Thatcher joked. Halamzet shook his head. Ferguson Zhao, don't joke with me like this, it scares me. Halamzet looked somewhat pitiful, which made Thatcher feel helpless. Okay, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have joked like that. Go ahead and prepare. We'll set off early tomorrow. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded. All right, Ferguson Zhao, I'll consolidate my state. Halamzet smiled and pushed Thatcher out of the room, then continued to meditate. Watching Halamzet, who seemed almost to neglect eating and sleeping for practice, Thatcher felt a bit dazed. He practices so hard. Who knows what the outcome will be, Thatcher mused. Thatcher had a dream where Halamzet fought a fierce battle with Penny. Both ended up badly injured, with no winner. But hopefully, such a scenario won't happen. That doesn't align with reality. Their relationship is still pretty good, Thatcher thought, showing a hint of a relieved smile. Moreover, their factions were tightly connected now. To separate them, the demonic sect would have to be destroyed. Returning to his room, Thatcher absorbed more spirit energy and began studying the pills he had. He also chatted with Terry, finding him quite witty despite his ancient existence. He felt Terry was actually very approachable and friendly. Even though he had once tried to harm Thatcher to survive, helping him find descendants could turn him into an ally rather than an enemy. At least, that's what Thatcher hoped. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Thatcher and company packed up and left Zhanqing Island as fast as possible. Ferguson Zhao, when we arrive at Tianhuasheng, how should we present ourselves to Sister Penny? Halamzet asked nervously, feeling a gap between him and Penny. Ferguson Zhao, do you think my current state is good? I don't want to embarrass you or Sister Penny, Halamzet hesitated. Thatcher laughed helplessly. Your state is indeed not perfect, but don't worry. Penny won't look down on you, nor will I say anything. Upon hearing this, Halamzet nearly cried. Really? Am I that bad? Oh no, I thought I'd make a better impression this time. I've been trying to recover all night. Though frustrated, Halamzet didn't lose hope. He knew others in worse condition had still grown stronger. Trust yourself. Everything will be fine. After reporting their names, they were immediately allowed into Tianhua City. Sister Halamzet, Ferguson Zhao, you're here. This is wonderful. Penny greeted them warmly, smiling. Halamzet couldn't help but laugh. Sister Penny, why are you so excited? It's flattering but a bit overwhelming. She glanced sideways at Thatcher, implying something. Penny chuckled slightly, feeling guilty. What are you talking about? Of course, I must welcome you. You are honored guests. Did your journey go smoothly? Did you encounter any experts from the demonic sect? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, Sister Penny. We're confident our current abilities can handle them. Relieved, Penny replied, that's good. Your arrival here means a lot to me. My condition isn't great lately. Managing the entire city isn't easy. With a pale face, Penny acknowledged the challenge. Can we assist you here, or is it inappropriate for outsiders like us? Penny looked puzzled. Sister Halamzet, what do you mean? You and Ferguson Zhao are not outsiders to me. Do we have any misunderstandings? Halamzet shook her head quickly. Sister Penny, I was just teasing. I'm worried people will talk if we intervene too soon after you took over. Penny waved her hand. Who would dare speak ill of me now? They must be tired of living. Feeling Penny's strong aura, both Halamzet and Thatcher exchanged glances again. All right, let's not stand here talking. Let's enter the city and enjoy some hospitality. Penny invited them warmly. Chapter 511. Searching. During the meal, Penny warmly encouraged the two to eat and drink freely. Now that you two are here, I can rest easy. Feel free to eat and drink anything without reservation. Tianhua City is quite abundant in resources, she said with a smile, noticing Halamzet's somewhat bashful demeanor. Penny sister, can we really eat as much as we want? These are still the resources of your city, so we should be considerate, Halamzet replied, somewhat embarrassed. How can that be? Since you've come all this way, you are both my friends and guests. How could I possibly neglect you? The group couldn't help but show their appreciation upon hearing her words. Penny continued while eating. By the way, tell me about what happened after you returned to the island. I'm very interested. Halamzet glanced at Thatcher and said, Penny sister, our return journey was incredibly eventful, even breathtaking at times. Upon hearing this, Penny's eyes lit up. What did you say? Is that true? Tell me quickly. I can hardly wait. Seeing Penny's excited expression, Thatcher couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really that interested? It's just the story of us reclaiming Zhanqing Island, only to lose it again, and then reclaim it once more. Upon hearing Thatcher's words, Penny felt a bit disappointed. She pointed at Halamzet and said, he's not telling the story well. You tell it. With a wry smile, Halamzet nodded and began. All right, Penny sister. We arrived at the Black Dragon Sea coast. Initially, we planned to directly assault Zhanqing Island and confront the Devil Sect experts. But Ferguson Zhao suggested we gather more information first. So, I went with him to the island, where we found those sect experts in dire straits. As a result, Ferguson Zhao didn't let me go further, instead hiding in the shadows. He then interacted with the Devil Sect Ephraims, pretending to surrender to Zhanqing Island. In the end, he managed to gain the trust of the island's experts and sow discord between the commander and the deputy commander, leading to their mutual destruction. This allowed us to occupy the entire Zhanqing Island. Hearing this, Penny became very interested. But I heard you lost the island again later. What happened? Upon hearing this, Halamzet and the others felt somewhat ashamed. To be honest, although we controlled Zhanqing Island, our formations were incomplete and needed reinforcement. So, we invited Allah to strengthen them. However, he turned out to be a Devil Sect expert, throwing everything into disarray and allowing the demon race to reoccupy Zhanqing Island. So how did you reclaim Zhanqing Island again? Penny couldn't help but feel surprised, not expecting the battle for the island to be so intense. It wasn't really about reclaiming it. We endured great hardships, relying solely on Ferguson Zhao driving away Allah. If not for him, we would have been utterly defeated. Hearing this, Penny nodded. Now, is Zhanqing Island well protected? Make sure nothing goes wrong again. Worriedly, Penny added, Rest assured, Penny's sister. Zhancha Island is now fortified like an iron bucket. We've repaired the formation's core using spiritual objects. Unless attacked by a super powerful entity, there shouldn't be any problems. Hearing this, Penny was visibly pleased. If so, then you don't need to worry anymore. Stay in Tianhua City for some time to assist me. Let's share resources. Halamzet nodded. Sure, Penny's sister. Our alliance with Tianhua City will be beneficial. Turning to Thatcher, Penny asked, Ferguson Zhao, do you have any important matters to handle? Thatcher thought for a moment and remembered Terry had requested his help. Now that he had the time, he could act. Yes, I promised a friend to help him find his descendants, and I need to bring a Christopher along. Speaking of which, how is that little guy doing? Is he well fed and taken care of? Penny shook her head. Of course, I treat him well, providing him with food and care, ensuring he suffers no hardship. Thatcher chuckled. That's enough, just don't neglect him. He's nearby. Call him over so I can take him with me. Hearing this, Halamzet looked somewhat reluctant. Ferguson Zhao, we just arrived here. Haven't had the chance to explore or enjoy ourselves. Are you leaving already? Smiling wryly, Thatcher nodded. I have no choice but to leave. This matter cannot be delayed. I'll go now. As they saw the Hurley approaching, Thatcher waved goodbye. Halamzet and Penny bid farewell as well. Ferguson Zhao, be careful outside. I can't assist you, so please don't act rashly. Thatcher smiled and nodded. Don't worry. I understand the stakes and won't be careless. Satisfied, Halamzet nodded as Thatcher left with Anton. Once they were far enough, Terry appeared, transforming into a humanoid form. Who is this? Why did he appear suddenly? Is he related to you? The Ahmed, looking at Terry, sensed a strong mental pressure from him but felt no significant power behind it. Yes, he's my friend who needs help finding his descendants, though I'm still clueless about where to start. The Ahmed nodded. Is this creature human or beast? I can't sense any spiritual energy from him. Terry sighed. I am a beast, and I aim to become the most powerful one. Shaken by these words, Anton realized the truth. Ferguson Zhao, walking with a beast like him isn't dangerous? Hearing this, Terry sighed wryly. Why would I eat you? I need your help. Chapter 512, The Impoverished Ghost. Upon hearing this, the Hurley shook his head, seemingly unwilling to believe it. If you really don't want to believe me, there's nothing I can do. But I'll prove it to you with actions, he responded calmly. The Hurley didn't dwell on it any further after hearing that. Thatcher thought for a moment and asked, so which way should we go now? Peacock Patrick pointed towards a certain direction and said, we should go that way. There's a city over there. We might be able to buy some supplies there, making our journey easier. Thatcher looked in the indicated direction and indeed saw a city, though it was quite far from their current location. We need to hurry up. If we want to reach that city by tonight, we'll have to travel continuously without stopping during the day, he remarked. The three of them immediately sped forward, passing through a desert along the way. It's so hot here. Why would there be a desert between two cities? The Hurley was drenched in sweat as if he had just been soaked in water. This is actually quite common. Cities are far apart, and without moisture circulating between them, they eventually turn into deserts over time, Peacock Patrick explained. Unless someone with great power redirects moisture here to form an ecosystem, this area will only become more arid. Well, let's continue walking. We can't afford to waste too much time here, or we won't reach the city before dark, Thatcher urged. As they continued, they were soon stopped by someone. What do you want, kid? Peacock Patrick asked irritably, wanting to keep moving. Want to pass? Leave your toll money behind. Otherwise, none of you three are getting through. Not afraid to tell you. This place is full of my brothers, the man said arrogantly. Everyone burst out laughing at this. How absurd is that? Big Ferguson Zhao. I'll chase him off and see how arrogant he can still be. The Hurley stepped forward boldly. Kid, kneel and bow. Maybe we'll spare you. Otherwise, for your insolence, we'll have you arrested. You, young one, looking tough but small. You dare to threaten me? But at your age, it's typical to be fearless. Let those two adults talk to me. This remark further infuriated the Hurley, who felt disrespected. Fine, you gave me a chance, huh? Take this. With that, the Hurley kicked the bandit, sending him sprawling on the ground with a contorted face. The bandit lay on the ground, dazed. Why didn't you punch me as you said? Instead, you kicked me. Hearing this, everyone laughed again. At your age, don't you know what deceit is? And you fell for a kid. It's no wonder you got tricked. Fuming, the bandit stood up quickly. Nasty kid, you fooled me this time, but don't get too smug. Now, I'll show you the consequences of deceiving me. He charged at the Hurley cautiously, determined not to be caught off guard again. Despite his caution, the bandit soon found himself lying on the ground once more, feeling even more injured than before. How is this possible? You beat me again. I did. So what? The Hurley sneered. You looked down on me earlier. Now you can't even beat a kid. Isn't that worse? He turned back to Thatcher with pride. Big Ferguson Zhao, wasn't I good this time? That's enough. Defeating a commoner isn't worth celebrating. Let's go. They took the bandit's water flask and some food before continuing onward. These bastards, I swear I'll never forgive you, the bandit shouted venomously. After a few moments, Thatcher and company left the area without further engagement. They cared little about the bandit's fate after taking his provisions. Hey, Big Ferguson Zhao, if we're going to find his descendants, shouldn't we prepare better? Walking like this seems too slow, the Hurley complained. Just crossing this desert took nearly a whole day. It was clear that if they encountered such obstacles multiple times, they would waste a lot of time. There's no other way since we're here, but I'm confident we'll find his descendants soon. Then we can take a proper rest and not worry too much. Peacock Patrick scoffed. I thought you'd have some means. Didn't expect you to be so poor. TSK. Thatcher and the Hurley stared wide-eyed at her. What did you say? Are you seriously criticizing me for being poor? Thatcher was speechless. Helping someone had turned into an insult. Fine, then I, the poor ghost, won't help you anymore. I agree, I'm too poor to help you, Thatcher replied, his face turning red with anger. He turned around to leave, with the Hurley equally annoyed. Her behavior was irritatingly over the top, even angering Thatcher. All right, I apologize. That was my mistake. But walking like this isn't efficient. This continent is huge. At this pace, it'll take us 10 years just to cover a fraction. Thatcher rolled his eyes. What do you suggest then? Chapter 513, Treasure Hunting. All right, how about I help you make some money? With the earnings, we can buy faster means of transportation. Then we can travel much quicker. Upon hearing this, the Hurley curled his lip and showed a look of disdain. You helping us make money? Yeah, right. Just boasting, I bet. The Hurley shook his head, feeling that this person's words didn't seem to be genuine. If you don't believe me, come with me to the city ahead. We'll see if I can help you earn money there. It'll be clear soon enough. Hearing this, the Hurley was not to be outdone. Sure, let's go. I want to see how you plan to help Ferguson Zhao make money. If you fail, don't blame me for mocking you. Dayton sneered coldly upon hearing this, ignored him, and continued walking forward. By the way, just so you know, I have a name. It's Dayton, Dayton said coldly as he turned back to the two of them. Thatcher and the Hurley nodded upon hearing this. All right, we know your name is Dayton. No need for all the chatter. Thatcher glanced at him impatiently. What do you two mean by this? Do you look down on me? Dayton felt they seemed too dismissive when they heard his name. Don't be so sensitive, all right? Let's hurry up and get moving. The Hurley rolled his eyes and rushed forward, and Dayton did not hesitate to follow closely behind. The two were now in a race, one after the other, increasing their speed until they quickly reached the city ahead. Wow, this place isn't bad at all. Business seems pretty good, don't you think? The Hurley nodded in surprise. Beside him, Dayton sneered again, looking at him as if he were from the countryside. What's there to be surprised about? Haven't you seen scenes like this before? This is commonplace, and I come here frequently. The Hurley huffed but didn't respond. The three wandered around the city, which, though not large, was bustling with people everywhere. Hey, didn't you say you'd help Ferguson Zhao make money? Where are we going to earn it? Hurry up. The Hurley furrowed his brows and urged Dayton. Of course, we're going to make money, but these things can't be rushed. Look over there. Aren't there lots of people? Dayton pointed in a direction and smiled at the two of them. The Hurley nodded hesitantly. There are indeed many people there, but what's happening? Is that where you plan to make money? It's a jade gambling place. Let's check it out, Dayton replied and pulled Thatcher and the Hurley along. However, Thatcher looked uneasy. I say, why are you leading us into trouble? Jade gambling isn't something to play with casually. We don't have X-ray vision. Going there would just be handing over our money. Thatcher glanced at Dayton as he spoke. Then he suddenly remembered that Dayton was an ancient being who might know quite a lot about jade gambling. Leave this to me. Don't worry. I'll find you a top-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's eyes widened. Top-grade spirit stone? How is that possible? Even in a typical jade gambling spot, it might take months to find one. And besides, I've never gambled before and have no clue how it works. The Hurley nodded beside him, equally doubtful. Right, you're always boasting but never do anything practical. Seeing both doubted him, Dayton became angry. Fine, watch as I show you who the real Nina is. Dayton walked towards the jade gambling area, with the two following closely behind. The place was vast, filled with various sized stones, some as big as artificial mountains, others smaller than noses. These stones vary greatly in quality and size, but size doesn't necessarily indicate their value. Business here is really booming. So many people coming, Thatcher remarked in surprise, wondering if everyone loved gambling so much. There might be some shills, but there are genuine players too, Dayton said as he seriously examined the stones. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Are you really serious about this? I doubt you can tell much from just looking at the stones. Nothing unusual, just sensing the energy inside, Dayton responded coolly. Everything looks the same on the surface, but the energies emitted are different. Seeing Thatcher's stunned face, Dayton waved his hand. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Try channeling your spirit energy while observing these stones, and see if you notice anything. Thatcher nodded and focused, using his spirit energy to observe the stones. When the energy concentrated in front of his eyes, he felt a painful strain. What's going on? Why is this happening? Dayton laughed. Do you see anything different? Curiously, he had only intended to show off to Thatcher, but unexpectedly, the latter saw something. No, I don't see anything. Just ordinary stones, just more vibrant now, Thatcher admitted. Dayton sighed. More vibrant? Are you comparing them to cabbage? Since you can't see it, pick a valuable, higher grade one yourself then, Thatcher said mockingly, crossing his arms. Dayton approached and started selecting. He picked up a plain-looking stone, roughly the size of a head. So, you think this stone has treasure inside? Are you done picking? Note. In keeping with the original text structure and style, the translation preserves the paragraph breaks and dialogue flow while ensuring natural English phrasing. Chapter 514. Superb Crystal Stone. No need. This one piece will do. There's definitely a treasure inside. If you don't believe me, have someone cut it open right now. Upon hearing this, Thatcher nodded and decided to trust the other party once. All right, I'll trust you this time. Someone, bring this stone over and open it up. However, a staff member nearby shook his head upon hearing Thatcher's words. I'm sorry, sir. We need at least 2 stones to start any cutting process here. Hearing this, Thatcher took a deep breath, feeling somewhat indignant. You're saying we must open 2 stones simultaneously? Where in the world is such a rule? Thatcher was momentarily speechless. I apologize, but that's the rule here, replied the service attendant rather rudely. Beside him, Dayton tugged on his sleeve. Forget it. Let's not argue. 2 stones it is then. Anyway, I have another stone I like as well. It's that one over there. Dayton pointed to a direction while talking to Thatcher. Do you mean it sincerely? That block of stone really has good things? Dayton's face immediately turned serious. Do you think I'd lie to you? What benefits would I gain from deceiving you? Besides, I want to teach that guy a lesson first. Thatcher laughed and nodded. Fine, I'll trust you this time. Thatcher pointed to the stone he wanted. Bring out that stone for me. I want to open it. The server fetched the stone for Thatcher. Sorry, sir, since you've picked 2 stones, but as a new customer, we require payment up front before starting. Hearing this, Thatcher felt annoyed again, but didn't take it too personally. Well, hurry up and collect this silver, then start quickly. Thatcher threw a package of silver coins over without wasting any more words. He needed to verify if Dayton truly had the skills to help him make a substantial profit. Previously, he had no need for money, and thus had no interest in making it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be mocked by Dayton now. Whoa, a real treasure came out. Who opened this stone? So impressive. A cultivator pointing at the stone opening machine couldn't help but shout loudly. Is this not what the Nicholas just opened? Truly amazing. Didn't expect we could get top-grade spirit stones here. Really? This Nicholas is something else. He can identify such valuable stones. I should befriend him. Right. Why don't we become friends, Nicholas? I feel you are a good person and I pride myself on being a man of high morals, said a Callum patting his belly. Thatcher felt a bit embarrassed with all these people suddenly showing him goodwill. Sorry everyone, these treasures were chosen almost randomly. I've never gambled on stones before, perhaps this time is purely luck. Another cultivator didn't agree when he heard this. But if just one stone was a superb crystal stone, it might be alright. But both stones you chose were superb crystal stones. How do you explain that? Everyone around nodded, looking indignant. Sorry folks. The other stone was chosen by this brother here. It's really pure luck. Please believe us, Thatcher explained while pointing to Dayton. The crowd seemed disappointed. Ferguson, are you sure? These stones were just luck? A Callum, disappointed yet probing, asked Thatcher. Yes, just luck. Do you think at my age, I'd have the skill to spot such quality? Hearing this, the cultivators nodded. Oh, got it. Well, nice meeting you. The cultivators who initially rushed over then dispersed quickly, looking quite comical. These people just chase after benefits. Once they found no benefit in you, they scattered immediately, Dayton remarked, his expression indifferent. Thatcher agreed. True, but it's human nature. Alright, now that we've got 2 superb crystal stones, how about going for a few more while we're on a roll? Thatcher excitedly suggested. Dayton pondered and glanced at Anton beside him. We already drew attention with those 2 superb stones. So, Thatcher and I will leave first. Caden, you fetch those 2 stones yourself. Dayton indicated 2 unassuming stones. The Ahmed eyed them suspiciously. Do these stones really contain valuables? You're not tricking me, right? Just do as I say, Dayton instructed. After opening the stones, claim it was coincidental and continue heading east for about 3 miles where there's an inn. Wait for us there. The Ahmed nodded, took the silver coins from Thatcher, and approached the stones. Let's go. Dayton led the way out. They arrived at the inn soon after. The inn's location is pretty good. By the way, do you come here often? How did you know about this place? Dayton smiled and shook his head. Thanks to my strong spiritual awareness, even though my essence energy is nearly depleted, it allows my perception to continue. Thatcher nodded, not thinking much of it. They waited until Anton rushed in hurriedly. Big Ferguson Zhao. Those people went crazy trying to befriend me. Luckily, I'm small and agile, so I managed to escape. Hearing this, Thatcher and Dayton laughed heartily. Big Ferguson Zhao, you're laughing at me, but it's all for your sake. Thatcher regained his composure and patted him on the shoulder. Well done, let's eat. I just ordered some dishes which just arrived. Chapter 5:15, Spaceship. The Hurley began to feast on the food in front of him. Big Ferguson Zhao, considering these delicious foods, I won't take things too seriously with you. But after we get these top-grade spirit stones, what should we do? Thatcher nodded, and also looked at Dayton beside him. Right? Although the Hurley seems a bit naive, what he asked is actually what I wanted to ask too. What should we buy with these top-grade spirit stones? After eating the food in front of him, Dayton sneered and said, of course, we'll buy a spaceship. Upon hearing this, Thatcher raised an eyebrow. Spaceship? Can we really use a spaceship now? Is such a thing useful? Hearing this, Dayton laughed immediately. Why wouldn't it be useful? To return to where the demon clan resides, do you think walking will get us there? Dayton's gaze toward Thatcher contained a hint of disdain. Our strength is not weak. Why can't we go back on foot? I believe our speed is enough, Thatcher said confidently. Upon hearing this, both Dayton and the Hurley looked at him with disdain. What? Am I wrong? Ignoring Dayton, you just came back from somewhere unknown, Hurley. How can you know more than me and even look down on me? Thatcher couldn't help but feel angry, his nose almost out of shape with anger. That's right, I indeed look down on you. Although I may not have eaten pork, I have seen pigs run. To traverse a large area of the continent without taking a spaceship is practically impossible. Oh right, and wormholes too. Relying on agility to shuttle between places is just a fantasy. Upon hearing this, Thatcher was stunned. Are you saying that what you're telling me is true? The continent is really as amazing as you say? Thatcher scratched his head, feeling like all of this seemed like a wild tale. Indeed. So that's why I say you're poor, and yet you want to walk back with me. Thatcher couldn't help but blush. But isn't it normal? Common cultivators traveling don't seem to use spaceships either? At the same time, 2 figures appeared at the end of the road in front of them. Do you see that? Isn't that kid? They're feasting over there. It makes me so furious, Allah shouted angrily at Lao Yao of Sylvester. Yes, it's that kid, but it looks like there are 2 powerful individuals with him. We shouldn't act rashly. Lao Yao of Sylvester frowned, feeling this situation wasn't easy to handle. Now what? Are we going to wait here for them? I don't have the patience. Let's kill them together now. Upon hearing this, Lao Yao of Sylvester's face turned unpleasant. What? You don't listen to me anymore? Do you think we can defeat them by ourselves? Allah looked very unhappy upon hearing this. Well, they make me so mad I want to beat them up. And haven't they already escaped from us on Jiangqing Island? Have you forgotten? If this disgrace spreads within the devil sect, even dying once wouldn't redeem this fault. Upon hearing this, Lao Yao of Sylvester was startled. You might be muddled usually, but what you said makes sense at this critical moment. So to make up for this mistake, we must deal with this kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, won't we lose face? We lost face when we failed them, and now we must regain it. Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Lao Yao of Sylvester thought about it and nodded. You're right. I'll request support from our sex experts now. Worst case, I'll reward them after this. Ala nodded. At this moment, protecting their position was the priority. As for treasures or benefits, they could always seek more later. A moment later, Lao Yao of Sylvester smiled at Allah and said, All right, I've already transmitted messages to several bears in our devil sect. They will arrive as quickly as possible. Allah smiled and nodded, looking at Thatcher and the others nearby, as if they were dead men. All right, now that we are full, we should leave quickly. Dayton laughed and stood up to speak to Thatcher and the Hurley. Leave? Where can we go? Our current location seems somewhat awkward. Don't you already have a direction to find your descendants? But I haven't seen you searching anywhere. You've been with me all the time. Thatcher frowned and spoke. I meant that we should buy a spaceship. There are various types of spaceships available here, but they are relatively expensive. But we have enough capital now, and we can buy one if we want to. Upon hearing this, Thatcher was stunned. Have you gone crazy? What capital do we have? Just a few top-grade spirit stones. Saying this, the Hurley suddenly realized something. Isn't it that you can use those top-grade spirit stones to buy a spaceship? These top-grade spirit stones are so valuable? There was a hint of suspicion in the Hurley's eyes. Of course. Or do you think I'm bluffing about these top-grade spirit stones? We only need to buy one spaceship. Then we can travel across the continent freely, unless the enemy has a spaceship too. Otherwise, they will hardly catch up with us. Upon hearing this, Thatcher instantly became happy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's buy one quickly. I want to explore other parts of the continent. Although I am considered a young expert, I haven't truly traversed and toured the continent. Even thinking about it feels embarrassing. Thatcher smiled bitterly and shook his head. But the Christopher beside him gave him a glare. You never went, so you think it's an honor? Enough, enough. Don't waste time. Every minute counts, and we must buy the spaceship as soon as possible. Sometimes delays lead to more problems. Thatcher laughed and nodded, following Dayton to the place where spaceships were sold. About a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at a very spacious square. Dear friends, this is our spaceship square. The entire square is built on a huge spaceship, featuring various smaller spaceships. Chapter 516. Ran away. I believe that since you have managed to come here, you should know what kind of business we are in, so I won't elaborate further. You see something you like? Bring your best offer and negotiate with me. Trust me, you'll be more than satisfied with the price. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but sneer. He says the price is right. It's just his word. We definitely need to bargain hard later. Dayton said with a cold smile. We surely must bargain. Otherwise, could we afford a spaceship? The Christopher shook his head with a bitter smile. But he has to be willing to negotiate. After all, these spaceships look so high-end. He might prefer not selling at all rather than lowering the price. Speaking to this point, Thatcher couldn't help but feel somewhat envious. After all, those spaceships truly looked impressive. This place may not seem large, but it had some excellent goods. The energy fluctuations from those spaceships made him reluctant to leave. This gentleman, do you have a specific spaceship in mind? Seeing Thatcher's obvious interest in the ships, the shopkeeper came up to him and started pitching with a cheerful demeanor. Well, they all look great, but I'm a bit short on funds and may not be able to buy one. I don't know how much you'd be willing to sell for. If the price is right, I'll take it. Thatcher paused thoughtfully before smiling at the shopkeeper. Our spaceships are top-notch quality, and negotiation isn't typically an option. The shopkeeper frowned, sensing that this deal might fall through. If that's the case, then I'll take that one. Give me a price. Thatcher pointed at a small yet speedy-looking spacecraft. The shopkeeper followed Thatcher's finger and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Never would have guessed you're quite the expert, the shopkeeper continued. Hearing this, Thatcher was momentarily stunned. The speed of this spaceship ranks within the top 3 among these. Although it can only carry up to 6 people, the shopkeeper explained further. Upon hearing this, Thatcher and Dayton lit up with excitement. Top 3 ranking, that's indeed a good one. But is this ship really as good as you say? What's the price? And just how fast is it? Can we test drive it? The shopkeeper's expression darkened at this question. Ferguson, seeing you're straightforward, I told you everything candidly. Why do you mock us? We don't allow test drives for our spaceships, but we can assure you that the speed of this spaceship will surpass any cultivator, no matter how much higher their cultivation level is. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but widen his eyes again. Really? If so, this spaceship sounds great. But isn't this spaceship a bit too big? Can it be shrunk if needed? Thatcher stared, curiosity piqued. In fact, there's no need to shrink it. Once the esteemed guest establishes a blood bond with the spaceship, it will follow your command. It can change sizes at will, wherever you wish it to go. Thatcher's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. If so, that's indeed an excellent item. So fast and completely under the owner's control. Thatcher felt quite satisfied. While his current speed was decent, it still lagged behind the true top-tier experts. His goal now was to close this gap. In this way, no one would pose a genuine threat to him. Those hiding in the shadows who wished him harm could only speculate, never finding Thatcher. Right, how much does this spaceship cost? Tell me a figure so I have an idea. The boss raised one finger. Thatcher was taken aback, unsure of what this meant. Do you mean 10,000 taels, or 100,000 taels? Be specific. Thatcher furrowed his brow, feeling the shopkeeper wasn't being straightforward. Anthony, we don't use silver for transactions but crystals. Thatcher's eyebrows shot up at this response. Would the superior quality crystals he previously obtained be useful? So tell me, how many crystals and what quality? Dayton rolled his eyes at Thatcher and turned to the shopkeeper. Of course, a single supreme-grade crystal. However, if you have 100 high-grade crystals, that works too. The boss stroked his beard, looking pleased with himself. He believed the price of one supreme-grade crystal, though high, was reasonable. Their spaceships required intricate craftsmanship to produce. But to Thatcher, his words sounded almost like divine music, leaving him utterly astonished. You're serious? Thatcher widened his eyes, feeling skeptical. The shopkeeper showed impatience at this remark, nearly waving him off, thinking Thatcher found the price too high. Absolutely serious. Our prices are fair and honest. One supreme-grade crystal, and you take home a supreme-grade spaceship. The shopkeeper even threw in a catchy phrase, which caused Thatcher to chuckle. All right, in that case, it's mine. Thatcher waved, producing a supreme-grade crystal in his hand. Upon seeing its dazzling light, the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed. So you were joking earlier. Never would have thought you'd have such a hidden talent. Impressive. The shopkeeper wore a thoughtful look. Well, it's just one supreme-grade crystal. If not for immediate need, I'd buy another one as a spare. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up with excitement at this. Ferguson, if you decide to buy another supreme-grade spaceship, remember to choose ours first. I'll make sure you get a great deal. Chapter 517. Escaped again. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded in satisfaction. Well then, since it's like that, let's finalize the deal. Take this supreme crystal stone first, and we will take the spacecraft for now. At this moment, Halston, Dorian Devil of New Moon, and Osiris Dowran were watching from afar. Do you think these young men intend to buy a spacecraft? Do they have such wealth? Osiris Dowran asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Halston shook his head, his gaze showing a hint of disdain. What do you think? How could they afford to buy a spacecraft? As far as I know, one supreme crystal stone is at least required here to buy one. I've saved up most of my life, but I only have 40 high-grade crystal stones on hand, said Halston, eyes filled with a touch of indignation. It was evident he was not in a good mood. The excellent spacecrafts were right before him, yet he could only look and not obtain them. Relax, brother. They're just browsing. Once they leave the spacecraft square, we'll move immediately. These few kids are unlikely to buy a spacecraft, but maybe they carry some crystal stones. If we seize them, it might help us purchase our own sooner. Osiris Doran's words made the bear man look excited. You're right. If these kids don't have any crystal stones, why would they dare come here? Look at how they converse merrily with the shopkeeper. Surely they must have something valuable. Perhaps they're even haggling over prices right now. So, let's wait here like the rabbit trapper. I believe they'll eventually bite the bait. A mocking smile appeared on Osiris Doran's face, as if the crystal stones Thatcher and others held had already become their prize. Admittedly, these kids do have some ability, able to come here and inspect spacecrafts. Back when we were young, we weren't this bold, Halston sighed with a wry laugh. We didn't have the capability back then. We obediently learned skills from our Nina, Halston responded. Meanwhile, Thatcher and his companions had handed over the supreme crystal stone to the keeper, their eyes brimming with eagerness. All right, we've handed over the supreme crystal stone. Quickly teach us how to operate it. We are in a rush to leave. Thatcher's tone was rather stern. Hearing this, Dayton and the Hurley couldn't help but feel excited. Finally, they could board the spacecraft. But the keeper smiled. Halanthal brother, no need to be impatient. You'll definitely get to ride this spacecraft. Don't resist. I'll transmit a spiritual force into your mind, within which lies the secrets of operating the spacecraft, he explained. Upon hearing this, Thatcher widened his eyes, feeling something might be off. You're sure about using spiritual force for transmission? Thatcher's expression turned grim. This way, his spiritual force would be exposed to possible attacks. Any malicious intent from the other party could cost him his life. However, he saw no reason for conflict with the keeper, who wouldn't be foolish enough to use such a method against him. Beside him, the Hurley and Dayton stepped forward with reassuring smiles. Rest assured, we'll protect you. If he has any ill intentions, we'll attack him immediately. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded, feeling slightly more at ease. Well then, I'll release my spiritual force now. Instantly, Thatcher released his spiritual power. He was in a state where he was most vulnerable to an attack, but a true powerhouse exuded such confidence. He believed even if the other party suddenly attacked, they would inevitably self-destruct. With 3 of them retaliating, victory was assured without any room for doubt. A refined spiritual force swiftly transferred into Thatcher's consciousness. Who knew your spiritual power could also be this strong? Thatcher remarked with surprise. After all, the person before him seemed powerless. Purely a businessman, yet he possessed such abilities. Halanthal brother, don't underestimate me. Though I'm just a keeper, I strive for excellence in everything I do. Halamp, every time I impart the methods to operate a spacecraft, it requires spiritual power. So, I seek ways to make my spiritual force reach its peak. This way, enemies can't affect my spiritual force, and I can better serve my guests. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded, realizing there were so many nuances even in being a mere merchant. Your wisdom is truly admirable, but we're leaving soon, so it's regrettable that we won't engage further. His mind was now filled with instructions on operating the spacecraft. Even though he wished to fight, he had to concede. Well then, little brother, let's meet again in another place. Thatcher nodded and joined the Hurley and Dayton by the spacecraft. Board the spacecraft. Nodding at the duo, the trio leapt aboard. Seeing this, Halston and Osiris Dowran were taken aback. What's happening? Why could they board so easily? Is that guy stupid? Halston felt a surge of shock. We can't let him go so smoothly. Let's intercept him. Osiris Dowran gritted his teeth. But he's already on the spacecraft. Can we possibly be faster than it? Halston sighed. Even if we can't catch up, should we not pursue it all? No, I must bring him down. Osiris Dowran growled, determined. Despite the enemy appearing formidable, nothing could stop his resolve. Chapter 518, Walking the Dog. At this moment, Thatcher and company were completely unaware as they snuck out of the spaceship square with their newly acquired ship. This spaceship feels pretty good. I wonder how it performs. If we can keep going like this, that'd be perfect, Thatcher remarked to the Hurley and Dayton beside him. Look at our speed. It's indeed fast. We've easily overtaken those cultivators. Thatcher said this excitedly. Big Ferguson Zhao, can you lend me this spaceship to play with? The Hurley felt the spaceship was quite nice. If he could lean its operation, it would be great for showing off. No can do. I just started learning it myself. If I give it to you, I won't get the chance to practice. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you drive. But first, I need to familiarize myself with it. Upon hearing this, the Hurley pouted. Thatcher seemed a bit unsociable. Dayton, however, laughed and said, don't worry, kid. This guy isn't holding back. He's right. Now is indeed the time to practice diligently. Moreover, you two seem to have taken the wrong direction. You must focus on enhancing your own strength quickly. Even if you're not adept at piloting this spaceship, you can still outpace everyone. The spaceship is merely a mode of transportation. If you confuse priorities, it will truly be a disaster for you. Both Thatcher and the Hurley nodded in agreement after hearing this. Although this big brother seemed a bit nagging, his words carried weight for them. You're right, Dayton. I never thought you had such insights, Thatcher agreed, acknowledging that he had previously overvalued the spaceship. It was time to change his mindset. Meanwhile, Halston, Old Demon Sylvester, and Osiris Daoron, Allah, were struggling in their pursuit from behind. So this is what you meant by capturing it? We've chased for so long, but we're falling further behind. If this kid knew we were chasing him, we'd likely lose him any time. Osiris Daoron grumbled, his confidence entirely gone, replaced by self-pity. Well, it's not bad that we haven't lost them yet. Do you know your own skills? The reason for this situation is simply because this kid's spaceship is too fast. That's why we should stay close. Such high speeds cannot last long without consequences. Besides, this spaceship is a treasure. If we follow them and catch them when they stop, perhaps they'll leave it unattended. Then, won't we be able to take possession of it? Halston's words surprised the expert in front of him. Reasonable. We're not only pursuing them but also aiming for the spaceship itself. With this motivation, they pursued the spaceship more vigorously. Why is this spaceship so fast? Can it please stop and wait for us? Bryson, Wanderer Sylvester, pleaded, though his actions betrayed his true feelings. Hurry up and stop. If you don't, I'll knock you down and make you regret it. These threats didn't work. How did this kid get even faster? It's infuriating. Halston continued sending signals to the other demon experts urgently, but they all seemed slow and ineffective. By the time they reached the designated positions, Thatcher was long gone. This chase has been humiliating, Halston lamented. Osiris Daoron saw the crux of the problem. They were doing futile work. Not impossible. Our actions are actually giving them opportunities, Halston responded. Just wait for them to stop on their own, then no major conflict is needed, and our spaceship remains undamaged. Halston already treated the spaceship as his possession. Our spaceship? Have we touched it even a bit? Osiris Daoron rolled his eyes, looking down on Halston. Don't lie to me anymore. Do I know nothing? Osiris Daoron harbored resentment towards Halston. If it weren't for the latter's strength, they might have parted ways. Meanwhile, they lost track of Thatcher again and hurriedly accelerated. Suddenly, 3 divine figures appeared ahead, apparently members of their sect. There are people. Quickly ask if they've seen Thatcher. Osiris Daoron rushed forward to inquire, but Halston looked grim. There's no need. They are summoned by me. If they encountered Thatcher, there would have been a fight already. Upon hearing this, Osiris Daoron's expression soured. Weren't we about to lose him again? Halston shook his head and pointed at the others. They have arrived. Ask them if you don't believe me. As soon as these words were spoken, the sect experts approached them. So it's Wanderer Sylvester and Allah. Did you catch up to him? Didn't you seize all the treasures and pretend nothing happened? One of the sect experts sized up both men, mocking evident in his eyes. How could that be possible? How can you say such nonsense? I asked you to ambush him. Why would I take everything? Halston was furious. These individuals showed no real ability, yet excelled in power struggles, cunning like monkeys. Fine. Since no one got anything today, each man for himself. Chapter 519. A Grand Mountain. The entire body of Abelardo the Dorian demon was almost sinking into depression. He watched as the figure, now just a small in the distance, continued to escape. Never mind. All of you go back first. I will continue chasing. Abelardo the Dorian demon let out a cold snort and ignored everyone else present, speeding up as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Thatcher and his companions were moving even faster. Because their spacecraft could fly effortlessly in the sky with relatively less energy loss, they quickly vanished from Abelardo's sight. Look at this scenery. Wouldn't it be great if we could enjoy such Suki here? A look of longing appeared on Thatcher's face. For him, such Suki seemed a bit extravagant, but he yearned for such Suki from the bottom of his heart. How wonderful it would be if we could grasp all this Suki in our hands, Thatcher thought, filled with longing. Beside him, the Christopher also expressed his excitement. Ferguson Zhao, hearing you talk makes me want to go down and take a look. This environment is truly excellent. But if we can change something, it might benefit us even more. What is there to change? Let it develop naturally. Our influence might seem good to us, but it could be catastrophic for these surroundings, replied Thatcher. Suddenly, Patrick felt a familiar presence, causing his whole body to tremble violently. Patrick, what's wrong with you? You look a bit strange. Thatcher paused, lost in thought. I'm fine, really, but I think I feel the aura of my kin. Patrick's words startled both Thatcher and the Christopher. You mean the aura of your kin? That must be the Peacock Demon Clan. Thatcher knew well that Patrick was of the Peacock Clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transformed into Patrick the Peacock originally. The other party could be considered an ancestor of the Peacock Demon Clan. If he said he sensed his kin, then it was undoubtedly true. Moreover, the Peacock Clan was powerful. If Thatcher could establish connections with them, it would certainly be greatly beneficial to him. Do you know where your kin are now? Upon hearing Thatcher's question, Patrick raised his arm, signaling him not to speak. Thatcher nodded and remained silent, sensing the state of the other party. At that moment, Patrick closed his eyes as if feeling something intensely. This sensation is indeed captivating. Even I don't want to stop. Thatcher could sense how excited Patrick was by the aura of his kin. However, Patrick's expression worsened over time. What are you doing? Why are you acting like this? Thatcher noticed the change in Patrick and became anxious. No, my sensing ability has declined compared to before. I can't accurately locate them, but I can feel that they are in danger. Upon hearing this, Thatcher was somewhat taken aback. Is what you're saying true or false? Patrick shot Thatcher a sarcastic glance. They're my kin. Would I lie to you? Patrick closed his eyes again, concentrating hard. Right, our spacecraft can change course. If you get a general idea of their location, you can tell me so I can alter the route. Upon hearing this, Patrick's eyes lit up. Also, I have another skill. I can transfer divine consciousness power to you. You can temporarily control the spacecraft as co-pilot and rush to the place where you believe your kin might be. Hearing this, Patrick's spirits lifted. All right, quickly show me those skills. I need to check on my kin right away. Thatcher nodded and swiftly transferred the necessary knowledge to him. You can actually control the spacecraft? Patrick quickly needed the piloting skills but didn't misuse his newfound power. Once familiarized, he immediately directed the spacecraft towards the detected direction. That's the direction, faster, a bit faster. Patrick was extremely anxious, even causing the spacecraft to slightly veer off its course. Be careful, don't be too tense. Relax, if your kin are in danger, we'll help. Thatcher comforted Patrick, who then breathed a sigh of relief. After a short while, the spacecraft rapidly circled around a mountain peak. Then, the trio saw several figures surrounding a beautiful peacock. If they were merely surrounding the peacock for amusement, it would be different, but they were actually mocking and attacking it. You're just a peacock. Surrender to us, and we'll ride you into battle, bringing glory to your peacock race. Upon hearing this, the peacock felt deeply humiliated, but clearly understood within. For these peacocks to compete with these people was practically impossible given their inferior strength. Yet surrendering was also out of the question. Their ancestors were divine birds, and even now, they held their heads high with pride, never allowing themselves to be tainted. Do you want to ride me? Keep fighting. Unless you beat me into submission, making me a useless bird, I will never submit to you. These words enraged the human cultivators. Fine, you want to be rendered useless? But what use will you be then? One human cultivator sneered mockingly. Hearing this, Patrick and Thatcher couldn't help but feel indignant. Brat, you sure have guts, but do you really think you can get away with it? I doubt it, but let's see what vile acts they plan next. Watching the few human cultivators resume their fierce attack on the peacock. Chapter 520. Rescuing. The peafowl appeared very invigorated, quickly regaining its strength. The powerful aura of the beast fluctuated continuously, affecting the human cultivators around it. How is this possible? This fellow's power has actually increased compared to before. Could it be that he can break through in such a short time? The human cultivators felt something strange about the situation. Even Thatcher, who was watching from not far away, felt somewhat surprised and quickly asked Dayton. Perhaps it's because I'm nearby. I can be considered the progenitor of the peafowl clan, so it's normal for their combat prowess to increase when they are near me. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but feel astonished. To think there's such a thing. Beastkin indeed have an advantage over human cultivators. Thatcher gained another layer of understanding about Beastkin. But now, it all depends on his own luck as to how the fight will turn out. If he can't defeat those human cultivators soon, you should take my place and intervene. Hearing this, Thatcher felt curious as to why the peafowl wouldn't act himself, but he didn't pry too much. In his view, since the other party made this choice, they must have their reasons. He had no intention of interfering excessively. Alright, rest assured, I'll definitely help. Thatcher wanted to see how strong this peafowl really was. This way, he could also gain some preliminary insight into Dayton's capabilities. No matter the reason for the significant increase in his strength, we cannot let our guard down, but we don't need to be overly fearful either. This kid's strength may grow, but it won't surpass the heavens. Each of us is basically as strong as him, if not more. If we still can't defeat him together, it would truly be a disgrace. One of the human cultivators said with a cold smile. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. They attacked simultaneously, each move targeting the peafowl's vital points, leaving it defenseless. I didn't expect your abilities to reach such heights, but don't get too full of yourselves. Though there's a gap between us, it hasn't reached the point where I would submit to you. You beasts of the beast-taming sect, dreaming if you think I would ever bow to you. I know your character well. If I became one of your tamed beasts, my fate would be dire. The peafowl looked at them with disdain. Such a gaze made the Ephraims of the beast-taming sect extremely uncomfortable. Let's all attack. Him looking at us like this clearly shows contempt. We'll fight him to the death. One of the beast-taming sect Ephraim's face turned grim. He took pride in his identity, believing it was a privilege for these beasts to be under their control. Several Ephraims attacked at once, putting the peafowl in a precarious position. Seeing this, Thatcher couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. It seems I must step in. Otherwise, this situation won't be resolved. Dayton sighed beside him without saying much, and Thatcher immediately acted. The Ephraims hadn't expected the peafowl to have an ally, so they were caught off guard. Within just a few breaths, Thatcher easily defeated them. Which sect do you belong to? Helping a beast like this is a betrayal of humanity. Siding with the beastkin, the Ephraim of the beast-taming sect said through gritted teeth. The other Ephraims nodded in agreement. So what? Helping you doesn't make me loyal to humanity. But a few scoundrels like you don't represent humanity. Upon hearing Thatcher's words, the experts of the beast-taming sect grew visibly upset. Kid, not only did you aid the beastkin against us, but you also insulted our sect. We can't let you go unpunished. Several cultivators from the sect rushed towards Thatcher. They believed their previous defeat was due to Thatcher's surprise attack. Now, focusing solely on him, they thought he wouldn't stand a chance regardless of his strength. However, within 3 moves, Thatcher injured 3 of them. It was evident he hadn't used his full strength, further enraging the cultivators. Show us your full strength, or you're insulting the entire beast-taming sect. One of the Ephraims sounded almost hysterical. Thatcher paid him no mind. The gap in strength between them was too vast. Thatcher wouldn't have fought such weak opponents if it weren't for saving the peafowl. The peafowl, possibly exhausted from earlier battles, fainted suddenly, but Thatcher didn't notice. If you wish to stay and fight me, I'll gladly oblige, but be prepared. You might die. This enraged the experts of the sect. This kid takes us too lightly. We must teach him a lesson. One expert coldly snorted, unleashing his full strength this time, confident he'd show Thatcher the power of the sect. Provoking our sect this time is bad luck for you. Next time, don't be so arrogant, or you might run into trouble. As they spoke, the Ephraims attacked in unison, forming an array-like formation that doubled their combat power. Their attacks concentrated on Thatcher, increasing the pressure he faced by at least 5 times. The formation is indeed formidable. A chaotic bunch has been integrated into one force. Dayton shook his head, surprised. Chapter 521. Repaying kindness with enmity. The Hurley standing nearby immediately became a bit nervous. Then hurry up and save Ferguson Zhao. Don't let him get hurt by others. Hearing this, Dayton couldn't help but laugh bitterly and shake his head. Don't worry. These people can't harm your Ferguson Zhao. They are only strong enough to tickle him. Your Ferguson Zhao has long transcended his original state. He grows stronger against the strong, so no need to worry. Hearing this, the Hurley was puzzled for a moment. What does growing stronger against the strong mean? Dayton rolled his eyes and explained. It means exactly what it sounds like. When faced with the powerful, he becomes even more powerful. At that moment, an extremely strong force suddenly burst forth from within Thatcher's body. In the face of his opponents, his combat state was fully unleashed. Even if I do not have the advantage compared to all of you, relying on an array formation to defeat me is laughable, Thatcher remarked. Each of you has minor flaws. Normally, these would be insignificant. But in this dangerous moment, you're being incredibly reckless. In other words, you're putting your weaknesses right in front of me. If I don't exploit them, it would be my own foolishness. Upon hearing this, the few people present froze in embarrassment. Caden, dreaming about breaking our formation? Our formation is unbreakable, like chains linked together, said Ephraim of the beast-taming sect with a sneer. Alright, let's see how impenetrable your formation really is. Come at me with all your energy. You're doing well now, but once I find your weak points, you will fall apart. As if confirming his words, Thatcher instantly beat the group into submission. Their spiritual energy dispersed as if they had already been breached. How could this be? You actually have such skills. Our techniques were so easily broken, one of the beast-taming sect experts said, clutching his mouth in disbelief. The others didn't look much better, spitting blood as they tried to hide their humiliation. Get out of here quickly. I don't want to kill, but you won't be able to kill this peafowl. These Ephraims of the beast-taming sect exchanged glances, then reluctantly left. Nice work. Today you've proven yourself, but report your name, for we shall surely come calling. Thatcher chuckled at this threat. They still thought they could hold a grudge later? I wander without a fixed abode and belong to no sect. If you wish to find me, it's pointless. You're afraid to say, scoffed one Ephraim. Thatcher's gaze turned cold. Afraid? You are already defeated. I can end you anytime I choose. His words sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Sensing Thatcher's power, they finally set aside their pretensions of dignity. Fine, we'll meet again, Ephraim muttered before all of them scattered as if they had never appeared. After the beast-taming sect Ephraims left, Thatcher allowed the Hurley and Dayton to emerge from the spacecraft. These guys may not be skilled, but they sure have big mouths, the Hurley remarked sarcastically. Right, let's check on the peafowl's condition. Thatcher pointed to the unconscious peafowl and told the two. Dayton moved quickly, picked up the peafowl, checked its pulse, and nodded. He's fine, just scared into unconsciousness. Come over and provide some spiritual energy. It won't take long for him to wake up. Hearing this, Thatcher was taken aback. Why should I provide the spiritual energy? This is your descendant. Shouldn't you do it? Dayton shot him a glare. Watch over him, as you should. Quit complaining. Without my top-grade crystals, you wouldn't have been able to operate the spacecraft, and yet you don't feel grateful? Thatcher smirked. All to find your descendant. Saying this, Thatcher took over. He's a bit low on energy, but no worries, just a matter of time. After I gradually replenish his spiritual energy, he will recover. Hearing this, the Hurley anxiously urged. Hurry up with the spiritual energy. Don't let him get injured. Thatcher was surprised. Why are you so tense about me giving him energy? The Hurley blushed. I think the peafowl will be very beautiful if it transforms into human form. Thatcher raised an eyebrow, teasing. Do you want a human-demon relationship? Dayton interjected. Kid, why discriminate against us demons? Thatcher waved his hand. Not at all. I respect the demon race, which is why I saved him. It's just that getting close to a demon might be hard for me. Dayton smirked. Just you wait. We peafowl are quite handsome. I bet you'll love it. Don't back out. Otherwise, my impression of you will plummet. When our peafowl transforms into human form, I want to see your reaction. Thatcher rolled his eyes and began supplying spiritual energy to the peafowl. About 15 minutes later, Thatcher noticed the peafowl absorbing energy faster, and a dangerous aura erupted from it. He quickly opened his eyes to check and found the peafowl awake, gathering spiritual energy to strike him hard. Hey, what are you doing? Repaying kindness with enmity. Chapter 522. Misunderstanding. Upon hearing these words, the peacock snorted coldly. So what? Just because your beast-taming sect members revived me, does that mean you have good intentions? As he spoke, the peacock launched another fierce attack. Though the continuous assaults might not necessarily harm Thatcher, they made him quite uncomfortable. I'm telling you to stop right now. I'm not your enemy. I was the one who saved you earlier. Hearing this, the peacock found it hard to believe. Who are you trying to fool? With so many Ephraims of the beast-taming sect, how could you have saved me? Now I get it. You're here to deceive me, aren't you? Pretending to save me, and then tricking more important information out of me. At this point, the peacock's expression changed drastically. Great. You human cultivators are always so despicable, aren't you? The peacock's attacks on Thatcher grew more and more furious. Regardless, I have a clear conscience. If you don't believe me, ask those two beside you. By the way, check the fluctuations of spiritual energy within your body. They should already be back to normal. Upon hearing this, the peacock hurriedly felt his own strength. Suddenly, he realized he had indeed grown stronger. How is this possible? I've actually become stronger. The peacock halted his attacks almost immediately. He couldn't tell if the person before him was an enemy or a friend. Alright, since you've understood, there's no need for further talk. Sense your own strength. I believe it won't take long before you understand. Hearing this, the peacock nodded, his eyes filled with hesitation and confusion. After carefully sensing the spiritual energy within himself, he finally realized after several breaths that he had indeed misunderstood Thatcher. Anthony, I am truly sorry. I didn't mean to misunderstand you, but please forgive me, as I didn't do it intentionally. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh bitterly and shake his head. It's fine, I didn't overthink it. Since I wanted to save you, I definitely wouldn't have any ulterior motives. The peacock let out a sigh of relief, nodding quietly as he began to tend to his wounds. After slightly healing, his form suddenly transformed. Originally, he was a proud and strutting peacock, yet now he had turned into a handsome Nicholas, extraordinarily handsome at that. Wow, this guy seems to have gotten much handsomer. What happened? The Hurley widened his eyes in disbelief at what was unfolding before him. As I said, every member of our peacock clan is very attractive. Dayton's face radiated with pride, thinking this peacock brought glory to their clan. Yes, your peacock clan does have an innate advantage in this aspect. Thatcher watched in amazement as the peacock transformed. After several breaths, the peacock returned from his cultivation state. Thank you very much, Anthony, for saving me. I really don't know how to repay you. Thatcher smiled and waved his hand. No need to thank me. Rescuing you was nothing but a minor effort. Looking at this handsome fellow, Thatcher was speechless. This guy is just too handsome. If being handsome were a meal, this guy would definitely be stuffed. Earlier, I'm sorry for mistaking you for someone from the beast-taming sect. By the way, where did those people go? The peacock looked around, searching for the beast-taming sect members, but found none. Those guys ran away long ago. How dare they stay here? My brother surely beat them so badly even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Hearing this, the peacock sighed with relief. That's great news. These guys have been doing evil deeds since the start, never intending to spare us. If you hadn't rescued me, I'd be in grave danger. Thatcher frowned. What threat could they pose? Could they possibly kill you? What kind of grudge do you have against each other for them to treat you like this? Thatcher shook his head. He couldn't comprehend it. This all started because we peacocks look good, so they love to turn us into their beasts of prey. Our appearance can be advantageous, but also brings significant drawbacks. Thatcher nodded, looking at the peacock. I knew you'd be handsome, but coming out looking this good, shouldn't you cause some trouble? If those xuanhuan saw you, wouldn't they fall for your Suki? Hearing Thatcher's words, the peacock felt rather bitter. If only that were true. Unfortunately, those xuanhuan are well behaved toward us. The worst part is those tyrants who misuse their power. They control our clansmen, making them pets for powerful figures. Our clansmen suffer immensely. Some even choose to commit suicide. Hearing this, Thatcher widened his eyes. What did you say? So dangerous, unheard of. Thatcher sighed. Yes, we must ask why such things happen. Is there still justice in this world? Thatcher nodded with a bitter smile. Don't worry, justice does exist in this world. But tell me about the current situation of the Peacock clan. The Peacock inexplicably didn't guard against Thatcher. The truth is simple. The Peacock clan has gradually declined ever since our ancestors left. Once the Peacock clan weakened, other races took notice. Especially when hundreds of years ago, our Vince was captured and made into a pet. That emboldened those wicked ones even more. Our Peacock clan became their slaves, living miserably day by day. Thatcher sighed. Is there no one with righteousness to help you? Thatcher felt the glorious cultivation world he believed in crumbling. How could anyone help us? They're happy enough not to exploit our weaknesses further. Chapter 523. Do you Halankit? Upon hearing this, Thatcher's face immediately turned unhappy. These people are going too far. It's intolerable. These people were typical bullies who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. If he didn't take them down, he wouldn't feel human. Looking at Thatcher's indignant expression, Andre's face was full of gratitude. Big brother, you saved me, and I'm very grateful. However, I must hurry to the beast-taming sect to rescue my sister. I can't chat more now. If we meet again someday, that would be great. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness. If you go to save your sister now, do you think you can actually rescue her? Hearing this, the Evan felt somewhat lost but wasn't too distressed. Regardless of whether or not I can save her, I have to try. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with myself. Thatcher couldn't help but admire his determination but held him back. Since I know about this, I will definitely help you all the way. Let's go together. Otherwise, you'll probably just end up as a slave without rescuing anyone. Andre couldn't help but feel very grateful. Big brother, thank you so much. You've helped me again. I'll never forget this. Thatcher laughed heartily. It's nothing. Quickly lead the way. Where are those beast-taming sect members? Let's go and deal with them to rescue your sister. Hearing this, Andre nodded continuously. Let's go. They're in that direction. I was planning to find them anyway. I didn't expect them to send people after me. Thatcher brought Andre onto the ship, and soon after, Andre opened up like a chatterbox. Big brother, where did you buy this spaceship? It's so beautiful. If we travel by spaceship, it will probably take less than half a day to reach the beast taming sect. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded. In fact, it's nothing special, just a spaceship. To us, it's a common means of transportation. Hearing this, the Nicholas stared wide-eyed. What do you mean nothing special? Ferguson Zhao, are you joking? Buying one of these spaceships requires at least an elite-grade crystal stone. Andre said in surprise. In his eyes, owning such a spaceship symbolized immense power, indicating that Thatcher was far from ordinary. Yet, Thatcher seemed quite nonchalant, making Andre feel even more that Thatcher was unfathomable. Alright, let's talk about the strength of the beast taming sect. How confident are we in dealing with them? Thatcher had no real interest in the spaceship, which is normal. Once you have something, it's harder to get excited about it. Oh, I see. Let me think. Andre paused to recall information about the beast taming sect. After a few moments, he began speaking fluently, displaying his thorough knowledge of the sect, even surprising Thatcher at times. Are you secretly plotting against the beast taming sect? Thatcher asked, feeling that Anton might have been planning this for a while. Ferguson Zhao, don't misunderstand me. How could I intentionally betray anyone? I only did this because they oppressed us endlessly. You don't understand how hateful their arrogance is. Although it seems we plotted against them, it was out of necessity. If we hadn't, they might have killed us. As he spoke, a hint of sadness appeared in Andre's eyes. Though Thatcher hadn't experienced their life, he could clearly sense their suffering from his words. Fine, since you're trying to save your sister, I won't think about it further. But you must promise me that when I rescue your sister and help your clan flourish, you won't hold a grudge against all cultivation sections. Andre nodded repeatedly. Of course, though I am humble, I can tell friends from foes. Good, let's leave it at that. The two continued discussing the beast taming sect. Thatcher found it intriguing. From what you've told me, the beast taming sect is indeed powerful. We should find a nearby small town to rest and plan carefully before acting. Andre nodded approvingly. Big brother Zhao, you're not only powerful but also exceptionally intelligent. Thatcher smiled wryly. It's just a simple judgment. By the way, how stringent are the defenses of the beast taming sect? Is it easy to enter? If their defenses were strict, it might be tricky to infiltrate. Their defenses are indeed tight, but it shouldn't matter for us. Even if their top experts are strong, the guards aren't all skilled. We can slip past the ordinary guards unnoticed. Thatcher nodded. Good point. Shouldn't we also disguise ourselves? Otherwise, we might be recognized. Andre smiled. Sure, I love dressing up. With that, Andre transformed into another appearance. Originally a handsome man with fair skin, he now exuded an enchanting aura, barely recognizable as male except for some features, yet distinctly feminine in build and figure. Don't tell me, changing again will turn you into a bearded uncle? Andre showed a puzzled expression. Ferguson Zhao, do you like bearded uncles? Hold on. Thatcher raised his hand to stop him. Chapter 524, Night Exploration of the Imperial Beast Sect. Suddenly, the peacock Evan changed his appearance. Though his height remained the same, his skin turned somewhat bronze. Moreover, even his facial expressions and features altered. This couldn't help but leave Thatcher dumbfounded. Seriously? You really look like a decrepit bearded middle-aged uncle now. But speaking of which, how do you change your demeanor so completely? Can you teach me? I want to learn too. A wistful expression crossed Thatcher's face. If he could Nina this move, wouldn't he be able to transform at will in front of Halamzet and Penny? Just imagining it filled him with delight. Upon hearing Thatcher's words, the peacock Evan immediately reverted to his original self. Ferguson Zhao, this might not be feasible. Transformation is an innate ability unique to our peacock lineage. If you aren't part of our lineage, attempting this would be rather complicated. Hearing this, Thatcher felt somewhat dispirited. Alright, if that's the case, then I won't insist further. With that, Thatcher shook his head and continued observing the Evan. Ferguson Zhao, actually, you don't necessarily have to transform like me. We can disguise ourselves instead. Doing so will also achieve our goal, ensuring we aren't recognized by others. Our objective is merely to avoid detection and recognition. Thatcher nodded upon hearing this. You're right. Alright, let's proceed as you suggest, but we must plan everything thoroughly and not act rashly. With all of us here, acting impulsively might end up hurting us. After all, we are amidst the tiger's den and can't simply follow our whims. The peacock nodded in agreement, understanding this point clearly. An hour later, the group headed for a small town at the foot of the Imperial Beast Sect's mountain. It was quite bustling, a direct result of being under the influence of the Imperial Beast Sect. Though the sect wasn't exceptionally powerful, its lack of scruples and sharp tactics allowed them to reap greater rewards despite their relatively lower strength. Consequently, towns under the Imperial Beast Sect had flourished to their current state. Big Ferguson, this place isn't bad. Who would have thought the town at the foot of the Imperial Beast Sect's mountain would be so prosperous, said one of them. Beside him, the peacock Evan shook his head, a mysterious smile crossing his face. Halamthal brother, you say that because you don't understand the Imperial Beast Sect fully. Once you do, you'll realize that beneath this superficial prosperity lies filth. Hearing this, Anton furrowed his brow, puzzled. Why? I don't quite understand what you mean. The peacock Evan laughed heartily. Not knowing is good. It allows you to live happily. Suddenly, they heard cries for help from ahead. Help! Someone stole my money pouch. Is there anyone who can assist? The Ahmed was about to rush forward, but was stopped by the peacock Evan. Why not let me help? Haven't we already saved you before? The peacock Evan looked slightly embarrassed. I don't want to, but that's reality. Can I change it? I just don't want to draw attention here. Otherwise, we might be exposed. The Ahmed hesitated, looking both flustered and helpless. Indeed, if they drew too much attention, they would certainly be noticed, hindering their ability to quietly aid the Shoshana. Thinking this, Anton reluctantly withdrew his hand. Then he saw someone return the Shoshana's money pouch. Miss, please hold on to your money pouch securely. Next time, without me around, it could be worse, the rescuer, a Callum, said before preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Alanis blocked him. Hey, big brother, did you steal this little Shoshana's money too? I'm missing 10 taels of silver. The crowd around burst into laughter, though their intentions varied. Thatcher shook his head. That Shoshana probably isn't any better either. It's best not to get involved, lest it upset you. But Anton seemed reluctant to leave. No, Ferguson Zhao, let's stay and see. There might be a twist. Thatcher smiled bitterly and sighed, staying to observe with him. The Callum looked helplessly at the crowd. Please bear witness. I acted bravely and did not steal the money. Thatcher also shook his head. To be a good person yet be wronged, is that really so rare? The Ahmed clenched his fists, thankful for the peacock's restraint earlier. Otherwise, this man's predicament could have been his own. Did you already see through her, recognizing the type of person she was? The Ahmed glanced at the peacock beside him, but he only shook his head. I didn't say anything. I'm just judging based on experience. Actually, such incidents are common. There are even more absurd and laughable things than this. For us, however, this has a significant lesson. The Ahmed nodded, feeling a deep connection to what was said. Turns out, in this seemingly flourishing town, such filth hides everywhere. He began to realize the true nature of the Imperial Beast Sect, where even ordinary people acted arrogantly, let alone those controlling this territory. Alright, let's find an inn to stay in first, then plan our actions tonight. Thatcher smiled, leading the group away to find accommodation. Fortunately, an inn was nearby. They paid and moved in promptly. Their rooms were among the best and adjacent, allowing them to connect them as needed. Thatcher made sure the inn connected all the rooms. Thus, even within the inn, they had ample space to move about freely. Chapter 525, someone passed by. Apart from the excellent view and prime location, the inn had also prepared a plentiful supply of food for them that was constantly replenished. The Hurley was absolutely delighted. For an entire day, he indulged himself in eating at the inn, enjoying many delicacies made from spirit beast meat, which he had rarely tasted before. Ferguson Zhao, if I could, I'd stay here forever and never leave, the Hurley muttered as he enjoyed his meal. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but smile bitterly. If everyone were as easily contented as you, the world would indeed be too beautiful. Meanwhile, the peacock Evan continued investigating matters within the beast-taming sect. To rescue his sister, he needed to find out where she was being held. Otherwise, they would enter the sect like headless flies, risking immediate capture. Fortunately, he had established some connections with individuals linked to the beast-taming sect previously as part of their precautionary measures. These contacts knew certain situations, and now he could use these connections to gather more information. Although he couldn't rely on them to rescue his sister directly, knowing her location wasn't too difficult. Thatcher, on the other hand, focused on cultivating. They had arrived here by spaceship after a long journey. Despite the rapid speed and minimal spiritual energy consumption by the ship itself, the prolonged travel still drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Though he could have let others consume spiritual energy to assist with the spaceship's operation, their weaker power levels meant they would be useless once depleted. Thus, Thatcher used his own spiritual energy throughout the journey to bring everyone here. Now, during the whole day, he took time to restore his spiritual energy. It had to be said, the beast-taming sect's chosen location was indeed advantageous. This place was teeming with natural and spiritual essence, making cultivation much easier even at an inn at the foot of the mountain. Just a short session of cultivation allowed him to absorb substantial spiritual energy for use. Moreover, this spiritual energy was relatively robust and dense, unlike the sparse spiritual energy they had encountered before, which offered no means for growth. After a full day and evening of cultivation, Thatcher finally restored his strength to its peak. He felt the true power of his internal spiritual energy, a change no one could reverse, not even himself. Of course, he was very satisfied with this outcome. With such powerful spiritual energy, tonight's mission will be better safeguarded. A look of anticipation crossed Thatcher's face. He was genuinely looking forward to witnessing how spectacular things might get if a battle erupted. In the evening, the Hurley, clutching his stomach, finally stopped eating. Even though he was a glutton, Thatcher had forced him to stop. The nighttime mission was crucial. They couldn't afford to go in with bloated bellies. The peacock, Evan, also returned with accurate information. According to this intel, they stood a chance of rescuing his sister. Ferguson, the success or failure of this operation rests on this attempt. On behalf of my sister, I thank you in advance. An excited expression crossed the peacock Evan's face. He had been waiting for this moment for countless nights. Not knowing his sister's condition pained his heart. Don't worry, I'm fully prepared. I believe everyone is ready just like me. Now, we must head straight there. Everyone must stay alert and not act rashly, understood? They all nodded solemnly. Alright, Peacock Evan, rest and conserve your energy. As for you, Hurley, stroll around the rooms to aid digestion. Otherwise, slow movements during the operation could lead to exposure. Hearing this, the Hurley smiled bitterly and nodded. Both followed Thatcher's instructions, while Thatcher discussed the plan with Dayton. After all, Dayton, despite being only a remnant consciousness, possessed the complete memories and partial abilities of his original self. His advice held high reference value for Thatcher's actions. Caden, think carefully. The beast-taming sect's strength is far greater than we imagined. Your nighttime rescue mission may provoke their retaliation. Do you not fear this? Upon hearing this, Thatcher smirked mockingly. Dayton, when did you become so fussy and hesitant? Fear isn't the issue. It's something that must be done. Otherwise, we might never have peace. Dayton nodded reluctantly. This matter posed significant harm, and it needed rectification. No matter how powerful the enemy, they wouldn't bend. Deep into the night, Thatcher and his companions left their room with determined looks. Dayton glanced at Thatcher hesitantly. Have you thought it through? There's still time to reconsider. Thatcher responded with a mocking look. What are you doing? Stop talking nonsense and get out of the way. Dayton laughed bitterly and nodded. The group set off into the night. Within mere breaths, they traversed a small square and arrived at the main path leading to the beast-taming sect. Ferguson Zhao, to reach the beast-taming sect, we must take this road. There might be guards posted by the sect. Be cautious, someone said. They all nodded and proceeded up the mountain at top speed, each pushing themselves to their limits. Even if the beast-taming sect had set defenses along this path, their speed was too swift for any real interception. Seeing Thatcher and company, the defenders might well mistake them for a gust of wind passing by. Did you see several figures pass by just now? At a guard post on this road, someone asked. Several figures passed by? Chapter 526, Taking Away. How is that possible? You must have seen wrong. This kind of thing can't be joked about, especially late at night. It's too frightening. Another Ephraim of the Beast-Nina sect shook his head with a bitter smile. To him, it seemed like his companion was joking again. I'm not joking. I did see several figures. How can I explain it to you? They moved so fast, like the wind, disappearing in an instant. Do you think it might be experts trying to break into our Beast-Nina sect? But why didn't they eliminate us? After all, since we saw them, their actions are certainly threatened by this. The Ephraim scratched his head, finding it odd. Cut the crap, kid. Are you seriously this stupid? If there were really experts, how could they let us see them? They would have killed us directly. His words left his companion convinced. Kid, don't be too simple-minded when you think. Otherwise, you'll easily take a wrong path. Got it? The other nodded, no longer daring to say more, but he couldn't shake off the image that lingered in his mind. Did someone see us just now? Should I go back and kill those two guards? The Hurley held his belly, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Thatcher rolled his eyes. Forget it. Those two are only slightly suspicious and haven't come looking for us yet. No need to worry for now. The Hurley heaved a sigh of relief at this. He was usually very confident in himself, but never expected such a humiliating moment this time. But he had made up his mind. In the future, he must avoid overeating, at least during emergencies, and keep himself in optimal condition. The group followed the peacock Evan to a building that resembled a palace, hiding in a corner. At the entrance stood two young men who looked intimidating. They wore armor and carried weapons, though their spirits appeared somewhat lax. You two, snap out of it. Keep a sharp eye, and don't let anyone enter. Otherwise, your 10 heads won't suffice to pay for your negligence. Understand? They quickly agreed upon hearing this. Once the overseer left, they both sighed in relief. That's terrifying. Has the overseer been overly sensitive these past couple of days? Why does he always come here? The other one laughed. What do you know? The overseer has broader access to information than we do. If he says so, we should follow his instructions. Meanwhile, Thatcher and company had already entered the dungeon. The guards meant nothing to them. Inside, it was particularly dim. They quickly lit lamps to illuminate the surroundings, startling the Hurley. Big Ferguson Zhao, look, so many people. It's so scary. The Hurley almost screamed. Be quiet. These are unfortunate souls captured here. Don't disturb them. Otherwise, they might ruin our plans. Hearing this, the Hurley hurriedly nodded. They passed through the crowd, separated only by a single bar but as if in different worlds. What's wrong with these people? Why do I feel so sorry for them? Should we save them too? The Hurley asked. Thatcher shook his head, frowning. We can't afford distractions on this mission. We'll rescue the others after saving his sister. For now, nothing must delay our main objective. The Hurley wanted to argue but knew it would be pointless, so he remained silent. As they navigated through the crowd, pretending not to notice the people, some even reached out for help, showing a hint of madness on their faces. After a short while, Thatcher and company quickly left to avoid detection from the outside guards. Soon, some overseers came in and shouted at them. What are you doing here? Behaving wildly without restraint, thinking no one can control you? An overseer showed a furious expression, considering their behavior tantamount to playing with fire. Let us out. We're innocent. You're all evil. Desperation filled their faces. Seeing Thatcher and company, they thought they had come to help. Unexpectedly, they only showed themselves briefly before leaving. The overseers became enraged. These unruly behaviors were mocking their powerlessness, making them furious. If you continue arguing, we will finish you all off. At that point, you'll understand what true release means and the torment of living neither dead nor alive. Everyone shuddered at these words, realizing their situation would only worsen. You evil demons, we will fight against you until the end. Hearing this, the guards grew even angrier, whipping them fiercely. They believed no one dared break in. These people were just causing trouble. Meanwhile, Thatcher and company found the location where the Peacock Evan's sister was held, proceeding smoothly. Are you all right, little sister? Your big brother has come to save you. The Peacock Evan rejoiced upon seeing his sister, like a child again. Why did you come? Thank heavens I can see you again. Seeing her brother appear, the sister acted as if she had gone mad with joy. I've come specifically to rescue you. Don't worry, we'll get you out right away. Others locked with the Shoshana became excited. These bear brothers, please be kind and release us too. We won't forget your kindness. Yes, we've all gotten along well here. Save us too when you're in a good mood. Hearing these pleas, Thatcher felt powerless. Saving one Shoshana was already pushing their limits. Rescuing everyone was almost impossible, but seeing their desperate looks, he couldn't bear to refuse. Chapter 527, Unexpected Situation. Don't worry, we'll rescue you, it just might take some time. I hope you can wait. Hearing this, the faces of the Shoshanas immediately lit up with joy. We are truly thankful to you all. We have been waiting here for so long. We thought we'd never leave. Is this all a dream? It feels so unreal. Gerard couldn't help but laugh at this. Rest assured, everything is real. Just as Gerard was about to rescue them, Dayton next to him widened his eyes. Hold on, don't make a move, someone's coming. Hearing this, Gerard and the others immediately jumped away from there, but they only hid in the shadows. If they wanted to escape now, The prison door was already blocked by people of the beast-taming sect. In a short moment, several figures approached from the direction of the prison gate. "You few, come out immediately, we're taking you somewhere." Upon hearing this, the imprisoned spirit beasts inside trembled. "Do you intend to release us, or do you have other plans?" A spirit beast mustered the courage to ask. "What did you say? Releasing you? What dream are you dreaming?" One of the guards sneered, clearly finding this person's words ridiculous. "If not to release us, where are you taking us?" They suddenly realized that leaving this place likely wasn't going to be favorable for them. "To a better place, one you'll definitely be satisfied with. Don't worry, we won't treat you badly," an impatient member of the beast-taming sect said, then forcefully pulled a spirit beast out. Startled by the rough treatment, the spirit beast cried out, "What do you want to do? I warn you, this is playing with fire. Let me go. How dare you speak to us like that? Consider it an honor that we are taking you. Otherwise, we could simply slap you into submission. While we won't beat you senseless, don't think we can't hurt you. Otherwise, you will pay the price." Hearing this, those present had uneasy looks. However, the spirit beasts dared not refute for fear of even harsher punishments. In the end, a few spirit beasts were dragged out in poor condition. After the guards left with the spirit beasts, everything returned to silence. Where did they take them? Isn't that place dangerous? Otherwise, why would they be so afraid? The Christopher couldn't help but wonder aloud. Upon hearing this, the Tracy of the Peacock Evan's face darkened. They're going to an unknown and mysterious place. While I don't know where exactly, I heard from others that it's definitely a very demonic place. If they go there, they might never return. A place like that is nothing short of hell for us. That's why we are so worried and afraid. Big brother, please take us away from here. This isn't a good place for us. I can barely stand being here another second. The Shoshana looked terrible, having lost her usual vivacity. It made sense considering the harsh conditions and occasional physical abuse. Anyone enduring such torture might go mad, and those who remained sane were remarkably resilient. "Halanthal sister, don't worry, we'll save you soon." The bear brother comforted her, then looked at Gerard. "Big brother, shouldn't we act now? The situation seems unfavorable for us. If we don't take your sister away and they decide to take her next, wouldn't that be dangerous?" Gerard nodded in agreement. "I already have a plan. Let's follow these people to see where they're going, then we'll make a decision." The Peacock Evan was surprised but quickly asked nervously, "But they've already left. How will we know where they're going?" Gerard smiled and shook his head. He had already sent the Christopher to follow them. Given Anton's small stature and stealth skills developed over time, he was easily able to follow undetected. "Don't worry, I've already dispatched the Christopher. He'll secure our position." They left to find Anton. A short while later, they found him in a corner outside the dungeon. "Why are you here? Where did those guys go?" Gerard asked, puzzled. "Keep your voice down, Ferguson. Oh, they are just ahead." Gerard paused, looking ahead and indeed saw the group doing something suspicious. "These fellows are acting so secretive, it's outrageous," Gerard thought, almost tempted to attack them right then and there. But soon he noticed they were moving again. The group followed cautiously behind, frequently hiding to avoid detection. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at a remote location. "What is this place? It's so remote. Living here would require walking a long distance just to step outside," Gerard complained. Ferguson, "Oh, this might be their forbidden area," Anton guessed. Gerard widened his eyes. "What? The forbidden area? That doesn't seem possible. It looks deserted. No signs indicate that it's forbidden." Gerard scratched his head, feeling something was amiss. Ferguson, "Oh, look in that direction. There's a sign right there."